APPENDIX, Section 1, of The World as Well an Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. APPENDIX. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Section 1. C'est le privilège du vrai génie, et surtout du génie qui ouvre une carrière, de faire impunément de grandes fautes. Voltaire. It is much easier to point out the faults and errors in the work of a great mind than to give a distinct and full exposition of its value. For the faults are particular and finite, and can therefore be fully comprehended; while, on the contrary, the very stamp which genius impresses upon its works is that their excellence is unfathomable and inexhaustible. Therefore they do not grow old, but become the instructor of many succeeding centuries. The perfected masterpiece of a truly great mind will always produce a deep and powerful effect upon the whole human race, so much so that it is impossible to calculate to what distant centuries and lands its enlightening influence may extend. This is always the case; for however cultivated and rich the age may be in which such a masterpiece appears, genius always rises like a palm tree above the soil in which it is rooted. But a deep‐reaching and wide‐spread effect of this kind cannot take place suddenly, because of the great difference between the genius and ordinary men. The knowledge which that one man in one lifetime drew directly from life and the world, won and presented to others as one and arranged, cannot yet at once become the possession of mankind. For mankind has not so much power to receive as the genius has power to give. But even after a successful battle with unworthy opponents, who at its very birth contest the life of what is immortal and desire to nip in the bud the salvation of man, like the serpents in the cradle of Hercules, that knowledge must then traverse the circuitous paths of innumerable false constructions and distorted applications, must overcome the attempts to unite it with old errors, and so live in conflict till a new and unprejudiced generation grows up to meet it. Little by little, even in youth, this new generation partially receives the contents of that spring through 1,000 indirect channels, gradually assimilates it, and so participates in the benefit which was destined to flow to mankind from that great mind. So slowly does the education of the human race, the weak yet refractory pupil of genius, advance. Thus with Kant's teaching also; its full strength and importance will only be revealed through time, when the spirit of the age, itself gradually transformed and altered in the most important and essential respects by the influence of that teaching, will afford convincing evidence of the power of that giant mind. I have, however, no intention of presumptuously anticipating the spirit of the age, and assuming here the thankless rôle of Calchas and Cassandra. Only I must be allowed, in accordance with what has been said, to regard Kant's works as still very new, while many at the present day look upon them as already antiquated, and indeed have laid them aside as done with, or, as they express it, have left them behind; and others, emboldened by this, ignore them altogether, and with brazen face go on philosophizing about God and the soul on the assumption of the old realistic dogmatism and its scholastic teaching, which is as if one sought to introduce the doctrines of the alchemists into modern chemistry. For the rest, the works of Kant do not stand in need of my feeble eulogy, but will themselves for ever praise their author, and though perhaps not in the letter, yet in the spirit they will live for ever upon earth. Certainly, however, if we look back at the first result of his teaching, at the efforts and events in the sphere of philosophy during the period that has elapsed since he wrote, a very depressing saying of Goethe obtains confirmation: "As the water that is displaced by a ship immediately flows in again behind it, so, when great minds have driven error aside and made room for themselves, it very quickly closes in behind them again by the law of its nature. Wahrheit und Dichtung, Part 3, Section 521. Yet this period has been only an episode, which is to be reckoned as part of the lot referred to above that befalls all new and great knowledge, an episode which is now unmistakably near its end, for the bubble so long blown out yet bursts at last. Men generally are beginning to be conscious that true and serious philosophy still stands where Kant left it. At any rate, I cannot see that between Kant and myself anything has been done in philosophy; therefore I regard myself as his immediate successor. What I have in view in this appendix to my work is really only a defence of the doctrine I have set forth in it, inasmuch as in many points that doctrine does not agree with the Kantian philosophy, but indeed contradicts it. A discussion of this philosophy is, however, necessary, for it is clear that my train of thought, different as its content is from that of Kant, is yet throughout under its influence, necessarily presupposes it, starts from it, and I confess that, next to the impression of the world of perception, I owe what is best in my own system to the impression made upon me by the works of Kant, by the sacred writings of the Hindus, and by Plato. But I can only justify the contradictions of Kant, which are nevertheless present in my work, by accusing him of error in these points, and exposing mistakes which he committed. Therefore in this appendix I must proceed against Kant in a thoroughly polemical manner, and indeed seriously and with every effort. For it is only thus that his doctrine can be freed from the error that clings to it, and its truth shine out the more clearly and stand the more firmly. It must not, therefore, be expected that the sincere reverence for Kant which I certainly feel shall extend to his weaknesses and errors also, and that I shall consequently refrain from exposing these except with the most careful indulgence, whereby my language would necessarily become weak and insipid through circumlocution. Towards a living writer such indulgence is needed, for human frailty cannot endure even the most just refutation of an error unless tempered by soothing and flattery, and hardly even then; and a teacher of the age and benefactor of mankind deserves at least that the human weakness he also has should be indulged, so that he may not be caused pain. But he who is dead has thrown off this weakness; his merit stands firm. Time will purify it more and more from all exaggeration and detraction. His mistakes must be separated from it, rendered harmless, and then given over to oblivion. Therefore, in the polemic against Kant I am about to begin, I have only his mistakes and weak points in view. I oppose them with hostility, and wage a relentless war of extermination against them, always mindful not to conceal them indulgently, but rather to place them in the clearest light, in order to extirpate them the more surely. For the reasons given above, I am not conscious either of injustice or ingratitude towards Kant in doing this. However, in order that in the eyes of others also I may remove every appearance of malice, I wish first to bring out clearly my sincere reverence for Kant and gratitude to him, by expressing shortly what in my eyes appears to be his chief merit; and I shall do this from a standpoint so general that I shall not require to touch upon the points in which I must afterwards controvert him. End of Appendix, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Section 2, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Section 2. Kant's greatest merit is the distinction of the phenomenon from the thing in itself, based upon the proof that between things and us there still always stands the intellect, so that they cannot be known as they may be in themselves. He was led into this path through Locke. See Prolegomena zu jeder Metaph, § 13, 2. The latter had shown that the secondary qualities of things, such as sound, smell, colour, hardness, softness, smoothness, and the like, as founded on the affections of the senses, do not belong to the objective body, to the thing in itself. To this he attributed only the primary qualities, that is, such as only presuppose space and impenetrability, thus extension, figure, solidity, number, mobility. But this easily discovered Lockeian distinction was, as it were, only a youthful introduction to the distinction of Kant. The latter, starting from an incomparably higher standpoint, explains all that Locke had accepted as primary qualities, that is, qualities of the thing in itself, as also belonging only to its phenomenal appearance in our faculty of apprehension, and this just because the conditions of this faculty, space, time, and causality, are known by us a priori. Thus Locke had abstracted from the thing in itself the share which the organs of sense have in its phenomenal appearance. Kant, however, further abstracted the share of the brain functions, though not under that name. Thus the distinction between the phenomenon and the thing in itself now received an infinitely greater significance and a very much deeper meaning. For this end he was obliged to take in hand the important separation of our a priori from our a posteriori knowledge, which before him had never been carried out with adequate strictness and completeness, nor with distinct consciousness. Accordingly this now became the principal subject of his profound investigations. Now here we would at once remark that Kant's philosophy has a threefold relation to that of his predecessors. First, as we have just seen, to the philosophy of Locke, confirming and extending it; secondly, to that of Hume, correcting and making use of it, a relation which is most distinctly expressed in the Prolegomena, that most beautiful and comprehensible of all Kant's important writings, which is far too little read, for it facilitates immensely the study of his philosophy. Thirdly, a decidedly polemical and destructive relation to the Leibnitz-Wolfian philosophy. All three systems ought to be known before one proceeds to the study of the Kantian philosophy. If now, according to the above, the distinction of the phenomenon from the thing in itself, thus the doctrine of the complete diversity of the ideal and the real, is the fundamental characteristic of the Kantian philosophy, then the assertion of the absolute identity of these two, which appeared soon afterwards, is a sad proof of the saying of Goethe quoted above, all the more so as it rested upon nothing but the empty boast of intellectual intuition, and accordingly was only a return to the crudeness of the vulgar opinion masked under bombast and nonsense, and the imposing impression of an air of importance. It became the fitting starting point for the still grosser nonsense of the clumsy and stupid Hegel. Now, as Kant's separation of the phenomenon from the thing in itself, arrived at in the manner explained above, far surpassed all that preceded it in the depth and thoughtfulness of its conception, it was also exceedingly important in its results, for in it he propounded quite originally, in a perfectly new way, found from a new side and on a new path, the same truth which Plato never wearies of repeating, and in his language generally expresses thus: "This world which appears to the senses has no true being, but only a ceaseless becoming. It is, and it is not, and its comprehension is not so much knowledge as illusion." This is also what he expresses mythically at the beginning of the seventh book of the Republic, the most important passage in all his writings, which has already been referred to in the third book of the present work. He says, "Men, firmly chained in a dark cave, see neither the true original light nor real things, but only the meagre light of the fire in the cave, and the shadows of real things which pass by the fire behind their backs. Yet they think the shadows are the reality, and the determining of the succession of these shadows is true wisdom." The same truth, again quite differently presented, is also a leading doctrine of the Vedas and Puranas, the doctrine of Maya, by which really nothing else is understood than what Kant calls the phenomenon in opposition to the thing in itself. For the work of Maya is said to be just this visible world in which we are, a summoned enchantment, an inconstant appearance without true being, like an optical illusion or a dream, a veil which surrounds human consciousness, something of which it is equally false and true to say that it is and that it is not. But Kant not only expressed the same doctrine in a completely new and original way, but raised it to the position of proved and indisputable truth by means of the calmest and most temperate exposition; while both Plato and the Indian philosophers had founded their assertions merely upon a general perception of the world, had advanced them as the direct utterance of their consciousness, and presented them rather mythically and poetically than philosophically and distinctly. In this respect they stand to Kant in the same relation as the Pythagoreans Hicetas, Philolaus, and Aristarchus, who already asserted the movement of the earth round the fixed sun, stand to Copernicus. Such distinct knowledge and calm, thoughtful exposition of this dream‐like nature of the whole world is really the basis of the whole Kantian philosophy. It is its soul and its greatest merit. He accomplished this by taking to pieces the whole machinery of our intellect, by means of which the phantasmagoria of the objective world is brought about, and presenting it in detail with marvellous insight and ability. All earlier Western philosophy, appearing in comparison with the Kantian unspeakably clumsy, had failed to recognise that truth, and had therefore always spoken just as if in a dream. Kant first awakened it suddenly out of this dream; therefore the last sleepers, Mendelssohn, called him the All‐Destroyer. He showed that the laws which reign with inviolable necessity in existence, that is, in experience generally, are not to be applied to deduce and explain existence itself, that thus the validity of these laws is only relative, that is, only arises after existence. The world of experience in general is already established and present, that consequently these laws cannot be our guide when we come to the explanation of the existence of the world and of ourselves. All earlier Western philosophers had imagined that these laws, according to which the phenomena are combined, and all of which, time and space, as well as causality and inference, I comprehend under the expression the principle of sufficient reason, were absolute laws conditioned by nothing, æterna veritates, that the world itself existed only in consequence of and in conformity with them, and therefore that under their guidance the whole riddle of the world must be capable of solution. The assumptions made for this purpose, which Kant criticises under the name of the Ideas of the reason, only serve to raise the mere phenomenon, the work of Maya, the shadow world of Plato, to the one highest reality, to put it in the place of the inmost and true being of things, and thereby to make the real knowledge of this impossible, that is, in a word, to send the dreamers still more soundly to sleep. Kant exhibited these laws, and therefore the whole world, as conditioned by the form of knowledge belonging to the subject; from which it followed that however far one carried investigation and reasoning under the guidance of these laws, yet in the principal matter, that is, in knowledge of the nature of the world in itself and outside the idea, no step in advance was made, but one only moved like a squirrel in its wheel. Thus all the dogmatists may be compared to persons who supposed that if they only went straight on long enough they would come to the end of the world. But Kant then circumnavigated the world, and showed that, because it is round, one cannot get out of it by horizontal movement, but that yet by perpendicular movement this is perhaps not impossible. We may also say that Kant's doctrine affords the insight that we must seek the end and beginning of the world not without us, but within us. End of Appendix, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 3, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 3. All this, however, rests on the fundamental distinction between dogmatic and critical or transcendental philosophy. Whoever wishes to make this quite clear to himself, and realize it by means of an example, may do so very briefly by reading, as a specimen of dogmatic philosophy, an essay of Leibnitz entitled "De Rerum Originatione Radicali," and printed for the first time in the edition of the Philosophical Works of Leibnitz by Erdmann. Here the origin and excellence of the world is demonstrated a priori so thoroughly in the manner of realistic dogmatism, on the ground of the veritates æternae, and with the assistance of the ontological and cosmological proofs. It is indeed once admitted, by the way, that experience shows the exact opposite of the excellence of the world here demonstrated, but experience is therefore given to understand that it knows nothing of the matter, and ought to hold its tongue when philosophy has spoken a priori. Now with Kant the critical philosophy appeared as the opponent of this whole method. It takes for its problem just these veritates æternae which serve as the foundation of every such dogmatic structure, investigates their origin, and finds it in the human mind, where they spring from the peculiar forms which belong to it, and which it carries in itself for the purpose of comprehending an objective world. Thus here, in the brain, is the quarry which supplies the material for that proud dogmatic edifice. But because the critical philosophy, in order to attain to this result, was obliged to go beyond the veritates æternae, upon which all the preceding dogmatism was founded, and make these truths themselves the objects of investigation, it became transcendental philosophy. From this, then, it also follows that the objective world, as we know it, does not belong to the true being of the thing in itself, but is merely its phenomenal appearance, conditioned by those very forms which lie a priori in the intellect, i.e., the brain; therefore it cannot contain anything but phenomena. Kant, indeed, did not attain to the knowledge that the phenomenon is the world as idea, and the thing in itself is the will. But he showed that the phenomenal world is conditioned just as much through the subject as through the object; and because he isolated the most universal forms of its phenomenal appearance, i.e., of the idea, he proved that we may know these forms and consider them in their whole constitution, not only by starting from the object, but also just as well by starting from the subject, because they are really the limits between object and subject which are common to them both. And he concluded that by following these limits we never penetrate to the inner nature either of the object or of the subject, consequently never know the true nature of the world, the thing in itself. He did not deduce the thing in itself in the right way, as I shall show presently, but by means of an inconsistency, and he had to pay the penalty of this in frequent and irresistible attacks upon this important part of his teaching. He did not recognise the thing in itself directly in the will, but he made a great initial step towards this knowledge, in that he explained the undeniable moral significance of human action as quite different from and not dependent upon the laws of the phenomenon, nor even explicable in accordance with them, but as something which touches the thing in itself directly. This is the second important point of view for estimating his services. We may regard as the third the complete overthrow of the scholastic philosophy, a name by which I wish here to denote generally the whole period beginning with Augustine, the Church Father, and ending just before Kant. For the chief characteristic of scholasticism is, indeed, that which is very correctly stated by Tennermann, the guardianship of the prevailing national religion over philosophy, which had really nothing left for it to do but to prove and embellish the cardinal dogmas prescribed to it by religion. The schoolmen proper down to Suarez confess this openly. The succeeding philosophers do it more unconsciously, or at least unavowedly. It is held that scholastic philosophy only extends to about 100 years before Descartes, and that then with him there begins an entirely new epoch of free investigation, independent of all positive theological doctrine. Such investigation, however, is in fact not to be attributed to Descartes and his successors, but only an appearance of it, and in any case an effort after it. Descartes was a man of supreme ability. and if we take account of the age he lived in, he accomplished a great deal. But if we set aside this consideration, and measure him with reference to the freeing of thought from all fetters, and the commencement of a new period of untrammelled original investigation with which he is credited, we are obliged to find that with his doubt still wanting in true seriousness, and therefore surrendering so quickly and so entirely, he has indeed the appearance of wishing to throw off at once all the early implanted opinions belonging to his age and nation, but does so only apparently and for a moment, to assume them again immediately and hold them all the more firmly. And so is it with all his successors down to Kant. Goethe's lines are therefore very applicable to a free independent thinker of this kind. Saving thy gracious presence, he to me A long‐legged grasshopper appears to be, That springing flies and flying springs, And in the grass the same old ditty sings. Kant had reasons for assuming the air of also intending nothing more. But the pretended spring, which was permitted because it was known that it leads back to the grass, this time became a flight, and now those who remain below can only look after him, and can never catch him again. Kant then ventured to show by his teaching that all those dogmas which had been so often professedly proved were incapable of proof. Speculative theology and the rational psychology connected with it received from him their death blow. Since then they have vanished from German philosophy, and one must not allow oneself to be misled by the fact that here and there the word is retained after the thing has been given up, or some wretched professor of philosophy has the fear of his master in view, and lets truth take care of itself. Only he who has observed the pernicious influence of these conceptions upon natural science, and upon philosophy in all, even the best writers of the 17th and 18th centuries, can estimate the extent of this service of Kant's. The change of tone and of metaphysical background which has appeared in German writing upon natural science since Kant is remarkable. Before him it was in the same position as it still occupies in England. This merit of Kant's is connected with the fact that the unreflecting pursuit of the laws of the phenomenon, the elevation of these to the position of eternal truths, and thus the raising of the fleeting appearance to the position of the real being of the world, in short, realism, undisturbed in its illusion by any reflection, had reigned throughout all preceding philosophy, ancient, medieval, and modern. Berkeley, who, like Malebranche before him, recognised its one‐sidedness and indeed falseness, was unable to overthrow it, for his attack was confined to one point. Thus it was reserved for Kant to enable the idealistic point of view to obtain the ascendancy in Europe, at least in philosophy, the point of view which throughout all non‐Mohammedan Asia, and indeed essentially, is that of religion. Before Kant, then, we were in time; now time is in us, and so on. Ethics also were treated by that realistic philosophy according to the laws of the phenomenon, which it regarded as absolute and valid also for the thing in itself. They were therefore based now upon a doctrine of happiness, now upon the will of the Creator, and finally upon the conception of perfection, a conception which taken by itself is entirely empty and void of content, for it denotes a mere relation that only receives significance from the things to which it is applied. To be perfect means nothing more than to correspond to some conception which is presupposed and given, a conception which must therefore be previously framed, and without which the perfection is an unknown quantity, and consequently has no meaning when expressed alone. If, however, it is intended tacitly to presuppose the conception humanity, and accordingly to make it the principle of morality to strive after human perfection, this is only saying, men ought to be as they ought to be, and we are just as wise as before. In fact, perfect is very nearly a mere synonym of complete, for it signifies that in one given case or individual all the predicates which lie in the conception of its species appear, thus are actually present. Therefore the conception perfection, if used absolutely and in the abstract, is a word void of significance, and this is also the case with the talk about the most perfect being and other similar expressions. All this is a mere jingle of words. Nevertheless, last century this conception of perfection and imperfection had become current coin. Indeed, it was the hinge upon which almost all speculation upon ethics and even theology turned. It was in every one's mouth, so that at last it became a simple nuisance. We see even the best writers of the time, for example Lessing, entangled in the most deplorable manner in perfections and imperfections, and struggling with them. At the same time, every thinking man must at least dimly have felt that this conception is void of all positive content, because, like an algebraical symbol, it denotes a mere relation in abstracto. Kant, as we have already said, entirely separated the undeniably great ethical significance of actions from the phenomenon and its laws, and showed that the former directly concern the thing in itself, the inner nature of the world, while the latter, that is, time, space, and all that fills them, and disposes itself in them according to the law of causality, is to be regarded as a changing and unsubstantial dream. The little I have said, which by no means exhausts the subject, may suffice as evidence of my recognition of the great merits of Kant, a recognition expressed here both for my own satisfaction and because justice demands that those merits should be recalled to the memory of every one who desires to follow me in the unsparing exposure of his errors to which I now proceed. It may be inferred, upon purely historical grounds, that Kant's great achievements must have been accompanied by great errors. For although he effected the greatest revolution in philosophy and made an end of scholasticism, which, understood in the wider sense we have indicated, had lasted for 14 centuries, in order to begin what was really the third entirely new epoch in philosophy which the world has seen, yet the direct result of his appearance was only negative, not positive. For since he did not set up a completely new system, to which his disciples could only have adhered for a period, all indeed observed that something very great had happened, but yet no one rightly knew what. They certainly saw that all previous philosophy had been fruitless dreaming, from which the new age had now awakened; but what they ought to hold to now they did not know. A great void was felt, a great need had arisen, the universal attention even of the general public was aroused. Induced by this, but not urged by inward inclination and sense of power, which find utterance even at unfavourable times, as in the case of Spinoza, men without any exceptional talent made various weak, absurd, and indeed sometimes insane attempts, to which, however, the now interested public gave its attention, and with great patience, such as is only found in Germany, long lent its ear. The same thing must once have happened in nature, when a great revolution had altered the whole surface of the earth, land and sea had changed places, and the scene was cleared for a new creation. It was then a long time before nature could produce a new series of lasting forms, all in harmony with themselves and with each other. Strange and monstrous organizations appeared, which did not harmonize either with themselves or with each other, and therefore could not endure long, but whose still existing remains have brought down to us the tokens of that wavering and tentative procedure of nature forming itself anew. Since now in philosophy a crisis precisely similar to this, and an age of fearful abortions, was, as we all know, introduced by Kant, it may be concluded that the services he rendered were not complete, but must have been negative and one-sided, and burdened with great defects. These defects we now desire to search out. End of Appendix, Part 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 4. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 4. First of all, we shall present to ourselves clearly, and examine the fundamental thought in which the aim of the whole critique of pure reason lies. Kant placed himself at the standpoint of his predecessors, the dogmatic philosophers, and accordingly he started with them from the following assumptions. 1. Metaphysics is the science of that which lies beyond the possibility of all experience. 2. Such a science can never be attained by applying principles which must first themselves be drawn from experience (Prolegomena, § 1), but only what we know before, and thus independently of all experience, can reach further than possible experience. 3. In our reason certain principles of this kind are actually to be found. They are comprehended under the name of knowledge of pure reason. So far Kant goes with his predecessors, but here he separates from them. They say, these principles, or this knowledge of pure reason, are expressions of the absolute possibility of things, æternae veritates, sources of ontology. They stand above the system of the world, as fate stood above the gods of the ancients. Kant says, they are mere forms of our intellect, laws, not of the existence of things, but of our idea of them. They are therefore valid merely for our apprehension of things, and hence they cannot extend beyond the possibility of experience, which, according to assumption 1, is what was aimed at. For the a priori nature of these forms of knowledge, since it can only rest on their subjective origin, is just what cuts us off for ever from the knowledge of the nature of things in themselves, and confines us to a world of mere phenomena, so that we cannot know things as they may be in themselves, even a posteriori, not to speak of a priori. Accordingly, metaphysics is impossible, and criticism of pure reason takes its place. As opposed to the old dogmatism, Kant is here completely victorious. Therefore all dogmatic attempts which have since appeared have been obliged to pursue an entirely different path from the earlier systems. And I shall now go on to the justification of my own system, according to the expressed intention of this criticism. A more careful examination, then, of the reasoning given above will oblige one to confess that its first fundamental assumption is a petitio principii. It lies in the proposition, stated with particular clearness in the Prolegomena, § 1: the source of metaphysics must throughout be non‐empirical; its fundamental principles and conceptions must never be taken from either inner or outer experience. Yet absolutely nothing is advanced in proof of this cardinal assertion, except the etymological argument from the word metaphysic. In truth, however, the matter stands thus: the world and our own existence presents itself to us necessarily as a riddle. It is now assumed, without more ado, that the solution of this riddle cannot be arrived at from a thorough understanding of the world itself, but must be sought in something entirely different from the world, for that is the meaning of beyond the possibility of all experience, and that everything must be excluded from that solution of which we can in any way have immediate knowledge, for that is the meaning of possible experience, both inner and outer. The solution must rather be sought only in that at which we can arrive merely indirectly, that is, by means of inferences from universal principles a priori. After the principal source of all knowledge has in this way been excluded, and the direct way to truth has been closed, we must not wonder that the dogmatic systems failed, and that Kant was able to show the necessity of this failure. For metaphysics and knowledge a priori had been assumed beforehand to be identical, but for this it was first necessary to prove that the material for the solution of the riddle absolutely cannot be contained in the world itself, but must be sought for only outside the world, in something which we can only attain to under the guidance of those forms of which we are conscious a priori. But so long as this is not proved, we have no grounds for shutting ourselves off, in the case of the most important and most difficult of all questions, from the richest of all sources of knowledge, inner and outer experience, in order to work only with empty forms. I therefore say that the solution of the riddle of the world must proceed from the understanding of the world itself, that thus the task of metaphysics is not to pass beyond the experience in which the world exists, but to understand it thoroughly, because outer and inner experience is at any rate the principal source of all knowledge; that therefore the solution of the riddle of the world is only possible through the proper connection of outer with inner experience, effected at the right point, and the combination thereby produced of these two very different sources of knowledge. Yet this solution is only possible within certain limits which are inseparable from our finite nature, so that we attain to a right understanding of the world itself without reaching a final explanation of its existence abolishing all further problems. Therefore est quadam prodire tenus, and my path lies midway between the omniscience of the earlier dogmatists and the despair of the Kantian Critique. The important truths, however, which Kant discovered, and through which the earlier metaphysical systems were overthrown, have supplied my system with data and materials. Compare what I have said concerning my method in chapter 17 of the supplements. So much for the fundamental thought of Kant. We shall now consider his working out of it and its details. Kant's style bears throughout the stamp of a pre‐eminent mind, genuine strong individuality, and quite exceptional power of thought. Its characteristic quality may perhaps be aptly described as a brilliant dryness, by virtue of which he was able to grasp firmly and select the conceptions with great certainty, and then to turn them about with the greatest freedom to the astonishment of the reader. I find the same brilliant dryness in the style of Aristotle, though it is much simpler. Nevertheless, Kant's language is often indistinct, indefinite, inadequate, and sometimes obscure. Its obscurity certainly is partly excusable on account of the difficulty of the subject and the depth of the thought. But he who is himself clear to the bottom, and knows with perfect distinctness what he thinks and wishes, will never write indistinctly, will never set up wavering and indefinite conceptions, compose most difficult and complicated expressions from foreign languages to denote them, and use these expressions constantly afterwards, as Kant took words and formulas from earlier philosophy, especially scholasticism, which he combined with each other to suit his purposes, as, for example, transcendental synthetic unity of apperception, and in general unity of synthesis, Einheit der Synthesis, always used where union, Vereinigung, would be quite sufficient by itself. Moreover, a man who is himself quite clear will not be always explaining anew what has once been explained, as Kant does, for example, in the case of the understanding, the categories, experience, and other leading conceptions. In general, such a man will not incessantly repeat himself, and yet in every new exposition of the thought, already expressed 100 times, leave it in just the same obscure condition. But he will express his meaning once distinctly, thoroughly, and exhaustively, and then let it alone. Quo enim melius rem aliquam concipimus, eu magis determinati sumus, ad eam unico modo exprimendam, says Descartes in his fifth letter. But the most injurious result of Kant's occasionally obscure language is that it acts as exemplar vitiis imitabile; indeed it was misconstrued as a pernicious authorization. The public was compelled to see that what is obscure is not always without significance. Consequently, what was without significance took refuge behind obscure language. Fichte was the first to seize this new privilege and use it vigorously. Schelling at least equalled him, and a host of hungry scribblers, without talent and without honesty, soon outbade them both. But the height of audacity in serving up pure nonsense, in stringing together senseless and extravagant mazes of words, such as had previously only been heard in madhouses, was finally reached in Hegel, and became the instrument of the most barefaced general mystification that has ever taken place, with a result which will appear fabulous to posterity, and will remain as a monument of German stupidity. In vain, however, Jean Paul wrote in his beautiful paragraph, "Higher criticism of philosophical madness in the professorial chair and poetical madness in the theatre" (Ästhetische Nachschule), For in vain Goethe had already said: "They prate and teach, and no one interferes; all from the fellowship of fools are shrinking. Man usually believes, if only words he hears, that also with them goes material for thinking." But let us return to Kant. We are compelled to admit that he entirely lacks grand, classical simplicity, naïveté, ingénuité, candeur. His philosophy has no analogy with Grecian architecture, which presents large simple proportions revealing themselves at once to the glance. On the contrary, it reminds us strongly of the Gothic style of building. For a purely individual characteristic of Kant's mind is a remarkable love of symmetry, which delights in a varied multiplicity, so that it may reduce it to order, and repeat this order in subordinate orders, and so on indefinitely, just as happens in Gothic churches. Indeed, he sometimes carries this to the extent of trifling, and from love of this tendency he goes so far as to do open violence to truth, and to deal with it as nature was dealt with by the old‐fashioned gardeners, whose work we see in symmetrical alleys, squares, and triangles, trees shaped like pyramids and spheres, and hedges winding in regular curves. I will support this with facts. After he has treated space and time isolated from everything else, and has then dismissed this whole world of perception which fills space and time, and in which we live and are, with the meaningless words "the empirical content of perception is given us," he immediately arrives with one spring at the logical basis of his whole philosophy, the table of judgments. From this table he deduces an exact dozen of categories, symmetrically arranged under four heads, which afterwards become the fearful Procrustean bed into which he violently forces all things in the world and all that goes on in man, shrinking from no violence and disdaining no sophistry, if only he is able to repeat everywhere the symmetry of that table. The first that is symmetrically deduced from it is the pure physiological table of the general principles of natural science, the axioms of intuition, anticipations of perception, analogies of experience, and postulates of empirical thought in general. Of these fundamental principles the first two are simple, but each of the last two sends out symmetrically three shoots. The mere categories were what he calls conceptions, but these principles of natural science are judgments. In accordance with its highest guide to all wisdom, symmetry, the series must now prove itself fruitful in the syllogisms, and this indeed is done symmetrically and regularly. For, as by the application of the categories to sensibility, experience with all its a priori principles arose for the understanding, so by the application of syllogisms to the categories, a task performed by the reason, in accordance with its pretended principle of seeking the unconditioned, the Ideas of the reason arise. Now this takes place in the following manner. The three categories of relations supply to syllogistic reasoning the three only possible kinds of major premisses, and syllogistic reasoning accordingly falls into three kinds, each of which is to be regarded as an egg out of which the reason hatches an idea. Out of the categorical syllogism the idea of the soul, out of the hypothetical the idea of the world, and out of the disjunctive the idea of God. In the second of these, the idea of the world, the symmetry of the table of the categories now repeats itself again, for its four heads produce four theses, each of which has its antithesis as a symmetrical pendant. We pay the tribute of our admiration to the really exceedingly acute combination which produced this elegant structure, but we shall none the less proceed to a thorough examination of its foundation and its parts. But the following remarks must come first. End of Appendix, Part 4, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 5, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 5. It is astonishing how Kant, without further reflection, pursues his way, following his symmetry, ordering everything in accordance with it, without ever taking one of the subjects so handled into consideration on its own account. I will explain myself more fully. After he has considered intuitive knowledge in a mathematical reference only, he neglects altogether the rest of knowledge of perception in which the world lies before us, and confines himself entirely to abstract thinking, although this receives the whole of its significance and value from the world of perception alone, which is infinitely more significant, generally present, and rich in content than the abstract part of our knowledge. Indeed, and this is an important point, he has nowhere clearly distinguished perception from abstract knowledge, and just on this account, as we shall afterwards see, he becomes involved in irresolvable contradictions with himself. After he has disposed of the whole sensible world with a meaningless "it is given," he makes, as we have said, the logical table of judgments the foundation stone of his building. But here again he does not reflect for a moment upon that which really lies before him. These forms of judgment are indeed words and combinations of words, yet it ought first to have been asked what these directly denote. It would have been found that they denote conceptions. The next question would then have been as to the nature of conceptions. It would have appeared from the answer what relation these have to the ideas of perception in which the world exists, for perception and reflection would have been distinguished. It would now have become necessary to examine, not merely how pure and merely formal intuition or perception a priori, but also how its content, the empirical perception, comes into consciousness. But then it would have become apparent what part the understanding has in this, and thus also in general what the understanding is, and, on the other hand, what the reason properly is, the critique of which is being written. It is most remarkable that he does not once properly and adequately define the latter, but merely gives incidentally, and as the context in each case demands, incomplete and inaccurate explanations of it, in direct contradiction to the rule of Descartes given above. For example, at page 11, verse 24 of the Critique of Pure Reason, it is the faculty of principles a priori, but at page 299, verse 356, it is said that reason is the faculty of principles, and it is opposed to the understanding, which is the faculty of rules. One would now think that there must be a very wide difference between principles and rules, since it entitles us to assume a special faculty of knowledge for each of them. But this great distinction is made to lie merely in this, that what is known a priori through pure perception, or through the forms of the understanding, is a rule, and only what results from mere conceptions is a principle. We shall return to this arbitrary and inadmissible distinction later when we come to the dialectic. On page 330, verse 386, reason is the faculty of inference, mere judging. Page 69, verse 94, he often explains as the work of the understanding. Now this really amounts to saying, judging is the work of the understanding, so long as the ground of the judgment is empirical, transcendental, or metalogical. Essay on the Principle of Sufficient Reason, section 31, 32, and 33. But if it is logical, as is the case with the syllogism, then we are here concerned with a quite special and much more important faculty of knowledge, the reason. Nay, what is more, on page 303, verse 360, it is explained that what follows directly from a proposition is still a matter of the understanding, and that only those conclusions which are arrived at by the use of a mediating conception are the work of the reason, and the example given is this. From the proposition all men are mortal, the inference some mortals are men may be drawn by the mere understanding. On the other hand, to draw the conclusion all the learned are mortal demands an entirely different and far more important faculty, the reason. How was it possible for a great thinker to write the like of this? On page 553, verse 581, reason is all at once the constant condition of all voluntary action. On page 614, verse 642, it consists in the fact that we can give an account of our assertions. On pages 643, 644, verses 671 and 672, in the circumstance that it brings unity into the conceptions of the understanding by means of ideas, as the understanding brings unity into the multiplicity of objects by means of conceptions. On page 646, verse 674, it is nothing else than the faculty which deduces the particular from the general. The understanding also is constantly being explained anew. In 7 passages of the Critique of Pure Reason it is explained in the following terms. On page 51, verse 75, it is the faculty which of itself produces ideas of perception. On page 69, verse 94, it is the faculty of judging, that is, of thinking, that is, of knowing through conceptions. On page 137 of the 5th edition, it is the faculty of knowledge generally. On page 132, verse 171, it is the faculty of rules. On page 158, verse 197, however, it is said, "It is not only the faculty of rules, but the source of principles, Grundsätze, according to which everything comes under rules." And yet above it was opposed to the reason, because the latter alone was the faculty of principles, principien. On page 160, verse 199, the understanding is the faculty of conceptions; but on page 302, verse 359, it is the faculty of the unity of phenomena by means of rules. Against such really confused and groundless language on the subject, even though it comes from Kant, I shall have no need to defend the explanation which I have given of these two faculties of knowledge, an explanation which is fixed, clearly defined, definite, simple, and in full agreement with the language of all nations and all ages. I have only quoted this language as a proof of my charge that Kant follows his symmetrical logical system without sufficiently reflecting upon the subject he is thus handling. Now, as I have said above, if Kant had seriously examined how far two such different faculties of knowledge, one of which is the specific difference of man, may be known, and what, in accordance with the language of all nations and all philosophers, reason and understanding are, he would never, without further authority than the intellectus theoreticus and practicus of the schoolmen, which is used in an entirely different sense, have divided the reason into theoretical and practical, and made the latter the source of virtuous conduct. In the same way, before Kant separated so carefully conceptions of the understanding, by which he sometimes means his categories, sometimes all general conceptions, and conceptions of the reason, his so‐called ideas, and made them both the material of his philosophy, which for the most part deals only with the validity, application, and origin of all these conceptions, first, I say, he ought to have really examined what in general a conception is. But this very necessary investigation has unfortunately been also neglected, and has contributed much to the irremediable confusion of intuitive and abstract knowledge, which I shall soon refer to. The same want of adequate reflection with which he passed over the questions, what is perception, what is reflection, what is conception, what is reason, what is understanding, allowed him to pass over the following investigations, which were just as inevitably necessary. What is it that I call the object, which I distinguish from the idea? What is existence? What is object? What is subject? What is truth, illusion, error? But he follows his logical schema and his symmetry without reflecting or looking about him. The table of judgments ought to, and must be, the key to all wisdom. I have given it above as the chief merit of Kant that he distinguished the phenomenon from the thing in itself, explained the whole visible world as phenomenon, and therefore denied all validity to its laws beyond the phenomenon. It is certainly remarkable that he did not deduce this merely relative existence of the phenomenon from the simple undeniable truth which lay so near him, no object without a subject, in order thus at the very root to show that the object, because it always exists merely in relation to a subject, is dependent upon it, conditioned by it, and therefore conditioned as mere phenomenon, which does not exist in itself nor unconditioned. Berkeley, to whose merits Kant did not do justice, had already made this important principle the foundation stone of his philosophy, and thereby established an immortal reputation. Yet he himself did not draw the proper conclusions from this principle, and so he was both misunderstood and insufficiently attended to. In my first edition I explained Kant's avoidance of this Berkeleian principle as arising from an evident shrinking from decided idealism, while on the other hand I found idealism distinctly expressed in many passages of the "Critique of Pure Reason," and accordingly I charged Kant with contradicting himself. And this charge was well founded, if, as was then my case, one only knew the "Critique of Pure Reason" in the second or any of the 5 subsequent editions printed from it. But when later I read Kant's great work in the first edition, which is already so rare, I saw to my great pleasure all these contradictions disappear, and found that although Kant does not use the formula "no object without a subject," he yet explains, with just as much decision as Berkeley and I do, the outer world lying before us in space and time as the mere idea of the subject that knows it. Therefore, for example, he says there without reserve, p. 383, "If I take away the thinking subject, the whole material world must disappear, for it is nothing but a phenomenon in the sensibility of our subject, and a class of its ideas." But the whole passage from p. 348 to 392, in which Kant expounded his pronounced idealism with peculiar beauty and clearness, was suppressed by him in the second edition, and instead of it a number of remarks controverting it were introduced. In this way, then, the text of the "Critique of Pure Reason," as it has circulated from the year 1787 to the year 1838, was disfigured and spoilt, and it became a self‐contradictory book, the sense of which could not therefore be thoroughly clear and comprehensible to any one. The particulars about this, and also my conjectures as to the reasons and the weaknesses which may have influenced Kant so to disfigure his immortal work, I have given in a letter to Professor Rosenkranz, and he has quoted the principal passage of it in his preface to the second volume of the edition of Kant's collected works edited by him, to which I therefore refer. In consequence of my representations, Professor Rosenkranz was induced in the year 1838 to restore the "Critique of Pure Reason" to its original form, for in the second volume referred to he had it printed according to the first edition of 1781, by which he has rendered an inestimable service to philosophy. Indeed, he has perhaps saved from destruction the most important work of German literature, and this should always be remembered to his credit. But let no one imagine that he knows the "Critique of Pure Reason" and has a distinct conception of Kant's teaching, if he has only read the second or one of the later editions. That is altogether impossible, for he has only read a mutilated, spoilt, and to a certain extent ungenuine text. It is my duty to say this here decidedly, and for every one's warning. End of Appendix, Part 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 6, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 6. Yet the way in which Kant introduces the thing in itself stands in undeniable contradiction with the distinctly idealistic point of view so clearly expressed in the first edition of the "Critique of Pure Reason," and without doubt this is the chief reason why, in the second edition, he suppressed the principal idealistic passage we have referred to, and directly declared himself opposed to the Berkeleian idealism, though by doing so he only introduced inconsistencies into his work without being able to remedy its principal defect. This defect, as is known, is the introduction of the thing in itself in the way chosen by him, the inadmissibleness of which was exposed at length by G. E. Schulze in Einesidemus, and was soon recognised as the untenable point of his system. The matter may be made clear in a very few words. Kant based the assumption of the thing in itself, though concealed under various modes of expression, upon an inference from the law of causality, an inference that the empirical perception, or more accurately the sensation in our organs of sense from which it proceeds, must have an external cause. But according to his own account, which is correct, the law of causality is known to us a priori, consequently is a function of our intellect, and is thus of subjective origin. Further, sensation itself, to which we here apply the law of causality, is undeniably subjective. And finally, even space, in which by means of this application we place the cause of this sensation as object, is a form of our intellect given a priori, and is consequently subjective. Therefore the whole empirical perception remains always upon a subjective foundation, as a mere process in us, and nothing entirely different from it and independent of it can be brought in as a thing in itself, or shown to be a necessary assumption. The empirical perception actually is and remains merely our idea; it is the world as idea. An inner nature of this we can only arrive at on the entirely different path followed by me, by means of calling in the aid of self‐consciousness, which proclaims the will as the inner nature of our own phenomenon. But then the thing in itself will be one which is toto genere different from the idea and its elements, as I have explained. The great defect of the Kantian system in this point, which, as has been said, was soon pointed out, is an illustration of the truth of the beautiful Indian proverb, "No lotus without a stem." The erroneous deduction of the thing in itself is here the stem, yet only the method of the deduction, not the recognition of a thing in itself belonging to the given phenomenon. But this last was Fichte's misunderstanding of it, which could only happen because he was not concerned with truth, but with making a sensation for the furtherance of his individual ends. Accordingly he was bold and thoughtless enough to deny the thing in itself altogether, and to set up a system in which, not as with Kant, the mere form of the idea, but also the matter, its whole content, was professedly deduced a priori from the subject. In doing this he counted with perfect correctness upon the want of judgment and the stupidity of the public, which accepted miserable sophisms, mere hocus pocus and senseless babble for proofs; so that he succeeded in turning its attention from Kant to himself, and gave the direction to German philosophy, in which it was afterwards carried further by Schelling, and ultimately reached its goal in the mad sophistry of Hegel. I now return to the great mistake of Kant, already touched on above, that he has not properly separated perceptible and abstract knowledge, whereby an inextricable confusion has arisen which we have now to consider more closely. If he had sharply separated ideas of perception from conceptions merely thought in abstracto, he would have held these two apart, and in every case would have known with which of the two he had to do. This, however, was unfortunately not the case, although this accusation has not yet been openly made, and may thus perhaps be unexpected. His object of experience, of which he is constantly speaking, the proper object of the categories, is not the idea of perception, neither is it the abstract conception, but it is different from both, and yet both at once, and is a perfect chimera. For, incredible as it may seem, he lacked either the wisdom or the honesty to come to an understanding with himself about this, and to explain distinctly to himself and others whether his object of experience, i.e., the knowledge produced by the application of the categories, is the idea of perception in space and time, my first class of ideas, or merely the abstract conception. Strange as it is, there always runs in his mind something between the two, and hence arises the unfortunate confusion which I must now bring to light. For this end I must go through the whole theory of elements in a general way. The Transcendental Æsthetic is a work of such extraordinary merit that it alone would have been sufficient to immortalise the name of Kant. Its proofs carry such perfect conviction that I number its propositions among incontestable truths, and without doubt they are also among those that are richest in results, and are, therefore, to be regarded as the rarest thing in the world, a real and great discovery in metaphysics. The fact, strictly proved by him, that a part of our knowledge is known to us a priori, admits of no other explanation than that this constitutes the forms of our intellect. Indeed, this is less an explanation than merely the distinct expression of the fact itself. For a priori means nothing else than not gained on the path of experience, thus not come into us from without. But what is present in the intellect, and has not come from without, is just what belongs originally to the intellect itself, its own nature. Now, if what is thus present in the intellect itself consists of the general mode or manner in which it must present all its objects to itself, this is just saying that what is thus present is the intellect's forms of knowing, i.e., the mode, fixed once for all, in which it fulfils this its function. Accordingly, knowledge a priori and the intellect's own forms are at bottom only two expressions for the same things, thus to a certain extent synonyms. Therefore from the doctrine of the transcendental æsthetic I knew of nothing to take away, only of something to add. Kant did not carry out his thought to the end, especially in this respect, that he did not reject Euclid's whole method of demonstration, even after having said on page 87, verse 120, that all geometrical knowledge has direct evidence from perception. It is most remarkable that one of Kant's opponents, and indeed the acutest of them, G. E. Schulze (Kritik der theoretischen Philosophie, 2, 241), draws the conclusion that from his doctrine an entirely different treatment of geometry from that which is actually in use would arise, and thus he thought to bring an apagogical argument against Kant; but in fact, without knowing it, he only began the war against the method of Euclid. Let me refer to § 15 of the first book of this work. After the full exposition of the universal forms of perception given in the Transcendental Æsthetic, one necessarily expects to receive some explanation as to its content, as to the way in which the empirical perception comes into our consciousness, how the knowledge of this whole world, which is for us so real and so important, arises in us. But the whole teaching of Kant contains really nothing more about this than the oft repeated meaningless expression, the empirical element in perception is given from without. Consequently here also, from the pure forms of perception, Kant arrives with one spring at thinking, at the transcendental logic. Just at the beginning of the transcendental logic (Critique of Pure Reason, p. 50, v. 74), where Kant cannot avoid touching upon the content of the empirical perception, he takes the first false step. He is guilty of the προσον ψευδος. Our knowledge, he says, has two sources: receptivity of impressions and spontaneity of conceptions. The first is the capacity for receiving ideas, the second that of knowing an object through these ideas. Through the first an object is given us, through the second it is thought. This is false, for according to it the impression, for which alone we have mere receptivity, which thus comes from without and alone is properly given, would be already an idea, and indeed an object. But it is nothing more than a mere sensation in the organ of sense, and only by the application of the understanding, that is, of the law of causality, and the forms of perception, space, and time, does our intellect change this mere sensation into an idea, which now exists as an object in space and time, and cannot be distinguished from the latter, the object, except in so far as we ask after the thing in itself, but apart from this is identical with it. I have explained this point fully in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21. With this, however, the work of the understanding and of the faculty of perception is completed, and no conceptions and no thinking are required in addition. Therefore the brute also has these ideas. If conceptions are added, if thinking is added, to which spontaneity may certainly be attributed, the knowledge of perception is entirely abandoned, and a completely different class of ideas comes into consciousness, non‐perceptible abstract conceptions. This is the activity of the reason, which yet obtains the whole content of its thinking only from the previous perception, and the comparison of it with other perceptions and conceptions. But thus Kant brings thinking into the perception, and lays the foundation for the inextricable confusion of intuitive and abstract knowledge, which I am now engaged in condemning. He allows the perception, taken by itself, to be without understanding, purely sensuous, and thus quite passive, and only through thinking, category of the understanding, does he allow an object to be apprehended. Thus he brings thought into the perception. But then again the object of thinking is an individual real object, and in this way thinking loses its essential character of universality and abstraction, and instead of general conceptions receives individual things as its object. Thus again he brings perception into thinking. From this springs the inextricable confusion referred to, and the consequences of this first false step extend over his whole theory of knowledge. Through the whole of his theory the utter confusion of the idea of perception with the abstract idea tends towards a something between the two, which he expounds as the object of knowledge through the understanding and its categories, and calls this knowledge experience. It is hard to believe that Kant really figured to himself something fully determined and really distinct in this object of the understanding. I shall now prove this through the tremendous contradiction which runs through the whole transcendental logic, and is the real source of the obscurity in which it is involved. In the "Critique of Pure Reason," pp. 67 69, v. 92 94, pp. 89 and 90, v. 122 and 123, further, v. 135, 139, and 153, he repeats and insists: "The understanding is no faculty of perception, its knowledge is not intuitive but discursive, the understanding is the faculty of judging" (p. 69, v. 94), and a judgment is indirect knowledge, an idea of an idea (p. 68, v. 93). The understanding is the faculty of thinking, and thinking is knowledge through conceptions (p. 69, v. 94). The categories of the understanding are by no means the conditions under which objects are given in perception (p. 89, v. 122), and perception in no way requires the functions of thinking (p. 91, v. 123). Our understanding can only think, not perceive (verses 135 and 139). Further, in the Prolegomena, § 20, he says that perception, sensation, perceptio belongs merely to the senses, judgment to the understanding alone, and in § 22 that the work of the senses is to perceive, that of the understanding to think, i.e., to judge. Finally, in the "Critique of Practical Reason," fourth edition, p. 247, Rosenkranz's edition, p. 281, he says that the understanding is discursive, its ideas are thoughts, not perceptions. All this is in Kant's own words. End of Appendix, Section 6, recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 7, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 7. From this it follows that this perceptible world would exist for us even if we had no understanding at all, that it comes into our head in a quite inexplicable manner, which he constantly indicates by his strange expression, "the perception is given," without ever explaining this indefinite and metaphorical expression further. Now all that has been quoted is contradicted in the most glaring manner by the whole of the rest of his doctrine of the understanding, of its categories, and of the possibility of experience, as he explains it in the Transcendental Logic. Thus (Critique of Pure Reason, p. 79, v. 105), the understanding through its categories brings unity into the manifold of perception, and the pure conceptions of the understanding refer a priori to objects of perception (p. 94, v. 126). The categories are the condition of experience, whether of perception, which is found in it, or of thought. Verse 127, the understanding is the originator of experience. Verse 128, the categories determine the perception of objects. Verse 130, all that we present to ourselves as connected in the object, which is yet certainly something perceptible and not an abstraction, has been so connected by an act of the understanding. Verse 135, the understanding is explained anew as the faculty of combining a priori and of bringing the multiplicity of given ideas under the unity of apperception. But according to all ordinary use of words, apperception is not the thinking of a conception, but is perception, v. 136. We find a first principle of the possibility of all perception in connection with the understanding, v. 143. It stands as the heading, that all sense perception is conditioned by the categories. At the same place, the logical function of the judgment also brings the manifold of given perceptions under an apperception in general, and the manifold of a given perception stands necessarily under the categories. V. 144, unity comes into perception by means of the categories through the understanding. V. 145, the thinking of the understanding is very strangely explained as synthetically combining, connecting, and arranging the manifold of perception. V. 161, experience is only possible through the categories, and consists in the connection of sensations, which, however, are just perceptions. V. 159, the categories are a priori knowledge of the objects of perception in general. Further, here and at verse 163 and 165, a chief doctrine of Kant's is given, this, that the understanding first makes nature possible, because it prescribes laws for it a priori, and nature adapts itself to the system of the understanding, and so on. Nature, however, is certainly perceptible, and not an abstraction; therefore the understanding must be a faculty of perception. Verse 168, it is said, the conceptions of the understanding are the principles of the possibility of experience, and the latter is the condition of phenomena in space and time in general; phenomena which, however, certainly exist in perception. Finally, p. 189 to 211, verse 232 to 265, the long proof is given, the incorrectness of which is shown in detail in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 23, that the objective succession and also the coexistence of objects of experience are not sensuously apprehended, but are only brought into nature by the understanding, and that nature itself first becomes possible in this way. Yet it is certain that nature, the course of events, and the coexistence of states is purely perceptible, and no mere abstract thought. I challenge every one who shares my respect towards Kant to reconcile these contradictions, and to show that in his doctrine of the object of experience and the way it is determined by the activity of the understanding in its 12 functions, Kant thought something quite distinct and different. I am convinced that the contradiction I have pointed out, which extends through the whole transcendental logic, is the real reason of the great obscurity of its language. Kant himself, in fact, was dimly conscious of the contradiction, inwardly combated it, but yet either would not or could not bring it to distinct consciousness, and therefore veiled it from himself and others, and avoided it by all kinds of subterfuges. This is perhaps also the reason why he made out of the faculties of knowledge such a strange complicated machine, with so many wheels, as the 12 categories, the transcendental synthesis of imagination, of the inner sense, of the transcendental unity of apperception, also the schematism of the pure conceptions of the understanding, etc., etc. And notwithstanding this great apparatus, not even an attempt is made to explain the perception of the external world, which is, after all, the principal fact in our knowledge. But this pressing claim is very meanly rejected, always through the same meaningless metaphorical expression the empirical perception is given us. On page 145 of the 5th edition we learn further that the perception is given through the object; therefore the object must be something different from the perception. If now we endeavour to investigate Kant's inmost meaning, not clearly expressed by himself, we find that in reality such an object, different from the perception, but which is by no means a conception, is for him the proper object for the understanding; indeed that it must be by means of the strange assumption of such an object, which cannot be presented in perception, that the perception first becomes experience. I believe that an old deeply rooted prejudice in Kant, dead to all investigation, is the ultimate reason of the assumption of such an absolute object, which is an object in itself, i.e., without a subject. It is certainly not the perceived object, but through the conception it is added to the perception by thought, as something corresponding to it. And now the perception is experience and has value and truth, which it thus only receives through the relation to a conception in diametrical opposition to my exposition, according to which the conception only receives value and truth from the perception. It is then the proper function of the categories to add on in thought to the perception this directly non-perceptible object. The object is given only through perception, and is afterwards thought in accordance with the category. Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, page 399. This is made specially clear by a passage on page 125 of the fifth edition. Now the question arises whether conceptions a priori do not also come first as conditions under which alone a thing can be, not perceived certainly, but yet thought as an object in general, which he answers in the affirmative. Here the source of the error and the confusion in which it is involved shows itself distinctly. For the object as such exists always only for perception and in it. It may now be completed through the senses, or, when it is absent, through the imagination. What is thought, on the contrary, is always an universal non-perceptible conception, which certainly can be the conception of an object in general, but only indirectly by means of conceptions does thought relate itself to objects, which always are and remain perceptible. For our thinking is not able to impart reality to perceptions; this they have, so far as they are capable of it, empirical reality of themselves. But it serves to bring together the common element and the results of perceptions, in order to preserve them, and to be able to use them more easily. But Kant ascribes the objects themselves to thought, in order to make experience and the objective world dependent upon understanding, yet without allowing understanding to be a faculty of perception. In this relation he certainly distinguishes perception from thought, but he makes particular things sometimes the object of perception, and sometimes the object of thought. In reality, however, they are only the object of the former. Our empirical perception is at once objective, just because it proceeds from the causal nexus. Things, not ideas different from them, are directly its object. Particular things, as such, are perceived in the understanding and through the senses. The one-sided impression upon the latter is at once completed by the imagination. But on the contrary, as soon as we pass over to thought, we leave the particular things and have to do with general conceptions, which cannot be presented in perception, although we afterwards apply the results of our thought to particular things. If we hold firmly to this, the inadmissibleness of the assumption becomes evident that the perception of things only obtains reality and becomes experience through the thought of these very things applying its 12 categories. Rather in perception itself the empirical reality and consequently experience is already given, but the perception itself can only come into existence by the application to sensation of the knowledge of the causal nexus, which is the one function of the understanding. Perception is accordingly in reality intellectual, which is just what Kant denies. Besides in the passages quoted, the assumption of Kant here criticised will be found expressed with admirable clearness in the Critique of Judgments, § 36, just at the beginning; also in the Metaphysical Principles of Natural Science, in the note to the first explanation of Phenomenology. But with a naïveté which Kant ventured upon least of all with reference to this doubtful point, it is to be found most distinctly laid down in the book of a Kantian, Kiesewetters Grundlist einer allgemeinen Logik, third edition, part 1, page 434 of the exposition, and part 2, section 52 and 53 of the exposition. Similarly in Tieftrunks Denklehre in rein deutschem Gewande, 1825. It there appears so clearly how those disciples who do not themselves think become a magnifying mirror of the errors of every thinker. Once having determined his doctrine of the categories, Kant was always cautious when expounding it, but his disciples, on the contrary, were quite bold, and thus exposed its falsehood. According to what has been said, the object of the categories is for Kant not indeed the thing in itself, but yet most closely akin to it. It is the object in itself; it is an object that requires no subject, it is a particular thing, and yet not in space and time, because not perceptible, it is an object of thought, and yet not an abstract conception. Accordingly Kant really makes a triple division: 1, the idea; 2, the object of the idea; 3, the thing in itself. The first belongs to the sensibility, which in its case, as in that of sensation, includes the pure forms of perception, space, and time. The second belongs to the understanding, which thinks it through its 12 categories. The third lies beyond the possibility of all knowledge. In support of this, compare Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, p. 108 and 109. The distinction of the idea from the object of the idea is, however, unfounded. This had already been proved by Berkeley, and it appears from my whole exposition in the first book, especially chapter 1 of the supplements; nay, even from Kant's own completely idealistic point of view in the first edition. But if we should not wish to count the object of the idea as belonging to the idea and identify it with the idea, it would be necessary to attribute it to the thing in itself. This ultimately depends on the sense which is attached to the word object. This, however, always remains certain, that when we think clearly, nothing more can be found than idea and thing in itself. The illicit introduction of that hybrid, the object of the idea, is the source of Kant's errors. Yet when it is taken away, the doctrine of the categories as conceptions a priori also falls to the ground, for they bring nothing to the perception, and are not supposed to hold good of the thing in itself, but by means of them we only think those objects of the ideas, and thereby change ideas into experience. For every empirical perception is also experience, but every perception which proceeds from sensation is empirical. This sensation is related by the understanding, by means of its sole function, knowledge a priori of the law of causality, to its cause, which just on this account presents itself in space and time, forms of pure perception, as object of experience, material object, enduring in space through all time, yet as such always remains idea, as do space and time themselves. If we desire to go beyond this idea, then we arrive at the question as to the thing in itself, the answer to which is the theme of my whole work, as of all metaphysics in general. Kant's error here explained is connected with his mistake, which we condemned before, that he gives no theory of the origin of empirical perception, but, without saying more, treats it as given, identifying it with a mere sensation, to which he only adds the forms of intuition or perception, space and time, comprehending both under the name sensibility. But from these materials no objective idea arises. This absolutely demands the relation of the idea to its cause, thus the application of the law of causality, and thus understanding; for without this the sensation still remains always subjective, and does not take the form of an object in space, even if space is given with it. But according to Kant the understanding must not be assigned to perception; it is supposed merely to think, so as to remain within the transcendental logic. With this again is connected another mistake of Kant's, that he left it to me to adduce the only valid proof of the a priori nature of the law of causality which he rightly recognised, the proof from the possibility of objective empirical perception itself, and instead of it gives a palpably false one, as I have already shown in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 23. From the above it is clear that Kant's object of the idea (2) is made up of what he has stolen partly from the idea (1), and partly from the thing in itself (3). If in reality experience were only brought about by the understanding applying its 12 different functions in order to think through as many conceptions a priori, the objects which were previously merely perceived, then every real thing would necessarily as such have a number of determinations, which, as given a priori, absolutely could not be thought away, just like space and time, but would belong quite essentially to the existence of the thing, and yet could not be deduced from the properties of space and time. But only one such determination is to be found, that of causality. Upon this rests materiality, for the essence of matter consists in action, and it is through and through causality (compare Book II, chapter 4). But it is materiality alone that distinguishes the real thing from the picture of the imagination, which is then only idea. For matter, as permanent, gives to the thing permanence through all time in respect of its matter, while the forms change in conformity with causality. Everything else in the thing consists either of determinations of space or of time, or of its empirical properties, which are all referable to its activity, and are thus fuller determinations of causality. But causality enters already as a condition into the empirical perception, and this is accordingly a thing of the understanding, which makes even perception possible, and yet apart from the law of causality contributes nothing to experience and its possibility. What fills the old ontologies is, with the exception of what is given here, nothing more than relations of things to each other, or to our reflection, and a farrago of nonsense. End of appendix, part 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, part 8. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 8. The language in which the doctrine of the categories is expressed affords an evidence of its baselessness. What a difference in this respect between the transcendental æsthetic and the transcendental analytic! In the former, what clearness, definiteness, certainty, firm conviction which is freely expressed and infallibly communicates itself. All is full of light, no dark lurking places are left. Kant knows what he wants and knows that he is right. In the latter, on the other hand, all is obscure, confused, indefinite, wavering, uncertain, the language anxious, full of excuses and appeals to what is coming, or indeed of suppression. Moreover, the whole second and third sections of the deduction of the pure conceptions of the understanding are completely changed in the second edition, because they did not satisfy Kant himself, and they have become quite different from the first edition, though not clearer. We actually see Kant in conflict with the truth in order to carry out his hypothesis which he has once fixed upon. In the transcendental æsthetic all his propositions are really proved from undeniable facts of consciousness. In the transcendental analytic, on the contrary, we find, if we consider it closely, mere assertions that thus it is and must be. Here, then, as everywhere, the language bears the stamp of the thought from which it has proceeded, for style is the physiognomy of the mind. We have still to remark that whenever Kant wishes to give an example for the purpose of fuller explanation, he almost always takes for this end the category of causality, and then what he has said turns out correct, for the law of causality is indeed the real form of the understanding, but it is also its only form, and the remaining 11 categories are merely blind windows. The deduction of the categories is simpler and less involved in the first edition than in the second. He labours to explain how, according to the perception given by sensibility, the understanding produces experience by means of thinking the categories. In doing so, the words recognition, reproduction, association, apprehension, transcendental unity of apperception are repeated to weariness, and yet no distinctness is attained. It is well worth noticing, however, that in this explanation he does not once touch upon what must nevertheless first occur to every one, the relation of the sensation to its external cause. If he did not intend this relation to hold good, he ought to have expressly denied it, but neither does he do this. Thus in this way he evades the point, and all the Kantians have in like manner evaded it. The secret motive of this is, that he reserves the causal nexus under the name ground of the phenomenon for his false deduction of the thing in itself, and also that perception would become intellectual through the relation to the cause which he dare not admit. Besides this, he seems to have been afraid that if the causal nexus were allowed to hold good between sensation and object, the latter would at once become the thing in itself and introduce the empiricism of Locke. But this difficulty is removed by reflection, which shows us that the law of causality is of subjective origin as well as the sensation itself, and besides this our own body also, inasmuch as it appears in space, already belongs to ideas. But Kant was hindered from confessing this by his fear of the Berkeleian idealism. The combination of the manifold of perception is repeatedly given as the essential operation of the understanding by means of its 12 categories. Yet this is never adequately explained, nor is it shown what this manifold of perception is before it is combined by the understanding. But time and space, the latter in all its three dimensions, are continua, that is, all their parts are originally not separate but combined. Thus, then, everything that exhibits itself in them is given, appears originally as a continuum, that is, its parts appear already combined, and require no adventitious combination of a manifold. If, however, some one should seek to interpret that combining of the manifold of perception by saying that I refer the different sense impressions of one object to this one only, thus, for example, perceiving a bell, I recognise that what affects my eye as yellow, my hand as smooth and hard, my ear as sounding, is yet only one and the same body. Then I reply that this is rather a consequence of the knowledge a priori of the causal nexus, this actual and only function of the understanding, by virtue of which all those different effects upon my different organs of sense yet lead me only to one common cause of them, the nature of the body standing before me, so that my understanding, in spite of the difference and multiplicity of the effects, still apprehends the unity of the cause as a single object, which just on that account exhibits itself in perception. In the beautiful recapitulation of his doctrine, which Kant gives at page 719 or 726, or 747 to 754 of the Critique of Pure Reason, he explains the categories, perhaps more distinctly than anywhere else, as the mere rule of the synthesis of that which empirical apprehension has given a posteriori. It seems as if here he had something in his mind, such as that, in the construction of the triangle, the angles give the rule for the composition of the lines. At least by this image one can best explain to oneself what he says of the function of the categories. The preface to the Metaphysical First Principles of Natural Science contains a long note which likewise gives an explanation of the categories, and says that they differ in no respect from the formal acts of the understanding in judging, except that in the latter subject and predicate can always change places. Then the judgment in general is defined in the same passage as an act through which given ideas first become knowledge of an object. According to this, the brutes, since they do not judge, must also have no knowledge of objects. In general, according to Kant, there are only conceptions of objects, no perceptions. I, on the contrary, say, objects exist primarily only for perception, and conceptions are always abstractions from this perception. Therefore abstract thinking must be conducted exactly according to the world present in perception, for it is only their relation to this that gives content to conceptions, and we must assume for the conceptions no other a priori determined form than the faculty of reflection in general, the nature of which is the construction of conceptions, that is, of abstract non-perceptible ideas, which constitutes the sole function of the reason, as I have shown in the first book. I therefore require that we should reject 11 of the categories and only retain that of causality, and yet that we should see clearly that its activity is indeed the condition of empirical perception, which accordingly is not merely sensuous but intellectual, and that the object so perceived, the object of experience, is one with the idea, from which there remains nothing to distinguish except the thing in itself. After repeated study of the Critique of Pure Reason at different periods of my life, a conviction has forced itself upon me with regard to the origin of the transcendental logic, which I now impart as very helpful to an understanding of it. Kant's only discovery, which is based upon objective comprehension and the highest human thought, is the apperçu that time and space are known by us a priori. Gratified by this happy hit, he wished to pursue the same vein further, and his love of architectonic symmetry afforded him the clue. As he had found that a pure intuition or perception a priori underlay the empirical perception as its condition, he thought that in the same way certain pure conceptions as presuppositions in our faculty of knowledge must lie at the foundation of the empirically obtained conceptions, and that real empirical thought must be only possible through a pure thought a priori, which, however, would have no objects in itself, but would be obliged to take them from perception. So that, as the transcendental æsthetic establishes an a priori basis of mathematics, there must, he supposed, also be a similar basis for logic, and thus, then for the sake of symmetry, the former received a pendant in a transcendental logic. From this point onwards Kant was no more free, no more in the position of purely investigating and observing what is present in consciousness, but he was guided by an assumption and pursued a purpose, the purpose of finding what he assumed, in order to add to the transcendental æsthetic so happily discovered a transcendental logic analogous to it, and thus symmetrically corresponding to it as a second story. Now for this purpose he hit upon the table of judgments, out of which he constructed as well as he could the table of categories, the doctrine of 12 pure a priori conceptions, which are supposed to be the conditions of our thinking those very things, the perception of which is conditioned by the two a priori forms of sensibility. Thus a pure understanding now corresponds symmetrically to a pure sensibility. Then another consideration occurred to him, which offered a means of increasing the plausibility of the thing, by the assumption of the schematism of the pure conceptions of the understanding. But just through this, the way in which his procedure had, unconsciously indeed, originated betrayed itself most distinctly. For because he aimed at finding something a priori analogous to every empirical function of the faculty of knowledge, he remarked that between our empirical perception and our empirical thinking, conducted in abstract non-perceptible conceptions, a connection very frequently, though not always, takes place, because every now and then we try to go back from abstract thinking to perception, but try to do so merely in order really to convince ourselves that our abstract thought has not strayed far from the safe ground of perception, and perhaps become exaggeration, or, it may be, mere empty talk, much in the same way as when we are walking in the dark we stretch out our hand every now and then to the guiding wall. We go back then to the perception only tentatively and for the moment, by calling up in imagination a perception corresponding to the conceptions which are occupying us at the time, a perception which can yet never be quite adequate to the conception, but is merely a temporary representative of it. I have already adduced what is needful on this point in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 28. Kant calls a fleeting fantasy of this kind a schema, in opposition to the perfected picture of the imagination. He says it is like a monogram of the imagination, and asserts that just as such a schema stands midway between our abstract thinking of empirically obtained conceptions and our clear perception which comes to us through the senses, so there are a priori schemata of the pure conceptions of the understanding between the faculty of perception a priori of pure sensibility and the faculty of thinking a priori of the pure understanding, thus the categories. These schemata, as monograms of the pure imagination a priori, he describes one by one, and assigns to each of them its corresponding category in the wonderful "Chapter on the Schematism of the Pure Conceptions of the Understanding," which is noted as exceedingly obscure, because no man has ever been able to make anything out of it. Its obscurity, however, vanishes if it is considered from the point of view here indicated. But there also comes out more clearly in it than anywhere else the intentional nature of Kant's procedure, and of the determination formed beforehand of finding what would correspond to the analogy and could assist the architectonic symmetry. Indeed, this is here the case to such a degree as to be almost comical. For when he assumes schemata of the pure, empty, a priori conceptions of the understanding, categories, analogous to the empirical schemata, or representatives through the fancy of our actual conceptions, he overlooks the fact that the end of such schemata is here entirely wanting. For the end of the schemata, in the case of empirical real thinking is entirely connected with the material content of such conceptions. For since these conceptions are drawn from empirical perception, we assist and guide ourselves when engaged in abstract thinking by now and then casting a momentary glance back at the perception out of which the conceptions are framed, in order to assure ourselves that our thought has still real content. This, however, necessarily presupposes that the conceptions which occupy us are sprung from perception, and it is merely a glance back at their material content, indeed a mere aid to our weakness. But in the case of a priori conceptions, which as yet have no content at all, clearly this is necessarily omitted. For these conceptions are not sprung from perception, but come to it from within, in order to receive a content first from it. Thus they have as yet nothing on which they could look back. I speak fully upon this point, because it is just this that throws light upon the secret origin of the Kantian philosophising, which accordingly consists in this, that Kant, after the happy discovery of the two forms of intuition or perception a priori, exerted himself under the guidance of the analogy to prove that for every determination of our empirical knowledge there is an a priori analogue, and this finally extended in the schemata even to a mere psychological fact. Here the apparent depth and the difficulty of the exposition just serve to conceal from the reader that its content remains a wholly undemonstrable and merely arbitrary assumption. But he who has penetrated at last to the meaning of such an exposition is then easily induced to mistake this understanding so painfully attained for a conviction of the truth of the matter. If, on the contrary, Kant had kept himself here as unprejudiced and purely observant as in the discovery of a priori intuition or perception, he must have found that what is added to the pure intuition or perception of space and time, if an empirical perception arises from it, is on the one hand the sensation, and on the other hand the knowledge of causality, which changes the mere sensation into objective empirical perception. But just on this account is not first derived and learned from sensation, but exists a priori, and is indeed the form and function of the pure understanding. It is also, however, its sole form and function, yet one so rich in results that all our empirical knowledge rests upon it. If, as has often been said, the refutation of an error is only complete when the way it originated has been psychologically demonstrated, I believe I have achieved this with regard to Kant's doctrine of the categories and their schemata in what I have said above. End of Appendix, Part 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 9, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 9. After Kant had thus introduced such great errors into the first simple outlines of a theory of the faculty of perception, he adopted a variety of very complicated assumptions. To these belongs first of all the synthetic unity of apperception, a very strange thing, very strangely explained. The "I think" must be able to accompany all my ideas. Must be able. This is a problematic apodictic enunciation. In plain English, a proposition which takes with one hand what it gives with the other. And what is the meaning of this carefully balanced proposition? That all knowledge of ideas is thinking? That is not the case, and it would be dreadful. There would then be nothing but abstract conceptions, or at any rate a pure perception free from reflection and will, such as that of the beautiful, the deepest comprehension of the true nature of things, that is, of their Platonic ideas. And besides, the brutes would then either think also, or else they would not even have ideas. Or is the proposition perhaps intended to mean no object without a subject? That would be very badly expressed by it, and would come too late. If we collect Kant's utterances on the subject, we shall find that what he understands by the synthetic unity of apperception is, as it were, the extensionless centre of the sphere of all our ideas, whose radii converge to it. It is what I call the subject of knowing, the correlative of all ideas, and it is also that which I have fully described and explained in the 22nd chapter of the Supplements, as the focus in which the rays of the activity of the brain converge. Therefore, to avoid repetition, I now refer to that chapter. That I reject the whole doctrine of the categories, and reckon it among the groundless assumptions with which Kant burdened the theory of knowledge, results from the criticism given above, and also from the proof of the contradictions in the transcendental logic, which had their ground in the confusion of perception and abstract knowledge; also further from the proof of the want of a distinct and definite conception of the nature of the understanding and of the reason, instead of which we found in Kant's writings only incoherent, inconsistent, insufficient, and incorrect utterances with regard to these two faculties of the mind. Finally, it results from the explanations which I myself have given of these faculties of the mind in the first book and its supplements, and more fully in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21, 26, and 34, explanations which are very definite and distinct, which clearly follow from the consideration of the nature of our knowledge, and which completely agree with the conceptions of those two faculties of knowledge that appear in the language and writings of all ages and all nations, but were not brought to distinctness. Their defence against the very different exposition of Kant has, for the most part, been given already along with the exposure of the errors of that exposition. Since, however, the table of judgments, which Kant makes the foundation of his theory of thinking, and indeed of his whole philosophy, has in itself as a whole its correctness, it is still incumbent upon me to show how these universal forms of all judgment arise in our faculty of knowledge, and to reconcile them with my exposition of it. In this discussion I shall always attach to the concepts understanding and reason the sense given them in my explanation, which I therefore assume the reader is familiar with. An essential difference between Kant's method and that which I follow lies in this, that he starts from indirect reflected knowledge, while I start from direct or intuitive knowledge. He may be compared to a man who measures the height of a tower by its shadow, while I am like him who applies the measuring rule directly to the tower itself. Therefore, for him philosophy is a science of conceptions, but for me it is a science in conceptions, drawn from knowledge of perception, the one source of all evidence, and comprehended and made permanent in general conceptions. He passes over this whole world of perception which surrounds us, so multifarious and rich in significance, and confines himself to the forms of abstract thinking, and although he never expressly says so, this procedure is founded on the assumption that reflection is the ectype of all perception, that therefore all that is essential in perception must be expressed in reflection, and expressed in very contracted forms and outlines, which are thus easily surveyed. According to this, what is essential and conformable to law in abstract knowledge would, as it were, place in our hands all the threads by which the varied puppet show of the world of perception is set in motion before our eyes. If Kant had only distinctly expressed this first principle of his method, and then followed it consistently, he would at least have been obliged to separate clearly the intuitive from the abstract, and we would not have had to contend with inextricable contradictions and confusions. But from the way in which he solves his problem we see that that fundamental principle of his method was only very indistinctly present to his mind, and thus we have still to arrive at it by conjecture, even after a thorough study of his philosophy. Now, as concerns the specified method and fundamental maxim itself, there is much to be said for it, and it is a brilliant thought. The nature of all science indeed consists in this, that we comprehend the endless manifold of perceptible phenomena under comparatively few abstract conceptions, and out of these construct a system by means of which we have all those phenomena completely in the power of our knowledge, can explain the past and determine the future. The sciences, however, divide the wide sphere of phenomena among them according to the special and manifold classes of the latter. Now it was a bold and happy thought to isolate what is absolutely essential to the conceptions as such, and apart from their content, in order to discover from these forms of all thought found in this way what is essential to all intuitive knowledge also, and consequently to the world as phenomenon in general. And because this would be found a priori, on account of the necessity of those forms of thought, it would be of subjective origin, and would just lead to the ends Kant has in view. Here, however, before going further, the relation of reflection to knowledge of perception ought to have been investigated, which certainly presupposes the clear separation of the two which was neglected by Kant. He ought to have inquired in what way the former really repeats and represents the latter, whether quite pure, or changed and to some extent disguised by being taken up into its special forms, forms of reflection; whether the form of abstract reflective knowledge becomes more determined through the form of knowledge of perception, or through the nature or constitution which unalterably belongs to itself, that is, to reflective knowledge, so that even what is very heterogeneous in intuitive knowledge can no longer be distinguished when it has entered reflective knowledge, and conversely many distinctions of which we are conscious in the reflective method of knowledge have also sprung from this knowledge itself, and by no means point to corresponding differences in intuitive knowledge. As a result of this investigation, however, it would have appeared that knowledge of perception suffers very nearly as much change when it is taken up into reflection as food when it is taken into the animal organism, whose forms and compounds are determined by itself, so that the nature of the food can no longer be recognised from the result they produce. Or, for this is going a little too far, at least it would have appeared that reflection is by no means related to knowledge of perception as the reflection in water is related to the reflected objects, but scarcely even as the mere shadow of these objects stands to the objects themselves, which shadow repeats only a few external outlines, but also unites the most manifold in the same form, and presents the most diverse through the same outline; so that it is by no means possible, starting from it, to construe the forms of things with completeness and certainty. The whole of reflective knowledge, or the reason, has only one chief form, and that is the abstract conception. It is proper to the reason itself, and has no direct necessary connection with the world of perception, which therefore exists for the brutes entirely without conceptions, and indeed, even if it were quite another world from what it is, that form of reflection would suit it just as well. But the combination of conceptions for the purpose of judging has certain definite and normal forms, which have been found by induction, and constitute the table of judgments. These forms are for the most part deducible from the nature of reflective knowledge itself, thus directly from the reason, because they spring from the four laws of thought, called by me metalogical truths, and the dictum de omni et nullo. Certain others of these forms, however, have their ground in the nature of knowledge of perception, thus in the understanding; yet they by no means point to a like number of special forms of the understanding, but can all be fully deduced from the sole function which the understanding has, the direct knowledge of cause and effect. Lastly, still others of these forms have sprung from the concurrence and combination of the reflective and intuitive modes of knowledge, or more properly from the assumption of the latter into the former. I shall now go through the moments of the judgment one by one, and point out the origin of each of them in the sources referred to; and from this it follows of itself that a deduction of categories from them is wanting, and the assumption of this is just as groundless as its exposition was found to be entangled and self‐conflicting. 1. The so‐called quantity of judgments springs from the nature of concepts as such. It thus has its ground in the reason alone, and has absolutely no direct connection with the understanding and with knowledge of perception. It is indeed, as is explained at length in the first book, essential to concepts as such, that they should have an extent, a sphere, and the wider, less determined concept includes the narrower and more determined. The latter can therefore be separated from the former, and this may happen in two ways. Either the narrower concept may be indicated as an indefinite part of the wider concept in general, or it may be defined and completely separated by means of the addition of a special name. The judgment which carries out this operation is in the first case called a particular, and in the second case an universal judgment. For example, one and the same part of the sphere of the concept tree may be isolated through a particular and through an universal judgment. Thus, "Some trees bear gall nuts," or "All oaks bear gall nuts." One sees that the difference of the two operations is very slight, indeed that the possibility of it depends upon the richness of the language. Nevertheless, Kant has explained this difference as disclosing two fundamentally different actions, functions, categories of the pure understanding, which determines experience a priori through them. Finally, a concept may also be used in order to arrive by means of it at a definite particular idea of perception, from which, as well as from many others, this concept itself is drawn. This happens in the singular judgment. Such a judgment merely indicates the boundary line between abstract knowledge and knowledge of perception, and passes directly to the latter. This tree here bears gall nuts. Kant has made of this also a special category. After all that has been said, there is no need of further polemic here. End of Appendix, Part 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 10, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 10. Number 2. In the same way the quality of the judgment lies entirely within the province of reason, and is not an adumbration of any law of that understanding which makes perception possible, that is, it does not point to it. The nature of abstract concepts, which is just the nature of the reason itself objectively comprehended, carries with it the possibility of uniting and separating their spheres, as was already explained in the first book. And upon this possibility, as their presupposition, rest the universal laws of thought, of identity and contradiction, to which I have given the name of metalogical truths, because they spring purely from the reason and cannot be further explained. They determine that what is united must remain united, and what is separated must remain separate; thus that what is established cannot at the same time be also abolished, and thus they presuppose the possibility of the combination and separation of spheres, that is, of judgment. This, however, lies, according to its form, simply and solely in the reason, and this form has not, like the content of the judgments, been brought over from the perceptible knowledge of the understanding, and therefore there is no correlative or analogue of it to be looked for there. After the perception has been brought about through the understanding and for the understanding, it exists complete, subject to no doubt nor error, and therefore knows neither assertion nor denial, for it expresses itself and has not, like the abstract knowledge of the reason, its value and content in its mere relation to something outside of it, according to the principle of the ground of knowing. It is therefore pure reality. All negation is foreign to its nature, can only be added on through reflection, and just on this account remains always in the province of abstract thought. To the affirmative and negative Kant adds the infinite judgment, making use of a crotchet of the old scholastics, an ingeniously invented stop‐gap, which does not even require to be explained, a blind window, such as many others he made for the sake of his architectonic symmetry. Number 3. Under the very wide conception of relation, Kant has brought three entirely different properties of judgment, which we must therefore examine singly in order to recognise their origin. A. The hypothetical judgment, in general, is the abstract expression of that most universal form of all our knowledge, the principle of sufficient reason. In my essay on this principle I already showed in 1813 that it has four entirely different meanings, and in each of these originally originates in a different faculty of knowledge, and also concerns a different class of ideas. It clearly follows from this that the source of the hypothetical judgment in general, of that universal form of thought, cannot be, as Kant wishes to make it, merely the understanding in its category of causality, but that the law of causality, which, according to my exposition, is the one form of knowledge of the pure understanding, is only one of the forms of that principle which embraces all pure or a priori knowledge, the principle of sufficient reason, which, on the other hand, in each of its meanings, has this hypothetical form of judgment as its expression. We see here, however, very distinctly how kinds of knowledge which are quite different in their origin and significance, yet appear, if thought in abstracto by the reason, in one and the same form of combination of concepts and judgments, and then in this form can no longer be distinguished, but, in order to distinguish them we must go back to knowledge of perception, leaving abstract knowledge altogether. Therefore the path which was followed by Kant, starting from the point of view of abstract knowledge, to find the elements and the inmost spring of intuitive knowledge also, was quite a wrong one. For the rest, my whole introductory essay on the principle of sufficient reason is, to a certain extent, to be regarded merely as a thorough exposition of the significance of the hypothetical form of judgment; therefore I do not dwell upon it longer here. b. The form of the categorical judgment is nothing but the form of judgment in general, in its strictest sense. For, strictly speaking, judging merely means thinking, the combination of, or the impossibility of combining, the spheres of the concepts. Therefore the hypothetical and the disjunctive combination are properly no special forms of the judgment, for they are only applied to already completed judgments, in which the combination of the concepts remains unchanged, the categorical. But they again connect these judgments, for the hypothetical form expresses their dependence upon each other, and the disjunctive their incompatibility. Mere concepts, however, have only one class of relations to each other, those which are expressed in the categorical judgment. The fuller determination, or the sub‐species of this relation, are the intersection and the complete separateness of the concept spheres, that is, thus affirmation and negation, out of which Kant has made special categories under quite a different title, that of quality. Intersection and separateness have again sub‐species, according as the spheres lie within each other entirely, or only in part, a determination which constitutes the quantity of the judgments, out of which Kant has again made a quite special class of categories. Thus he separates what is very closely related and even identical, the easily surveyed modifications of the one possible relation of mere concepts to each other, and on the other hand unites what is very different under this title of relation. Categorical judgments have as their metalogical principle the laws of thought, of identity and contradiction. But the ground of the connection of the concept spheres, which gives truth to the judgment, which is nothing but this connection, may be of very different kinds. And according to this, the truth of the judgment is either logical, or empirical, or metaphysical, or metalogical, as is explained in the introductory essay, §§ 30 to 33, and does not require to be repeated here. But it is apparent from this how very various the direct cognitions may be, all of which exhibit themselves in the abstract through the combination of the spheres of two concepts, as subject and predicate, and that we can by no means set up the sole function of the understanding as corresponding to them and producing them. For example, the judgments water boils, the sign measures the angle, the will resolves, business distracts, distinction is difficult, express through the same logical form the most different kinds of relations. But from this we obtain the right, however irregular the beginning may be, of placing ourselves at the standpoint of abstract knowledge to analyse direct intuitive knowledge. For the rest, the categorical judgment springs from knowledge of the understanding proper, in my sense, only when causation is expressed by it. This is, however, the case in all judgments which refer to a physical quality. For if I say this body is heavy, hard, fluid, green, sour, alkaline, organic, &c., &c., this always refers to its effect, and thus is knowledge which is only possible through the pure understanding. Now, after this, like much which is quite different from it, for example, the subordination of very abstract concepts, has been expressed in the abstract through subject and predicate, these mere relations of concepts have been transferred back to knowledge of perception, and it has been supposed that the subject and predicate of the judgment must have a peculiar and special correlative in perception, substance, and accident. But I shall show clearly, further on, that the conception substance has no other true content than that of the conception matter. Accidents, however, are quite synonymous with kinds of effects, so that the supposed knowledge of substance and accident is never anything more than the knowledge of cause and effect by the understanding. But the special manner in which the idea of matter arises is explained partly in § 4 of the first book, and still more clearly in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason at the end of § 21, p. 77, third edition, p. 82; and in some respects we shall see it still more closely when we investigate the principle of the permanence of substance. C. Disjunctive judgments spring from the law of thought of excluded third, which is a metalogical truth. They are, therefore, entirely the property of the reason, and have not their origin in the understanding. The deduction of the category of community or reciprocity from them is, however, a glaring example of the violence which Kant sometimes allowed to be done to truth, merely in order to satisfy his love of architectonic symmetry. The illegitimacy of that deduction has already often been justly condemned and proved upon various grounds, especially by G. E. Schulze in his Kritik der theoretischen Philosophie, and by Berg in his Epikritik der Philosophie. What real knowledge is there indeed between the problematical determination of a concept by disjunctive predicates and the thought of reciprocity? The two are indeed absolutely opposed, for in the disjunctive judgment the actual affirmation of one of the two alternative propositions is also necessarily the negation of the other; if, on the other hand, we think two things in the relation of reciprocity, the affirmation of one is also necessarily the affirmation of the other, and vice versa. Therefore, unquestionably, the real logical analogue of reciprocity is the vicious circle, for in it, as nominally in the case of reciprocity, what is proved is also the proof, and conversely. And just as logic rejects the vicious circle, so the conception of reciprocity ought to be banished from metaphysics. For I now intend quite seriously to prove that there is no reciprocity in the strict sense, and this conception, which people are so fond of using, just on account of the indefiniteness of the thought, is seen, if more closely considered, to be empty, false, and invalid. First of all, the reader must call to mind what causality really is, and to assist my exposition see upon this subject § 20 of the introductory essay, also my prize essay on the freedom of the will, chapter 3, p. 27 and following, and lastly the fourth chapter of the second book of this work. Causality is the law according to which the conditions or states of matter which appear determine their position in time. Causality has to do merely with conditions or states, indeed, properly, only with changes, and neither with matter as such, nor with permanence without change. Matter as such does not come under the law of causality, for it neither comes into being nor passes away; thus neither does the whole thing, as we commonly express ourselves, come under this law, but only the conditions or states of matter. Further, the law of causality has nothing to do with permanence, for where nothing changes there is no producing of effects and no causality, but a continuing quiet condition or state. But if now such a state is changed, then the new state is either again permanent or it is not, but immediately introduces a third state, and the necessity with which this happens is just the law of causality, which is a form of the principle of sufficient reason, and therefore cannot be further explained, because the principle of sufficient reason is the principle of all explanation and of all necessity. From this it is clear that cause and effect stand in intimate connection with, and necessary relation to, the course of time. Only because the state A precedes in time the state B, and their succession is necessary and not accidental, i.e., no mere sequence, but a consequence, only because of this is the state A cause and the state B effect. The conception reciprocity, however, contains this, that both are cause and both are effect of each other, but this really amounts to saying that each of the two is the earlier and also the later; thus it is an absurdity. For that both states are simultaneous, and indeed necessarily simultaneous, cannot be admitted, because, as necessarily belonging to each other and existing at the same time, they constitute only one state. For the permanence of this state there is certainly required the continued existence of all its determinations; but we are then no longer concerned with change and causality, but with duration and rest, and nothing further is said than that if one determination of the whole state be changed, the new state which then appears cannot continue, but becomes the cause of the change of all the other determinations of the first state, so that a new third state appears, which all happens merely in accordance with the simple law of causality, and does not establish a new law, that of reciprocity. I also definitely assert that the conception reciprocity cannot be supported by a single example. Everything that one seeks to pass off as such is either a state of rest, to which the conception of causality, which has only significance with reference to changes, finds no application at all, or else it is an alternating succession of states of the same name, which condition each other, for the explanation of which simple causality is quite sufficient. An example of the first class is afforded by a pair of scales brought to rest by equal weights. Here there is no effect produced, for there is no change. It is a state of rest. Gravity acts, equally divided, as in every body which is supported at its centre of gravity. But it cannot show its force by any effect. That the taking away of one weight produces a second state, which at once becomes the cause of the third, the sinking of the other scale, happens according to the simple law of cause and effect, and requires no special category of the understanding, and not even a special name. An example of the second class is the continuous burning of a fire. The combination of oxygen with the combustible body is the cause of heat, and heat again is the cause of the renewed occurrence of the chemical combination. But this is nothing more than a chain of causes and effects, the links of which have alternately the same name. The burning (A) produces free heat (B). This produces new burning (C), that is, a new effect which has the same name as the cause A, but is not individually identical with it. This produces new heat (D), which is not really identical with the effect B, but only according to the concept, that is, it has the same name, and so on indefinitely. End of appendix, part 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, part 11 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 11. A good example of what in ordinary life is called reciprocity is afforded by a theory about deserts given by Humboldt, Ansichten der Natur, second edition, volume 2, page 79. In the sandy deserts it does not rain, but it rains upon the wooded mountains surrounding them. The cause is not the attraction of the clouds by the mountains, but it is the column of heated air rising from the sandy plain which prevents the particles of vapour from condensing and drives the clouds high into the heavens. On the mountains the perpendicular rising stream of air is weaker, the clouds descend, and the rainfall ensues in the cooler air. Thus want of rain and the absence of plants in the desert stand in the relation of reciprocity. It does not rain because the heated sandplain sends out more heat, the desert does not become a steppe or prairie because it does not rain. But clearly we have here again, as in the example given above, only a succession of causes and effects of the same names, and throughout nothing essentially different from simple causality. This is also the case with the swinging of the pendulum, and indeed also with the self‐conservation of the organised body, in which case likewise every state introduces a new one, which is of the same kind as that by which it was itself brought about, but individually is new. Only here the matter is complicated, because the chain no longer consists of links of two kinds, but of many kinds, so that a link of the same name only recurs after several others have intervened. But we always see before us only an application of the single and simple law of causality, which gives the rule to the sequence of states, but never anything which must be comprehended by means of a new and special function of the understanding. Or is it perhaps advanced in support of the concept of reciprocity that action and reaction are equal? But the reason of this is what I urge so strongly, and have fully explained in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, that the cause and the effect are not two bodies, but two successive states of bodies, consequently each of the two states implicates all bodies concerned. Thus the effect, i.e., the newly appearing state, for example, in the case of an impulse, extends to both bodies in the same proportion. Therefore the body impelled produces just as great a change in the body impelling as it itself sustains, each in proportion to its mass and velocity. If one pleases to call this reciprocity, then absolutely every effect is a reciprocal effect, and no new conception is introduced on this account, still less does it require a new function of the understanding, but we only have a superfluous synonym for causality. But Kant himself, in a moment of thoughtlessness, exactly expressed this view in the metaphysical first principles of natural science, at the beginning of the proof of the fourth principle of mechanics: all external effect in the world is reciprocal effect. How then should different functions lie a priori in the understanding for simple causality and for reciprocity? And indeed, how should the real succession of things only be possible and knowable by means of the first, and their coexistence by means of the second? According to this, if all effect is reciprocal effect, succession and simultaneity would be the same thing, and therefore everything in the world would take place at the same moment. If there were true reciprocity, then perpetual motion would also be possible, and indeed a priori certain. But it is rather the case that the a priori conviction that there is no true reciprocity, and no corresponding form of the understanding, is the ground of the assertion that perpetual motion is impossible. Aristotle also denies reciprocity in the strict sense, for he remarks that two things may certainly be reciprocal causes of each other, but only if this is understood in a different sense of each of them. For example, that one acts upon the other as the motive, but the latter acts upon the former as the cause of its movement. We find in two passages the same words: Physics, Book 2, Chapter 3, and Metaphysics, Book 5, Chapter 2. Esti detina kai alilan aitia, oian topanein, aitian, tis evexias, kai afti tu ponein, al ut ton afton tropon, ala to men os telas, to de as archi kiniseas. Sunt praeterea quae sibi sunt mutuo causae, ut exercitium bonae habitudinis et haec exercitii, in non eodem modo, sed haec ut finis, aliud ut principium motus. If, besides this, he had accepted a reciprocity proper, he would have introduced it here, for in both passages he is concerned with enumerating all the possible kinds of causes. In the Analytica Posteriora, Book 2, Chapter 11, he speaks of a circle of causes and effects, but not of reciprocity. 4. The categories of modality have this advantage over all others, that what is expressed through each of them really corresponds to the form of judgment from which it is derived, which with the other categories is scarcely ever the case, because for the most part they are deduced from the forms of judgment with the most capricious violence. Thus that it is the conceptions of the possible, the actual, and the necessary which occasion the problematic, assertatory, and apodictic forms of judgment is perfectly true; but that those conceptions are special, original forms of knowledge of the understanding, which cannot be further deduced, is not true. On the contrary, they spring from the single original form of all knowledge, which is therefore known to us a priori, the principle of sufficient reason; and indeed out of this the knowledge of necessity springs directly. On the other hand, it is only because reflection is applied to this that the conceptions of contingency, possibility, impossibility, and actuality arise. Therefore all these do not by any means spring from one faculty of the mind, the understanding, but arise through the conflict of abstract and intuitive knowledge, as will be seen directly. I hold that to be necessary and to be the consequent of a given reason are absolutely interchangeable notions, and completely identical. We can never know, nor even think, anything as necessary, except so far as we regard it as the consequent of a given reason. And the conception of necessity contains absolutely nothing more than this dependence, this being established through something else, and this inevitable following from it. Thus it arises and exists simply and solely through the application of the principle of sufficient reason. Therefore there is, according to the different forms of this principle, a physical necessity, the effect from the cause; a logical, through the ground of knowing, in analytical judgments, syllogisms, &c.; a mathematical, according to the ground of being in time and space; and finally a practical necessity, by which we intend to signify not determination through a pretended categorical imperative, but the necessary occurrence of an action according to the motives presented, in the case of a given empirical character. But everything necessary is only so relatively, that is, under the presupposition of the reason from which it follows. Therefore absolute necessity is a contradiction. With regard to the rest, I refer to § 49 of the essay on the principle of sufficient reason. The contradictory opposite, that is, the denial of necessity, is contingency. The content of this conception is, therefore, negative; nothing more than this, absence of the connection expressed by the principle of sufficient reason. Consequently the contingent is also always merely relative; it is contingent in relation to something which is not its reason. Every object, of whatever kind it may be, for example, every event in the actual world, is always at once necessary and contingent; necessary in relation to the one condition which is its cause, contingent in relation to everything else. For its contact in time and space with everything else is a mere coincidence, without necessary connection. Hence also the words chance, symptoma, contingens. Therefore an absolute contingency is just as inconceivable as an absolute necessity, for the former would be simply an object which stood to no other in the relation of consequent to its reason; but the inconceivability of such a thing is just the content of the principle of sufficient reason negatively expressed, and therefore this principle must first be upset before we can think an absolute contingency; and even then it itself would have lost all significance, for the conception of contingency has meaning only in relation to that principle, and signifies that two objects do not stand to each other in the relation of reason and consequent. In nature, which consists of ideas of perception, everything that happens is necessary, for it proceeds from its cause. If, however, we consider this individual with reference to everything else which is not its cause, we know it as contingent, but this is already an abstract reflection. Now further, let us abstract entirely from a natural object its causal relation to everything else, thus its necessity and its contingency. Then this kind of knowledge comprehends the conception of the actual, in which one only considers the effect without looking for the cause, in relation to which one would otherwise have to call it necessary, and in relation to everything else contingent. All this rests ultimately upon the fact that the modality of the judgment does not indicate so much the objective nature of things as the relation of our knowledge to them. Since, however, in nature everything proceeds from a cause, everything actual is also necessary, yet only so far as it is at this time in this place. for only so far does determination by the law of causality extend. Let us leave, however, concrete nature and pass over to abstract thinking. Then we can present to ourselves in reflection all the natural laws which are known to us partly a priori, partly only a posteriori, and this abstract idea contains all that is in nature at any time, in any place, but with abstraction from every definite time and place. And just in this way, through such reflection, we have entered the wide kingdom of the possible. But what finds no place even here is the impossible. It is clear that possibility and impossibility exist only for reflection, for abstract knowledge of the reason, not for knowledge of perception, although it is the pure forms of perception which supply the reason with the determination of the possible and impossible. According as the laws of nature, from which we start in the thought of the possible and impossible, are known a priori or a posteriori, is the possibility or impossibility metaphysical or physical. From this exposition, which requires no proof, because it rests directly upon the knowledge of the principle of sufficient reason and upon the development of the conceptions of the necessary, the actual, and the possible, it is sufficiently evident how entirely groundless is Kant's assumption of three special functions of the understanding for these three conceptions, and that here again he has allowed himself to be disturbed by no reflection in the carrying out of his architectonic symmetry. To this, however, we have to add the other great mistake, that certainly according to the procedure of earlier philosophy he has confounded the conceptions of necessity and contingency with each other. That earlier philosophy has applied abstraction to the following mistaken use. It was clear that that of which the reason is given inevitably follows, i.e., cannot not be, and thus necessarily is. But that philosophy held to this last determination alone, and said that is necessary which cannot be otherwise, or the opposite of which is impossible. It left, however, the ground and root of such necessity out of account, overlooked the relativity of all necessity which follows from it, and thereby made the quite unthinkable fiction of an absolute necessity, that is, of something the existence of which would be as inevitable as the consequent of a reason, but which yet was not the consequent of a reason, and therefore depended upon nothing, an addition which is an absurd petitio, for it conflicts with the principle of sufficient reason. Now, starting from this fiction, it explained in diametrical opposition to the truth all that is established by a reason as contingent, because it looked at the relative nature of its necessity, and compared this with that entirely imaginary absolute necessity which is self-contradictory in its conception. Now Kant adheres to this fundamentally perverse definition of the contingent and gives it as explanation. Critique of Pure Reason, pp. 289 to 291, 243, 301, 419, 447, 486, and 488. He falls indeed into the most evident contradiction with himself upon this point, for on page 301 he says, "Everything contingent has a cause," and adds, "that is contingent which might possibly not be." But whatever has a cause cannot possibly not be; thus it is necessary. For the rest, the source of the whole of this false explanation of the necessary and the contingent is to be found in Aristotle, in De Generatione et Corruptione, Book II, chapter 9 and 11, where the necessary is explained as that which cannot possibly not be. There stands in opposition to it that which cannot possibly be, and between these two lies that which can both be and not be. Thus that which comes into being and passes away, and this would then be the contingent. In accordance with what has been said above, it is clear that this explanation, like so many of Aristotle's, has resulted from sticking to abstract conceptions without going back to the concrete and perceptible, in which, however, the source of all abstract conceptions lies, and by which therefore they must always be controlled. Something which cannot possibly not be can certainly be thought in the abstract, but if we go with it to the concrete, the real, the perceptible, we find nothing to support the thought even as possible, as even merely the asserted consequent of a given reason, whose necessity is yet relative and conditioned. I take this opportunity of adding a few further remarks on these conceptions of modality. Since all necessity rests upon the principle of sufficient reason, and is on this account relative, all apodictic judgments are originally, and according to their ultimate significance, hypothetical. They become categorical only through the addition of an assertatory minor, thus in the conclusion. If this minor is still undecided, and this indecision is expressed, this gives the problematical judgment. What in general, as a rule, is apodictic, a law of nature, is in reference to a particular case only problematical, because the condition must actually appear which brings the case under the rule. And conversely, what in the particular as such is necessary, apodictic, every particular change necessary through the cause, is again in general, and predicated universally, only problematical, because the causes which appear only concern the particular case, and the apodictic, always hypothetical judgment always expresses merely the general law, not the particular case directly. All this has its ground in the fact that possibility exists only in the province of reflection and for the reason; the actual in the province of perception and for the understanding, the necessary for both. Indeed, the distinction between necessary, actual, and possible really exists only in the abstract and according to the conception. In the real world, on the other hand, all three fall into one. End of Appendix, Part 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 12. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 12. For all that happens, happens necessarily, because it happens from causes, but these themselves have again causes, so that the whole of the events of the world, great and small, are a strict concatenation of necessary occurrences. Accordingly, everything actual is also necessary, and in the real world there is no difference between actuality and necessity, and in the same way no difference between actuality and possibility, for what has not happened, that is, has not become actual, was also not possible, because the causes without which it could never appear have not themselves appeared, nor could appear, in the great concatenation of causes. Thus it was an impossibility. Every event is therefore either necessary or impossible. All this holds good only of the empirically real world, that is, the complex of individual things, thus of the whole particular as such. If, on the other hand, we consider things generally, comprehending them in abstracto, necessity, actuality, and possibility are again separated. We then know everything which is in accordance with the a priori laws which belong to our intellect as possible in general, that which corresponds to the empirical laws of nature as possible in this world, even if it has never become actual. Thus we distinguish clearly the possible from the actual. The actual is in itself always also necessary, but is only comprehended as such by him who knows its cause. Regarded apart from this, it is and is called contingent. This consideration also gives us the key to that contentio περιδυνατον between the Megaric Diodorus and Chrysippus the Stoic, which Cicero refers to in his book De Fato. Diodorus says only what becomes actual was possible, and all that is actual is also necessary. Chrysippus, on the other hand, says, much that is possible never becomes actual, for only the necessary becomes actual. We may explain this thus. Actuality is the conclusion of a syllogism to which possibility gives the premises. But for this is required not only the major but also the minor; only the two give complete possibility. The major gives a merely theoretical, general possibility in abstracto, but this of itself does not make anything possible, that is, capable of becoming actual. For this the minor also is needed, which gives the possibility for the particular case, because it brings it under the rule, and thereby it becomes at once actual. For example, major premise: all houses, consequently also my house, can be destroyed by fire. Minor premise: my house is on fire. Conclusion: my house is being destroyed by fire. For every general proposition, thus every major, always determines things with reference to actuality only under a presupposition, therefore hypothetically. For example, the capability of being burnt down has as a presupposition the catching fire. This presupposition is produced in the minor. The major always loads the cannon, but only if the minor brings the match does the shot, i.e., the conclusion, follow. This holds good throughout of the relation of possibility to actuality. Since now the conclusion, which is the assertion of actuality, always follows necessarily, it is evident from this that all that is actual is also necessary, which can also be seen from the fact that necessity only means being the consequent of a given reason. This is in the case of the actual a cause; thus everything actual is necessary. Accordingly we see here the conceptions of the possible, the actual, and the necessary unite, and not merely the last presuppose the first, but also the converse. What keeps them apart is the limitation of our intellect through the form of time, for time is the mediator between possibility and actuality. The necessity of the particular event may be fully seen from the knowledge of all its causes, but the concurrence of the whole of these different and independent causes seems to us contingent; indeed their independence of each other is just the conception of contingency. Since, however, each of them was the necessary effect of its causes, the chain of which has no beginning, it is evident that contingency is merely a subjective phenomenon, arising from the limitation of the horizon of our understanding, and just as subjective as the optical horizon at which the heavens touch the earth. Since necessity is the same thing as following from given grounds, it must appear in a special way in the case of every form of the principle of sufficient reason, and also have its opposite in the possibility and impossibility which always arises only through the application of the abstract reflection of the reason to the object. Therefore the four kinds of necessity mentioned above stand opposed to as many kinds of impossibility, physical, logical, mathematical, and practical. It may further be remarked that if one remains entirely within the province of abstract concepts, possibility is always connected with the more general, and necessity with the more limited concept. For example, an animal may be a bird, a fish, an amphibious creature, etc. A nightingale must be a bird must be an animal must be an organism must be a body. This is because logical necessity, the expression of which is the syllogism, proceeds from the general to the particular, and never conversely. In the concrete world of nature, ideas of the first class, on the contrary, everything is really necessary through the law of causality. Only added reflection can conceive it as also contingent, comparing it with that which is not its cause, and also as merely and purely actual, by disregarding all causal connection. Only in this class of ideas does the conception of the actual properly occur, as is also shown by the derivation of the word from the conception of causality. In the third class of ideas, that of pure mathematical perception or intuition, if we confine ourselves strictly to it, there is only necessity. Possibility occurs here also only through relation to the concepts of reflection. For example, a triangle may be right‐angled, obtuse‐angled, or equiangular; its three angles must be equal to two right angles. Thus here we only arrive at the possible through the transition from the perceptible to the abstract. After this exposition, which presupposes the recollection of what was said both in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason and in the first book of the present work, there will, it is hoped, be no further doubt as to the true and very heterogeneous source of those forms which the table of judgments lays before us. nor as to the inadmissibility and utter groundlessness of the assumption of 12 special functions of the understanding for the explanation of them. The latter point is also supported by a number of special circumstances very easily noted. Thus, for example, it requires great love of symmetry and much trust in a clue derived from it to lead one to assume that an affirmative, a categorical, and an assertatory judgment are three such different things that they justify the assumption of an entirely special function of the understanding for each of them. Kant himself betrays his consciousness of the untenable nature of his doctrine of the categories by the fact that in the third chapter of the Analytic of Principles, Phenomena et Noumena, several long passages of the first edition, pages 241, 242, 244 through 246, and 248 through 253, are omitted in the second, passages which display the weakness of that doctrine too openly. So, for example, he says there, page 241, that he has not defined the individual categories, because he could not define them even if he had wished to do so, inasmuch as they were susceptible of no definition. In saying this, he forgot that at page 82 of the same first edition he had said, "I purposely dispense with the definition of the categories, although I may be in possession of it." This then was, sit venia verbo, wind. But this last passage he has allowed to stand. And so all those passages wisely omitted afterwards betray the fact that nothing distinct can be thought in connection with the categories, and this whole doctrine stands upon a weak foundation. This table of the categories is now made the guiding clue according to which every metaphysical, and indeed every scientific inquiry is to be conducted. Prolegomena, § 39. And in fact it is not only the foundation of the whole Kantian philosophy, and the type according to which its symmetry is everywhere carried out, as I have already shown above, but it has already become the Procrustean bed into which Kant forces every possible inquiry, by means of a violence which I shall now consider somewhat more closely. But with such an opportunity what must not the imitatores sevum pecus have done? We have seen. That violence then is applied in this way. The meaning of the expressions denoted by the titles, forms of judgment, and categories is entirely set aside and forgotten, and the expressions alone are retained. These have their source partly in Aristotle's Analytica Priora, I. 23, peri poietitas kai posotitas, tontu syllogismu oron, de qualitate et quantitate terminorum syllogismi, but are arbitrarily chosen, for the extent of the concepts might certainly have been otherwise expressed than through the word quantity, though this word is more suited to its object than the rest of the titles of the categories. Even the word quality has obviously been chosen on account of the custom of opposing quality to quantity, for the name quality is certainly taken arbitrarily enough for affirmation and negation. But now in every inquiry instituted by Kant, every quantity in time and space, and every possible quality of things, physical, moral, etc., is brought by him under those category titles, although between these things and those titles of the forms of judgment and of thought there is absolutely nothing in common, except the accidental and arbitrary nomenclature. It is needful to keep in mind all the respect which in other regards is due to Kant, to enable one to refrain from expressing in hard terms one's repugnance to this procedure. The nearest example is afforded us at once by the pure physiological table of the general principles of natural science. What in all the world has the quantity of judgments to do with the fact that every perception has an extensive magnitude? What has the quality of judgments to do with the fact that every sensation has a degree? The former rests rather on the fact that space is the form of our external perception, and the latter is nothing more than an empirical, and moreover entirely subjective feeling, drawn merely from the consideration of the nature of our organs of sense. Further, in the table which gives the basis of rational psychology (Critique of Pure Reason, p. 344 and 402), the simplicity of the soul is cited under quality. But this is just a quantitative property, and has absolutely no relation to the affirmation or negation in the judgment. But quantity had to be completed by the unity of the soul, which is, however, already included in its simplicity. Then modality is forced in an absurd way. The soul stands in connection with possible objects. But connection belongs to relation, only this is already taken possession of by substance. Then the four cosmological Ideas, which are the material of the antinomies, are referred to the titles of the categories. But of this we shall speak more fully further on, when we come to the examination of these antinomies. Several, if possible, still more glaring examples are to be found in the table of the categories of freedom in the Critique of Practical Reason, also in the first book of the Critique of Judgment, which goes through the judgment of taste according to the four titles of the categories, and finally in the metaphysical first principles of natural science, which are entirely adapted to the table of the categories, whereby the false that is mingled here and there with what is true and excellent in this important work is for the most part introduced. See, for example, at the end of the first chapter, how the unity, the multiplicity, and the totality of the directions of lines are supposed to correspond to the categories, which are so named according to the quantity of judgments. The principle of the permanence of substance is deduced from the category of subsistence and inherence. This, however, we know only from the form of the categorical judgment, that is, from the connection of two concepts as subject and predicate. With what violence, then, is that great metaphysical principle made dependent upon this simple, purely logical form! Yet this is only done pro forma and for the sake of symmetry. The proof of this principle which is given here sets entirely aside its supposed origin in the understanding and in the category, and is based upon the pure intuition or perception of time. But this proof also is quite incorrect. It is false that in mere time there is simultaneity and duration. These Ideas only arise from the union of space with time, as I have already shown in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 18, and worked out more fully in § 4 of the present work. I must assume a knowledge of both these expositions for the understanding of what follows. It is false that time remains the same through all change. On the contrary, it is just time itself that is fleeting. A permanent time is a contradiction. Kant's proof is untenable, strenuously as he has supported it with sophisms. Indeed, he falls into the most palpable contradictions. Thus, after he has falsely set up coexistence as a mode of time, p. 177; 219, he says quite rightly, p. 183; 226, coexistence is not a mode of time, for in time there are absolutely no parts together, but all in succession. In truth, space is quite as much implicated in coexistence as time, for if two things are coexistent and yet not one, they are different in respect of space. If two states of one thing are coexistent, for example, the glow and the heat of iron, then they are two contemporaneous effects of one thing, therefore presuppose matter, and matter presupposes space. Strictly speaking, coexistence is a negative determination, which merely signifies that two things or states are not different in respect of time; thus their difference is to be sought for elsewhere. But in any case our knowledge of the permanence of substance, that is, of matter, must be based upon insight a priori, for it is raised above all doubt, and therefore cannot be drawn from experience. I deduce it from the fact that the principle of all becoming and passing away, the law of causality, of which we are conscious a priori, is essentially concerned only with the changes, that is, the successive states of matter, is thus limited to the form, and leaves the matter untouched, which therefore exists in our consciousness as a foundation of all things, which is not subject to becoming or passing away, which has therefore always been and will always continue to be. End of Appendix, Part 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 13, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R. B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy. Part 13. A deeper proof of the permanence of substance, drawn from the analysis of our perception of the empirical world in general, is to be found in the first book of this work, section 4, where it is shown that the nature of matter consists in the absolute union of space and time, a union which is only possible by means of the idea of causality, consequently only for the understanding, which is nothing but the subjective correlative of causality. Hence, also, matter is never known otherwise than as producing effects, that is, as through and through causality. To be and to act are with it one, which is indeed signified by the word actuality. Intimate union of space and time, causality, matter, actuality, are thus one, and the subjective correlative of this one is the understanding. Matter must bear in itself the conflicting properties of both factors from which it proceeds, and it is the idea of causality which abolishes what is contradictory in both, and makes their coexistence conceivable by the understanding through which and for which alone matter is, and whose whole faculty consists in the knowledge of cause and effect. Thus for the understanding there is united in matter the inconstant flux of time, appearing as change of the accidents with the rigid immobility of space, which exhibits itself as the permanence of substance. For if the substance passed away like the accidents, the phenomenon would be torn away from space altogether, and would only belong to time. The world of experience would be destroyed by the abolition of matter, annihilation. Thus from the share which space has in matter, that is, in all phenomena of the actual, in that it is the opposite and counterpart of time, and therefore in itself and apart from the union with the latter knows absolutely no change. The principle of the permanence of substance, which recognises everything as a priori certain, had to be deduced and explained, but not from mere time, to which for this purpose, and quite erroneously, Kant has attributed permanence. In the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, section 23, I have fully explained the incorrectness of the following proof of the a priori nature and of the necessity of the law of causality from the mere succession of events in time. I must therefore content myself here by referring to that passage. This is precisely the case with the proof of reciprocity also. I must therefore content myself here by referring to that passage. This is precisely the case with the proof of reciprocity also, the concept of which I was obliged to explain above as invalid. What is necessary has also been said of modality, the working out of the principles of which now follows. There are still a few points in the further course of the Transcendental Analytic which I should have to refute, were it not that I am afraid of trying the patience of the reader. I therefore leave them to his own reflection. But ever anew in the Critique of Pure Reason we meet that principal and fundamental error of Kant's, which I have copiously denounced above, the complete failure to distinguish abstract discursive knowledge from intuitive. It is this that throws a constant obscurity over Kant's whole theory of the faculty of knowledge, and never allows the reader to know what he is really speaking about at any time, so that instead of understanding he always merely conjectures, for he alternately tries to understand what is said as referring to thought and to perception, and remains always in suspense. In the chapter on the division of all objects into phenomena and noumena, Kant carries that incredible want of reflection as to the nature of the idea of perception and the abstract idea, as I shall explain more fully immediately, so far as to make the monstrous assertion that without thought, that is, without abstract conceptions, there is no knowledge of an object, and that perception, because it is not thought, is also not knowledge, and in general is nothing but a mere affection of sensibility, mere sensation. Nay, more, that perception without conception is absolutely void, but conception without perception is yet always something. Page 253, 309. Now this is exactly the opposite of the truth, for concepts obtain all significance, all content, only from their relation to ideas of perception, from which they have been abstracted, derived, that is, constructed through the omission of all that is unessential. Therefore, if the foundation of perception is taken away from them, they are empty and void. Perceptions, on the contrary, have in themselves immediate and very great significance. In them, indeed, the thing in itself objectifies itself. They represent themselves, express themselves, have no mere borrowed content like concepts. For the principle of sufficient reason governs them only as the law of causality, and determines as such only their position in space and time. It does not, however, condition their content and their significance, as is the case with concepts, in which it appears as the principle of the ground of knowing. For the rest, it looks as if Kant really wished here to set about distinguishing the idea of perceptions and the abstract idea. He objects to Leibnitz and Locke that the former reduced everything to abstract ideas, and the latter everything to ideas of perception. But yet he arrives at no distinction, and although Locke and Leibnitz really committed these errors, Kant himself is burdened with a third error which includes them both, the error of having so mixed up knowledge of perception and abstract knowledge that a monstrous hybrid of the two resulted, a chimera of which no distinct idea is possible, and which therefore necessarily only confused and stupefied students and set them at variance. Certainly thought and perception are separated more in the chapter referred to on the division of all objects into phenomena and noumena than anywhere else. But the nature of this distinction is here a fundamentally false one. On page 253 309 it is said, "If I take away all thought through the categories from empirical knowledge, there remains absolutely no knowledge of an object, for through mere perception nothing at all is thought. And that this affection of sensibility is in me establishes really no relation of such ideas to any object." This sentence contains in some degree all the errors of Kant in a nutshell, for it brings out clearly that he has falsely conceived the relation between sensation, perception, and thought, and accordingly identifies the perception, whose form he yet supposes to be space, and indeed space in all its three dimensions, with a mere subjective sensation in the organs of sense, but only allows the knowledge of an object to be given through thought, which is different from perception. I, on the contrary, say objects are first of all objects of perception, not of thought, and all knowledge of objects is originally and in itself perception. Perception, however, is by no means mere sensation, but the understanding is already active in it. The thought, which is added only in the case of men, not in the case of the brutes, is mere abstraction from perception, gives no fundamentally new knowledge, does not itself establish objects which were not before, but merely changes the form of the knowledge already won through perception, makes it abstract knowledge in concepts, whereby its concrete or perceptible character is lost, but on the other hand combination of it becomes possible, which immeasurably extends the range of its applicability. The material of our thought is, on the other hand, nothing else than our perceptions themselves, and not something which the perceptions did not contain, and which was added by the thought. Therefore the material of everything that appears in our thought must be capable of verification in our perception, for otherwise it would be an empty thought. Although this material is variously manipulated and transformed by thought, it must yet be capable of being reduced to perception, and the thought traced back to this; just as a piece of gold can be reduced from all its solutions, oxides, sublimates, and combinations, and presented pure and undiminished. This could not happen if thought itself had added something, and indeed the principal thing, to the object. The whole of the chapter on the Amphiboly, which follows this, is merely a criticism of the Leibnitzian philosophy, and as such is on the whole correct, though the form or pattern on which it is constructed is chosen merely for the sake of architectonic symmetry, which here also is the guiding clue. Thus, to carry out the analogy with the Aristotelian organon, a transcendental topic is set up, which consists in this, that every conception is to be considered from 4 points of view, in order to make out to which faculty of knowledge it belongs. But these 4 points of view are quite arbitrarily selected, and 10 others might be added to them with just as much right; but their fourfold number corresponds to the titles of the categories, and therefore the chief doctrine of Leibnitz is divided among them as best it may be. By this critique also, to some extent, certain errors are stamped as natural to the reason, whereas they were merely false abstractions of Leibnitz's, who, rather than learn from his great philosophical contemporaries, Spinoza and Locke, preferred to serve up his own strange inventions. In the chapter on the amphiboly of reflection, it is finally said that there may possibly be a kind of perception entirely different from ours, to which, however, our categories are applicable. Therefore the objects of that supposed perception would be noumena, things which can only be thought by us. But since the perception which would give that thought meaning is wanting to us, and indeed is altogether quite problematical, the object of that thought would also merely be a wholly indefinite possibility. I have shown above by quotations that Kant, in utter contradiction with himself, sets up the categories now as the condition of knowledge of perception, now as the function of merely abstract thought. Here they appear exclusively in the latter sense, and it seems quite as if he wished to attribute them merely to discursive thought. But if this is really his opinion, then necessarily at the beginning of the transcendental logic, before specifying the different functions of thought at such length, he was necessarily bound to characterise thought in general, and consequently to distinguish it from perception. He ought to have shown what knowledge is given by mere perception, and what that is new is added by thought. Then we would have known what he was really speaking about, or rather, he would then have spoken quite differently, first of perception and then of thought. Instead of which, as it is, he is always dealing with something between the two, which is a mere delusion. There would not then be that great gap between the transcendental æsthetic and the transcendental logic, where, after the exposition of the mere form of perception, he simply dismisses its content, all that is empirically apprehended with the phrase "it is given," and does not ask how it came about, whether with or without understanding, but with one spring passes over to abstract thought, and not even to thought in general, but at once to certain forms of thought, and does not say a word about what thought is, what the concept is, what is the relation of abstract and discursive to concrete and intuitive, what is the difference between the knowledge of men and that of brutes, and what is reason. Yet it was just this distinction between abstract knowledge and knowledge of perception, entirely overlooked by Kant, which the ancients denoted by phænomena and noumena, and whose opposition and incommensurability occupied them so much in the philosophemes of the Eleatics, in Plato's doctrine of ideas, in the dialectic of the Megarics, and later the Scholastics in the controversy between nominalism and realism, the seed of which, so late in developing, was already contained in the opposite mental tendencies of Plato and Aristotle. But Kant, who in an inexcusable manner entirely neglected the thing to denote what the words phænomena and noumena had already been taken, took possession of the words as if they were still unappropriated, in order to denote by them his thing in itself and his phenomenon. Since I have been obliged to reject Kant's doctrine of the categories, just as he rejected that of Aristotle, I wish here to indicate as a suggestion a third way of reaching what is aimed at. What both Kant and Aristotle sought for under the name of the categories were the most general conceptions under which all things, however different, must be subsumed, and through which therefore everything that exists would ultimately be thought. Just on this account Kant conceived them as the forms of all thought. Grammar is related to logic as clothes are to the body. Should not, therefore, these primary conceptions, the ground base of the reason, which is the foundation of all special thought, without whose application, therefore, no thought can take place, ultimately lie in those conceptions, which just on account of their exceeding generality, transcendentalism, have their expression not in single words, but in whole classes of words, because one of them is thought along with every word, whatever it may be, whose designation would therefore have to be looked for not in the lexicon, but in the grammar. In fact, should they not be those distinctions of conceptions on account of which the word which expresses them is either a substantive or an adjective, a verb or an adverb, a pronoun, a preposition, or some other particle, in short, the parts of speech? For undoubtedly these denote the forms which all thought primarily assumes, and in which it directly moves. Accordingly they are the essential forms of speech, the fundamental constituent elements of every language, so that we cannot imagine any language which would not consist of at least substantives, adjectives, and verbs. These fundamental forms would then have subordinated to them those forms of thought which are expressed through their inflections, that is, through declension and conjugation, and it is unessential to the chief concern whether in denoting them we call in the assistance of the article and the pronoun. End of Appendix, Part 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 14 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 14. We will examine the thing, however, somewhat more closely, and ask the question anew: what are the forms of thought? 1. Thought consists throughout of judging. Judgments are the threads of its whole web, for without making use of a verb our thought does not move, and as often as we use a verb we judge. 2. Every judgment consists in the recognition of the relation between subject and predicate, which it separates or unites with various restrictions. It unites them from the recognition of the actual identity of the two, which can only happen in the case of synonyms; then in the recognition that the one is always thought along with the other, though the converse does not hold; in the universal affirmative proposition; up to the recognition that the one is sometimes thought along with the other, in the particular affirmative proposition. The negative propositions take the opposite course. Accordingly, in every judgment, the subject, the predicate, and the copula, the latter affirmative or negative, must be to be found, even although each of these is not denoted by a word of its own, as is however generally the case. The predicate and the copula are often denoted by one word, as Caius ages. Sometimes one word denotes all three, as concurritur, i.e., the armies engage. From this it is evident that the forms of thought are not to be sought for precisely and directly in words, nor even in the parts of speech; for even in the same language the same judgment may be expressed in different words, and indeed in different parts of speech. Yet the thought remains the same, and consequently also its form. For the thought could not be the same if the form of thought itself were different. But with the same thought and the same form of thought, the form of words may very well be different, for it is merely the outward clothing of the thought, which, on the other hand, is inseparable from its form. Thus grammar only explains the clothing of the forms of thought. The parts of speech can therefore be deduced from the original forms of thought themselves, which are independent of all language. Their work is to express these forms of thought in all their modifications. They are the instrument and the clothing of the forms of thought, and must be accurately adapted to the structure of the latter, so that it may be recognised in them. 3. These real, unalterable, original forms of thought are certainly those of Kant's logical table of judgments, only that in this table are to be found blind windows for the sake of symmetry, and the table of the categories; these must all be omitted, and also a false arrangement. Thus: (a.) Quality, affirmation and negation, i.e., combination and separation of concepts, two forms. It depends on the copula. (b.) Quantity. The subject concept is taken either in whole or in part, totality or multiplicity. To the first belong also individual subject. Socrates means all Socrateses. Thus two forms. It depends on the subject. (c.) Modality. Has really three forms. It determines the quality as necessary, actual, or contingent. It consequently depends also on the copula. These three forms of thought spring from the laws of thought of contradiction and identity; but from the principle of sufficient reason and the law of excluded middle springs (D), relation. It only appears if we judge concerning completed judgments, and can only consist in this, that it either asserts the dependence of one judgment upon another, also in the plurality of both, and therefore combines them in the hypothetical proposition, or else asserts that judgments exclude each other, and therefore separates them in the disjunctive proposition. It depends on the copula, which here separates or combines the completed judgments. The parts of speech and grammatical forms are ways of expressing the three constituent parts of the judgment, the subject, the predicate, and the copula, and also of the possible relations of these; thus of the forms of thought just enumerated, and the fuller determinations and modifications of these. Substantive, adjective, and verb are therefore essential fundamental constituent elements of language in general, therefore they must be found in all languages. Yet it is possible to conceive a language in which adjective and verb would always be fused together, as is sometimes the case in all languages. Provisionally it may be said for the expression of the subject are intended the substantive, the article, and the pronoun; for the expression of the predicate, the adjective, the adverb, and the preposition; for the expression of the copula, the verb, which, however, with the exception of the verb to be, also contains the predicate. It is the task of the philosophy of grammar to teach the precise mechanism of the expression of the forms of thought, as it is the task of logic to teach the operations with the forms of thought themselves. Note. As a warning against a false path, and to illustrate the above, I mention S. Stern's "Vorläufige Grundlage zur Sprachphilosophie," 1835, which is an utterly abortive attempt to construct the categories out of the grammatical forms. He has entirely confused thought with perception, and therefore, instead of the categories of thought, he has tried to deduce the supposed categories of perception from the grammatical forms, and consequently has placed the grammatical forms in direct relation to perception. He is involved in the great error that language is immediately related to perception, instead of being directly related only to thought as such, thus to the abstract concepts, and only by means of these to perception, to which they, however, have a relation which introduces an entire change of the form. What exists in perception, thus also the relations which proceed from time and space, certainly becomes an object of thought. Thus there must also be forms of speech to express it, yet always merely in the abstract, as concepts. Concepts are always the primary material of thought, and the forms of logic are always related to these, never directly to perception. Perception always determines only the material, never the formal truth of the proposition, for the formal truth is determined according to the logical rules alone. I return to the Kantian philosophy, and come now to the transcendental dialectic. Kant opens it with the explanation of reason, the faculty which is to play the principal part in it, for hitherto only sensibility and understanding were on the scene. When considering his different explanations of reason, I have already spoken above of the explanation he gives here that it is the faculty of principles. It is now taught here that all the a priori knowledge hitherto considered, which makes pure mathematics and pure natural science possible, affords only rules and no principles, because it proceeds from perceptions and forms of knowledge, and not from mere conceptions, which is demanded if it is to be called a principle. Such a principle must accordingly be knowledge from pure conceptions, and yet synthetical. But this is absolutely impossible. From pure conceptions nothing but analytical propositions can ever proceed. If conceptions are to be synthetically and yet a priori combined, this combination must necessarily be accomplished by some third thing, through a pure perception of the formal possibility of experience, just as synthetic judgments a posteriori are brought about through empirical perception. Consequently a synthetic proposition a priori can never proceed from pure conceptions. In general, however, we are a priori conscious of nothing more than the principle of sufficient reason in all its different forms, and therefore no other synthetic judgments a priori are possible than those which proceed from that which receives its content from that principle. However, Kant finally comes forward with a pretended principle of the reason answering to his demand, yet only with this one, from which others afterwards follow as corollaries. It is the principle which Christopher Wolff set up and explained in his Cosmologia, § 1, ch. 2, § 93, and in his Ontologia, § 178. As now above, under the title of the Amphiboly, mere Leibnizian philosophemes were taken for natural and necessary aberrations of the reason, and were criticised as such, so here precisely the same thing happens with the philosophemes of Wolf. Kant still presents this principle of the reason in an obscure light, through indistinctness, indefiniteness, and breaking of it up (p. 307, 361, and 322, 379). Clearly expressed, however, it is as follows: If the conditioned is given, the totality of its conditions must also be given, and therefore also the unconditioned, through which alone that totality becomes complete. We become most vividly aware of the apparent truth of this proposition if we imagine the conditions and the conditioned as the links of a suspended chain, the upper end of which, however, is not visible, so that it might extend ad infinitum. Since, however, the chain does not fall but hangs, there must be above one link which is the first, and in some way is fixed. Or, more briefly, the reason desires to have a point of attachment for the causal chain which reaches back to infinity; it would be convenient for it. But we will examine the proposition not in figures but in itself. Synthetic it certainly is, for analytically nothing more follows from the conception of the conditioned than that of the conditioned. It has not, however, a priori truth, nor even a posteriori, but it surreptitiously obtains its appearance of truth in a very subtle way, which I must now point out. Immediately and a priori we have the knowledge which the principle of sufficient reason in its four forms expresses. From this immediate knowledge all abstract expressions of the principle of sufficient reason are derived, and they are thus indirect. Still more, however, is this the case with inferences or corollaries from them. I have already explained above how abstract knowledge often unites a variety of intuitive cognitions in one form or one concept, in such a way that they can no longer be distinguished. Therefore abstract knowledge stands to intuitive knowledge as the shadow to the real objects, the great multiplicity of which it presents through one outline comprehending them all. Now the pretended principle of the reason makes use of this shadow. In order to deduce from the principle of sufficient reason the unconditioned, which directly contradicts it, it prudently abandons the immediate concrete knowledge of the content of the principle of sufficient reason in its particular forms, and only makes use of abstract concepts which are derived from it, and have value and significance only through it, in order to smuggle its unconditioned somehow or other into the wide sphere of those concepts. Its procedure becomes most distinct when clothed in dialectical form. For example, thus: if the conditioned exists, its condition must also be given, and indeed all given, thus completely, thus the totality of its conditions. Consequently, if they constitute a series, the whole series, consequently also its first beginning, thus the unconditioned. Here it is false that the conditions of a conditioned can constitute a series. Rather must the totality of the conditions of everything conditioned be contained in its nearest ground or reason from which it directly proceeds, and which is only thus a sufficient ground or reason. For example, the different determinations of the state which is the cause, all of which must be present together before the effect can take place. But the series, for example the chain of causes, arises merely from the fact that we regard what immediately before was the condition as now a conditioned; but then at once the whole operation begins again from the beginning, and the principle of sufficient reason appears anew with its claim. But there can never be for a conditioned a properly successive series of conditions, which exist merely as such, and on account of that which is at last conditioned. It is always an alternating series of conditioned and conditions. As each link is laid aside the chain is broken, and the claim of the principle of sufficient reason entirely satisfied, it arises anew, because the conditioned becomes the conditioned. Thus the principle of sufficient reason always demands only the completeness of the immediate or next condition, never the completeness of a series. But just this conception of the completeness of the condition leaves it undetermined whether this completeness should be simultaneous or successive, and since the latter is chosen, the demand now arises for a complete series of conditions following each other. Only through an arbitrary abstraction is a series of causes and effects regarded as a series of causes alone, which exists merely on account of the last effect, and is therefore demanded as its sufficient reason. From closer and more intelligent consideration, and by rising from the indefinite generality of abstraction to the particular definite reality, it appears, on the contrary, that the demand for a sufficient reason extends only to the completeness of the determinations of the immediate cause, not to the completeness of a series. The demand of the principle of sufficient reason is completely extinguished in each sufficient reason given. It arises, however, immediately anew, because this reason is again regarded as a consequent. But it never demands directly a series of reasons. If, on the other hand, instead of going to the thing itself, we confine ourselves to the abstract concepts, these distinctions vanish. Then a chain of alternating causes and effects, or of alternating logical reasons and consequents, is given out as simply a chain of causes of the last effect, or reasons of the last consequent, and the completeness of the conditions, through which alone a reason becomes sufficient, appears as the completeness of that assumed series of reasons alone, which only exist on account of the last consequent. There then appears the abstract principle of the reason very boldly with its demand for the unconditioned. But in order to recognise the invalidity of this claim, there is no need of a critique of reason by means of antinomies and their solution, but only of a critique of reason understood in my sense, an examination of the relation of abstract knowledge to direct intuitive knowledge, by means of ascending from the indefinite generality of the former to the fixed definiteness of the latter. From such a critique, then, it here appears that the nature of the reason by no means consists in the demand for an unconditioned; for, whenever it proceeds with full deliberation, it must itself find that an unconditioned is an absurdity. End of Appendix, Part 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 15, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 15. The reason as a faculty of knowledge can always have to do only with objects, but every object for the subject is necessarily and irrevocably subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason, both a parte ante and a parte post. The validity of the principle of sufficient reason is so involved in the form of consciousness that we absolutely cannot imagine anything objective of which no why could further be demanded. Thus we cannot imagine an absolute absolute, like a blind wall in front of us. That his convenience should lead this or that person to stop at some point and assume such an absolute at pleasure is of no avail against that incontestable certainty a priori, even if he should put on an air of great importance in doing so. In fact, the whole talk about the absolute, almost the sole theme of philosophies since Kant, is nothing but the cosmological proof incognito. This proof, in consequence of the case brought against it by Kant, deprived of all right and declared outlawed, dare no longer show itself in its true form, and therefore appears in all kinds of disguises, now in distinguished form, concealed under intellectual intuition or pure thought, now as a suspicious vagabond, half begging, half demanding what it wants in more unpretending philosophemes. If an absolute must absolutely be had, then I will give one which is far better fitted to meet all the demands which are made on such a thing than these visionary phantoms. It is matter. It has no beginning, and it is imperishable. Thus it is really independent, and quod per se est et per se concipitur. From its womb all proceeds, and to it all returns. What more can be desired of an absolute? But to those with whom no critique of reason has succeeded, we should rather say, are not ye like unto women, who ever return to the point from which they set out, though reason should have been talked by the hour? That the return to an unconditioned cause, to a first beginning, by no means lies in the nature of reason, is, moreover, practically proved by the fact that the primitive religions of our race, which even yet have the greatest number of followers upon earth, Brahmanism and Buddhism, neither know nor admit such assumptions, but carry the series of phenomena conditioning each other into infinity. Upon this point I refer to the note appended to the criticism of the first antinomy, which occurs further on, and the reader may also see Upham's Doctrine of Buddhism, p. 9, and in general all general accounts of the religion of Asia. Judaism and reason ought not to be identified. Kant, who by no means desires to maintain his pretended principle of reason as objectively valid, but merely as subjectively necessary, deduces it even as such only by means of a shallow sophism, p. 307; 364. He says that because we seek to subsume every truth known to us under a more general truth, as far as this process can be carried, this is nothing else than the pursuit of the unconditioned, which we already presuppose. But in truth, in this endeavour we do nothing more than apply reason, and intentionally make use of it to simplify our knowledge by enabling us to survey it. Reason, which is that faculty of abstract, general knowledge that distinguishes the reflective, thinking man endowed with speech from the brute, which is the slave of the present. For the use of reason just consists in this, that we know the particular through the universal, the case through the rule through the more general rule, thus that we seek the most general points of view. Through such survey or general view our knowledge is so facilitated and perfected that from it arises the great difference between the life of the brutes and that of men, and again between the life of educated and that of uneducated men. Now, certainly the series of grounds of knowledge, which exist only in the sphere of the abstract, thus of reason, always finds an end in what is indemonstrable, that is, in an idea which is not further conditioned according to this form of the principle of sufficient reason, thus in the a priori or a posteriori directly perceptible ground of the first proposition of the train of reasoning. I have already shown in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 50, that here the series of grounds of knowledge really passes over into grounds of becoming or of being. But one can only desire to make this circumstance hold good as a proof of an unconditioned according to the law of causality, or even of the mere demand for such an unconditioned, if one has not yet distinguished the forms of the principle of sufficient reason at all, but, holding to the abstract expression, has confounded them all. Kant, however, seeks to establish that confusion, through a mere play upon words, with universalitas and universitas, p. 322, 379. Thus it is fundamentally false that our search for higher grounds of knowledge, more general truths, springs from the presupposition of an object unconditioned in its being, or has anything whatever in common with this. Moreover, how should it be essential to the reason to presuppose something which it must know to be an absurdity as soon as it reflects? The source of that conception of the unconditioned is rather to be found only in the indolence of the individual who wishes by means of it to get rid of all further questions, whether his own or of others, though entirely without justification. Now Kant himself denies objective validity to this pretended principle of reason. He gives it, however, as a necessary subjective assumption, and thus introduces an irremediable split into our knowledge, which he soon allows to appear more clearly. With this purpose he unfolds that principle of reason further (p. 322, 379), in accordance with the method of architectonic symmetry of which he is so fond. From the three categories of relation spring three kinds of syllogisms, each of which gives the clue for the discovery of a special unconditioned, of which again there are three: the soul, the world, as an object in itself and absolute totality, and God. Now here we must at once note a great contradiction, of which Kant, however, takes no notice, because it would be very dangerous to the symmetry. Two of these unconditions are themselves conditioned by the third, the soul and the world by God, who is the cause of their existence. Thus the two former have by no means the predicate of unconditionedness in common with the latter, though this is really the point here, but only that of inferred being, according to the principles of experience, beyond the sphere of the possibility of experience. Setting this aside, we recognise in the three unconditions, to which, according to Kant, reason, following its essential laws, must come, the three principal subjects round which the whole of philosophy, under the influence of Christianity, from the scholastics down to Christian Wolf, has turned. Accessible and familiar as these conceptions have become through all these philosophers, and now also through the philosophers of pure reason, this by no means shows that without revelation they would necessarily have proceeded from the development of all reason as a production peculiar to its very nature. In order to prove this, it would be necessary to call in the aid of historical criticism, and to examine whether the ancient and non-European nations, especially the peoples of Hindostan and many of the oldest Greek philosophers, really attained to those conceptions, or whether it is only we who, by quite falsely translating the Brahma of the Hindus and the Tien of the Chinese as God, good‐naturedly attribute such conceptions to them, just as the Greeks recognised their gods everywhere. Whether it is not rather the case that theism proper is only to be found in the religion of the Jews, and in the two religions which have proceeded from it, whose followers just on this account comprise the adherents of all other religions on earth under the name of heathen, which, by the way, is a most absurd and crude expression, and ought to be banished at least from the writings of the learned, because it identifies and jumbles together Brahmanists, Buddhists, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Germans, Gauls, Iroquois, Patagonians, Caribbeans, Otaheitians, Australians, and many others. Such an expression is all very well for priests, but in the learned world it must at once be shown the door. It can go to England and take up its abode at Oxford. It is a thoroughly established fact that Buddhism, the religion which numbers more followers than any other on earth, contains absolutely no theism, indeed rejects it. As regards Plato, it is my opinion that he owes to the Jews the theism with which he is periodically seized. On this account Numenius, according to Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, Part I, chapter 22, Eusebius, Præparatio Evangelica, 13:12, and Suidas under Numenius, called him the Monus Graecissans, tigar esti Platon I Imosis, atidzon, and he accuses him of having stolen, apasulisas, his doctrine of God and the creation from the Mosaical writings. Clemens often repeats that Plato knew and made use of Moses, for example, Stromata 125 through 514, section 90, etc., etc. Paedagogia 210 and 311, also in the Cohortatio ad Gentes, chapter 6, where after he has bitterly censured and derided the whole of the Greek philosophers in the preceding chapter because they were not Jews, he bestows on Plato nothing but praise, and breaks out into pure exultation that as Plato had learnt his geometry from the Egyptians, his astronomy from the Babylonians, magic from the Thracians, and much also from the Assyrians, so he had learnt his theism from the Jews. Oidas sutus didascalus can apokryptein ethelis. doxan tin tu theou gar auton opsilise ton esraion. Tuas magistros novi licet eos celare velis, illa de Deo sententia supeditata tibi est ab Hebreis. A pathetic scene of recognition; but I see a remarkable confirmation of the matter in what follows. According to Plutarch in Mario, and better, according to Lactantius (i. 3, 19), Plato thanked nature that he had been born a human being and not a brute, a man and not a woman, a Greek and not a barbarian. Now in Isaac Euchel's "Prayers of the Jews" from the Hebrew, second edition, 1799, p. 7, there is a morning prayer in which God is thanked and praised that the worshipper was born a Jew and not a heathen, a free man and not a slave, a man and not a woman. Such an historical investigation would have spared Kant an unfortunate necessity in which he now becomes involved, in that he makes these three conceptions spring necessarily from the nature of reason, and yet explains that they are untenable and unverifiable by the reason, and thus makes the reason itself a sophisticator. For he says, p. 339, 397, "There are sophistications not of man but of pure reason itself, from which even the wisest cannot free himself; and although after much trouble he may be able to avoid error, yet he never can escape from the illusion which unceasingly torments and mocks him." Therefore these Kantian Ideas of the reason might be compared to the focus in which the converging reflected rays from a concave mirror meet several inches before its surface, in consequence of which, by an inevitable process of the understanding, an object presents itself to us there which is a thing without reality. But the name idea is very unfortunately chosen for these pretended necessary productions of the pure theoretical reason, and violently appropriated from Plato, who used it to denote the eternal forms which, multiplied through space and time, become partially visible in the innumerable individual fleeting things. Plato's ideas are accordingly throughout perceptible, as indeed the word which he chose so definitely signifies, for it could only be adequately translated by means of perceptible or visible things; and Kant has appropriated it to denote that which lies so far from all possibility of perception that even abstract thought can only half attain to it. The word idea, which Plato first introduced, has moreover since then, through 22 centuries, always retained the significance in which he used it, for not only all ancient philosophers, but also all the scholastics, and indeed the Church Fathers and the theologians of the Middle Ages, used it only in that Platonic sense, the sense of the Latin word exemplar, as Suarez expressly mentions in his 25th Disputation, § 1. That Englishmen and Frenchmen were later induced by the poverty of their languages to misuse this word is bad enough, but not of importance. Kant's misuse of the word idea, by the substitution of a new significance introduced by means of the slender clue of not being object of experience, which it has in common with Plato's ideas, but also in common with every possible chimera, is thus altogether unjustifiable. Now, since the misuse of a few years is not to be considered against the authority of many centuries, I have always used the word in its old, original, Platonic significance. End of Appendix, Part 15. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 16. Of the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 16. The refutation of rational psychology is much fuller and more thorough in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason than in the second and following editions, and therefore upon this point we must make use of the first edition exclusively. This refutation has, as a whole, very great merit and much truth. Yet I am clearly of the opinion that it was merely from his love of symmetry that Kant deduced as necessary the conception of the soul from the paralogism of substantiality, by applying the demand for the unconditioned to the conception substance, which is the first category of relation, and accordingly maintained that the conception of a soul arose in this way in every speculative reason. If this conception really had its origin in the presupposition of a final subject of all predicates of a thing, one would have assumed a soul not in men alone, but also just as necessarily in every lifeless thing; for such a thing also requires a final subject of all its predicates. Speaking generally, however, Kant makes use of a quite inadmissible expression, when he talks of something which can exist only as subject and not as predicate. For example, Critique of Pure Reason, p. 323; 412; Prolegomena, §§ 4 and 47. Though a precedent for this is to be found in Aristotle's Metaphysics, 4, 8. Nothing whatever exists as subject and predicate, for these expressions belong exclusively to logic, and denote the relations of abstract conceptions to each other. Now their correlative or representative in the world of perception must be substance and accident. But then we need not look further for that which exists always as substance and never as accident, but have it directly in matter. It is the substance corresponding to all properties of things which are their accidents. It is, in fact, if one wishes to retain the expression of Kant which has just been condemned, the final subject of all predicates of that empirically given thing, that which remains after the abstraction of all its properties of every kind. And this holds good of man as of a brute, a plant, or a stone, and is so evident that in order not to see it, a determined desire not to see is required. That it is really the prototype of the conception substance I will show soon. But subject and predicate are related to substance and accident rather as the principle of sufficient reason in logic to the law of causality in nature, and the substitution or identification of the former is just as inadmissible as that of the latter. Yet in the Prolegomena, § 46, Kant carries this substitution and identification to its fullest extent in order to make the conception of the soul arise from that of the final subject of all predicates, and from the form of the categorical syllogism. In order to discover the sophistical nature of this paragraph, one only needs to reflect that subject and predicate are purely logical determinations, which concern abstract conceptions solely and alone, and that according to their relation in the judgment. Substance and accident, on the other hand, belong to the world of perception and its apprehension in the understanding, and are even there only as identical with matter in form or quality. Of this more shortly. The antithesis which has given occasion for the assumption of two fundamentally different substances, body and soul, is in truth that of objective and subjective. If a man apprehends himself objectively in external perception, he finds a being extended in space and in general merely corporeal. But if, on the other hand, he apprehends himself a merely willing and perceiving being, free from all forms of perception, thus also without a single one of the properties which belong to bodies, now he forms the conception of the soul, like all the transcendental conceptions called by Kant Ideas, by applying the principle of sufficient reason, the form of all objects, to that which is not an object, and in this case indeed to the subject of knowing and willing. He treats, in fact, knowing, thinking, and willing as effects of which he seeks the cause; and as he cannot accept the body as their cause, he assumes a cause of them entirely different from the body. In this manner the first and the last of the dogmatists proves the existence of the soul, Plato in the Phaedrus, and also Wolf, from thinking and willing as the effects which lead to that cause. Only after in this way, by hypostasising a cause corresponding to the effect, the conception of an immaterial, simple, indestructible being had arisen, the school developed and demonstrated this from the conception of substance. But this conception itself they had previously constructed specially for this purpose by the following artifice, which is worthy of notice. With the first class of ideas, that is, the real world of perception, the idea of matter is also given. because the law governing this class of ideas, the law of causality, determines the change of the states or conditions, and these conditions themselves presuppose something permanent whose changes they are. When speaking above of the principle of the permanence of substance, I showed, by reference to earlier passages, that this idea of matter arises because in the understanding, for which alone it exists, time and space are intimately united, and the share of space in this product exhibits itself as the permanence of matter, while the share of time appears as the change of states. Purely in itself, matter can only be thought in abstracto and not perceived, for to perception it always appears already in form and quality. From this conception of matter, substance is again an abstraction, consequently a higher genus, and arose in this way. Of the conception of matter only the predicate of permanence was allowed to remain, while all its other essential properties, extension, impenetrability, divisibility, &c., were thought away. Like every higher genus, then, the concept substance contains less in itself than the concept matter, but, unlike every other higher genus, it does not contain more under it, because it does not include several lower genera besides matter. But this remains the one true species of the concept substance, the only assignable thing by which its content is realised and receives a proof. Thus the aim with which in other cases the reason produces by abstraction a higher conception, in order that in it several subordinate species may be thought of at once through common determinations, has here no place. Consequently that abstraction is either undertaken idly and entirely without aim, or it has a secret secondary purpose. This secret purpose is now brought to light, for under the conception substance, along with its true subspecies matter, a second species is coordinated, the immaterial, simple, indestructible substance soul. But the surreptitious introduction of this last concept arose from the fact that the higher concept substance was framed illogically, and in a manner contrary to law. In its legitimate procedure the reason always frames the concept of a higher genus by placing together the concepts of several species, and now comparing them proceeds discursively, and by omitting their differences and retaining the qualities in which they agree, obtains the generic concept which includes them all but has a smaller content. From this it follows that the concepts of the species must always precede the concept of the genus. But in the present case the converse is true. Only the concept matter existed before the generic concept substance. The latter was without occasion, and consequently without justification, as it were aimlessly framed from the former by the arbitrary omission of all its determinations except one. Not till afterwards was the second ungenuine species placed beside the concept matter, and so foisted in. But for the framing of this second concept nothing more was now required than an express denial of what had already been tacitly omitted in the higher generic concept, extension, impenetrability, and divisibility. Thus the concept substance was framed merely to be the vehicle for the surreptitious introduction of the concept of the immaterial substance. Consequently it is very far from being capable of holding good as a category or necessary function of the understanding. Rather is it an exceedingly superfluous concept, because its only true content lies already in the concept of matter, besides which it contains only a great void, which can be filled up by nothing but the illicitly introduced species immaterial substance. And indeed it was solely for the purpose of containing this that it was framed. Accordingly, in strictness, the concept substance must be entirely rejected, and the concept matter everywhere put in its place. The categories were a Procrustean bed for every possible thing, but the three kinds of syllogisms are so only for the three so‐called ideas. The idea of the soul was compelled to find its origin in the form of the categorical syllogism. It is now the turn of the dogmatic ideas concerning the universe, so far as it is thought as an object in itself, between two limits, that of the smallest, atom, and that of the largest, limits of the universe in time and space. These must now proceed from the form of the hypothetical syllogism. Nor for this in itself is any special violence necessary. For the hypothetical judgment has its form from the principle of sufficient reason, and not the cosmological alone, but all those so‐called ideas really have their origin in the inconsiderate and unrestricted application of that principle, and the laying aside of it at pleasure. For, in accordance with that principle, the mere dependence of an object upon another is ever sought for, till finally the exhaustion of the imagination puts an end to the journey, and thus it is lost sight of that very object, and indeed the whole chain of objects and the principle of sufficient reason itself stand in a far closer and greater dependence, the dependence upon the knowing subject, for whose objects alone, i.e., ideas, that principle is valid, for their mere position in space and time is determined by it. Thus, since the form of knowledge from which here merely the cosmological ideas are derived, the principle of sufficient reason, is the source of all subtle hypostases, in this case no sophisms need be resorted to. But so much the more is sophistry required in order to classify those ideas according to the four titles of the categories. 1. The cosmological ideas with regard to time and space, thus of the limits of the world in both, are boldly regarded as determined through the category of quantity, with which they clearly have nothing in common, except the accidental denotation in logic of the extent of the concept of the subject in the judgment by the word quantity, a pictorial expression instead of which some other might just as well have been chosen. But for Kant's love of symmetry this is enough. He takes advantage of the fortunate accident of this nomenclature, and links to it the transcendent dogmas of the world's extension. 2. Yet more boldly does Kant link to quality, i.e., the affirmation or negation in a judgment, the transcendent ideas concerning matter, a procedure which has not even an accidental similarity of words as a basis. For it is just to the quantity and not to the quality of matter that its mechanical, not chemical, divisibility is related. But, what is more, this whole idea of divisibility by no means belongs to those inferences according to the principle of sufficient reason, from which, however, as the content of the hypothetical form, all cosmological ideas ought to flow. For the assertion upon which Kant there relies, that the relation of the parts to the whole is that of the conditioned to the conditioned, thus a relation according to the principle of sufficient reason, is certainly an ingenious but yet a groundless sophism. That relation is rather based upon the principle of contradiction, for the whole is not through the part, nor the parts through the whole, but both are necessarily together because they are one, and their separation is only an arbitrary act. It depends upon this, according to the principle of contradiction, that if the parts are thought away, the whole is also thought away, and conversely, and by no means upon the fact that the parts as the reason condition the whole as the consequent, and that therefore, in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason, we were necessarily led to seek the ultimate parts, in order, as its reason, to understand from them the whole. Such great difficulties are here overcome by the love of symmetry. End of Appendix, Part 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 17, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 17. 3. The idea of the first cause of the world would now quite properly come under the title of relation, but Kant must reserve this for the fourth title, that of modality, for which otherwise nothing would remain, and under which he forces this idea to come by saying that the contingent, that is, according to his explanation, which is diametrically opposed to the truth, every consequent of its reason, becomes the necessary through the first cause. Therefore, for the sake of symmetry, the conception of freedom appears here as the third idea. By this conception, however, as is distinctly stated in the observations on the thesis of the third conflict, What is really meant is only that idea of the cause of the world which alone is admissible here. The third and fourth conflicts are at bottom tautological. About all this, however, I find and assert that the whole antinomy is a mere delusion, a sham fight. Only the assertions of the antitheses really rest upon the forms of our faculty of knowledge; that is, if we express it objectively, on the necessary, a priori certain, most universal laws of nature. Their proofs alone are therefore drawn from objective grounds. On the other hand, the assertions and proofs of the theses have no other than a subjective ground, rest solely on the weakness of the reasoning individual; for his imagination becomes tired with an endless regression, and therefore he puts an end to it by arbitrary assumptions, which he tries to smooth over as well as he can; and his judgment, moreover, is in this case paralysed by early and deeply imprinted prejudices. On this account the proof of the thesis in all the four conflicts is throughout a mere sophism, while that of the antithesis is a necessary inference of the reason from the laws of the world as idea known to us a priori. It is, moreover, only with great pains and skill that Kant is able to sustain the thesis, and make it appear to attack its opponent, which is endowed with native power. Now in this regard his first and constant artifice is that he does not render prominent the nervus argumentationis, and thus present it in as isolated, naked, and distinct a manner as he possibly can, but rather introduces the same argument on both sides, concealed under and mixed up with a mass of superfluous and prolix sentences. The theses and antitheses which here appear in such conflict remind one of the δικαιος and αδικος λογος which Socrates in the Clouds of Aristophanes brings forward as contending. Yet this resemblance extends only to the form and not to the content, though this would gladly be asserted by those who ascribe to these most speculative of all questions of theoretical philosophy an influence upon morality, and therefore seriously regard the thesis as the δικαιος and the antithesis as the αδικος λογος. I shall not, however, accommodate myself here with reference to such small, narrow, and perverse minds, and giving honour not to them but to the truth, I shall show that the proofs which Kant adduced of the individual theses are sophisms, while those of the antitheses are quite fairly and correctly drawn from objective grounds. I assume that in this examination the reader has always before him the Kantian antinomy itself. If the proof of the thesis in the first conflict is to be held as valid, then it proves too much, for it would be just as applicable to time itself as to change in time, and would therefore prove that time itself must have had a beginning, which is absurd. Besides, the sophism consists in this, that instead of the beginninglessness of the series of states, which was at first the question, suddenly the endlessness, infinity of the series, is substituted; and now it is proved that this is logically contradicted by completeness, and yet every present is the end of the past, which no one doubted. The end of a beginningless series can, however, always be thought, without prejudice to the fact that it has no beginning; just as, conversely, the beginning of an endless series can also be thought. But against the real, true argument of the antithesis, that the changes of the world necessarily presuppose an infinite series of changes backwards, absolutely nothing is advanced. We can think the possibility that the causal chain will some day end in an absolute standstill, but we can by no means think the possibility of an absolute beginning. With reference to the spatial limits of the world, it is proved that if it is to be regarded as a given whole, it must necessarily have limits. The reasoning is correct, only it was just the first link of it that was to be proved, and that remains unproved. Totality presupposes limits, and limits presuppose totality. But here both together are arbitrarily presupposed. For this second point, however, the antithesis affords no such satisfactory proof as for the first. because the law of causality provides us with necessary determinations only with reference to time, not to space, and affords us a priori the certainty that no occupied time can ever be bounded by a previous empty time, and that no change can be the first change, but not that an occupied space can have no empty space beside it. So far no a priori decision on the latter point would be possible. Yet the difficulty of conceiving the world in space as limited lies in the fact that space itself is necessarily infinite, and therefore a limited finite world in space, however large it may be, becomes an infinitely small magnitude, and in this incongruity the imagination finds an insuperable stumbling block, because there remains for it only the choice of thinking the world either as infinitely large or infinitely small. This was already seen by the ancient philosophers. Μητροδόρος, ο καθηγητής Επικούρου, φίδιν άτοπον, ειναι εν μεγαλο παιδιο, εν αστάχην γεννηθήναι, καί ένα κασμον εν το απέρο. Μετροδόρος caput scholae Epicuri absurdum ait in magno campo spicam unam produci et unum in infinito mundum. Johannes Stobaeus, Eclogues, 1:23. Therefore many of them taught, as immediately follows, aperus cosmus en to apero, infinitos mundos in infinito. This is also the sense of the Kantian argument for the antithesis, only he has disfigured it by a scholastic and ambiguous expression. The same argument might be used against the limitation of the world in time, only we have a far better one under the guidance of causality. In the case of the assumption of a world limited in space, there arises further the unanswerable question, what advantage has the filled part of space enjoyed over the infinite space that has remained empty? In the fifth dialogue of his book, Del Infinito Universo et Mondi, Giordano Bruno gives a full account of the arguments for and against the finiteness of the world, which is very well worth reading. For the rest, Kant himself asserts seriously, and upon objective grounds, the infinity of the world in space in his Natural History of the Theory of the Heavens, Part II, Chapter 7. Aristotle also acknowledges the same in Physics, 3:4, a chapter which, together with the following one, is very well worth reading with reference to this antinomy. In the second conflict the thesis is at once guilty of a very palpable petitio principii, for it commences, every compound substance consists of simple parts. From the compoundness here arbitrarily assumed, no doubt it afterwards very easily proves the simple parts. But the proposition all matter is compound, which is just the point, remains unproved, because it is simply a groundless assumption. The opposite of simple is not compound, but extended, that which has parts and is divisible. Here, however, it is really tacitly assumed that the parts existed before the whole, and were brought together, whence the whole has arisen, for this is the meaning of the word compound. Yet this can just as little be asserted as the opposite. Divisibility means merely the possibility of separating the whole into parts, and not that the whole is compounded out of parts, and thus came into being. Divisibility merely asserts the parts a parte post; compoundness asserts them a parte ante. For there is essentially no temporal relation between the parts and the whole; they rather condition each other reciprocally, and thus always exist at the same time, for only so far as both are there is there anything extended in space. Therefore what Kant says in the observations on the thesis, "Space ought not to be called a compositum, but a totum," &c., holds good absolutely of matter also, which is simply space become perceptible. On the other hand, the infinite divisibility of matter, which the antithesis asserts, follows a priori, and incontrovertibly from that of space, which it fills. This proposition has absolutely nothing against it. and therefore Kant also, p. 513; 541, when he speaks seriously and in his own person, no longer as the mouthpiece of the αδικος λογος, presents it as objective truth, and also in the metaphysical first principles of natural science, p. 108, first edition, the proposition "matter is infinitely divisible" is placed at the beginning of the proof of the first proposition of mechanics as established truth, having appeared and been proved as the fourth proposition in the dynamics. But here Kant spoils the proof of the antithesis by the greatest obscurity of style and useless accumulation of words, with the cunning intention that the evidence of the antithesis shall not throw the sophisms of the thesis too much into the shade. Atoms are no necessary thought of the reason, but merely an hypothesis for the explanation of the difference of the specific gravity of bodies. But Kant himself has shown, in the dynamics of his metaphysical first principles of natural science, that this can be otherwise, and indeed better and more simply explained than by atomism. In this, however, he was anticipated by Priestley on Matter and Spirit, § 1. Indeed, even in Aristotle, Phys. 4:9, the fundamental thought of this is to be found. The argument for the third thesis is a very fine sophism, and is really Kant's pretended principle of pure reason itself, entirely unadulterated and unchanged. It tries to prove the finiteness of the series of causes by saying that in order to be sufficient a cause must contain the complete sum of the conditions from which the succeeding state, the effect, proceeds. For the completeness of the determinations present together in the state which is the cause, the argument now substitutes the completeness of the series of causes by which that state itself was brought to actuality. And because completeness presupposes the condition of being rounded off or closed in, and this again presupposes finiteness, the argument infers from this a first cause, closing the series and therefore unconditioned. But the juggling is obvious. In order to conceive the state A as a sufficient cause of the state B, I assume that it contains the sum of the necessary determinations from the coexistence of which the state B inevitably follows. Now by this my demand upon it as a sufficient cause is entirely satisfied, and has no direct connection with the question how the state A itself came to be. This rather belongs to an entirely different consideration, in which I regard the said state A no more as cause, but as itself an effect, in which case another state again must be related to it, just as it was related to B. The assumption of the finiteness of the series of causes and effects, and accordingly of a first beginning, appears nowhere in this as necessary, any more than the presentness of the present moment requires us to assume a beginning of time itself. It only comes to be added on account of the laziness of the speculating individual. That this assumption lies in the acceptance of a cause as a sufficient reason is thus unfairly arrived at and false, as I have shown at length above, when considering the Kantian principle of pure reason which coincides with this thesis. In illustration of the assertion of this false thesis, Kant is bold enough in his observations upon it to give as an example of an unconditioned beginning his rising from his chair, as if it were not just as impossible for him to rise without a motive as for a ball to roll without a cause. I certainly do not need to prove the baselessness of the appeal which, induced by a sense of weakness, he makes to the philosophers of antiquity, by quoting from Ocellus Lucanus, the Eleatics, &c., not to speak of the Hindus. Against the proof of this antithesis, as in the case of the previous ones, there is nothing to advance. The fourth conflict is, as I have already remarked, really tautological with the third, and the proof of the thesis is also essentially the same as that of the preceding one. His assertion that every conditioned presupposes a complete series of conditions, and therefore a series which ends with an unconditioned, is a petitio principii, which must simply be denied. Everything conditioned presupposes nothing but its condition. That this is again conditioned raises a new consideration which is not directly contained in the first. A certain appearance of probability cannot be denied to the antinomy. Yet it is remarkable that no part of the Kantian philosophy has met so little contradiction, indeed has found so much acceptance, as this exceedingly paradoxical doctrine. Almost all philosophical parties and text‐books have regarded it as valid, and have also repeatedly reconstructed it, while nearly all Kant's other doctrines have been contested, and indeed there have never been wanting some perverse minds which rejected even the transcendental æsthetic. The undivided assent which the antinomy, on the other hand, has met with may ultimately arise from the fact that certain persons regard with inward satisfaction the point at which the understanding is so thoroughly brought to a standstill, having hit upon something which at once is and is not, so that they actually have before them here the sixth trick of Philadelphia in Lichtenberg's broadsheet. End of Appendix, Part 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 18 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 18. If we examine the real meaning of Kant's critical solution of the cosmological problem which now follows, we find that it is not what he gives it out to be, the solution of the problem by the disclosure that both sides, starting from false assumptions, are wrong in the first and second conflicts, and that in the third and fourth both are right. It is really the confirmation of the antitheses by the explanation of their assertions. First Kant asserts in this solution, obviously wrongly, that both sides started from the assumption as their first principle that with the conditioned, the completed, thus rounded off series of its conditions is given. Only the thesis laid down this proposition, Kant's principle of pure reason, as the ground of its assertions. The antithesis, on the other hand, expressly denied it throughout, and asserted the contrary. Further, Kant charges both sides with this assumption, that the world exists in itself, that is, independently of being known, and of the forms of this knowledge. But this assumption also is only made by the thesis. Indeed, it is so far from forming the ground of the assertions of the antithesis that it is absolutely inconsistent with them. For that it should all be given is absolutely contradictory of the conception of an infinite series. It is therefore essential to it that it should always exist only with reference to the process of going through it, and not independently of this. On the other hand, in the assumption of definite limits also lies that of a whole which exists absolutely and independently of the process of completely measuring it. Thus it is only the thesis that makes the false assumption of a self‐existent universe, that is, a universe given prior to all knowledge, and to which knowledge came as to something external to itself. The antithesis from the outset combats this assumption absolutely, for the infinity of the series which it asserts merely under the guidance of the principle of sufficient reason can only exist if the regressus is fully carried out, but not independently of it. As the object in general presupposes the subject, so also the object which is determined as an endless chain of conditions necessarily presupposes in the subject the kind of knowledge corresponding to this, that is, the constant following of the links of that chain. But this is just what Kant gives as the solution of the problem, and so often repeats. The infinity of the world is only through the regressus, not before it. This, his solution of the conflict, is thus really only the decision in favour of the antithesis, in the assertion of which this truth already lies, while it is altogether inconsistent with the assertions of the thesis. If the antithesis had asserted that the world consisted of infinite series of reasons and consequents, and yet existed independently of the idea and its regressive series, thus in itself, and therefore constituted a given whole, it would have contradicted not only the thesis but also itself. For an infinite can never be given as a whole, nor an endless series exist except as an endless progress, nor can what is boundless constitute a whole. Thus this assumption, of which Kant asserts that it led both sides into error, belongs only to the thesis. It is already a doctrine of Aristotle's that an infinity can never be actu, i.e., actual and given, but only potentia. Ουκ εστιν ενεργεια εναι το απειρον, αλλά δύνατον το εντελεξια ον απειρον. Infinitum non potest esse actu, sed impossibile actu esse infinitum. Metaphysics, Kappa 10. Further, κατ ενεργειαν μεν γαρ ουδεν εστιν απειρον δύναμαι de epi την διαιρεσιν, nihil enim actu infinitum est, sed potentia tantum nempe divisione ipsa. Degeneratione et corruptione 1-3. He develops this fully in the Physics 3, 5, and 6, where to a certain extent he gives the perfectly correct solution of the whole of the antinomies. He expounds the antinomies in his short way, and then says, a mediator (διαιτητου) is required, upon which he gives the solution that the infinite, both of the world in space and in time and in division, is never before the regressus or progressus, but in it. This truth lies then in the rightly apprehended conception of the infinite. Thus one misunderstands himself if he imagines that he can think the infinite, of whatever kind it may be, as something objectively present and complete, and independent of the regressus. Indeed, if reversing the procedure we take as the starting point what Kant gives as the solution of the conflict, the assertion of the antithesis follows exactly from it. Thus, if the world is not an unconditioned whole, and does not exist absolutely but only in the idea, and if its series of reasons and consequents do not exist before the regressus of the ideas of them, but only through this regressus, then the world cannot contain determined and finite series, because their determination and limitation would necessarily be independent of the idea, which would then only come afterwards. But all its series must be infinite, i.e., inexhaustible by any idea. On page 506, 534, Kant tries to prove from the falseness of both sides the transcendental ideality of the phenomenon, and begins, if the world is a whole existing by itself, it is either finite or infinite. But this is false. A whole existing of itself cannot possibly be infinite. That ideality may rather be concluded from the infinity of the series in the world in the following manner. If the series of reasons and consequents in the world are absolutely without end, the world cannot be a given whole independent of the idea. For such a world always presupposes definite limits, just as, on the contrary, infinite series presuppose an infinite regressus. Therefore the presupposed infinity of the series must be determined through the form of reason and consequent, and this again through the form of knowledge of the subject. Thus the world as it is known must exist only in the idea of the subject. Now whether Kant himself was aware or not that his critical solution of the problem is really a decision in favour of the antithesis, I am unable to decide. For it depends upon whether what Schelling has somewhere very happily called Kant's system of accommodation extended so far, or whether Kant's mind was here already involved in an unconscious accommodation to the influence of his time and surroundings. The solution of the third antinomy, the subject of which was the idea of freedom, deserves a special consideration, because it is for us very well worth notice that it is just here in connection with the Idea of freedom that Kant is obliged to speak more fully of the thing in itself, which was hitherto only seen in the background. This is very explicable to us, since we have recognised the thing in itself as the will. Speaking generally, this is the point at which the Kantian philosophy leads to mine, or at which mine springs out of his as its parent stem. One will be convinced of this if one reads with attention pages 536 and 537, v. 564 and 565 of the Critique of Pure Reason, and further compares these passages with the introduction to the Critique of Judgment, pages 18 and 19 of the third edition, or page 13 of Rosenkranz's edition, where indeed it is said, "The conception of freedom can in its object, that is, then the will, present to the mind a thing in itself, but not in perception. The conception of nature, on the other hand, can present its object to the mind in perception, but not as a thing in itself." But specially let any one read concerning the solution of the antinomies the 53rd paragraph of the Prolegomena, and then honestly answer the question whether all that is said there does not sound like a riddle to which my doctrine is the answer. Kant never completed his thought. I have merely carried out his work. Accordingly, what Kant says only of the human phenomenon, I have extended to all phenomena in general, as differing from the human phenomenon only in degree, that their true being is something absolutely free, that is, a will. It appears from my work how fruitful this insight is in connection with Kant's doctrine of the ideality of space, time, and causality. Kant has nowhere made the thing in itself the subject of a special exposition or distinct deduction, but, whenever he wants it, he introduces it at once by means of the conclusion that the phenomenon, thus the visible world, must have a reason, an intelligible cause, which is not a phenomenon and therefore belongs to no possible experience. He does this after having assiduously insisted that the categories, and thus causality also, had a use which was absolutely confined to possible experience, that they were merely forms of the understanding, which served to spell out the phenomena of the world of sense, beyond which, on the other hand, they had no significance, &c., &c. Therefore he denies in the most uncompromising manner their application to things beyond experience, and rightly explains and at once rejects all earlier dogmatism as based upon the neglect of this law. The incredible inconsistency which Kant here fell into was soon noticed, and used by his first opponents to make attacks on his philosophy to which it could offer no resistance. For certainly we apply the law of causality entirely a priori, and before all experience to the changes felt in our organs of sense. But on this very account this law is just as much of subjective origin as these sensations themselves, and thus does not lead to a thing in itself. The truth is that upon the path of the idea one can never get beyond the idea; it is a rounded off whole, and has in its own resources no clue leading to the nature of the thing in itself, which is toto genere different from it. If we were merely perceiving beings, the way to the thing in itself would be absolutely cut off from us. Only the other side of our own being can disclose to us the other side of the inner being of things. This path I have followed, but Kant's inference to the thing in itself, contrary as it is to his own teaching, obtains some excuse from the following circumstance. He does not say, as truth required, simply and absolutely, that the object is conditioned by the subject and conversely, but only that the manner of the appearance of the object is conditioned by the forms of knowledge of the subject, which, therefore, also come a priori to consciousness. But that now which in opposition to this is only known a posteriori is for him the immediate effect of the thing in itself, which becomes phenomenon only in its passage through these forms which are given a priori. From this point of view it is to some extent explicable how it could escape him that objectivity in general belongs to the form of the phenomenon, and is just as much conditioned by subjectivity in general as the mode of appearing of the object is conditioned by the forms of knowledge of the subject. That thus if a thing in itself must be assumed, it absolutely cannot be an object, which, however, he always assumes it to be, but such a thing in itself must necessarily lie in a sphere toto genere different from the idea, from knowing and being known, and therefore could least of all be arrived at through the laws of the combination of objects among themselves. With the proof of the thing in itself, it has happened to Kant precisely as with that of the a priori nature of the law of causality. Both doctrines are true, but their proof is false. They thus belong to the class of true conclusions from false premises. I have retained them both, but have proved them in an entirely different way, and with certainty. The thing in itself I have neither introduced surreptitiously nor inferred according to laws which exclude it, because they really belong to its phenomenal appearance. Nor, in general, have I arrived at by roundabout ways. On the contrary, I have shown it directly, there where it lies immediately in the will, which reveals itself to every one directly as the in itself of his own phenomenal being. And it is also this immediate knowledge of his own will, out of which in human consciousness the conception of freedom springs. For certainly the will, as world creating, as thing in itself, is free from the principle of sufficient reason, and therewith from all necessity, thus is completely independent, free, and indeed almighty. Yet in truth this only holds good of the will in itself, not of its manifestations, the individuals, who, just through the will itself, are unalterably determined as its manifestations in time. But in the ordinary consciousness, unenlightened by philosophy, the will is at once confused with its manifestation, and what belongs only to the former is attributed to the latter, whence arises the illusion of the unconditioned freedom of the individual. Therefore Spinoza says rightly that if the projected stone had consciousness, it would believe that it flew of its own free will. For certainly the in itself of the stone also is the will, which alone is free. But, as in all its manifestations, here also, where it appears as a stone, it is already fully determined. But of all this enough has already been said in the text of this work. End of Appendix, Part 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 19 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 19. Kant fails to understand and overlooks this immediate origin of the conception of freedom in every human consciousness, and therefore he now places (p. 533, 561) the source of that conception in a very subtle speculation, through which the unconditioned, to which the reason must always tend, leads us to hypostatize the conception of freedom; and it is only upon this transcendent idea of freedom that the practical conception of it is supposed to be founded. In the "Critique of Practical Reason," § 6, and p. 158 of the fourth and 235 of Rosenkranz's edition, he yet deduces this last conception differently by saying that the categorical imperative presupposes it. The speculative idea is accordingly only the primary source of the conception of freedom for the sake of this presupposition; but here it obtains both significance and application. Neither, however, is the case; for the delusion of a perfect freedom of the individual in his particular actions is most lively in the conviction of the least cultivated man who has never reflected, and it is thus founded on no speculation, although often assumed by speculation from without. Thus only philosophers, and indeed only the most profound of them, are free from it, and also the most thoughtful and enlightened of the writers of the Church. It follows, then, from all that has been said, that the true source of the conception of freedom is in no way essentially an inference, either from the speculative idea of an unconditioned cause, nor from the fact that it is presupposed by the categorical imperative. but it springs directly from the consciousness in which each one recognises himself at once as the will, that is, as that which, as the thing in itself, has not the principle of sufficient reason for its form, and which itself depends upon nothing, but on which everything else rather depends. Every one, however, does not recognise himself at once with the critical and reflective insight of philosophy as a determined manifestation of this will, which has already entered time, as we might say, an act of will distinguished from that will to live itself, and therefore, instead of recognising his whole existence as an act of his freedom, he rather seeks for freedom in his individual actions. Upon this point I refer the reader to my prize essay on the freedom of the will. Now, if Kant, as he here pretends, and also apparently did in earlier cases, had merely inferred the thing in itself, and that with the great inconsistency of an inference absolutely forbidden by himself, what a remarkable accident would it then be that here, where for the first time he approaches the thing in itself more closely, and explains it, he should recognise in it at once the will, the free will showing itself in the world only in temporal manifestations. I therefore really assume, though it cannot be proved, that whenever Kant spoke of the thing in itself, in the obscure depths of his mind he already always indistinctly thought of the will. This receives support from a passage in the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, pp. 27 and 28, and Rosenkranz's edition, p. 677 of the supplement. For the rest, it is just this predetermined solution of the sham third conflict that affords Kant the opportunity of expressing very beautifully the deepest thoughts of his whole philosophy. This is the case in the whole of the sixth section of the Antinomy of Pure Reason, but, above all, in the exposition of the opposition between the empirical and the intelligible character, pp. 534 550, v. 562 578, which I number among the most admirable things that have ever been said by man. As a supplemental explanation of this passage, compare a parallel passage in the Critique of Practical Reason, p. 169 179 of the fourth edition, or pp. 224 231 of Rosenkranz's edition. It is yet all the more to be regretted that this is here not in its right place, partly because it is not found in the way which the exposition states, and therefore could be otherwise deduced than it is, partly because it does not fulfil the end for which it is there, the solution of the sham antinomy. The intelligible character, the thing in itself, is inferred from the phenomenon by the inconsistent use of the category of causality beyond the sphere of all phenomena, which has already been sufficiently condemned. In this case the will of man, which Kant entitles reason, most improperly, and with an unpardonable breach of all use of language, is set up as the thing in itself, with an appeal to an unconditioned ought, the categorical imperative, which is postulated without more ado. Now, instead of all this, the plain open procedure would have been to start directly from the will, and prove it to be the in itself of our own phenomenal being, recognised without any mediation, and then to give that exposition of the empirical and the intelligible character, to explain how all actions, although necessitated by motives, yet both by their author and by the disinterested judge, are necessarily and absolutely ascribed to the former himself, and alone, as depending solely upon him, to whom therefore guilt and merit are attributed in respect of them. This alone was the straight path to the knowledge of that which is not phenomenon, and therefore will not be found by the help of the laws of the phenomenon, but is that which reveals itself through the phenomenon, becomes knowable, objectifies itself, the will to live. It would then have had to be exhibited merely by analogy as the inner nature of every phenomenon. Then, however, it certainly could not have been said that in lifeless or even animal nature no faculty can be thought except as sensuously conditioned, p. 546, v. 574, which in Kant's language is simply saying that the explanation, according to the law of causality, exhausts the inner nature of these phenomena, and thus in their case very inconsistently the thing in itself disappears.
Through the false position and the roundabout deduction, according with it, which the exposition of the thing in itself has received from Kant, the whole conception of it has also become falsified. For the will or the thing in itself, found through the investigation of an unconditioned cause, appears here related to the phenomenon as cause to effect. But this relation exists only within the phenomenal world, therefore presupposes it, and cannot connect the phenomenal world itself with what lies outside it, and is toto genere different from it. Further, the intended end, the solution of the third antinomy by the decision that both sides, each in a different sense, are right, is not reached at all. For neither the thesis nor the antithesis have anything to do with the thing in itself, but entirely with the phenomenon, the objective world, the world as idea. This it is, and absolutely nothing else, of which the thesis tries to show, by means of the sophistry we have laid bare, that it contains unconditioned causes, and it is also this of which the antithesis rightly denies that it contains such causes. Therefore the whole exposition of the transcendental freedom of the will, so far as it is a thing in itself, which is given here in justification of the thesis, excellent as it is in itself, is yet here entirely a metabasis eis allogenos. For the transcendental freedom of the will which is expounded is by no means the unconditioned causality of a cause, which the thesis asserts, because it is of the essence of a cause that it must be a phenomenon, and not something which lies beyond all phenomena and is toto genere different. If what is spoken of is cause and effect, the relation of the will to the manifestation, or of the intelligible character to the empirical, must never be introduced, as happens here, for it is entirely different from causal relation. However, here also, in this solution of the antinomy, it is said with truth that the empirical character of man, like that of every other cause in nature, is unalterably determined, and therefore that his actions necessarily take place in accordance with the external influences. Therefore also, in spite of all transcendental freedom, that is, independent of the will in itself of the laws of the connection of its manifestation, no man has the power of himself to begin a series of actions, which, however, was asserted by the thesis. Thus also freedom has no causality, for only the will is free, and it lies outside nature or the phenomenon, which is just its objectification, but does not stand in a causal relation to it. For this relation is only found within the sphere of the phenomenon, thus presupposes it, and cannot embrace the phenomenon itself and connect it with what is expressly not a phenomenon. The world itself can only be explained through the will, for it is the will itself, so far as it manifests itself, and not through causality. But in the world causality is the sole principle of explanation, and everything happens simply according to the laws of nature. Thus the right lies entirely on the side of the antithesis, which sticks to the question in hand, and uses that principle of explanation which is valid with regard to it; therefore it needs no apology. The thesis, on the other hand, is supposed to be got out of the matter by an apology, which first passes over to something quite different from the question at issue, and then assumes a principle of explanation which is inapplicable to it. The fourth conflict is, as has already been said, in its real meaning tautological with the third. In its solution Kant develops still more the untenable nature of the thesis, while for its truth, on the other hand, and its pretended consistency with the antithesis, he advances no reason, as conversely he is able to bring no reason against the antithesis. The assumption of the thesis he introduces quite apologetically, and yet calls it himself (p. 562; V. 590) an arbitrary presupposition, the object of which might well in itself be impossible, and shows merely an utterly impotent endeavour to find a corner for it somewhere where it will be safe from the prevailing might of the antithesis, only to avoid disclosing the emptiness of the whole of his once loved assertion of the necessary antinomy in human reason. Now follows the chapter on the transcendental ideal, which carries us back at once to the rigid scholasticism of the Middle Ages. One imagines one is listening to Anselm of Canterbury himself. The ens realissimum, the essence of all realities, the content of all affirmative propositions, appears, and indeed claims, to be a necessary thought of the reason. I, for my part, must confess that to my reason such a thought is impossible, and that I am not able to think anything definite in connection with the words which denote it. Moreover, I do not doubt that Kant was compelled to write this extraordinary chapter, so unworthy of him, simply by his fondness for architectonic symmetry. The three principal objects of the scholastic philosophy, which, as we have said, if understood in the wider sense, may be regarded as continuing down to Kant, the soul, the world, and God, are supposed to be deduced from the three possible major propositions of syllogisms, though it is plain that they have arisen and can arise simply and solely through the unconditioned application of the principle of sufficient reason. Now, after the soul had been forced into the categorical judgment, and the hypothetical was set apart for the world, there remained for the third idea nothing but the disjunctive major. Fortunately there existed a previous work in this direction, the ens realissimum of the Scholastics, together with the ontological proof of the existence of God, set up in a rudimentary form by Anselm of Canterbury, and then perfected by Descartes. This was joyfully made use of by Kant, with some reminiscence also of an earlier Latin work of his youth. However, the sacrifice which Kant makes to his love of architectonic symmetry in this chapter is exceedingly great. In defiance of all truth, what one must regard as the grotesque idea of an essence of all possible realities is made an essential and necessary thought of the reason. For the deduction of this, Kant makes use of the false assertion that our knowledge of particular things arises from a progressive limitation of general conceptions, thus also of a most general conception of all which contains all reality in itself. In this he stands just as much in contradiction with his own teaching as with the truth, for exactly the converse is the case. Our knowledge starts with the particular and is extended to the general, and all general conceptions arise by abstraction from real, particular things known by perception, and this can be carried on to the most general of all conceptions, which includes everything under it but almost nothing in it. Thus Kant has here placed the procedure of our faculty of knowledge just upside down, and thus might well be accused of having given occasion to a philosophical charlatanism that has become famous in our day, which, instead of recognising that conceptions are thoughts abstracted from things, makes, on the contrary, the conceptions first, and sees in things only concrete conceptions, thus bringing to market the world turned upside down as a philosophical buffoonery, which of course necessarily found great acceptance. End of Appendix, Part 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Appendix, Part 20 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 20. Even if we assume that every reason must, or at least can, attain to the conception of God, even without revelation, this clearly takes place only under the guidance of causality. This is so evident that it requires no proof. Therefore Christian Wolff says in Cosmologia Generalis, preface page 1, "Sane in theologia naturali existentiam numinis et principiis cosmologicis demonstramus, contingentia universi et ordinis naturae, una cum impossibilitate casus sunt scala, perquam a mundo hoc adspectabili ad Deum ascenditur." And before him Leibniz said, in connection with the law of causality, "Sans ce grand principe on ne saurait venir à la preuve de l'existence de Dieu." On the other hand, the thought which is worked out in this chapter is so far from being essential and necessary to reason, that it is rather to be regarded as a veritable masterpiece of the monstrous productions of an age which, through strange circumstances, fell into the most singular aberrations and perversities, such as the age of the Scholastics was; an age which is unparalleled in the history of the world and can never return again. This Scholasticism, as it advanced to its final form, certainly derived the principal proof of the existence of God from the conception of the ens realissimum, and only then used the other proofs as accessory. This, however, is mere methodology, and proves nothing as to the origin of theology in the human mind. Kant has here taken the procedure of Scholasticism for that of reason, a mistake which indeed he has made more than once. If it were true that according to the essential laws of reason the idea of God proceeds from the disjunctive syllogism under the form of an idea of the most real being, this idea would also have existed in the philosophy of antiquity. But of the ens realissimum there is nowhere a trace in any of the ancient philosophers, although some of them certainly teach that there is a creator of the world, yet only as the giver of form to the matter which exists without him, demiurgos, a being whom they yet infer simply and solely in accordance with the law of causality. It is true that Sextus Empiricus (Adversus Mathematicos, chap. 9, § 88) quotes an argument of Cleanthes which some have held to be the ontological proof. This, however, it is not, but merely an inference from analogy, because experience teaches that upon earth one being is always better than another, and man indeed, as the best, closes the series, but yet has many faults. Therefore there must exist beings who are still better, and finally one being who is best of all, κρατιστον αριστον, and this would be God. On the detailed refutation of speculative theology which now follows, I have only briefly to remark that it, and in general the whole criticism of the three so‐called ideas of reason, thus the whole dialectic of pure reason, is indeed to a certain extent the goal and end of the whole work. Yet this polemical part has not really an absolutely universal, permanent, and purely philosophical interest, such as is possessed by the preceding doctrinal part, that is, the æsthetic and analytic, but rather a temporary and local interest, because it stands in a special relation to the leading points of the philosophy which prevailed in Europe up till the time of Kant, the complete overthrow of which was yet, to his immortal credit, achieved by him through this polemic. He has eliminated theism from philosophy, for in it, as a science and not a system of faith, only that can find a place which is either empirically given or established by valid proofs. Naturally we only mean here the real seriously understood philosophy which is concerned with the truth and nothing else, and by no means the jest of philosophy taught in the universities, in which, after Kant as before him, speculative theology plays the principal part, and where also, after as before him, the soul appears without ceremony as a familiar person. For it is the philosophy endowed with salaries and fees, and indeed also with titles of Hofrath, which, looking proudly down from its height, remains for 40 years entirely unaware of the existence of little people like me, and would be thoroughly glad to be rid of the old Kant with his critiques, that they might drink the health of Leibnitz with all their hearts. It is further to be remarked here that as Kant was confessedly led to his doctrine of the a priori nature of the conception of causality by Hume's scepticism with regard to that conception, it may be that in the same way Kant's criticism of all speculative theology had its occasion in Hume's criticism of all popular theology, which he had given in his Natural History of Religion, a book so well worth reading, and in the Dialogues on Natural Religion. Indeed, it may be that Kant wished to a certain extent to supplement this. For the first named work of Hume is really a critique of popular theology, the pitiable condition of which it seeks to show.
while on the other hand it points to rational or speculative theology as the genuine and that which is worthy of respect. But Kant now discloses the groundlessness of the latter, and leaves, on the other hand, popular theology untouched, nay, even establishes it in a nobler form as a faith based upon moral feeling. This was afterwards distorted by the philosophasters into rational apprehensions, consciousness of God, or intellectual intuitions of the supersensible, of the divine, &c., &c. While Kant, as he demolished old and revered errors, and knew the danger of doing so, rather wished through the moral theology merely to substitute a few weak temporary supports, so that the ruin might not fall on him, but that he might have time to escape. Now, as regards the performance of the task, no critique of reason was necessary for the refutation of the ontological proof of the existence of God. For without presupposing the æsthetic and analytic, it is quite easy to make clear that that ontological proof is nothing but a subtle playing with conceptions, which is quite powerless to produce conviction. There is a chapter in the Organon of Aristotle which suffices as fully for the refutation of the ontological proof as if it had been written intentionally with that purpose. It is the 7th chapter of the 7th book of Analytica Posteriora. Among other things, it is expressly said there, "To de enai ουκ ουσια ουδενη," that is, existentia nunquam ad essentiam rei pertinet. The refutation of the cosmological proof is an application to a given case of the doctrine of the Critique as expounded up to that point, and there is nothing to be said against it. The physico‐theological proof is a mere amplification of the cosmological which it presupposes, and it finds its full refutation only in the Critique of Judgment. I refer the reader in this connection to the rubric "Comparative Anatomy" in my work on the will in nature. In the criticism of this proof Kant has only to do, as we have already said, with speculative theology, and limits himself to the school. If, on the contrary, he had had life and popular theology also in view, he would have been obliged to add a fourth proof to the three he has considered, that proof which is really the effective one with the great mass of men, and which in Kant's technical language it might best be called the keraunological. It is the proof which is founded upon the needy, impotent, and dependent condition of man, as opposed to natural forces, which are infinitely superior, inscrutable, and for the most part threatening evil, to which is added man's natural inclination to personify everything, and finally the hope of effecting something by prayers and flattery, and even by gifts. In every human undertaking there is something which is not in our power, and does not come within our calculations. The wish to win this for oneself is the origin of the gods. Primus in orbe Deos fecit timor is an old and true saying of Petronius. It is principally this proof which is criticised by Hume, who throughout appears as Kant's forerunner in the writings referred to above. But those whom Kant has placed in a position of permanent embarrassment by his criticism of speculative theology are the professors of philosophy. Salaried by Christian governments, they dare not give up the chief article of faith. Now, how do these gentlemen help themselves? They simply declare that the existence of God is self‐evident. Indeed, after the ancient world, at the expense of its conscience, had worked miracles to prove it, and the modern world, at the expense of its understanding, had brought into the field ontological, cosmological, and physico‐theological proofs, to these gentlemen it is self‐evident, and from this self‐evident God they then explain the world; that is their philosophy. Till Kant came there was a real dilemma between materialism and theism, that is, between the assumption that a blind chance, or that an intelligence working from without in accordance with purposes and conceptions, had brought about the world, neque dabatur tertium. Therefore atheism and materialism were the same. Hence the doubt whether there really could be an atheist, i.e., a man who really could attribute to blind chance the disposition of nature, so full of design, especially organised nature. See, for example, Bacon's Essays, Sermones Fidelis, Essay 16 on Atheism. In the opinion of the great mass of men, and of the English, who in such things belong entirely to the great mass, the mob, this is still the case, even with their most celebrated men of learning. One has only to look at Owen's Ostéologie comparée of 1855, preface, p. 11 and 12, where he stands always before the old dilemma between Democritus and Epicurus on the one side and an intelligence on the other, in which la connaissance d'un être tel que l'homme a existé avant que l'homme fit son apparition. All design must have proceeded from an intelligence. He has never even dreamt of doubting this. Yet in the lecture based upon this now modified preface, delivered in the Académie des Sciences on the 5th September 1853, he says with childish naïveté, "La téléologie ou la théologie scientifique." Comptes Rendus, September 1853. That is for him precisely the same thing. Is anything in nature designed? Then it is a work of intention, of reflection, of intelligence. Yet certainly what has such an Englishman in the Académie des Sciences to do with the Critique of Judgment, or indeed with my book upon the will in nature? These gentlemen do not see so far below them. These illustres confrères disdain metaphysics and the philosophie allemande. They confine themselves to the old woman's philosophy. The validity of that disjunctive major, that dilemma between materialism and theism, rests, however, upon the assumption that the present given world is the world of things in themselves, that consequently there is no other order of things than the empirical. But after the world and its order had through Kant become mere phenomenon, the laws of which rest principally upon the forms of our intellect, the existence and nature of things and of the world no longer required to be explained according to the analogy of the changes perceived or effected by us in the world. Nor must that which we comprehend as means and end have necessarily arisen as the consequence of a similar knowledge. Thus, inasmuch as Kant, through his important distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself, withdrew the foundation from theism, he opened on the other hand the way to entirely different and more profound explanations of existence. In the chapter on the ultimate aim of the natural dialectic of reason, it is asserted that the three transcendent Ideas are of value as regulative principles for the advancement of the knowledge of nature. But Kant can barely have been serious in making this assertion. At least its opposite, that these assumptions are restrictive and fatal to all investigation of nature, is to every natural philosopher beyond doubt. To test this by an example, let any one consider whether the assumption of the soul as an immaterial, simple, thinking substance would have been necessarily advantageous, or in the highest degree impeding to the truths which Cabanis has so beautifully expounded, or to the discoveries of Fleuron, Marshall Hall, and Christian Bell. Indeed, Kant himself says, in Prolegomena, § 44, the Ideas of the reason are opposed and hindering to the maxims of the rational knowledge of nature. It is certainly not the least merit of Frederick the Great that under his government Kant could develop himself, and dared to publish the Critique of Pure Reason. Hardly under any other government would a salaried professor have ventured such a thing. Kant was obliged to promise the immediate successor of the great king that he would write no more. End of Appendix, Part 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 21 of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 21.
I might consider that I could dispense with the criticism of the ethical part of the Kantian philosophy here, because I have given a detailed and thorough criticism of it 22 years later than the present work, in the Beiden Grundproblemen der Ethik. However, what is here retained from the first edition, and for the sake of completeness must not be omitted, may serve as a suitable introduction to that later and much more thorough criticism to which in the main I therefore refer the reader. On account of Kant's love of architectonic symmetry, the theoretical reason had also to have a pendant. The intellectus practicus of the scholastics, which again springs from the βους πρακτικος of Aristotle, De Anima iii. 10, and Politica vii. 14, ο μεν γαρ πρακτικος εστι λογος ο de θεωρητικος, provides the word ready-made. Yet here something quite different is denoted by it; not as there the reason directed to technical skill. Here the practical reason appears as the source and origin of the undeniable ethical significance of human action, and of all virtue, all nobleness, and every attainable degree of holiness. All this accordingly should come from mere reason, and demand nothing but this. To act rationally and to act virtuously, nobly, holily would be one and the same, and to act selfishly, wickedly, viciously would be merely to act irrationally. However, all times and peoples and languages have distinguished the two, and held them to be quite different things; and so does every one even at the present day who knows nothing of the language of the new school, that is, the whole world, with the exception of a small company of German savants. Every one but these last understands by virtuous conduct and a rational course of life two entirely different things. To say that the sublime founder of the Christian religion, whose life is presented to us as the pattern of all virtue, was the most rational of all men would be called a very unbecoming and even a blasphemous way of speaking, and almost as much so if it were said that his precepts contained all the best directions for a perfectly rational life. Further, that he who, in accordance with these precepts, instead of taking thought for his own future needs, always relieves the greater present wants of others, without further motive, nay, gives all his goods to the poor, in order then, destitute of all means of subsistence, to go and preach to others also the virtue which he practises himself, this every one rightly honours. But who ventures to extol it as the highest pitch of reasonableness? And finally, who praises it as a rational deed that Arnold von Winkelried, with surpassing courage, clasped the hostile spears against his own body in order to gain victory and deliverance for his countrymen? On the other hand, if we see a man who from his youth upwards deliberates with exceptional foresight how he may procure for himself an easy competence, the means for the support of wife and children, a good name among men, outward honour and distinction, and in doing so never allows himself to be led astray or induced to lose sight of his end by the charm of present pleasures or the satisfaction of defying the arrogance of the powerful, or the desire of revenging insults and undeserved humiliations he has suffered, or the attractions of useless æsthetic or philosophical occupations of the mind, or travels in interesting lands, but with great consistency works towards his one end, who ventures to deny that such a Philistine is in quite an extraordinary degree rational, even if he has made use of some means which are not praiseworthy, but are yet without danger. Nay, more, if a bad man with deliberate shrewdness, through a well thought out plan, attains to riches and honours, and even to thrones and crowns, and then with the acutest cunning gets the better of neighbouring states, overcomes them one by one, and now becomes a conqueror of the world, and in doing so is not led astray by any respect for right, any sense of humanity, but with sharp consistency tramples down and dashes to pieces everything that opposes his plan, without compassion plunges millions into misery of every kind, condemns millions to bleed and die, yet royally rewards and always protects his adherents and helpers, never forgetting anything, and thus reaches his end. Who does not see that such a man must go to work in a most rational manner,
that as a powerful understanding was needed to form the plans, their execution demanded the complete command of the reason, and indeed properly of practical reason. Or are the precepts which the prudent and consistent, the thoughtful and far‐seeing Machiavelli prescribes to the prince irrational? As wickedness is quite consistent with reason, and indeed only becomes really terrible in this conjunction, so, conversely, nobleness is sometimes joined with want of reason. To this may be attributed the action of Coriolanus, who, after he had applied all his strength for years to the accomplishment of his revenge upon the Romans, when at length the time came, allowed himself to be softened by the prayers of the Senate and the tears of his mother and wife, gave up the revenge he had so long and so painfully prepared, and indeed, by thus bringing on himself the just anger of the Volscians, died for those very Romans whose thanklessness he knew and desired so intensely to punish. Finally, for the sake of completeness, it may be mentioned that reason may very well exist along with want of understanding. This is the case when a foolish maxim is chosen, but is followed out consistently. An example of this is afforded by the case of the Princess Isabella, daughter of Philip II., who vowed that she would not put on a clean chemise so long as Ostend remained unconquered, and kept her word through 3 years. In general, all vows are of this class, whose origin is a want of insight as regards the laws of causality, i.e., want of understanding. Nevertheless, it is rational to fulfil them, if one is of such narrow understanding as to make them. In agreement with what we have said, we see the writers who appeared just before Kant place the conscience as the seat of the moral impulses in opposition to the reason. Thus Rousseau, in the fourth book of Emile, says, "La raison nous trompe, mais la conscience ne trompe jamais." And further on, "Il est impossible d'expliquer par les conséquences de notre nature le principe immédiat de la conscience indépendant de la raison même." Still further, "Mes sentiments naturels parlant pour l'intérêt commun, ma raison rapportez tout à moi, on a beau vouloir établir la vertu par la raison seule, quelle solide base peut-on lui donner?" In the Rêveries du Promeneur, Part 4, he says, "Dans toutes les questions de morale difficile, je me suis toujours bien trouvé de les résoudre par le dictamen de la conscience, plutôt que par les lumières de la raison." Indeed, Aristotle already says expressly (Ethica Magna, I. 5) that the virtues have their seat in the αλλαγω μοριω της ψυχης, in parte irrationali animi, and not in the λογον εξοντι, in parte rationali. In accordance with this, Stobæus says in Eclogues ii. 7, speaking of the Peripatetics, την ηθικήν αρετήν υπόλαμ βάνουσι περί το αλλαγον μέρος γίγνεσθαι της ψυχης επέδει διμέρη προς την παρουσαν θεωρίαν υπεθέντο την ψυχήν το μεν λογικαν εκούσαν το δαλόγον, καί περί μεν το λογικαν την καλοκαγαθιαν gignesan, kai tin ronisin, kai tin anchinoian, kai sophian, kai evmathean, kai mnimin, kai tas omoius, perite to alagan, sophrosinin, kai dikaiosinin, kai andrean, kai tas alas tas ithicas, kai luminas aretas. Ethicam virtutem circa partem animae ratione carentem versari putant, cam duplicem ad hanc disquisitionem animam ponant, ratione praeditam, et ea carentem, in parte vero ratione praedita collocant, ingenuitatem prudentiam perspicacitatem, sapientiam, docilitatem, memoriam et reliqua, in parte vero ratione destituta temperantiam justitiam fortitudinem et reliquas virtutes quas ethica vocant. And Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 3, chapters 26 to 31, explains at length that reason is the necessary means, the tool of all crime. I have explained reason to be the faculty of framing concepts. It is this quite special class of general non‐perceptible ideas, which are symbolised and fixed only by words, that distinguishes man from the brutes and gives him the pre‐eminence upon earth. While the brute is the slave of the present, and knows only immediate sensible motives, and therefore when they present themselves to it is necessarily attracted or repelled by them, as iron is by the magnet, in man, on the contrary, deliberation has been introduced through the gift of reason. This enables him easily to survey as a whole his life and the course of the world, looking before and after. It makes him independent of the present, enables him to go to work deliberately, systematically, and with foresight, to do evil as well as to do good. But what he does with complete self‐consciousness. He knows exactly how his will decides, what in each case he chooses, and what other choice was in the nature of the case possible. And from this self‐conscious willing he comes to know himself and mirrors himself in his actions. In all these relations to the conduct of men, reason is to be called practical. It is only theoretical so far as the objects with which it is concerned have no relation to the action of the thinker, but have purely a theoretical interest, which very few men are capable of feeling. What in this case is called practical reason is very nearly what is signified by the Latin word prudentia, which according to Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 2:22, is a contraction of providentia, while on the other hand ratio, if used of a faculty of the mind, signifies for the most part theoretical reason proper, though the ancients did not observe the distinction strictly. In nearly all men reason has an almost exclusively practical tendency; but if this also is abandoned, thought loses the control of action, so that it is then said, scio meliora proboque deteriora sequor, or le matin je fais de projets, et le soir je fais de sottises. Thus the man does not allow his conduct to be guided by his thought, but by the impression of the moment, after the manner of the brute, and so he is called irrational, without thereby imputing to him moral turpitude, although he is not really wanting in reason, but in the power of applying it to his action. And one might to a certain extent say his reason is theoretical and not practical. He may at the same time be a really good man, like many a one who can never see any one in misfortune without helping him, even making sacrifices to do so, and yet leaves his debts unpaid. Such an irrational character is quite incapable of committing great crimes, because the systematic planning, the discrimination and self‐control which this always requires are quite impossible to him. Yet, on the other hand, he will hardly attain to a very high degree of virtue; for, however much inclined to good he may be by nature, those single vicious and wicked emotions to which every one is subject cannot be wanting, and where reason does not manifest itself practically, and oppose to them unalterable maxims and firm principles, they must become deeds. Finally, reason manifests itself very specially as practical in those exceedingly rational characters who on this account are called in ordinary life practical philosophers, and who are distinguished by an unusual equanimity in disagreeable as in pleasing circumstances, an equable disposition, and a determined perseverance in resolves once made. In fact, it is the predominance of reason in them, that is, the more abstract than intuitive knowledge, and therefore the survey of life by means of conceptions, in general and as a whole, which has enabled them once for all to recognise the deception of the momentary impression, the fleeting nature of all things, the shortness of life, the emptiness of pleasures, the fickleness of fortune, and the great and little tricks of chance. Therefore nothing comes to them unexpectedly, and what they know in the abstract does not surprise nor disturb them
when it meets them in the actual and in the particular case, though it does so in the case of those less reasonable characters upon whom the present, the perceptible, the actual, exert such an influence that the cold, colourless conceptions are thrown quite into the background of consciousness, and forgetting principles and maxims, they are abandoned to emotions and passions of every kind. I have already explained at the end of the first book that in my opinion the ethics of Stoicism were simply a guide to a truly reasonable life in this sense. Such a life is also repeatedly praised by Horace in very many passages. This is the significance of his nil admirari and also of the Delphic μηδεν agαν. To translate nil admirari, to admire nothing, is quite wrong. This Horatian maxim does not concern the theoretical so much as the practical, and its real meaning is, prize no object unconditionally, do not fall in love with anything, do not believe that the possession of anything can give you happiness. Every intense longing for an object is only a delusive chimera, which one may just as well and much more easily get quit of by fuller knowledge as by attained possession. Cicero also uses admirari in this sense, de divinatione, 2:2. What Horace means is thus the athamria, athamsia, and akataplexis, also athalmassia, which Democritus before him prized as the highest good. See Clement of Alexandria, Stromata 221, and compare Strabo, 1, p. 98 and 105. Such reasonableness of conduct has properly nothing to do with virtue and vice; but this practical use of reason is what gives man his pre‐eminence over the brute, and only in this sense has it any meaning, and is it permissible to speak of a dignity of man. End of Appendix, Part 21, recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 22, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 22. In all the cases given, and indeed in all conceivable cases, the distinction between rational and irrational action runs back to the question whether the motives are abstract conceptions or ideas of perception. Therefore the explanation which I have given of reason agrees exactly with the use of language at all times and among all peoples, a circumstance which will not be regarded as merely accidental or arbitrary, but will be seen to arise from the distinction of which every man is conscious, of the different faculties of the mind, in accordance with which consciousness he speaks, though certainly he does not raise it to the distinctness of an abstract definition. Our ancestors did not make the words without attaching to them a definite meaning, in order perhaps that they might lie ready for philosophers who might possibly come, centuries after, and determine what ought to be thought in connection with them; but they denoted by them quite definite conceptions. Thus the words are no longer unclaimed, and to attribute to them an entirely different sense from that which they have hitherto had means to misuse them, means to introduce a licence in accordance with which every one might use any word in any sense he chose, and thus endless confusion would necessarily arise. Locke has already shown at length that most disagreements in philosophy arise from a false use of words. For the sake of illustration, just glance for a moment at the shameful misuse which philosophers destitute of thoughts make at the present day of the words substance, consciousness, truth, and many others. Moreover, the utterances and explanations concerning reason of all philosophers of all ages, with the exception of the most modern, agree no less with my explanation of it than the conceptions which prevail among all nations of that prerogative of man. Observe what Plato, in the fourth book of the Republic, and in innumerable scattered passages, calls the λογιμον, or λογιστικον της ψυχης; what Cicero says in De Natura Deorum, 3, 26 31,
what Leibnitz and Locke say upon this in the passages already quoted in the first book. There would be no end to the quotations here if one sought to show how all philosophers before Kant have spoken of reason in general in my sense, although they did not know how to explain its nature with complete definiteness and distinctness by reducing it to one point. What was understood by reason shortly before Kant's appearance is shown in general by two essays of Sulzer in the first volume of his miscellaneous philosophical writings, the one entitled "Analysis of the Conception of Reason," the other "On the Reciprocal Influence of Reason and Language." If, on the other hand, we read how reason is spoken about in the most recent times through the influence of the Kantian error, which after him increased like an avalanche, we are obliged to assume that the whole of the wise men of antiquity, and also all philosophers before Kant, had absolutely no reason at all; for the immediate perceptions, intuitions, apprehensions, presentiments of the reason now discovered were as utterly unknown to them as the sixth sense of the bat is to us. And as far as I am concerned, I must confess that I also in my weakness cannot comprehend or imagine that reason which directly perceives or apprehends, or has an intellectual intuition of the supersensible, the absolute, together with long yarns that accompany it, in any other way than as the sixth sense of the bat. This, however, must be said in favour of the invention or discovery of such a reason, which at once directly perceives whatever you choose, that it is an incomparable expedient for withdrawing oneself from the affair in the easiest manner in the world, along with one's favourite ideas, in spite of all Kants with their critiques of reason. The invention and the reception it has met with do honour to the age. Thus, although what is essential in reason, το λογιμον, η phronesis, ratio, raison, Vernunft, was on the whole and in general rightly understood by all philosophers of all ages, though not sharply enough defined nor reduced to one point, yet it was not so clear to them what the understanding (νους, διανοια, intellectus, esprit, Verstand) is. Therefore they often confuse it with reason, and just on this account they did not attain to a thoroughly complete, pure, and simple explanation of the nature of the latter. With the Christian philosophers the conception of reason received an entirely extraneous subsidiary meaning through the opposition of it to revelation. Starting then from this, many are justly of opinion that the knowledge of the duty of virtue is possible from mere reason, i.e., without revelation. Indeed, this aspect of the matter certainly had influence upon Kant's exposition and language. But this opposition is properly of positive historical significance, and is therefore for philosophy a foreign element, from which it must keep itself free. We might have expected that in his critiques of theoretical and practical reason Kant would have started with an exposition of the nature of reason in general, and after he had thus defined the genus would have gone on to the explanation of the two species, showing how one and the same reason manifests itself in two such different ways, and yet, by retaining its principal characteristic, proves itself to be the same. But we find nothing of all this. I have already shown how inadequate, vacillating, and inconsistent are the explanations of the faculty he is criticising, which he gives here and there, by the way, in the "Critique of Pure Reason." The practical reason appears in the "Critique of Pure Reason" without any introduction, and afterwards stands in the critique specially devoted to itself as something already established. No further account of it is given, and the use of language of all times and peoples, which is treated with contempt, and the definitions of the conception given by the greatest of earlier philosophers, dare not lift up their voices. In general, we may conclude from particular passages that Kant's opinion amounts to this: the knowledge of principles a priori is the essential characteristic of reason. Since now the knowledge of the ethical significance of action is not of empirical origin, it also is an a priori principle, and accordingly proceeds from the reason, and therefore thus far the reason is practical. I have already spoken enough of the incorrectness of this explanation of reason. But, independently of this, how superficial it is, and what a want of thoroughness it shows, to make use here of the single quality of being independent of experience in order to combine the most heterogeneous things, while overlooking their most essential and immeasurable difference in other respects. For even assuming, though we do not admit it, that the knowledge of the ethical significance of action springs from an imperative lying in us, an unconditioned ought, yet how fundamentally different would such an imperative be from those universal forms of knowledge of which in the "Critique of Pure Reason" Kant proves that we are conscious a priori, and by virtue of which consciousness we can assert beforehand an unconditioned must, valid for all experience possible for us. But the difference between this must, this necessary form of all objects, which is already determined in the subject, and that ought of morality, is so infinitely great and palpable that the mere fact that they agree in the one particular that neither of them is empirically known may indeed be made use of for the purpose of a witty comparison, but not as a philosophical justification for regarding their origin as the same. Moreover, the birthplace of this child of practical reason, the absolute ought, or the categorical imperative, is not in the "Critique of Practical Reason," but in that of Pure Reason, p. 102; 830. The birth is violent, and is only accomplished by means of the forceps of a therefore, which stands boldly and audaciously, indeed one might say shamelessly, between two propositions which are utterly foreign to each other and have no connection, in order to combine them as reason and consequent. Thus, that not merely perceptible but also abstract motives determine us, is the proposition from which Kant starts, expressing it in the following manner: not merely what excites, that is, what affects the senses directly, determines human will, but we have a power of overcoming the impressions made upon our sensuous appetitive faculty through ideas of that which is itself in a more remote manner useful or hurtful. These deliberations as to what is worthy of desire with reference to our whole condition, that is, as to what is good and useful, rest upon reason. Perfectly right. Would that he only always spoke so rationally of reason. Reason, therefore, he says, gives also laws which are imperatives, that is, objective laws of freedom, and say what ought to take place, though perhaps it never does take place. Thus, without further authentication, the categorical imperative comes into the world, in order to rule there with its unconditioned ought, a sceptre of wooden iron. For in the conception ought there lies always and essentially the reference to threatened punishment, or promised reward, as a necessary condition, and cannot be separated from it without abolishing the conception itself and taking all meaning from it. Therefore an unconditioned ought is a contradictio in adjecto. It is necessary to censure this mistake, closely as it is otherwise connected with Kant's great service to ethics, which consists in this, that he has freed ethics from all principles of the world of experience, that is, from all direct or indirect doctrines of happiness, and has shown in a quite special manner that the kingdom of virtue is not of this world. This service is all the greater because all ancient philosophers, with the single exception of Plato, thus the Peripatetics, the Stoics, and the Epicureans, sought by very different devices either to make virtue and happiness dependent on each other in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason, or to identify them in accordance with the principle of contradiction. This charge applies with equal force to all modern philosophers down to Kant. His merit in this respect is therefore very great. Yet justice demands that we should also remember here first that his exposition and elaboration often does not correspond with the tendency and spirit of his ethics, and secondly, that even so he is not really the first who separated virtue from all principles of happiness. For Plato, especially in the Republic, the principal tendency of which is just this, expressly teaches that virtue is to be chosen for itself alone, even if unhappiness and ignominy are inevitably connected with it. Still more, however, Christianity preaches a perfectly unselfish virtue, which is practised not on account of the reward in a life after death, but quite disinterestedly from love to God, for works do not justify, but only faith, which accompanies virtue, so to speak, as its symptom, and therefore appears quite irrespective of reward and of its own accord. See Luther's De Libertate Christiana. I will not take into account at all the Indians, in whose sacred books the hope of a reward for our works is everywhere described as the way of darkness, which can never lead to blessedness. Kant's doctrine of virtue, however, we do not find so pure, or rather the exposition remains far behind the spirit of it, and indeed falls into inconsistency. In his highest good, which he afterwards discussed, we find virtue united to happiness. The ought, originally so unconditioned, does yet afterwards postulate one condition, in order to escape from the inner contradiction with which it is affected, and with which it cannot live. Happiness in the highest good is not indeed really meant to be the motive for virtue, yet there it is, like a secret article, the existence of which reduces all the rest to a mere sham contract. It is not really the reward of virtue, but yet it is a voluntary gift for which virtue, after work accomplished, stealthily opens the hand. One may convince oneself of this from the "Critique of Practical Reason," p. 223 to 266 of the fourth, or p. 264 to 295 of Rosenkranz's edition. The whole of Kant's moral theology has also the same tendency, and just on this account morality really destroys itself through moral theology. For I repeat that all virtue which in any way is practised for the sake of a reward is based upon a prudent, methodical, far‐seeing egoism. End of Appendix, Part 22, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Appendix, Part 23, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy, Part 23. The content of the absolute ought, the fundamental principle of the practical reason, is the famous "So act that the maxim of your will might always be also valid as the principle of a universal legislation." This principle presents to him who desires a rule for his own will the task of seeking such a rule for the wills of all. Then the question arises how such a rule is to be found. Clearly, in order to discover the rule of my conduct, I ought not to have regard to myself alone, but to the sum of all individuals. Then, instead of my own well‐being, the well‐being of all without distinction becomes my aim. Yet the aim still always remains well‐being. I find then that all can be equally well off only if each limits his own egoism by that of others. From this it certainly follows that I must injure no one, because, since this principle is assumed to be universal, I also will not be injured. This, however, is the sole ground on account of which I, who do not yet possess a moral principle, but am only seeking one, can wish this to be a universal law. But clearly in this way the desire of well‐being, that is, egoism, remains the source of this ethical principle. As the basis of politics it would be excellent, as the basis of ethics it is worthless. For he who seeks to establish a rule for the wills of all, as is demanded by that moral principle, necessarily stands in need of a rule himself; otherwise everything would be alike to him. But this rule can only be his own egoism, since it is only this that is affected by the conduct of others, and therefore it is only by means of this egoism and with reference to it that each one can have a will concerning the conduct of others, and that it is not a matter of indifference to him. Kant himself very naively intimates this, p. 123 of the "Critique of Practical Reason," Rosenkranz's edition, p. 192, where he thus prosecutes the search for maxims of the will: "If every one regarded the need of others with complete indifference, and thou also didst belong to such an order of things, wouldst thou consent thereto? Quam temere in nosmet, legem sancimus iniquam," would be the rule of the consent inquired after. So also in the fundamental principles of the metaphysic of morals, p. 56 of the third, and p. 50 of Rosenkranz's edition, a will which resolved to assist no one in distress would contradict itself, for cases might arise in which it required the love and sympathy of others, &c., &c. This principle of ethics, which when light is thrown upon it is therefore nothing else than an indirect and disguised expression of the old simple principle, quod tibi fieri non vis, alteri ne feceris, is related first and directly to passivity, suffering, and then only by means of this to action. Therefore, as we have said, it would be thoroughly serviceable as a guide for the constitution of the state, which aims at the prevention of the suffering of wrong, and also desires to procure for all and each the greatest sum of well‐being. But in ethics, where the object of investigation is action, as action, and in its direct significance for the actor, not its consequences, suffering, or its relation to others, in this reference, I say, it is altogether inadmissible, because at bottom it really amounts to a principle of happiness, thus to egoism. We cannot therefore share Kant's satisfaction that his principle of ethics is not a material one, that is, one which sets up an object as a motive, but merely formal, whereby it corresponds symmetrically to the formal laws with which the Critique of Pure Reason has made us familiar. Certainly it is, instead of a law, merely a formula for finding such a law. But in the first place we had this formula already more briefly and clearly in the quod tibi fieri non vis, alteri ne feceris, and secondly the analysis of this formula shows that it is simply and solely the reference to one's own happiness that gives it content, and therefore it can only be serviceable to a rational egoism, to which also every legal constitution owes its origin. Another mistake which, because it offends the feelings of every one, has often been condemned, and was satirized by Schiller in an epigram, is the pedantic rule that for an act to be really good and meritorious, it must be done simply and solely out of respect for the known law and the conception of duty, and in accordance with the maxim known to the reason in abstracto, and not from any inclination, not from benevolence felt towards others, not from tender‐hearted compassion, sympathy, or emotion of the heart, which, according to the Critique of Practical Reason, p. 213, Rosenkranz's edition, p. 257, to right‐thinking persons are indeed very burdensome, as confusing their deliberate maxims. The act must be performed unwillingly and with self‐compulsion. Remember that nevertheless the hope of reward is not allowed to enter, and estimate the great absurdity of the demand. But what is saying more, this is directly opposed to the true spirit of virtue; not the act, but the willingness to do it, the love from which it proceeds, and without which it is a dead work, constitutes its merit. Therefore Christianity rightly teaches that all outward works are worthless if they do not proceed from that genuine disposition which consists in true goodwill and pure love, and that what makes blessed and saves is not the works done, opera operata, but the faith, the genuine disposition which is the gift of the Holy Ghost alone, and which the free deliberative will, having only the law in view, does not produce. This demand of Kant's, that all virtuous conduct shall proceed from pure, deliberate respect for the law, and in accordance with its abstract maxims, coldly and without inclination, nay, opposed to all inclination, is just the same as if he asserted that every work of art must be accomplished by a well‐considered application of æsthetical rules. The one is just as perverse as the other. The question, already handled by Plato and Seneca, whether virtue can be taught, is to be answered in the negative. We must finally make up our minds to see what indeed was the source of the Christian doctrine of election by grace, that as regards its chief characteristic and its inner nature, virtue, like genius, is to a certain extent inborn, and that just as little as all the professors of æsthetics could impart to any one the power of producing works of genius, that is, genuine works of art, so little could all the professors of ethics and preachers of virtue transform an ignoble into a virtuous and noble character, the impossibility of which is very much more apparent than that of turning lead into gold.
The search for a system of ethics and a first principle of the same, which would have practical influence, and would actually transform and better the human race, is just like the search for the philosopher's stone. Yet I have spoken at length at the end of the fourth book of the possibility of an entire change of mind or conversion of man (new birth), not by means of abstract ethics, but of intuitive knowledge, the work of grace. The contents of that book relieve me generally of the necessity of dwelling longer upon this point. That Kant by no means penetrated to the real significance of the ethical content of actions is shown finally by his doctrine of the highest good as the necessary combination of virtue and happiness, a combination indeed in which virtue would be that which merits happiness. He is here involved in the logical fallacy that the conception of merit, which is here the measure or test, already presupposes a theory of ethics as its own measure, and thus could not be deducible from it. It appeared in our fourth book that all genuine virtue, after it has attained to its highest grade, at last leads to a complete renunciation in which all willing finds an end. Happiness, on the other hand, is a satisfied wish; thus the two are essentially incapable of being combined. He who has been enlightened by my exposition requires no further explanation of the complete perverseness of this Kantian view of the highest good. And, independent of my positive exposition, I have no further negative exposition to give. Kant's love of architectonic symmetry meets us also in the "Critique of Practical Reason," for he has given it the shape of the "Critique of Pure Reason," and has again introduced the same titles and forms with manifest intention, which becomes specially apparent in the table of the categories of freedom. The "Philosophy of Law" is one of Kant's latest works, and is so poor that, although I entirely disagree with it, I think a polemic against it is superfluous, since of its own weakness it must die a natural death, just as if it were not the work of this great man, but the production of an ordinary mortal. Therefore, as regards the "Philosophy of Law," I give up the negative mode of procedure and refer to the positive, that is, to the short outline of it given in the fourth book. Just one or two general remarks on Kant's philosophy of law may be made here. The errors which I have condemned in considering the "Critique of Pure Reason" as clinging to Kant throughout, appear in the philosophy of law in such excess that one often believes he is reading a satirical parody of the Kantian style, or at least that he is listening to a Kantian. Two principal errors, however, are these. He desires, and many have since then desired, to separate the philosophy of law sharply from ethics, and yet not to make the former dependent upon positive legislation, that is, upon arbitrary sanction, but to let the conception of law exist for itself pure and a priori. But this is not possible, because conduct, apart from its ethical significance, and apart from the physical relation to others, and thereby from external sanction, does not admit even of the possibility of any third view. Consequently, when he says, "Legal obligation is that which can be enforced," this "can" is either to be understood physically, and then all law is positive and arbitrary, and again all arbitrariness that achieves its end is law; or the "can" is to be understood ethically, and we are again in the province of ethics. With Kant the conception of legal right hovers between heaven and earth, and has no ground on which to stand. With me it belongs to ethics. Secondly, his definition of the conception law is entirely negative, and thereby inadequate. Legal right is that which is consistent with the compatibility of the respective freedom of individuals together according to a general law. Freedom, here the empirical, that is, physical, not the moral freedom of the will, signifies not being hindered or interfered with, and is thus a mere negation. Compatibility, again, has exactly the same significance. Thus we remain with mere negations and obtain no positive conception, indeed do not learn at all what is really being spoken about, unless we know it already from some other source. In the course of the exposition the most perverse views afterwards develop themselves, such as that in the state of nature, that is, outside the state, there is no right to property at all, which really means that all right or law is positive, and involves that natural law is based upon positive law, instead of which the case ought to be reversed. Further, the founding of legal acquisition on possession, the ethical obligation to establish the civil constitution, the ground of the right of punishment, &c., &c., all of which, as I have said, I do not regard as worth a special refutation. However, these Kantian errors have exercised a very injurious influence. They have confused and obscured truths long known and expressed, and have occasioned strange theories and much writing and controversy. This certainly cannot last, and we see already how truth and sound reason again make way for themselves. Of the latter, the Naturrecht of J.C.F. Meister specially bears evidence, and is thus a contrast to many a preposterous theory, though I do not regard it as on this account a pattern of perfection. End of Appendix, Part 23. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix, Part 24, of The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 24. On the critique of judgment also, after what has been said, I must be very short. We cannot but be surprised that Kant, to whom art certainly was very foreign, and who to all appearance had little susceptibility for the beautiful, indeed probably never had the opportunity of seeing an important work of art, and who seems finally to have had no knowledge of Goethe, the only man of his century and nation who was fit to be placed by his side as his giant equal. It is, I say, surprising how, notwithstanding all this, Kant was able to render a great and permanent service to the philosophical consideration of art and the beautiful. His merit lies in this, that much as men had reflected upon the beautiful and upon art, they had yet really always considered it only from the empirical point of view, and had investigated upon a basis of facts what quality distinguished the object of any kind which was called beautiful from other objects of the same kind. On this path they first arrived at quite special principles, and then at more general ones. They sought to separate true artistic beauty from false, and to discover marks of this genuineness which could then serve again as rules. What gives pleasure as beautiful and what does not, what therefore is to be imitated, what is to be striven against, what is to be avoided, what rules, at least negative rules, are to be established, in short, what are the means of exciting æsthetic satisfaction, that is, what are the conditions of this residing in the object, this was almost exclusively the theme of all treatises upon art. This path was followed by Aristotle, and in the most recent times we find it chosen by Home, Burke, Winckelmann, Lessing, Herder, and many others. It is true that the universality of the æsthetical principles discovered finally led back to the subject, and it was observed that if the effect upon the subject were adequately known, we would then also be able to determine a priori the causes of this which lie in the object, and thus alone this method of treatment could attain to the certainty of a science. This occasioned once and again psychological disquisitions. Specially, however, Alexander Baumgarten produced with this intention a general æsthetic of all beauty, in which he started from the conception of the perfection of sensuous knowledge, that is, of knowledge of perception. With him also, however, the subjective part is done with as soon as this conception has been established, and he passes on to the objective part and to the practical, which is connected with it. But here also the merit was reserved for Kant of investigating seriously and profoundly the feeling itself, in consequence of which we call the object occasioning it beautiful, in order to discover wherever it was possible the constituent elements and conditions of it in our nature. His investigation therefore took an entirely subjective direction. This path was clearly the right one, for in order to explain a phenomenon which is given in its effects, one must know accurately this effect itself, if one is to determine thoroughly the nature of the cause. Yet Kant's merit in this regard does not really extend much further than this, that he has indicated the right path, and by a provisional attempt has given an example of how, more or less, it is to be followed.
For what he gave cannot be regarded as objective truth and as a real gain. He gave the method for this investigation, he broke ground in the right direction, but otherwise he missed the mark. In the "Critique of Æsthetical Judgment" the observation first of all forces itself upon us that Kant retains the method which is peculiar to his whole philosophy, and which I have considered at length above. I mean the method of starting from abstract knowledge in order to establish knowledge of perception, so that the former serves him, so to speak, as a camera obscura in which to receive and survey the latter. As in the "Critique of Pure Reason" the forms of judgment are supposed to unfold to him the knowledge of our whole world of perception, so in this "Critique of Æsthetical Judgment" he does not start from the beautiful itself, from the perceptible and immediately beautiful, but from the judgment of the beautiful, the so‐called, and very badly so‐called, judgment of taste. This is his problem. His attention is especially aroused by the circumstance that such a judgment is clearly the expression of something that takes place in the subject, but yet is just as universally valid as if it concerned a quality of the object. It is this that struck him, not the beautiful itself. He starts always merely from the assertions of others, from the judgment of the beautiful, not from the beautiful itself. It is therefore as if he knew it simply from hearsay, not directly. A blind man of high understanding could almost in the same way make up a theory of colours from very accurate reports which he had heard concerning them. And really we can only venture to regard Kant's philosophemes concerning the beautiful as in almost the same position. Then we shall find that his theory is very ingenious indeed, that here and there telling and true observations are made. But his real solution of the problem is so very insufficient, remains so far below the dignity of the subject, that it can never occur to us to accept it as objective truth. Therefore I consider myself relieved from the necessity of refuting it, and here also I refer to the positive part of my work. With regard to the form of his whole book, it is to be observed that it originated in the idea of finding in the teleological conception the key to the problem of the beautiful. This inspiration is deduced, which is always a matter of no difficulty, as we have learnt from Kant's successors. Thus there now arises the strange combination of the knowledge of the beautiful with that of the teleology of natural bodies in one faculty of knowledge called judgment, and the treatment of these two heterogeneous subjects in one book. With these three powers of knowledge, reason, judgment, and understanding, a variety of symmetrical architectonic amusements are afterwards undertaken, the general inclination to which shows itself in many ways in this book. For example, in the forcible adaptation of the whole of it to the pattern of the "Critique of Pure Reason," and very specially in the antinomy of the æsthetical judgment, which is dragged in by the hair. One might also extract a charge of great inconsistency from the fact that after it has been incessantly repeated in the "Critique of Pure Reason" that the understanding is the faculty of judgment, and after the forms of its judgment have been made the foundation stone of all philosophy, a quite special faculty of judgment now appears, which is completely different from the former. For the rest, what I call the faculty of judgment, the capacity for translating knowledge of perception into abstract knowledge, and again of applying the latter correctly to the former, is explained in the positive part of my work. By far the best part of the "Critique of Æsthetical Judgment" is the theory of the sublime. It is incomparably more successful than that of the beautiful, and does not only give, as that does, the general method of investigation, but also a part of the right way to it; so much so that even though it does not give the real solution of the problem, it yet touches very closely upon it. In the "Critique of the Teleological Judgment," on account of the simplicity of the matter, we can recognise perhaps more than anywhere else Kant's rare talent of turning a thought this way and that way, and expressing it in a multitude of different ways, until out of it there grows a book. The whole book is intended to say this alone: although organised bodies necessarily appear to us as if they were constructed in accordance with a conceived design of an end which preceded them, yet we are not justified in assuming that this is objectively the case. For our intellect, to which things are given from without and indirectly, which thus never knows their inner nature, through which they arise and exist, but merely their outward side, cannot otherwise comprehend a certain quality peculiar to organised productions of nature than by analogy, for it compares with the intentionally accomplished works of man, the nature of which is determined by a design and the conception of this design. This analogy is sufficient to enable us to comprehend the agreement of all the parts with the whole, and thus indeed to give us the clue to their investigation; but it must by no means on this account be made the actual ground of explanation of the origin and existence of such bodies. For the necessity of so conceiving them is of subjective origin. Somewhat in this way I would epitomise Kant's doctrine on this question. In its most important aspect he had expounded it already in the "Critique of Pure Reason," p. 692 702, 720 730. But in the knowledge of this truth also we find David Hume to be Kant's worthy forerunner. He also had keenly controverted that assumption in the second part of his Dialogues concerning Natural Religion. The difference between Hume's criticism of that assumption and Kant's is principally this, that Hume criticised it as an assumption based upon experience, while Kant, on the other hand, criticised it as an a priori assumption. Both are right, and their expositions supplement each other. Indeed, what is really essential in the Kantian doctrine on this point we find already expressed in the commentary of Simplicius on Aristotle's Physics. Ide planigegόnen αυτοις από του ηγείσθαι, πάντα τα ένεκα του γινομέρτα κατά προαϊρεσιν γενεσθαι καὶ λογισμον, τα δε φύσαι μη οητας όραν γινομένα. Error ies ortus est ex eo, quod credebant omnia, quae propter finem aliquem fierent, ex proposito et ratiocinio fieri, dum videbant naturae opera non ita fieri. Page 354. Kant is perfectly right in the matter, and it was necessary that after it had been shown that the conception of cause and effect is inapplicable to the whole of nature in general in respect of its existence, it should also be shown that in respect of its qualities it is not to be thought of as the effect of a cause guided by motives (designs). If we consider the great plausibility of the physico‐theological proof, which even Voltaire held to be irrefragable, it was clearly of the greatest importance to show that what is subjective in our comprehension, to which Kant had relegated space, time, and causality, extends also to our judgment of natural bodies; and accordingly the compulsion which we feel to think of them as having arisen as the result of premeditation, according to designs, thus in such a way that the idea of them preceded their existence, is just as much of subjective origin as the perception of space, which presents itself so objectively, and that therefore it must not be set up as objective truth. Kant's exposition of the matter, apart from its tedious prolixity and repetitions, is excellent. He rightly asserts that we can never succeed in explaining the nature of organised bodies from merely mechanical causes, by which he understands the undesigned and regular effect of all the universal forces of nature. Yet I find here another flaw. He denies the possibility of such an explanation merely with regard to the teleology and apparent adaptation of organised bodies. But we find that even where there is no organisation, the grounds of explanation which apply to one province of nature cannot be transferred to another, but forsake us as soon as we enter a new province, and new fundamental laws appear instead of them, the explanation of which is by no means to be expected from the laws of the former province. Thus in the province of the mechanical, properly so called, the laws of gravitation, cohesion, rigidity, fluidity, and elasticity prevail, which in themselves, apart from my explanation of all natural forces as lower grades of the objectification of will, exist as manifestations of forces which cannot be further explained, but themselves constitute the principles of all further explanation, which merely consists in reduction to them. If we leave this province and come to the phenomena of chemistry, of electricity, magnetism, crystallization, the former principles are absolutely of no use; indeed the former laws are no longer valid, the former forces are overcome by others, and the phenomena take place in direct contradiction to them, according to new laws, which, just like the former ones, are original and inexplicable, i.e., cannot be reduced to more general ones. Thus, for example, no one will ever succeed in explaining even the dissolving of a salt in water in accordance with the laws proper to mechanics, much less the more complicated phenomena of chemistry. All this has already been explained at length in the second book of the present work. An exposition of this kind would, as it seems to me, have been of great use in the critique of the teleological judgment, and would have thrown much light upon what is said there. Such an exposition would have been especially favourable to his excellent remark that a more profound knowledge of the real being, of which the things of nature are the manifestation, would recognise both in the mechanical, according to law, and the apparently intentional effects of nature one and the same ultimate principle, which might serve as the more general ground of explanation of them both. Such a principle I hope I have given by establishing the will as the real thing in itself, and in accordance with it generally in the second book and the supplements to it, but especially in my work "On the Will in Nature," the insight into the inner nature of the apparent design and of the harmony and agreement of the whole of nature has perhaps become clearer and deeper. Therefore I have nothing more to say about it here. The reader whom this criticism of the Kantian philosophy interests should not neglect to read the supplement to it, which is given in the second essay of the first volume of my Parerga and Paralipomena, under the title "Noch einige Erläuterungen zur Kantischen Philosophie," some further explanations of the Kantian philosophy, for it must be borne in mind that my writings, few as they are, were not composed all at once, but successively in the course of a long life, and with long intervals between them. Accordingly, it must not be expected that all I have said upon one subject should stand together in one place. End of Appendix: Criticism of the Kantian Philosophy. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part I. of Chapter I. of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, from The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter I. The Standpoint of Idealism, Part I. Warum willst du dich von uns allen und unserer Meinung entfernen? Ich schreibe nicht euch zu gefallen, ihr sollt was lernen. Goethe. In boundless space, countless shining spheres, about each of which, and illuminated by its light, there revolve a dozen or so of smaller ones, hot at the core and covered with a hard, cold crust, upon whose surface there have been generated from a mouldy film beings which live and know. This is what presents itself to us in experience as the truth, the real, the world. Yet for a thinking being it is a precarious position to stand upon one of those numberless spheres moving freely in boundless space, without knowing whence or whither, and to be only one of innumerable similar beings who throng and press and toil, ceaselessly and quickly arising and passing away in time, which has no beginning and no end. Moreover, nothing permanent but matter alone, and the recurrence of the same varied organised forms by means of certain ways and channels which are there once for all. All that empirical science can teach is only the more exact nature and law of these events. But now at last modern philosophy especially, through Berkeley and Kant, has called to mind that all this is first of all merely a phenomenon of the brain, and is affected with such great, so many, and such different subjective conditions, that its supposed absolute reality vanishes away, and leaves room for an entirely different scheme of the world, which consists of what lies at the foundation of that phenomenon, that is, what is related to it as the thing in itself,
is related to its mere manifestation. "The world is my idea" is, like the axioms of Euclid, a proposition which every one must recognise as true as soon as he understands it, although it is not a proposition which every one understands as soon as he hears it. To have brought this proposition to clear consciousness, and in it the problem of the relation of the ideal and the real, that is, of the world in the head to the world outside the head, together with the problem of moral freedom, is the distinctive feature of modern philosophy. For it was only after men had spent their labour for thousands of years upon a mere philosophy of the object, that they discovered that among the many things that make the world so obscure and doubtful, the first and chiefest is this, that however immeasurable and massive it may be, its existence yet hangs by a single thread, and this is the actual consciousness in which it exists. This condition, to which the existence of the world is irrevocably subject, marks it, in spite of all empirical reality, with the stamp of ideality, and therefore of mere phenomenal appearance. Thus on one side at least the world must be recognised as akin to dreams, and indeed to be classified along with them. For the same function of the brain, which during sleep conjures up before us a completely objective, perceptible, and even palpable world, must have just as large a share in the presentation of the objective world of waking life. Both worlds, although different as regards their matter, are yet clearly moulded in the one form. This form is the intellect, the function of the brain. Descartes was probably the first to attain to the degree of reflection which this fundamental truth demands, and consequently he made it the starting point of his philosophy, though provisionally only in the form of a sceptical doubt. When he took his cogito ergo sum as alone certain, and provisionally regarded the existence of the world as problematical, he really discovered the essential and only right starting point of all philosophy, and at the same time its true foundation. This foundation is essentially and inevitably the subjective, the individual consciousness. For this alone is and remains immediate; everything else, whatever it may be, is mediated and conditioned through it, and is therefore dependent upon it. Therefore modern philosophy is rightly regarded as starting with Descartes, who was the father of it. Not long afterwards Berkeley followed the same path further, and attained to idealism proper, that is, to the knowledge that the world which is extended in space, thus the objective material world in general, exists as such simply and solely in our idea, and that it is false, and indeed absurd, to attribute to it, as such, an existence apart from all idea and independent of the knowing subject, thus to assume matter as something absolute and possessed of real being in itself. But his correct and profound insight into this truth really constitutes Berkeley's whole philosophy. In it he had exhausted himself. Thus true philosophy must always be idealistic; indeed it must be so in order to be merely honest. For nothing is more certain than that no man ever came out of himself in order to identify himself directly with things which are different from him, but everything of which he has certain and therefore immediate knowledge lies within his own consciousness. Beyond this consciousness, therefore, there can be no immediate certainty, but the first principles of a science must have such certainty. For the empirical standpoint of the other sciences, it is quite right to assume the objective world as something absolutely given, but not so for the standpoint of philosophy, which has to go back to what is first and original. Only consciousness is immediately given; therefore the basis of philosophy is limited to facts of consciousness, that is, it is essentially idealistic. Realism which commends itself to the crude understanding, by the appearance which it assumes of being matter of fact, really starts from an arbitrary assumption, and is therefore an empty castle in the air. For it ignores or denies the first of all facts, that all that we know lies within consciousness; for that the objective existence of things is conditioned through a subject whose ideas they are, and consequently that the objective world exists only as idea, is no hypothesis, and still less a dogma, or even a paradox set up for the sake of discussion, but it is the most certain and the simplest truth, and the knowledge of it is only made difficult by the fact that it is indeed so simple, and that it is not every one who has sufficient power of reflection to go back to the first elements of his consciousness of things. There can never be an absolute and independent objective existence. Indeed, such an existence is quite unintelligible. For the objective, as such, always and essentially has its existence in the consciousness of a subject, is thus the idea of this subject, and consequently is conditioned by it, and also by its forms, the forms of the idea, which depend upon the subject and not on the object. That the objective world would exist, even if there existed no conscious being, certainly seems at the first blush to be unquestionable, because it can be thought in the abstract without bringing to light the contradiction which it carries within it. But if we desire to realise this abstract thought, that is, to reduce it to ideas of perception, from which alone, like everything abstract, it can have content and truth, and if accordingly we try to imagine an objective world without a knowing subject, we become aware that what we then imagine is in truth the opposite of what we intended, is in fact nothing else than the process in the intellect of a knowing subject who perceives an objective world, is thus exactly what we desired to exclude. For this perceptible and real world is clearly a phenomenon of the brain; therefore there lies a contradiction in the assumption that as such it ought also to exist independently of all brains. The principal objection to the inevitable and essential ideality of all objects, the objection which distinctly or indistinctly arises in every one, is certainly this: my own person also is an object for some one else, is thus his idea, and yet I know certainly that I would continue to exist even if he no longer perceived me. But all other objects also stand in the same relation to his intellect as I do; consequently they also would continue to exist without being perceived by him. The answer to this is: that other being, as whose object I now regard my person, is not absolutely the subject, but primarily is a knowing individual. Therefore, if he no longer existed, nay, even if there existed no other conscious being except myself, yet the subject, in whose idea alone all objects exist, would by no means be on that account abolished. For I myself indeed am this subject, as every conscious being is. Consequently, in the case assumed, my person would certainly continue to exist, but also as idea in my own knowledge. For even by me myself it is always known only indirectly, never immediately, because all existence as idea is indirect. As object, that is, as extended, occupying space and acting, I know my body only in the perception of my brain. This takes place by means of the senses, upon data supplied by which the percipient understanding performs its function of passing from effect to cause, and thereby, in that the eye sees the body or the hands touch it, it constructs that extended figure which presents itself in space as my body. By no means, however, is there directly given me, either in some general feeling of bodily existence or in inner self‐consciousness, any extension, form, or activity which would then coincide with my nature itself, which accordingly, in order so to exist, would require no other being in whose knowledge it might exhibit itself. On the contrary, that general feeling of bodily existence, and also self‐consciousness, exists directly only in relation to the will, that is, as agreeable or disagreeable, and as active in the acts of will, which for external perception exhibit themselves as actions of the body. From this it follows that the existence of my person or body as something extended and acting always presupposes a knowing being, distinct from it, because it is essentially an existence in apprehension, in the idea, thus an existence for another. In fact, it is a phenomenon of brain, just as much whether the brain in which it exhibits itself is my own or belongs to another person. In the first case one's own person divides itself into the knowing and the known, into object and subject, which here as everywhere stand opposed to each other, inseparable and irreconcilable. If, then, my own person, in order to exist as such, always requires a knowing subject, this will at least as much hold good of the other objects for which it was the aim of the above objection to vindicate an existence independent of knowledge and its subject. However, it is evident that the existence which is conditioned through a knowing subject is only the existence in space, and therefore that of an extended and active being. This alone is always something known, and consequently an existence for another. On the other hand, every being that exists in this way may yet have an existence for itself, for which it requires no subject. Yet this existence for itself cannot be extension and activity, together space occupation, but is necessarily a being of another kind, that of a thing in itself, which as such can never be an object. This then would be the answer to the leading objection set forth above, which accordingly does not overthrow the fundamental truth that the objectively given world can only exist in the idea, thus only for a subject. We have further to remark here that Kant also, so long at least as he remained consistent, can have thought no objects among his things in themselves. For this follows from the fact that he proves that space and also time are mere forms of our perception, which consequently do not belong to things in themselves. What is neither in space nor in time can be no object; thus the being of things in themselves cannot be objective, but of quite a different kind, a metaphysical being. Consequently that Kantian principle already involves this principle also, that the objective world exists only as idea. In spite of all that one may say, nothing is so persistently and ever anew misunderstood as idealism, because it is interpreted as meaning that one denies the empirical reality of the external world. Upon this rests the perpetual return to the appeal to common sense, which appears in many forms and guises; for example, as an irresistible conviction in the Scotch school, or as Jacobi's faith in the reality of the external world. The external world by no means presents itself, as Jacobi declares, upon credit, and is accepted by us upon trust and faith. It presents itself as that which it is, and performs directly what it promises. It must be remembered that Jacobi, who set up such a credit or faith theory of the world, and had the fortune to impose it upon a few professors of philosophy, who for 30 years have philosophised upon the same lines lengthily and at their ease, is the same man who once denounced Lessing as a Spinozist, and afterwards denounced Schelling as an atheist, and who received from the latter the well-known and well-deserved castigation. In keeping with such zeal, when he reduced the external world to a mere matter of faith, he only wished to open the door to faith in general, and to prepare belief for that which was afterwards really to be made a matter of belief; as if, in order to introduce a paper currency, one should seek to appeal to the fact that the value of the ringing coin also depends merely on the stamp which the state has set upon it. Jacobi, in his doctrine that the reality of the external world is assumed upon faith, is just exactly the transcendental realist who plays the empirical idealist, censured by Kant in the Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, p. 369. End of chapter 1, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 1, The Standpoint of Idealism. Part 2. The true idealism, on the contrary, is not the empirical but the transcendental. This leaves the empirical reality of the world untouched, but holds fast to the fact that every object, thus the empirically real in general, is conditioned in a twofold manner by the subject. In the first place materially, or as object generally, because an objective existence is only conceivable as opposed to a subject, and as its idea. In the second place formally, because the mode of existence of an object, that is, its being perceived, space, time, causality, proceeds from the subject, is prearranged in the subject. Therefore with the simple or Berkeleian idealism, which concerns the object in general, there stands in immediate connection the Kantian idealism, which concerns the specially given mode or manner of objective existence. This proves that the whole material world with its bodies, which are extended in space and, by means of time, have causal relations to each other, and everything that depends upon this, that all this is not something which is there independently of our head, but essentially presupposes the functions of our brain, by means of which and in which alone such an objective arrangement of things is possible. For time, space, and causality, upon which all those real and objective events rest, are themselves nothing more than functions of the brain; so that thus the unchangeable order of things, which affords the criterion and clue to their empirical reality itself, proceeds only from the brain, and has its credentials from this alone. All this Kant has expounded fully and thoroughly, only he does not speak of the brain, but calls it the faculty of knowledge. Indeed, he has attempted to prove that when that objective order in time, space, causality, matter, &c., upon which all the events of the real world ultimately rest, is properly considered, it cannot even be conceived as a self‐existing order, that is, an order of the thing in itself, or as something absolutely objective and unconditionally given, for if one tries to think this out it leads to contradictions. To accomplish this was the object of the antinomies, but in the appendix to my work I have proved the failure of the attempt. On the other hand, the Kantian doctrine, even without the antinomies, leads to the insight that things and the whole mode of their existence are inseparably bound up with our consciousness of them. Therefore whoever has distinctly grasped this soon attains to the conviction that the assumption that things also exist as such, apart from and independently of our consciousness, is really absurd. Though we are so deeply involved in time, space, causality, and the whole regular process of experience which rests upon them, that we, and indeed the brutes, are so perfectly at home, and know how to find our way from the first, this would not be possible if our intellect were one thing and things another, but can only be explained from the fact that both constitute one whole; the intellect itself creates that order, and exists only for things, while they, on the other hand, exist only for it. But even apart from the deep insight which only the Kantian philosophy gives, the inadmissibility of the assumption of absolute realism, which is so obstinately clung to, may be directly shown, or at least made capable of being felt, by the simple exhibition of its meaning in the light of such considerations as the following. According to realism, the world is supposed to exist as we know it, independently of this knowledge. Let us once, then, remove all percipient beings from it, and leave only unorganised and vegetable nature. Rock, tree, and brook are there, and the blue heaven. Sun, moon, and stars light this world as before, yet certainly in vain, for there is no eye to see it. Let us now in addition place in it a percipient being. Now that world presents itself again in his brain, and repeats itself within it precisely as it was formerly without it. Thus to the first world a second has been added, which, although completely separated from it, resembles it to a nicety. And now the subjective world of this perception is precisely so constituted in subjective known space as the objective world in objective infinite space. But the subjective world has this advantage over the objective, the knowledge that that space, outside there, is infinite. Indeed, it can also give beforehand most minutely and accurately the whole constitution or necessary properties of all relations which are possible, though not yet actual, in that space, and does not require to examine them. It can tell just as much with regard to the course of time, and also with regard to the relation of cause and effect, which governs the changes in that external world. I think all this, when closely considered, turns out absurd enough, and hence leads to the conviction that that absolute objective world outside the head, independent of it and prior to all knowledge, which at first we imagined ourselves to conceive, is really no other than the second, the world which is known subjectively, the world of idea, as which alone we are actually able to conceive it. Thus, of its own accord, the assumption forces itself upon us that the world as we know it exists also only for our knowledge, therefore in the idea alone, and not a second time outside of it. In accordance then with this assumption, the thing in itself, that is, that which exists independently of our knowledge and of every knowledge, is to be regarded as something completely different from the idea and all its attributes, thus from objectivity in general. What this is will be the subject of our second book. On the other hand, the controversy concerning the reality of the external world, considered in section 5 of the first volume, rests upon the assumption, which has just been criticised, of an objective and a subjective world both in space, and upon the impossibility which arises in connection with this presupposition of a transition from one to the other, a bridge between the two. Upon this controversy I have still to add the following remarks. The subjective and the objective do not constitute a continuous whole. That of which we are immediately conscious is bounded by the skin, or rather by the extreme ends of the nerves which proceed from the cerebral system. Beyond this lies a world of which we have no knowledge except through pictures in our head. Now the question is, whether and how far there is a world independent of us which corresponds to these pictures. The relation between the two could only be brought about by means of the law of causality, for this law alone leads from what is given to something quite different from it. But this law itself has first of all to prove its validity. Now it must either be of objective or of subjective origin, but in either case it lies upon one or the other side, and therefore cannot supply the bridge between them. If, as Locke and Hume assume, it is a posteriori, thus drawn from experience, it is of objective origin, and belongs then itself to the external world which is in question. Therefore it cannot attest the reality of this world, for then, according to Locke's method, causality would be proved from experience, and the reality of experience from causality. If, on the contrary, it is given a priori, as Kant has more correctly taught us, then it is of subjective origin, and in that case it is clear that with it we remain always in the subjective sphere. For all that is actually given empirically, in perception, is the occurrence of a sensation in the organ of sense; and the assumption that this, even in general, must have a cause, rests upon a law which is rooted in the form of our knowledge, that is, in the functions of our brain. The origin of this law is therefore just as subjective as that of the sensation itself. The cause of the given sensation, which is assumed in consequence of this law, presents itself at once in perception as an object, which has space and time for the form of its manifestation. But these forms themselves again are entirely of subjective origin, for they are the mode or method of our faculty of perception. That transition from the sensation to its cause, which, as I have repeatedly pointed out, lies at the foundation of all sense perception, is certainly sufficient to give us the empirical presence in space and time of an empirical object, and is therefore quite enough for the practical purposes of life. But it is by no means sufficient to afford us any conclusion as to the existence and real nature, or rather as to the intelligible substratum of the phenomena which in this way arise for us. Thus that on the occasion of certain sensations occurring in my organs of sense, there arises in my head a perception of things which are extended in space, permanent in time, and causally efficient by no means justifies the assumption that they also exist in themselves, that is, that such things with these properties belonging absolutely to themselves exist independently and outside of my head. This is the true outcome of the Kantian philosophy. It coincides with an earlier result of Locke's, which is just as true, but far more easily understood. For although, as Locke's doctrine permits, external things are absolutely assumed as the causes of sensations, yet there can be no resemblance between the sensation in which the effect consists and the objective nature of the cause which occasions it. For the sensation, as organic function, is primarily determined by the highly artificial and complicated nature of our organs of sense. It is therefore merely excited by the external cause, but is then perfected entirely in accordance with its own laws, and thus is completely subjective. Locke's philosophy was the criticism of the functions of sense. Kant has given us the criticism of the functions of the brain. But to all this we have yet to add the Berkeleian result, which has been revised by me, that every object, whatever its origin may be, is as object already conditioned by the subject, is in fact merely its idea. The aim of realism is indeed the object without subject, but it is impossible even to conceive such an object distinctly. From this whole inquiry it follows with certainty and distinctness that it is absolutely impossible to attain to the comprehension of the inner nature of things upon the path of mere knowledge and perception. For knowledge always comes to things from without, and therefore must for ever remain outside them. This end would only be reached if we could find ourselves in the inside of things, so that their inner nature would be known to us directly. Now how far this is actually the case is considered in my second book. But so long as we are concerned, as in this first book, with objective comprehension, that is, with knowledge, the world is and remains for us a mere idea, for here there is no possible path by which we can cross over to it. But besides this, a firm grasp of the point of view of idealism is a necessary counterpoise to that of materialism. The controversy concerning the real and the ideal may also be regarded as a controversy concerning the existence of matter, for it is the reality or ideality of this that is ultimately in question. Does matter as such exist only in our idea, or does it also exist independently of it? In the latter case it would be the thing in itself, and whoever assumes a self‐existent matter must also consistently be a materialist, that is, he must make matter the principle of explanation of all things. Whoever, on the contrary, denies its existence as a thing in itself is eo ipso an idealist. Among the moderns only Locke has definitely and without ambiguity asserted the reality of matter, and therefore his teaching led, in the hands of Condillac, to the sensualism and materialism of the French. Only Berkeley, directly and without modification, denies matter. The complete antithesis is thus that of idealism and materialism, represented in its extremes by Berkeley and the French materialists, Holbach. Fichte is not to be mentioned here. He deserves no place among true philosophers. Among those elect of mankind, who with deep earnestness seek not their own things but the truth, and therefore must be not confused with those who under this pretence have only their personal advancement in view. Fichte is the father of the sham philosophy, of the disingenuous method, which through ambiguity in the use of words, incomprehensible language, and sophistry, seeks to deceive, and tries moreover to make a deep impression by assuming an air of importance; in a word, the philosophy which seeks to bamboozle and humbug those who desire to learn. After this method had been applied by Schelling, it reached its height, as every one knows, in Hegel, in whose hands it developed into pure charlatanism. But whoever even names this Fichte seriously along with Kant shows that he has not even a dim notion of what Kant is. On the other hand, materialism also has its warrant. It is just as true that the knower is a product of matter as that matter is merely the idea of the knower, but it is also just as one‐sided. For materialism is the philosophy of the subject that forgets to take account of itself. And accordingly, as against the assertion that I am a mere modification of matter, this must be insisted upon, that all matter exists merely in my idea, and it is no less right. A knowledge as yet obscure of these relations seems to have been the origin of the saying of Plato, ουλη αληθινον ψευδος, materia mendacium verax. End of chapter 1, part 2. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, part 3. Of supplements to the first book, first half. The doctrine of the idea of perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The doctrine of the idea of perception, part 3. Realism necessarily leads, as we have said, to materialism. For if empirical perception gives us things in themselves, as they exist independently of our knowledge, experience also gives us the order of things in themselves, that is, the true and sole order of the world. But this path leads to the assumption that there is only one thing in itself, matter, of which all other things are modifications, for the course of nature is here the absolute and only order of the world. To escape from these consequences, while realism remained an undisputed acceptance, spiritualism was set up, that is, the assumption of a second substance outside of and along with matter, an immaterial substance. This dualism and spiritualism, equally unsupported by experience and destitute of proof and comprehensibility, was denied by Spinoza, and was proved to be false by Kant, who dared to do so because at the same time he established idealism in its rights. For with realism, materialism, as the counterpoise of which spiritualism had been devised, falls to the ground of its own accord, because then matter and the course of nature become mere phenomena which are conditioned by the intellect, as they have their existence only in its idea. Accordingly, spiritualism is the delusive and false safeguard against materialism, while the real and true safeguard is idealism, which, by making the objective world dependent upon us, gives the needed counterpoise to the position of dependence upon the objective world, in which we are placed by the course of nature. The world from which I part at death is, in another aspect, only my idea. The centre of gravity of existence falls back into the object. What is proved is not, as in spiritualism, that the knower is independent of matter, but that all matter is dependent on him. Certainly this is not so easy to comprehend or so convenient to handle as spiritualism with its two substances, but καλέπα τα καλά. In opposition to the subjective starting point, the world is my idea, there certainly stands provisionally, with equal justification, the objective starting point, the world is matter, or matter alone is absolute, since it alone is not subject to becoming and passing away, or all that exists is matter. This is the starting point of Democritus, Leucippus, and Epicurus. But more closely considered, the departure from the subject retains a real advantage. It has the start by one perfectly justified step. For consciousness alone is the immediate, but we pass over this if we go at once to matter and make it our starting point. On the other hand, it would certainly be possible to construct the world from matter and its properties, if these were correctly, completely, and exhaustively known to us, which is far from being the case as yet. For all that has come to be has become actual through causes which could operate and come together only by virtue of the fundamental forces of matter. But these must be perfectly capable of demonstration at least objectively, even if subjectively we never attain to a knowledge of them. But such an explanation and construction of the world would not only have at its foundation the assumption of an existence in itself of matter, while in truth it is conditioned by the subject, but it would also be obliged to allow all the original qualities in this matter to pass current and remain absolutely inexplicable, thus as qualitates occultae. Compare § 26 and 27 of the first volume. For matter is only the vehicle of these forces, just as the law of causality is only the arranger of their manifestations. Therefore such an explanation of the world would always remain merely relative and conditioned, properly the work of a physical science, which at every step longed for a metaphysic. On the other hand, there is also something inadequate about the subjective starting point and first principle, "The world is my idea," partly because it is one‐sided, since the world is far more than that, the thing in itself, will; and indeed its existence as idea is to a certain extent only accidental to it; but partly also because it merely expresses the fact that the object is conditioned by the subject, without at the same time saying that the subject as such is also conditioned by the object. For the assertion "the subject would still remain a knowing being if it had no object," that is, if it had absolutely no idea, is just as false as the assertion of the crude understanding "the world, the object, would still exist even if there were no subject." A consciousness without an object is no consciousness. A thinking subject has conceptions for its object. A subject of sense perception has objects with the qualities corresponding to its organization. If we rob the subject of all special characteristics and forms of its knowledge, all the properties of the object vanish also, and nothing remains but matter without form and quality, which can just as little occur in experience as a subject without the forms of its knowledge, but which remains opposed to the naked subject as such, as its reflex, which can only disappear along with it. Although materialism pretends to postulate nothing more than this matter, for instance atoms, yet it unconsciously adds to it not only the subject, but also space, time, and causality, which depend upon special properties of the subject. The world as idea, the objective world, has thus, as it were, two poles: the simple knowing subject without the forms of its knowledge, and crude matter without form and quality. Both are completely unknowable: the subject because it is that which knows, matter because without form and quality it cannot be perceived. Yet both are fundamental conditions of all empirical perception. Thus the knowing subject, merely as such, which is a presupposition of all experience, stands opposed as its pure counterpart to the crude, formless, and utterly dead, i.e., will‐less matter, which is given in no experience, but which all experience presupposes. This subject is not in time, for time is only the more definite form of all its ideas. The matter which stands over against it is, like it, eternal and imperishable, endures through all time, but is, properly speaking, not extended, for extension gives form, thus it has no spatial properties. Everything else is involved in a constant process of coming into being and passing away, while these two represent the unmoved poles of the world as idea. The permanence of matter may therefore be regarded as the reflex of the timelessness of the pure subject, which is simply assumed as the condition of all objects. Both belong to phenomena, not to the thing in itself, but they are the framework of the phenomenon. Both are arrived at only by abstraction, and are not given immediately pure and for themselves. The fundamental error of all systems is the failure to understand this truth. Intelligence and matter are correlates, that is, the one exists only for the other, both stand and fall together, the one is only the reflex of the other. Indeed, they are really one and the same thing, regarded from two opposite points of view. And this one thing I am here anticipating is the manifestation of the will, or the thing in itself. Consequently both are secondary, and therefore the origin of the world is not to be sought in either of the two. But because of their failure to understand this, all systems, with the exception perhaps of that of Spinoza, sought the origin of all things in one of these two. Some of them, on the one hand, suppose an intelligence, νους, as the absolutely first and δημιουργος, and accordingly in this allow an idea of things and of the world to precede their actual existence. Consequently they distinguish the real world from the world of idea, which is false. Therefore matter now appears as that through which the two are distinguished as the thing in itself. Hence arises the difficulty of procuring this matter, the υλη, so that when added to the mere idea of the world, it may impart reality to it. That original intelligence must now either find it ready to hand, in which case it is just as much an absolute first as that intelligence itself, and we have then two absolute firsts, the δημιουργος and the ὑλη, or the absolute intelligence must create this matter out of nothing, an assumption which our understanding refuses to make, for it is only capable of comprehending changes in matter, and not that matter itself should come into being or pass away. This rests ultimately upon the fact that matter is essential, the correlate of the understanding. On the other hand, the systems opposed to these, which make the other of the two correlates, i.e., matter, the absolute first, suppose a matter which would exist without being perceived; and it has been made sufficiently clear by all that has been said above that this is a direct contradiction, for by the existence of matter we always mean simply its being perceived. But here they encounter the difficulty of bringing to this matter, which alone is their absolute first, the intelligence which is finally to experience it. I have shown this weak side of materialism in section 7 of the first volume. For me, on the contrary, matter and intelligence are inseparable correlates, which exist only for each other and therefore merely relatively. Matter is the idea of the intelligence is that in whose idea alone matter exists. The two together constitute the world as idea, which is just Kant's phenomenon and consequently something secondary. What is primary is that which manifests itself, the thing in itself, which we shall afterwards discover is the will. This is in itself neither the perceiver nor the perceived, but is entirely different from the mode of its manifestation. As a forcible conclusion of this important and difficult discussion, I shall now personify these two abstractions, and present them in a dialogue after the fashion of Prabodha Chandrodaya. It may also be compared with a similar dialogue between matter and form in the Duodecim Principia Philosophiæ of Raymond Lully, chapters 1 and 2. The subject. I am, and besides me there is nothing, for the world is my idea. Matter. Presumptuous delusion. I am, and besides me there is nothing, for the world is my fleeting form. Thou art a mere result of a part of this form and altogether accidental. The subject. What insane arrogance! Neither thou nor thy form would exist without me. Ye are conditioned by me. Whosoever thinks me away, and believes he can still think ye there, is involved in gross delusion, for your existence apart from my idea is a direct contradiction, a meaningless form of words. Ye are simply means ye are perceived by me. My idea is the sphere of your existence, therefore I am its first condition. Matter. Fortunately, the audacity of your assertion will soon be put to silence in reality, and not by mere words. Yet a few moments and thou actually art no more. With all thy boasting thou hast sunk into nothing, vanished like a shadow, and shared the fate of all my transitory forms. But I remain, unscathed and undiminished from age to age through infinite time, and behold unshaken the play of my changing form. The subject. This infinite time through which thou boastest that thou livest, like the infinite space which thou fillest, exists only in my idea. Indeed, it is merely the form of my idea which I bear complete in myself, and in which thou exhibitest thyself, which receives thee, and through which thou first of all existest. But the annihilation with which thou threatenest me touches me not. Were it so, then wouldst thou also be annihilated. It merely affects the individual, which for a short time is my vehicle, and which, like everything else, is my idea. Matter. And if I concede this, and go so far as to regard thy existence, which is yet inseparably linked to that of these fleeting individuals, as something absolute, it yet remains dependent upon mine. For thou art subject only so far as thou hast an object, and this object I am. I am its kernel and content, that which is permanent in it, that which holds it together, and without which it would be as disconnected, as wavering and unsubstantial as the dreams and fancies of thy individuals, which have yet borrowed from me even the illusive content they possess. The subject. Thou dost well to refrain from contesting my existence on the ground that it is linked to individuals. For, as inseparably as I am joined to them, thou art joined to thy sister form, and hast never appeared without her. No eye hath yet seen either thee or me naked and isolated, for we are both mere abstractions. It is in reality one being that perceives itself and is perceived by itself, but whose real being cannot consist either in perceiving or in being perceived, since these are divided between us two. Both. We are then inseparably joined together as necessary parts of one whole, which includes us both and exists through us. Only a misunderstanding can oppose us two hostilely to each other, and hence draw the false conclusion that the one contests the existence of the other, with which its own existence stands or falls. This whole, which comprehends both, is the world as idea, or the world of phenomena. When this is taken away, there remains only what is purely metaphysical, the thing in itself, which in the second book we shall recognize as the will. End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2 of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 2. The doctrine of perception or knowledge of the understanding. With all transcendental ideality, the objective world retains empirical reality. The object is indeed not the thing in itself, but as an empirical object it is real. It is true that space is only in my head, but empirically my head is in space. The law of causality can certainly never enable us to get quit of idealism by building a bridge between things in themselves and our knowledge of them, and thus certifying the absolute reality of the world, which exhibits itself in consequence of its application. But this by no means does away with the causal relation of objects to each other. Thus it does not abolish the causal relation which unquestionably exists between the body of each knowing person and all other material objects. But the law of causality binds together only phenomena and does not lead beyond them. With that law we are and remain in the world of objects, that is, the world of phenomena, or more properly the world of ideas. Yet the whole of such a world of experience is primarily conditioned by the knowledge of a subject in general as its necessary presupposition, and then by the special forms of our perception and apprehension, thus necessarily belongs to the merely phenomenal, and has no claim to pass for the world of things in themselves. Indeed, the subject itself, so far as it is merely the knowing subject, belongs to the merely phenomenal, of which it constitutes the complementary half. Without application of the law of causality, however, perception of an objective world could never be arrived at, for this perception is, as I have often explained, essentially matter of the intellect and not merely of the senses. The senses afford us mere sensation, which is far from being perception. The part played by sensations of the senses in perception was distinguished by Locke under the name secondary qualities, which he rightly refused to ascribe to things in themselves. But Kant, carrying Locke's method further, distinguished also, and refused to ascribe to things in themselves what belongs to the working up of this material, the sensations, by the brain. The result was that in this was included all that Locke had left to things in themselves as primary qualities, extension, form, solidity, etc., so that with Kant the thing in itself was reduced to a completely unknown quantity, i.e., X. With Locke accordingly the thing in itself is certainly without colour, sound, smell, taste, neither warm nor cold, neither soft nor hard, neither smooth nor rough, yet it has still extension and form. It is impenetrable, at rest or in motion, and has mass and number. With Kant, on the other hand, it has laid aside all these latter qualities also, because they are only possible by means of time, space, and causality, and these spring from an intellect (brain), just as colours, tones, smells, &c., originate in the nerves of the organs of sense. The thing in itself has with Kant become spaceless, unextended, and incorporeal. Thus what the mere senses bring to the perception, in which the objective world exists, stands to what is supplied by the functions of the brain (space, time, causality), as the mass of the nerves of sense stand to the mass of the brain, after subtracting that part of the latter which is further applied to thinking proper, i.e., to abstract ideas, and is therefore not possessed by the brutes. For as the nerves of the organs of sense impart to the phenomenal objects colour, sound, taste, smell, temperature, &c., so the brain imparts to them extension, form, impenetrability, the power of movement, &c., in short, all that can only be presented in perception by means of time, space, and causality. How small is the share of the senses in perception, compared with that of the intellect, is also shown by a comparison of the nerve apparatus for receiving impressions with that for working them up. The mass of the nerves of sensation of the whole of the organs of sense is very small compared with that of the brain, even in the case of the brutes, whose brains, since they do not, properly speaking, i.e., in the abstract, think, is merely used for effecting perception, and yet when this is complete, thus in the case of mammals, has a very considerable mass even after the cerebellum, whose function is the systematic guidance of movements, has been taken away. That excellent book by Thomas Reid, The Inquiry into the Human Mind, first edition 1764, sixth edition 1810, as a negative proof of the Kantian truths, affords us a very thorough conviction of the inadequacy of the senses to produce the objective perception of things, and also of the non‐empirical origin of the perception of space and time. Reid refutes Locke's doctrine that perception is a product of the senses, by a thorough and acute demonstration that the collective sensations of the senses do not bear the least resemblance to the world as known in perception, and especially that the five primary qualities of Locke, extension, form, solidity, movement, and number, absolutely could not be afforded us by any sensation of the senses. Accordingly he gives up the question as to the mode of origination and the source of perception as completely insoluble, and although altogether unacquainted with Kant, he gives us, as it were, according to the regula falsi, a thorough proof of the intellectual nature of perception, really first explained by me as a consequence of the Kantian doctrine, and also of the a priori source, discovered by Kant, of its constituent elements, space, time, and causality, from which those primary qualities of Locke first proceed, but by means of which they are easily constructed. Thomas Reid's book is very instructive and well worth reading, 10 times more so than all the philosophy together that has been written since Kant. Another indirect proof of the same doctrine, though in the way of error, is afforded by the French sensational philosophers, who, since Condillac trod in the footsteps of Locke, have laboured to show once for all that the whole of our perception and thinking can be referred to mere sensations (penser, c'est sentir), which after Locke's example they call idées simples, and through the mere coming together and comparison of which the whole objective world is supposed to build itself up in our heads. These gentlemen certainly have des idées bien simples. It is amusing to see how lacking alike the profundity of the German and the honesty of the English professor, they turn the poor material of sensation this way and that, and try to increase its importance, in order to construct out of it the deeply significant phenomena of the world of perception and thought. But the man constructed by them would necessarily be an anencephalus, a tête de crapaud, with only organs of sense and without a brain. To take only a couple of the better attempts of this sort out of a multitude of others, I may mention as examples Condorcet at the beginning of his book, Des Progrès de l'Esprit Humain, and Tourtois on sight, in the second volume of the Scriptures Ophthalmologici Minores, edit by Justus Radius, 1828. The feeling of the insufficiency of a purely sensationalistic explanation of perception is in like manner shown in the assertion which was made shortly before the appearance of the Kantian philosophy, that we not only have ideas of things called forth by sensation, but apprehend the things themselves directly, although they lie outside us, which is certainly inconceivable. And this was not meant in some idealistic sense, but was said from the point of view of common realism. This assertion is well and pointedly put by the celebrated Euler in his Letters to a German Princess, vol. ii. p. 68. He says, "I therefore believe that the sensations of the senses contain something more than philosophers imagine. They are not merely empty perceptions of certain impressions made in the brain; they do not give the soul mere ideas of things, but actually place before it objects which exist outside it, although we cannot conceive how this really happens." This opinion is explained by the following facts. Although, as I have fully proved, perception is brought about by application of the law of causality, of which we are conscious a priori, yet in sight the act of the understanding, by means of which we pass from the effect to the cause, by no means appears distinctly in consciousness, and therefore the sensation does not separate itself clearly from the idea which is constructed out of it as the raw material by the understanding. Still less can a distinction between object and idea, which in general does not exist, appear in consciousness; but we feel the things themselves quite directly, and indeed as lying outside us, although it is certain that what is immediate can only be the sensation, and this is confined to the sphere of the body enclosed by our skin. This can be explained from the fact that outside us is exclusively a spatial determination. But space itself is a form of our faculty of perception, that is, a function of our brain. Therefore, that externality to us to which we refer objects, on the occasion of sensations of sight, is itself really within our heads, for that is its whole sphere of activity. Much as in the theatre we see the mountains, the woods, and the sea, but yet everything is inside the house. From this it becomes intelligible that we perceive things in the relation of externality, and yet in every respect immediately, but have not within us an idea of the things which lie outside us, different from these things. For things are in space, and consequently also external to us only in so far as we perceive them. Therefore those things which to this extent we perceive directly, and not mere images of them, are themselves only our ideas, and as such exist only in our heads. Therefore we do not, as Euler says, directly perceive the things themselves which are external to us, but rather the things which are perceived by us as external to us are only our ideas, and consequently are apprehended by us immediately. The whole observation given above in Euler's words, and which is quite correct, affords a fresh proof of Kant's transcendental æsthetic, and of my theory of perception which is founded upon it, as also of idealism in general. The directness and unconsciousness referred to above, with which in perception we make the transition from the sensation to its cause, may be illustrated by an analogous procedure in the use of abstract ideas or thinking. When we read or hear we receive mere words, but we pass from these so immediately to the conceptions denoted by them that it is as if we received the conceptions directly, for we are absolutely unconscious of the transition from the words to the conceptions. Therefore it sometimes happens that we do not know in what language it was that we read something yesterday which we now remember. Yet that such a transition always takes place becomes apparent if it is once omitted. That is, if in a fit of abstraction we read without thinking, and then become aware that we certainly have taken in all the words, but no conceptions. Only when we pass from abstract conceptions to pictures of the imagination do we become conscious of the transposition we have made. Further, it is really only in perception in the narrowest sense, that is, in sight, that in empirical apprehension the transition from the sensation to its cause takes place quite unconsciously. In every other kind of sense perception, on the contrary, the transition takes place with more or less distinct consciousness. Therefore, in the case of apprehension through the four coarser senses, its reality is capable of being established as an immediate fact. Thus in the dark we feel a thing for a long time on all sides, until from the different effects upon our hands we are able to construct its definite form as their cause. Further, if something feels smooth, we sometimes reflect whether we may not have fat or oil upon our hands, and again, if something feels cold, we ask ourselves whether it may not be that we have very warm hands. When we hear a sound, we sometimes doubt whether it was really an affection of our sense of hearing from without, or merely an inner affection of it; then, whether it sounded near and weak, or far off and strong; then, from what direction it came; and finally, whether it was the voice of a man or of a brute, or the sound of an instrument. Thus we investigate the cause of each effect we experience. In the case of smell and taste, uncertainty as to the objective nature of the cause of the effect felt is of the commonest occurrence. So distinctly are the two separated here. The fact that in sight the transition from the effect to the cause occurs quite unconsciously, and hence the illusion arises that this kind of perception is perfectly direct, and consists simply in the sensation alone without any operation of the understanding. This has its explanation partly in the great perfection of the organ of vision, and partly in the exclusively rectilineal action of light. On account of the latter circumstance the impression itself leads directly to the place of the cause. And since the eye is capable of perceiving with the greatest exactness, and at a glance, all the fine distinctions of light and shade, colour and outline, and also the data in accordance with which the understanding estimates distance, it thus happens that in the case of impressions of this sense the operation of the understanding takes place with such rapidity and certainty that we are just as little conscious of it as of spelling when we read. Hence arises the delusion that the sensation itself presents us directly with the objects. Yet it is just in sight that the operation of the understanding, consisting in the knowledge of the cause from the effect, is most significant. By means of it what is felt doubly with two eyes is perceived as single. By means of it the impression which strikes the retina upside down, in consequence of the crossing of the rays in the pupils, is put right by following back the cause of this in the same direction; or, as we express ourselves, we see things upright although their image in the eye is reversed. And finally, by means of the operation of the understanding, magnitude and distance are estimated by us in direct perception from 5 different data, which are very clearly and beautifully described by Dr. Thomas Reid. I expounded all this, and also the proofs which irrefutably establish the intellectual nature of perception, as long ago as 1816, in my essay on Sight and Colour, second edition 1854, third edition 1870, and with important additions 15 years later in the revised Latin version of it, which is given under the title Theoria Colorum Physiologica eademque primaria, in the third volume of the Scriptores Ophthalmologici Minores, published by Justus Radius in 1830, yet most fully and thoroughly in the second and third edition of my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21. Therefore on this important subject I refer to these works, so as not to extend unduly the present exposition. On the other hand, an observation which trenches on the province of æsthetics may find its place here. It follows from the proved intellectual nature of perception that the sight of beautiful objects, for example of a beautiful view, is also a phenomenon of the brain. Its purity and completeness, therefore, depends not merely on the object, but also upon the quality of the brain, its form and size, the fineness of its texture, and the stimulation of its activity by the strength of the pulse of the arteries which supply it. Accordingly the same view appears in different heads, even when the eyes are equally acute, as different as, for example, the first and last impressions of a copper plate that has been much used. This is the explanation of the difference of capacity for enjoying natural beauty, and consequently also for reproducing it, that is, for occasioning a similar phenomenon of the brain by means of an entirely different kind of cause, the arrangement of colours on a canvas. The apparent immediacy of perception, depending on its entire intellectuality, by virtue of which, as Euler says, we apprehend the thing itself, and as external to us finds an analogy in the way in which we feel the parts of our own bodies, especially when they suffer pain, which when we do feel them is generally the case. Just as we imagine that we perceive things where they are, while the perception really takes place in the brain, we believe that we feel the pain of a limb in the limb itself, while in reality it also is felt in the brain, to which it is conducted by the nerve of the affected part. Therefore, only the affections of those parts whose nerves go to the brain are felt, and not those of the parts whose nerves belong to the sympathetic system, unless it be that an unusually strong affection of these parts penetrates by some roundabout way to the brain, where yet for the most part it only makes itself known as a dull sense of discomfort, and always without definite determination of its locality. Hence also it is that we do not feel injuries to a limb whose nerve trunk has been severed or ligatured; and hence finally the man who has lost a limb still sometimes feels pain in it, because the nerves which go to the brain are still there. Thus, in the two phenomena here compared, what goes on in the brain is apprehended as outside of it, in the case of perception, by means of the understanding, which extends its feelers into the outer world; in the case of the feeling of our limbs, by means of the nerves. End of chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 3 of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 3. On the Senses. It is not the object of my writings to repeat what has been said by others, and therefore I only make here some special remarks of my own on the subject of the senses. The senses are merely the channels through which the brain receives from without, in the form of sensations, the materials which it works up into ideas of perception. Those sensations which principally serve for the objective comprehension of the external world must in themselves be neither agreeable nor disagreeable. This really means that they must leave the will entirely unaffected. Otherwise the sensation itself would attract our attention, and we would remain at the effect instead of passing to the cause, which is what is aimed at here. For it would bring with it that marked superiority as regards our consideration, which the will always has over the mere idea, to which we only turn when the will is silent. Therefore colours and sounds are in themselves, and so long as their impression does not pass the normal degree, neither painful nor pleasurable sensations, but appear with the indifference that fits them to be the material of pure objective perception. This is as far the case as was possible in a body which is in itself through and through will, and just in this respect it is worthy of admiration. Physiologically it rests upon the fact that in the organs of the nobler senses, thus in sight and hearing, the nerves which have to receive the specific outward impression are quite insusceptible to any sensation of pain, and know no other sensation than that which is specifically peculiar to them, and which serves the purpose of mere apprehension. Thus the retina, as also the optic nerve, is insensible to every injury, and this is also the case with the nerve of hearing. In both organs pain is only felt in their other parts, the surroundings of the nerve of sense which is peculiar to them, never in this nerve itself. In the case of the eye such pain is felt principally in the conjunctiva, in the case of the ear in the meatus auditorius. Even with the brain this is the case, for if it is cut into directly thus from above, it has no feeling. Thus only on account of this indifference with regard to the will which is peculiar to them are the sensations of the eye capable of supplying the understanding with such multifarious and finely distinguished data, out of which it constructs in our head the marvellous objective world, by the application of the law of causality upon the foundation of the pure perceptions of space and time. Just that freedom from affecting the will which is characteristic of sensations of colour enables them, when their energy is heightened by transparency, as in the glow of an evening sky, in painted glass, and the like, to raise us very easily into the state of pure, objective, will‐less perception, which, as I have shown in my third book, is one of the chief constituent elements of the æsthetic impression. Just this indifference with regard to the will fits sounds to supply the material for denoting the infinite multiplicity of the conceptions of the reason. Outer sense, that is, receptivity for external impressions as pure data for the understanding, is divided into five senses, and these accommodate themselves to the four elements, that is, the four states of aggregation, together with that of imponderability. Thus, the sense for what is firm, earth, is touch; for what is fluid, water, taste; for what is in the form of vapour, that is, volatile, vapour, exhalation, smell; for what is permanently elastic, air, hearing; for what is imponderable, fire, light, sight. The second imponderable, heat, is not properly an object of the senses, but of general feeling, and therefore always affects the will directly as agreeable or disagreeable. From this classification there also follows the relative dignity of the senses. Sight has the highest rank, because its sphere is the widest and its susceptibility the finest. This rests upon the fact that what affects it is an imponderable, that is, something which is scarcely corporeal, but is quasi‐spiritual. Hearing has the second place, corresponding to air. However, touch is a more thorough and well‐informed sense. For while each of the other senses gives us only an entirely one‐sided relation to the object, as its sound, or its relation to light, touch, which is closely bound up with general feeling and muscular power, supplies the understanding with the data at once for the form, magnitude, hardness, softness, texture, firmness, temperature, and weight of bodies, and all this with the least possibility of illusion and deception, to which all the other senses are far more subject. The two lowest senses, smell and taste, are no longer free from a direct affection of the will, that is, they are always agreeably or disagreeably affected, and are therefore more subjective than objective. Sensations of hearing are exclusively in time, and therefore the whole nature of music consists in degrees of time, upon which depends both the quality or pitch of tones, by means of vibrations, and also their quantity or duration, by means of time. The sensations of sight, on the other hand, are primarily and principally in space, but secondarily, by reason of their duration, they are also in time. Sight is the sense of the understanding which perceives; hearing is the sense of the reason which thinks and apprehends. Words are only imperfectly represented by visible signs, and therefore I doubt whether a deaf and dumb man who can read, but has no idea of the sound of the words, works as quickly in thinking with the mere visible signs of conceptions as we do with the real, that is, the audible words. If he cannot read, it is well known that he is almost like an irrational animal, while the man born blind is from the first a thoroughly rational being. Sight is an active, hearing a passive sense; therefore sounds affect our mind in a disturbing and hostile manner, and indeed they do so the more in proportion as the mind is active and developed. They distract all thoughts and instantly destroy the power of thinking. On the other hand, there is no analogous disturbance through the eye, no direct effect of what is seen, as such, upon the activity of thought; for naturally we are not speaking here of the influence which the objects looked at have upon the will, but the most varied multitude of things before our eyes admits of entirely unhindered and quiet thought. Therefore the thinking mind lives at peace with the eye, but is always at war with the ear. This opposition of the two senses is also confirmed by the fact that if deaf and dumb persons are cured by galvanism, they become deadly pale with terror at the first sounds they hear (Gilbert's Annalen der Physik).
Vol. 10, p. 382; while blind persons, on the contrary, who have been operated upon, behold with ecstasy the first light, and unwillingly allow the bandages to be put over their eyes again. All that has been said, however, can be explained from the fact that hearing takes place by means of a mechanical vibration of the nerve of hearing, which is at once transmitted to the brain, while seeing, on the other hand, is a real action of the retina, which is merely stimulated and called forth by light and its modifications, as I have shown at length in my physiological theory of colours. But this whole opposition stands in direct conflict with that coloured ether drum‐beating theory which is now everywhere unblushingly served up, and which seeks to degrade the eye's sensation of light to a mechanical vibration, such as primarily that of hearing actually is, while nothing can be more different than the still, gentle effect of light and the alarm drum of hearing. If we add to this the remarkable circumstance that although we hear with two ears, the sensibility of which is often very different, yet we never hear a sound double, as we often see things double with our two eyes, we are led to the conjecture that the sensation of hearing does not arise in the labyrinth or in the cochlea, but deep in the brain where the two nerves of hearing meet, and thus the impression becomes simple. But this is where the pons Varolii encloses the medulla oblongata, thus at the absolutely lethal spot, by the injury of which every animal is instantly killed, and from which the nerve of hearing has only a short course to the labyrinth, the seat of acoustic vibration. Now it is just because its source is here, in this dangerous place, in which also all movement of the limbs originates, that we start at a sudden noise, which does not occur in the least degree when we suddenly see a light, for example, a flash of lightning. The optic nerve, on the contrary, proceeds from its thalami much further forward, though perhaps its source lies behind them, and throughout its course is covered by the anterior lobes of the brain, although always separated from them till, having extended quite out of the brain, it is spread out in the retina, upon which, on stimulation by light, the sensation first arises, and where it is really localised. This is shown in my essay upon sight and colour. This origin of the auditory nerve explains then the great disturbance which the power of thinking suffers from sound, on account of which thinking men, and in general all people of much intellect, are without exception absolutely incapable of enduring any noise. For it disturbs the constant stream of their thoughts, interrupts and paralyses their thinking, just because the vibration of the auditory nerve extends so deep into the brain, the whole mass of which feels the oscillations set up through this nerve, and vibrates along with them, and because the brains of such persons are more easily moved than those of ordinary men. On the same readiness to be set in motion and capacity for transmission, which characterises their brains, depends the fact that in the case of persons like these every thought calls forth so readily all those analogous or related to it, whereby the similarities, analogies, and relations of things in general come so quickly and easily into their minds, that the same occasion which millions of ordinary minds have experienced before brings them to the thought, to the discovery, that other people are subsequently surprised they did not reach themselves; for they certainly can think afterwards, but they cannot think before. Thus the sun shone on all statues, but only the statue of Memnon gave forth a sound. For this reason Kant, Goethe, and Jean Paul were highly sensitive to every noise, as their biographers bear witness. Goethe in his last years bought a house which had fallen into disrepair close to his own, simply in order that he might not have to endure the noise that would be made in repairing it. Thus it was in vain that in his youth he followed the drum in order to harden himself against noise. It is not a matter of custom. On the other hand, the truly stoical indifference to noise of ordinary minds is astonishing. No noise disturbs them in their thinking, reading, writing, or other occupations, while the finer mind is rendered quite incapable by it. But just that which makes them so insensible to noise of every kind makes them also insensible to the beautiful in plastic art, and to deep thought or fine expression in literary art, in short,
to all that does not touch their personal interests. The following remark of Lichtenberg's applies to the paralysing effect which noise has upon highly intellectual persons. It is always a good sign when an artist can be hindered by trifles from exercising his art. F used to stick his fingers into sulphur if he wished to play the piano. Such things do not interfere with the average mind; it acts like a coarse sieve. Vermischte Schriften, Vol. I, p. 398. I have long really held the opinion that the amount of noise which any one can bear undisturbed stands in inverse proportion to his mental capacity, and therefore may be regarded as a pretty fair measure of it. Therefore, if I hear the dogs barking for hours together in the court of a house without being stopped, I know what to think of the intellectual capacity of the inhabitants. The man who habitually slams the door of a room, instead of shutting it with his hand, or allows this to go on in his house, is not only ill‐bred, but is also a coarse and dull‐minded fellow. That in English sensible also means gifted with understanding is based upon accurate and fine observation. We shall only become quite civilized when the ears are no longer unprotected, and when it shall no longer be the right of everybody to sever the consciousness of each thinking being, in its course of 1,000 steps, with whistling, howling, bellowing, hammering, whip‐cracking, barking, etc., etc. The Sybarites banished all noisy trades without the town. The honourable sect of the Shakers in North America permit no unnecessary noise in their villages, and the Moravians have a similar rule. Something more is said upon this subject in the 30th chapter of the second volume of the Parerga. The effect of music upon the mind, so penetrating, so direct, so unfailing, may be explained from the passive nature of hearing, which has been discussed; also the after effect which sometimes follows it, and which consists in a specially elevated frame of mind. The vibrations of the tones following in rationally combined numerical relations set the fibre of the brain itself in similar vibration. On the other hand, the active nature of sight, opposed as it is to the passive nature of hearing, makes it intelligible why there can be nothing analogous to music for the eye, and the piano of colours was an absurd mistake. Further, it is just on account of the active nature of the sense of sight that it is remarkably acute in the case of beasts that hunt, i.e., beasts of prey, while conversely the passive sense of hearing is specially acute in those beasts that are hunted, that flee and are timid, so that it may give them timely warning of the pursuer that is rushing or creeping upon them. Just as we have recognised in sight the sense of the understanding, and in hearing the sense of the reason, so we might call smell the sense of the memory, because it calls to us more directly than any other the specific impression of an event or a scene, even from the most distant past. End of chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4, On Knowledge a priori, Part 1. From the fact that we are able spontaneously to assign and determine the laws of relations in space without having recourse to experience, Plato concludes, in Meno, p. 353, that all learning is mere recollection. Kant, on the other hand, concludes that space is subjectively conditioned, and merely a form of the faculty of knowledge. How far in this regard does Kant stand above Plato? Cogito ergo sum is an analytical judgment. Indeed, Parmenides held it to be an identical judgment, to gar auto noein esti te kai enai, nam intelligere et esse idem est. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, 6.2, § 23. As such, however, or indeed even as an analytical judgment, it cannot contain any special wisdom,
nor yet, if, to go still deeper, we seek to deduce it as a conclusion from the major premise, non entis nulla sunt prædicata. But with this proposition what Descartes really wished to express was the great truth that immediate certainty belongs only to self‐consciousness, to what is subjective; to what is objective, on the other hand, thus to everything else, only indirect certainty belongs, for it is arrived at through self‐consciousness, and being thus merely at second hand, it is to be regarded as problematical. Upon this depends the value of this celebrated proposition. As its opposite we may set up, in the sense of the Kantian philosophy, cogito ergo est, i.e., exactly as I think certain relations in things, the mathematical, they must always occur in all possible experience. This was an important, profound, and a late aperçu, which appeared in the form of the problem as to the possibility of synthetic judgments a priori, and has actually opened up the way to a deeper knowledge. This problem is the watchword of the Kantian philosophy, as the former proposition is that of the Cartesian, and shows ex oion eis oia. Kant very fitly places his investigations concerning time and space at the head of all the rest, for to the speculative mind these questions present themselves before all others. What is time? What is this that consists of mere movement without anything that moves it? And what is space? This omnipresent nothing, out of which nothing that exists can escape without ceasing to be anything at all. That time and space depend on the subject, are the mode in which the process of objective apperception is brought about in the brain, has already a sufficient proof in the absolute impossibility of thinking away time and space, while we can very easily think away everything that is presented in them. The hand can leave go of everything except itself. However, I wish here to illustrate by a few examples and deductions the more exact proofs of this truth which are given by Kant, not for the purpose of refuting stupid objections, but for the use of those who may have to expound Kant's doctrine in future. A right‐angled equilateral triangle contains no logical contradiction, for the predicates do not by any means cancel the subject, nor are they inconsistent with each other. It is only when their object is constructed in pure perception that the impossibility of their union in it appears. Now if on this account we were to regard this as a contradiction, then so would every physical impossibility, only discovered to be such after the lapse of centuries, be a contradiction; for example, the composition of a metal from its elements, or a mammal with more or fewer than 7 cervical vertebra, or horns and upper incisors in the same animal. But only logical impossibility is a contradiction, not physical, and just as little mathematical. Equilateral and rectangled do not contradict each other; they coexist in the square. Nor does either of them contradict a triangle. Therefore the incompatibility of the above conceptions can never be known by mere thinking, but is only discovered by perception, merely mental perception, however, which requires no experience, no real object. We should also refer here to the proposition of Giordano Bruno, which is also found in Aristotle: an infinitely large body is necessarily immovable; a proposition which cannot rest either upon experience or upon the principle of contradiction, since it speaks of things which cannot occur in any experience, and the conceptions infinitely large and movable do not contradict each other. But it is only pure perception that informs us that motion demands a space outside the body, while its infinite size leaves no space over. Suppose now it should be objected to the first mathematical example that it is only a question of how complete a conception of a triangle the person judging has. If the conception is quite complete, it will also contain the impossibility of a triangle being rectangular and also equilateral. The answer to this is: assume that his conception is not so complete, yet without recourse to experience he can, by the mere construction of the triangle in his imagination, extend his conception of it, and convince himself for ever of the impossibility of the combination of these conceptions. This process, however, is a synthetic judgment a priori, that is, a judgment through which, independently of all experience, and yet with validity for all experience, we form and perfect our conceptions. For in general, whether a given judgment is analytical or synthetical can only be determined in the particular case according as the conception of the subject in the mind of the person judging is more or less complete. The conception cat contains in the mind of a Cuvier 100 times more than in that of his servant. Therefore the same judgments about it will be synthetical for the latter and only analytical for the former. But if we take the conceptions objectively, and now wish to decide whether a given judgment is analytical or synthetical, we must change the predicate into its contradictory opposite, and apply this to the subject without a copula. If this gives a contradictio in adjecto, then the judgment was analytical; otherwise it was synthetical. That arithmetic rests on the pure intuition or perception of time is not so evident as that geometry is based upon that of space. It can be proved, however, in the following manner. All counting consists in the repeated affirmation of unity. Only for the purpose of always knowing how often we have already affirmed unity do we mark it each time with another word. These are the numerals. Now repetition is only possible through succession. But succession, that is, being after one another, depends directly upon the intuition or perception of time. It is a conception which can only be understood by means of this, and thus counting also is only possible by means of time. This dependence of all counting upon time is also betrayed by the fact that in all languages multiplication is expressed by time, thus by a time concept, sexis, exacis, six fois, sex mal. But simple counting is already a multiplication by one, and for this reason in Pestalozzi's educational establishment the children are always made to multiply thus: 2 times 2 is 4 times 1. Aristotle already recognised the close relationship of number and time, and expounded it in the 14th chapter of the 4th book of the Physics. Time is for him the number of motion. Ο χρονος αριθμος εστι κινησεως. He very profoundly suggests the question whether time could be if the soul were not, and answers it in the negative. If arithmetic had not this pure intuition or perception of time at its foundation, it would be no science a priori, and therefore its propositions would not have infallible certainty. Although time, like space, is the form of knowledge of the subject, yet, just like space, it presents itself as independent of the subject and completely objective. Against our will, or without our knowledge, it goes fast or slow. We ask what o'clock it is. We investigate time, as if it were something quite objective. And what is this objective existence? Not the progress of the stars, or of the clocks, which merely serve to measure the course of time itself, but it is something different from all things, and yet, like them, independent of our will and knowledge. It exists only in the heads of percipient beings, but the uniformity of its course and its independence of the will give it the authority of objectivity. Time is primarily the form of inner sense. Anticipating the following book, I remark that the only object of inner sense is the individual will of the knowing subject. Time is therefore the form by means of which self‐consciousness becomes possible for the individual will, which originally and in itself is without knowledge. In it the nature of the will, which in itself is simple and identical, appears drawn out into a course of life. But just on account of this original simplicity and identity of what thus exhibits itself, its character remains always precisely the same, and hence also the course of life itself retains throughout the same keynote; indeed, its multifarious events and scenes are at bottom just like variations of one and the same theme. The a priori nature of the law of causality has, by Englishmen and Frenchmen, sometimes not been seen at all, sometimes not rightly conceived of, and therefore some of them still prosecute the earlier attempts to find for it an empirical origin. Maine de Biran places this in the experience that the act of will as cause is followed by the movement of the body as effect. But this fact itself is untrue. We certainly do not recognise the really immediate act of will as something different from the action of the body, and the two as connected by the bond of causality. But both are one and indivisible; between them there is no succession; they are simultaneous; they are one and the same thing, apprehended in a double manner. That which makes itself known to inner apprehension, self‐consciousness, as the real act of will, exhibits itself at once in external perception, in which the body exists objectively as an action of the body. That physiologically the action of the nerve precedes that of the muscle is here immaterial, for it does not come within self‐consciousness, and we are not speaking here of the relation between muscle and nerve, but of that between the act of will and the action of the body. Now this does not present itself as a causal relation. If these two presented themselves to us as cause and effect, their connection would not be so incomprehensible to us as it actually is, for what we understand from its cause, we understand as far as there is an understanding of things generally. On the other hand, the movement of our limbs by means of mere acts of will is indeed a miracle of such common occurrence that we no longer observe it. But if we once turn our attention to it, we become keenly conscious of the incomprehensibility of the matter, just because in this we have something before us which we do not understand as the effect of a cause. This apprehension, then, could never lead us to the idea of causality, for that never appears in it at all. Maine de Biran himself recognises the perfect simultaneousness of the act of will and the movement. Nouvelles considérations des rapports du physique au moral, p. 377 and 378. In England, Thomas Reid, on the First Principles of Contingent Truths, Essay 4, Chapter 5, already asserted that the knowledge of the causal relation has its ground in the nature of the faculty of knowledge itself. Quite recently Thomas Brown, in his very tediously composed book, "Inquiry into the Relation of Cause and Effect," fourth edition, 1835, says much the same thing, that knowledge springs from an innate, intuitive, and instinctive conviction; thus he is at bottom upon the right path. Quite unpardonable, however, is the crass ignorance of which in this book of 476 pages, of which 130 are devoted to the refutation of Hume, absolutely no mention is made of Kant, who cleared up the question more than 70 years ago. If Latin had remained the exclusive language of science, such a thing would not have occurred. In spite of Brown's exposition, which in the main is correct, a modification of the doctrine set up by Maine de Biran of the empirical origin of the fundamental knowledge of the causal relation has yet found acceptance in England, for it is not without a certain degree of plausibility. It is this, that we abstract the law of causality from the perceived effect of our own body upon other bodies. This was already refuted by Hume. I, however, have shown that it is untenable in my work, "Über den Willen in der Natur," p. 75 of the second edition, p. 82 of the third, from the fact that since we apprehend both our own and other bodies objectively in spatial perception, the knowledge of causality must already be there, because it is a condition of such perception. The one genuine proof that we are conscious of the law of causality before all experience lies in the necessity of making a transition from the sensation, which is only empirically given, to its cause, in order that it may become perception of the external world. Therefore I have substituted this proof for the Kantian, the incorrectness of which I have shown. A most full and thorough exposition of the whole of this important subject, which is only touched on here, the a priori nature of the law of causality and the intellectual nature of empirical perception, will be found in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21, to which I refer, in order to avoid the necessity of repeating here what is said there. I have also shown there the enormous difference between the mere sensation of the senses and the perception of an objective world, and discovered the wide gulf that lies between the two. The law of causality alone can bridge across this gulf. and it presupposes for its application the two other forms which are related to it, space and time. Only by means of these three combined is the objective idea attained to. Now whether the sensation from which we start to arrive at apprehension arises through the resistance which is suffered by our muscular exertion, or through the impression of light upon the retina, or of sound upon the nerves of the brain, &c., &c., is really a matter of indifference. The sensation always remains a mere datum for the understanding, which alone is capable of apprehending it as the effect of a cause different from itself, which the understanding now perceives as external, that is, as something occupying and filling space, which is also a form inherent in the intellect prior to all experience. Without this intellectual operation, for which the forms must lie ready in us, the perception of an objective external world could never arise from a mere sensation within our skin. How can it ever be supposed that the mere feeling of being hindered in intended motion, which occurs also in lameness, could be sufficient for this? We may add to this that before I attempt to affect external things, they must necessarily have affected me as motives. But this almost presupposes the apprehension of the external world. According to the theory in question, as I have remarked in the place referred to above, a man born without arms and legs could never attain to the idea of causality, and consequently could never arrive at the apprehension of the external world. But that this is not the case is proved by a fact communicated in Furiup's Notizen, July 1838, No. 133, the detailed account, accompanied by a likeness, of an Estonian girl, Eva Lauk, then 14 years old, who was born entirely without arms or legs. The account concludes with these words: "According to the evidence of her mother, her mental development had been quite as quick as that of her brothers and sisters. She attained just as soon as they did to a correct judgment of size and distance, yet without the assistance of hands." Dorpat, 1st March 1838, Dr. A. Huch. End of chapter 4, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, part 2. Of supplements to the first book, first half. The doctrine of the idea of perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The doctrine of the idea of perception, Chapter 4. On knowledge a priori. Part 2. Hume's doctrine also, that the conception of causality arises from the custom of seeing two states constantly following each other, finds a practical refutation in the oldest of all successions, that of day and night, which no one has ever held to be cause and effect of each other. And the same succession also refutes Kant's false assertion that the objective reality of a succession is only known when we apprehend the two succeeding events as standing in the relation of cause and effect to each other. Indeed, the converse of this doctrine of Kant's is true. We know which of the two connected events is the cause and which the effect, empirically, only in the succession. Again, on the other hand, the absurd assertion of several professors of philosophy in our own day, that cause and effect are simultaneous, can be refuted by the fact that in cases in which the succession cannot be perceived on account of its great rapidity, we yet assume it with certainty a priori, and with it the lapse of a certain time. Thus, for example, we know that a certain time must elapse between the falling of the flint and the projection of the bullet, although we cannot perceive it, and that this time must further be divided between several events that occur in a strictly determined succession: the falling of the flint, the striking of the spark, ignition, the spread of the fire, the explosion, and the projection of the bullet. No man ever perceived the succession of events, but because we know which is the cause of the others, we thereby also know which must precede the others in time, and consequently also that during the course of the whole series a certain time must elapse, although it is so short that it escapes our empirical apprehension. For no one will assert that the projection of the bullet is actually simultaneous with the falling of the flint. Thus not only the law of causality, but also its relation to time and the necessity of the succession of cause and effect, is known to us a priori. If we know which of two events is the cause and which is the effect, we also know which precedes the other in time. If, on the contrary, we do not know which is cause and which effect, but only know in general that they are causally connected, we seek to discover the succession empirically, and according to that we determine which is the cause and which the effect. The falseness of the assertion that cause and effect are simultaneous further appears from the following consideration. An unbroken chain of causes and effects fills the whole of time, for if this chain were broken the world would stand still, or in order to set it in motion again an effect without a cause would have to appear. Now if every effect were simultaneous with its cause, then every effect would be moved up into the time of its cause, and a chain of causes and effects containing as many links as before would fill no time at all, still less an infinite time, but would be all together in one moment. Thus, under the assumption that cause and effect are simultaneous, the course of the world shrinks up into an affair of a moment. This proof is analogous to the proof that every sheet of paper must have a certain thickness, because otherwise the whole book would have none. To say when the cause ceases and the effect begins is in almost all cases difficult, and often impossible. For the changes, that is, the succession of states, are continuous, like the time which they fill, and therefore also, like it, they are infinitely divisible. But their succession is as necessarily determined and as unmistakable as that of the moments of time itself, and each of them is called, with reference to the one which precedes it, effect, and with reference to the one which follows it, cause. Every change in the material world can only take place because another has immediately preceded it. This is the true and the whole content of the law of causality. But no conception has been more misused in philosophy than that of cause, by means of the favourite trick or blunder of conceiving it too widely, taking it too generally, through abstract thinking. Since scholasticism, indeed properly, since Plato and Aristotle, philosophy has been for the most part a systematic misuse of general conceptions. Such, for example, are substance, ground, cause, the good, perfection, necessity, and very many others. A tendency of the mind to work with such abstract and too widely comprehended conceptions has shown itself almost at all times. It may ultimately rest upon a certain indolence of the intellect, which finds it too difficult a task to be constantly controlling thought by perception. By degrees, such unduly wide conceptions come to be used almost like algebraical symbols, and tossed about like them, and thus philosophy is reduced to a mere process of combination, a kind of reckoning which, like all calculations, employs and demands only the lower faculties. Indeed, there finally results from this a mere juggling with words, of which the most shocking example is afforded us by the mind‐destroying Hegelism, in which it is carried to the extent of pure nonsense. But scholasticism also often degenerated into word juggling. Nay, even the topi of Aristotle, very abstract principles, conceived with absolute generality, which one could apply to the most different kinds of subjects, and always bring into the field in arguing either pro or contra, have also their origin in this misuse of general conceptions. We find innumerable examples of the way the schoolmen worked with such abstractions in their writings, especially in those of Thomas Aquinas. But philosophy really pursued the path which was entered on by the schoolmen down to the time of Locke and Kant, who at last bethought themselves as to the origin of conceptions. Indeed, we find Kant himself in his earlier years still upon that path in his proof of the existence of God, p. 191 of the first volume of Rosenkranz's edition, where the conceptions substance, ground, reality are used in such a way as would never have been possible if he had gone back to the source of these conceptions and to their true content which is determined thereby. for then he would have found as the source and content of substance simply matter, of ground, if things of the real world are in question, simply cause, i.e., the prior change which brings about the later change, &c. It is true that in this case such an investigation would not have led to the intended result; but everywhere, as here, such unduly wide conceptions, under which, therefore, more was subsumed than their true content would have justified, there have arisen false principles, and from these false systems. Spinoza's whole method of demonstration rests upon such uninvestigated and too widely comprehended conceptions. Now here lies the great merit of Locke, who, in order to counteract all that dogmatic unreality, insisted upon the investigation of the origin of the conceptions, and thus led back to perception and experience. Bacon had worked in a similar frame of mind, yet more with reference to physics than to metaphysics. Kant followed the path entered upon by Locke, but in a higher sense and much further, as has already been mentioned above. To the men of mere show, who succeeded in diverting the attention of the public from Kant to themselves, the results obtained by Locke and Kant were inconvenient. But in such a case they know how to ignore both the dead and the living. Thus, without hesitation, they forsook the only right path which had at last been found by those wise men, and philosophised at random with all kinds of indiscriminately collected conceptions, unconcerned as to their origin and content, till at last the substance of the Hegelian philosophy, wise beyond measure, was that the conceptions had no origin at all, but were rather themselves the origin and source of things. But Kant has erred in this respect. He has too much neglected empirical perception for the sake of pure perception, a point which I have fully discussed in my criticism of his philosophy. With me, perception is throughout the source of all knowledge. I early recognised the misleading and insidious nature of abstractions, and in 1813, in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, I pointed out the difference of the relations which are thought under this conception. General conceptions must indeed be the material in which philosophy deposits and stores up its knowledge, but not the source from which it draws it, the terminus ad quem, not a quo. It is not, as Kant defines it, a science drawn from conceptions, but a science in conceptions. Thus the conception of causality also, with which we are here concerned, has always been taken far too widely by philosophers for the furtherance of their dogmatic ends, and much was imported into it which does not belong to it at all. Hence arose propositions such as the following: all that is has its cause. The effect cannot contain more than the cause, thus nothing that was not also in the cause. Causa est nobilior suo effectu, and many others just as unwarranted. The following subtlety of that insipid gossip Proclus affords an elaborate and specially lucid example of this. It occurs in his Institutio Theologica, § 76. Panto apo acinitu gignomenon aetias ametavlitan ecce tin hyparxin pan de to apo kinumenas metavlitin egar acinitan esti panti to poiun udia kinesias al afto to enai parage to defteron af eaftu. Quidquid ab immobili causa manat immutabilem habet essentiam substantiam, quidquid vero a mobili causa manat essentiam habet mutabilem, si enim illud quod aliquid facit est prorsus immobile, non per motum sed per ipsum esse producit ipsum secundum exe ipso. Excellent. But just show me a cause which is not itself set in motion. It is simply impossible. But here, as in so many cases, abstraction has thought away all determinations down to that one which it is desired to make use of, without regard to the fact that the latter cannot exist without the former. The only correct expression of the law of causality is this: every change has its cause in another change which immediately precedes it. If something happens, i.e., if a new state of things appears, i.e., if something is changed, then something else must have changed immediately before, and something else again before this, and so on ad infinitum; for a first cause is as impossible to conceive as a beginning of time or a limit of space. More than this the law of causality does not assert. Thus its claims only arise in the case of changes. So long as nothing changes there can be no question of a cause. For there is no a priori ground for inferring from the existence of given things, i.e., states of matter, their previous non‐existence, and from this again their coming into being, that is to say, there is no a priori ground for inferring a change. Therefore the mere existence of a thing does not justify us in inferring that it has a cause. Yet there may be a posteriori reasons, i.e., reasons drawn from previous experience, for the assumption that the present state or condition did not always exist, but has only come into existence in consequence of another state, and therefore by means of a change, the cause of which is then to be sought, and also the cause of this cause. Here then we are involved in the infinite regressus, to which the application of the law of causality always leads. We said above, things, i.e., states or conditions of matter, for change and causality have only to do with states or conditions. It is these states which we understand by form in the wider sense, and only the forms change, the matter is permanent. Thus it is only the form which is subject to the law of causality. But the form constitutes the thing, i.e., it is the ground of the difference of things, while matter must be thought as the same in all. Therefore the schoolmen said, forma dat esse rei. More accurately, this proposition would run, format dat rei essentiam, materia existentiam. Therefore the question as to the cause of a thing always concerns merely its form, i.e., its state or quality, and not its matter, and indeed only the former so far as we have grounds for assuming that it has not always existed, but has come into being by means of a change. The union of form and matter, or of essentia and existentia, gives the concrete which is always particular, thus the thing; and it is the forms whose union with matter, i.e., whose appearance in matter by means of a change, are subject to the law of causality. By taking the conception too widely, in the abstract, the mistake slipped in of extending causality to the thing absolutely, i.e., to its whole inner nature and existence, thus also to matter, and ultimately it was thought justifiable to ask for a cause of the world itself. This is the origin of the cosmological proof. This proof begins by inferring from the existence of the world its non‐existence, which preceded its existence, and such an inference is quite unjustifiable. It ends, however, with the most fearful inconsistency, for it does away altogether with the law of causality, from which alone it derives all its evidencing power, for it stops at a first cause and will not go further, thus ends, as it were, by committing parricide, as the bees kill the drones after they have served their end. All the talk about the absolute is referable to a shamefast and therefore disguised cosmological proof, which, in the face of the critique of pure reason, has passed for philosophy in Germany for the last 60 years. What does the absolute mean? Something that is, and of which, under pain of punishment, we dare not ask further whence and why it is. A precious rarity for professors of philosophy. In the case, however, of the honestly expressed cosmological proof, through the assumption of a first cause, and therefore of a first beginning in a time which has absolutely no beginning, this beginning is always pushed further back by the question, why not earlier? And so far back indeed that one never gets down from it to the present, but is always marvelling that the present itself did not occur already millions of years ago. In general, then, the law of causality applies to all things in the world, but not to the world itself, for it is immanent in the world, not transcendent; with it comes into action, and with it is abolished. This depends ultimately upon the fact that it belongs to the mere form of our understanding, like the whole of the objective world, which accordingly is merely phenomenal, and is conditioned by the understanding. Thus the law of causality has full application without any exception to all things in the world, of course in respect of their form, to the variation of these forms, and thus to their changes. It is valid for the actions of men as for the impact of a stone, yet, as we have said, always merely with regard to events, to changes. But if we abstract from its origin in the understanding, and try to look at it as purely objective, it will be found in ultimate analysis to depend upon the fact that everything that acts does so by virtue of its original, and therefore eternal or timeless, power. Therefore its present effect would necessarily have occurred infinitely earlier, that is, before all conceivable time, but that it lacked the temporal condition. This temporal condition is the occasion, that is, the cause, on account of which alone the effect only takes place now. But now takes place necessarily; the cause assigns it its place in time. But in consequence of that unduly wide view in abstract thought of the conception cause, which was considered above, it has been confounded with the conception of force. This is something completely different from the cause, but yet is that which imparts to every cause its causality, that is, the capability of producing an effect. I have explained this fully and thoroughly in the second book of the first volume, also in the Will in Nature, and finally also in the second edition of the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 20, p. 44, third edition, p. 45. This confusion is to be found in its most aggravated form in Maine-de-Biran's book mentioned above, and this is dealt with more fully in the place last referred to. But apart from this it is also very common; for example, when people seek for the cause of any original force, such as gravitation. Kant himself, "Über den einzig möglichen Beweisgrund," vol. I. p. 211-215 of Rosenkranz's edition, calls the forces of nature efficient causes, and says gravity is a cause. Yet it is impossible to see to the bottom of his thought so long as force and cause are not distinctly recognised as completely different. But the use of abstract conceptions leads very easily to their confusion, if the consideration of their origin is set aside. The knowledge of causes and effects, always perceptive, which rests on the form of the understanding, is neglected in order to stick to the abstraction cause. In this way alone is the conception of causality, with all its simplicity, so very frequently wrongly apprehended. Therefore even in Aristotle (Metamorphoses, iv. 2) we find causes divided into four classes which are utterly falsely, and indeed crudely, conceived. Compare with it my classification of causes, as set forth for the first time in my essay on sight and colour, chapter 1, and touched upon briefly in the 6th paragraph of the first volume of the present work, but expounded at full length in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, pp. 30-33. Two things in nature remain untouched by that chain of causality which stretches into infinity in both directions. These are matter and the forces of nature. They are both conditions of causality, while everything else is conditioned by it. For the one, matter, is that in which the states and their changes appear; the other, forces of nature, is that by virtue of which alone they can appear at all. Here, however, one must remember that in the second book, and later and more thoroughly in the will in nature, the natural forces are shown to be identical with the will in us, but matter appears as the mere visibility of the will, so that ultimately it also may in a certain sense be regarded as identical with the will. End of chapter 4, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, part 3. Of Supplements to the First Book, First Half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4. On Knowledge a priori, Part 3. On the other hand, not less true and correct is what is explained in § 4 of the first book, and still better in the second edition of the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, at the end of § 21, p. 77, third edition, p. 82, that matter is causality itself objectively comprehended, for its entire nature consists in acting in general, so that it itself is thus the activity (ενεργεια, reality) of things generally, as it were the abstraction of all their different kinds of acting. Accordingly, since the essence (essentia) of matter consists in action in general, and the reality (existentia) of things consists in their materiality, which thus again is one with action in general, it may be asserted of matter that in it existentia and essentia unite and are one, for it has no other attribute than existence itself in general and independent of all fuller definitions of it. On the other hand, all empirically given matter, thus all material or matter in the special sense, which our ignorant materialists at the present day confound with matter, has already entered the framework of the forms, and manifests itself only through their qualities and accidents, because in experience every action is of quite a definite and special kind, and is never merely general. Therefore pure matter is an object of thought alone, not of perception, which led Plotinus in Aeneas II, Book 4, chapters 8 and 9, and Giordano Bruno, Della Causa, Dialogue 4, to make the paradoxical assertion that matter has no extension, for extension is inseparable from the form, and that therefore it is incorporeal. Yet Aristotle had already taught that it is not a body although it is corporeal. Soma men ουκ αν ειν, somatiki de. Stobaeus Eclogues, Book 1, Chapter 12, Section 5. In reality we think under pure matter only action, in the abstract, quite independent of the kind of action, thus pure causality itself, and as such it is not an object but a condition of experience, just like space and time. This is the reason why in the accompanying table of our pure a priori knowledge matter is able to take the place of causality, and therefore appears along with space and time as the third pure form, and therefore as dependent on our intellect. This table contains all the fundamental truths which are rooted in our perceptive or intuitive knowledge a priori, expressed as first principles independent of each other. What is special, however, what forms the content of arithmetic and geometry, is not given here, nor yet what only results from the union and application of those formal principles of knowledge. This is the subject of the metaphysical first principles of natural science expounded by Kant, to which this table in some measure forms a propædeutic and introduction, and with which it therefore stands in direct connection. In this table I have primarily had in view the very remarkable parallelism of those a priori principles of knowledge which form the framework of all experience, but specially also the fact that, as I have explained in § 4 of the first volume, matter and also causality is to be regarded as a combination, or if it is preferred, an amalgamation of space and time. In agreement with this we find that what geometry is for the pure perception or intuition of space, and arithmetic for that of time, Kant's Phoronomy is for the pure perception or intuition of the two united. For matter is primarily that which is movable in space. The mathematical point cannot even be conceived as movable, as Aristotle has shown (Phys. 6.10). This philosopher also himself provided the first example of such a science, for in the 5th and 6th books of his Physics he determined a priori the laws of rest and motion. Now this table may be regarded at pleasure either as a collection of the eternal laws of the world, and therefore as the basis of our ontology, or as a chapter of the physiology of the brain, according as one assumes the realistic or the idealistic point of view. But the second is in the last instance right. On this point, indeed, we have already come to an understanding in the first chapter; yet I wish further to illustrate it specially by an example. Aristotle's book De Xenophane, &c., commences with these weighty words of Xenophanes: Eidian enai ψησιν, eti estin eper mi endexetai genesthai unden ek midenas. Aeternum esse inquit, quicquid est, si quidem fieri non potest, ut ex nihilo quipiam existat. Here, then, Xenophanes judges as to the origin of things, as regards its possibility, and of this origin he can have had no experience, even by analogy. Nor, indeed, does he appeal to experience, but judges apodictically, and therefore a priori. How can he do this, if as a stranger he looks from without into a world that exists purely objectively, that is, independently of his knowledge? How can he, an ephemeral being hurrying past, to whom only a hasty glance into such a world is permitted, judge apodictically, a priori, and without experience, concerning that world, the possibility of its existence and origin? The solution of this riddle is that the man has only to do with his own ideas, which as such are the work of his brain, and the constitution of which is merely the manner or mode in which alone the function of his brain can be fulfilled, that is, the form of his perception. He thus judges only as to the phenomena of his own brain, and declares what enters into its forms, time, space, and causality, and what does not. In this he is perfectly at home and speaks apodictically. In a like sense, then, the following table of the prædicabilia a priori of time, space, and matter is to be taken. Prædicabilia a priori. Note from reader. What follows is a chart in 3 columns, the first headed "Of Time," the second "Of Space," and the third "Of Matter." Of time. 1. There is only one time, and all different times are parts of it. Of space. There is only one space, and all different spaces are parts of it. Of matter. There is only one matter, and all different materials are different states of matter; as such it is called substance. 2. Different times are not simultaneous but successive. Different spaces are not successive but simultaneous. Different matters or materials are not so through substance but through accidents. 3. Time cannot be thought away, but everything can be thought away from it. Space cannot be thought away, but everything can be thought away from it. Annihilation of matter is inconceivable, but annihilation of all its forms and qualities is conceivable. 4. Time has 3 divisions, the past, the present, and the future, which constitute 2 directions and a centre of indifference. Space has 3 dimensions, height, breadth, and length. Matter exists, that is, exists in all the dimensions of space and throughout the whole length of time, and thus these two are united and thereby filled. In this consists the true nature of matter; thus it is through and through causality. 5. Time is infinitely divisible. Space is infinitely divisible. Matter is infinitely divisible. 6. Time is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, no one of its parts is different from the rest, nor separated from it by anything that is not time. Space is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, not one of its parts is different from the rest, nor separated from it by anything that is not space. Matter is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, it does not consist of originally different homoiomeria, or originally separated parts, atoms. It is therefore not composed of parts, which would necessarily be separated by something that was not matter. 7. Time has no beginning and no end, but all beginning and end is in it. Space has no limits, but all limits are in it. Matter has no origin and no end, but all coming into being and passing away are in it. 8. By reason of time we count. By reason of space we measure. By reason of matter we weigh. 9. Rhythm is only in time. Symmetry is only in space. Equilibrium is only in matter. 10. We know the laws of time a priori. We know the laws of space a priori. We know the laws of the substance of all accidents a priori. 11. Time can be perceived a priori, although only in the form of a line. Space is immediately perceptible a priori. Matter can only be thought a priori. 12. Time has no permanence, but passes away as soon as it is there. Space can never pass away, but endures through all time. The accidents change, the substance remain. 13. Time never rests. Space is immovable. Matter is indifferent to rest and motion, that is, it is originally disposed towards neither of the two. 14. Everything that exists in time has duration. Everything that exists in space has a position. Everything material has the capacity for action. 15. Time has no duration, but all duration is in it, and is the persistence of what is permanent in contrast with its restless course. Space has no motion, but all motion is in it, and it is the change of position of what is moved in contrast with its unbroken rest. Matter is what is permanent in time and movable in space. By the comparison of what rests with what is moved we measure duration. 16. All motion is only possible in time. All motion is only possible in space. All motion is only possible to matter. 17. Velocity is, in equal spaces, in inverse proportion to the time. Velocity is, in equal times, in direct proportion to the space. The magnitude of the motion, the velocity being equal, is in direct geometrical proportion to the matter, or mass. 18. Time is not measurable directly through itself, but only indirectly through motion, which is in space and time together; thus the motion of the sun and of the clock measure time. Space is measurable directly through itself, and indirectly through motion, which is in time and space together; hence, for example, an hour's journey, and the distance of the fixed stars expressed as the travelling of light for so many years. Matter as such, mass, is measurable, that is, determinable as regards its quantity only indirectly, only through the amount of the motion which it receives and imparts when it is repelled or attracted. 19. Time is omnipresent. Every part of time is everywhere, that is, in all space at once. Space is eternal. Every part of it exists always. Matter is absolute, that is, it neither comes into being nor passes away, and thus its quantity can neither be increased nor diminished. 20. In time taken by itself, everything would be in succession. In space taken by itself, everything would be simultaneous. Matter unites the ceaseless flight of time with the rigid immobility of space; therefore it is the permanent substance of the changing accidents. Causality determines this change for every place at every time, and thereby combines time and space, and constitutes the whole nature of matter. 21. Time makes the change of accidents possible. Space makes the permanence of substance possible. 22. Every part of time contains all parts of matter. No part of space contains the same matter as another, for matter is both permanent and impenetrable. 23. Time is the principium individuationis. Space is the principium individuationis. Individuals are material. 24. The now has no duration. The point has no extension. The atom has no reality. 25. Time in itself is empty and without properties. Space in itself is empty and without properties. Matter in itself is without form and quality, and likewise inert, i.e., indifferent to rest or motion, thus without properties. 26. Every moment is conditioned by the preceding moment, and is only because the latter has ceased to be. Principle of sufficient reason of existence in time. See my essay on the principle of sufficient reason. By the position of every limit in space with reference to any other limit, its position with reference to every possible limit is precisely determined. Principle of sufficient reason of existence in space. Every change in matter can take place only on account of another change which preceded it, and therefore a first change, and thus also a first state of matter, is just as inconceivable as a beginning of time or a limit of space. Principle of sufficient reason of becoming. 27. Time makes arithmetic possible. Space makes geometry possible. Matter, as that which is movable in space, makes phoronomy possible. 28. The simple element in arithmetic is unity. The simple element in geometry is the point. The simple element in phoronomy is the atom. End of chapter 4, part 3. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, part 4. Of supplements to the first book, first half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2. By Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. Chapter 4. On Knowledge a priori. Part 4. Notes to the annexed table. 1. To number 4 of matter. The essence of matter is acting. It is acting itself in the abstract, thus acting in general apart from all difference of the kind of action. It is through and through causality. On this account it is itself, as regards its existence, not subject to the law of causality, and thus has neither come into being nor passes away, for otherwise the law of causality would be applied to itself. Since now causality is known to us a priori, the conception of matter as the indestructible basis of all that exists can so far take its place in the knowledge we possess a priori, inasmuch as it is only the realization of an a priori form of our knowledge. For as soon as we see anything that acts or is causally efficient, it presents itself eo ipso as material, and conversely, anything material presents itself as necessarily active or causally efficient. They are in fact interchangeable conceptions. Therefore the word actual is used as synonymous with material, and also the Greek κατ ενεργειαν, in opposition to κατα δυναμιν, reveals the same source, for ενεργεια signifies action in general, so also with actu in opposition to potentia, and the English actually for wirklich. What is called space occupation or impenetrability, and regarded as the essential predicate of body, that is, of what is material, is merely that kind of action which belongs to all bodies without exception, the mechanical. It is this universality alone, by virtue of which it belongs to the conception of body, and follows a priori from this conception, and therefore cannot be thought away from it without doing away with the conception itself. It is this, I say, that distinguishes it from any other kind of action, such as that of electricity or chemistry, or light or heat. Kant has very accurately analysed this space occupation of the mechanical mode of activity into repulsive and attractive force, just as a given mechanical force is analysed into two others by means of the parallelogram of forces. But this is really only the thoughtful analysis of the phenomenon into its two constituent parts. The two forces in conjunction exhibit the body within its own limits, that is, in a definite volume, while the one alone would diffuse it into infinity, and the other alone would contract it to a point.
Notwithstanding this reciprocal balancing or neutralisation, the body still acts upon other bodies which contests its space with the first force, repelling them, and with the other force, in gravitation, attracting all bodies in general; so that the two forces are not extinguished in their product, as, for instance, two equal forces acting in different directions, or +E and -E, or oxygen and hydrogen in water. That impenetrability and gravity really exactly coincide is shown by their empirical inseparableness, in that the one never appears without the other, although we can separate them in thought. I must not, however, omit to mention that the doctrine of Kant referred to, which forms the fundamental thought of the second part of his metaphysical first principles of natural science, thus of the dynamics, was distinctly and fully expounded before Kant by Priestley, in his excellent "Disquisitions on Matter and Spirit," § 1 and 2, a book which appeared in 1777, and the second edition in 1782, while Kant's work was published in 1786. Unconscious recollection may certainly be assumed in the case of subsidiary thoughts, flashes of wit, comparisons, &c., but not in the case of the principal and fundamental thought. Shall we then believe that Kant silently appropriated such important thoughts of another man, and this from a book which at that time was new? Or that this book was unknown to him, and that the same thoughts sprang up in two minds within a short time? The explanation also which Kant gives in the "Metaphysical First Principles of Natural Science," first edition, p. 88, Rosenkranz's edition, p. 384, of the real difference between fluids and solids, is in substance already to be found in Caspar Frieder. Wolf's theory of generation, Berlin, 1764, p. 132. But what are we to say if we find Kant's most important and brilliant doctrine, that of the ideality of space and the merely phenomenal existence of the corporeal world, already expressed by Maupertuis 30 years earlier? This will be found more fully referred to in Frauenstedt's Letters on My Philosophy, letter 14. Maupertuis expresses this paradoxical doctrine so decidedly, and yet without adducing any proof of it, that one must suppose that he also took it from somewhere else. It is very desirable that the matter should be further investigated, and as this would demand tiresome and extensive researches, some German academy might very well make the question the subject of a prize essay. Now in the same relation as that in which Kant here stands to Priestley, and perhaps also to Kaspar Wolff, and Maupertuis or his predecessor, Laplace stands to Kant. For the principal and fundamental thought of Laplace's admirable and certainly correct theory of the origin of the planetary system, which is set forth in his Exposition du Système du Monde, Book V, Chapter 2, was expressed by Kant nearly 50 years before, in 1755, in his "Naturgeschichte und Theorie des Himmels," and most fully in 1763, in his "Einzig möglichen Beweisgrund des Daseins Gottes," Chapter 7. Moreover, in the later work he gives us to understand that Lambert, in his "Kosmologischen Briefen," 1761, tacitly adopted that doctrine from him; and these letters at the same time also appeared in French, Lettres cosmologiques sur la constitution de l'univers. We are therefore obliged to assume that Laplace knew that Kantian doctrine. Certainly he expounds the matter more thoroughly, strikingly, and fully, and at the same time more simply than Kant, as is natural from his more profound astronomical knowledge. Yet in the main it is to be found clearly expressed in Kant, and on account of the importance of the matter would alone have been sufficient to make his name immortal. It cannot but disturb us very much if we find minds of the first order under suspicion of dishonesty, which would be a scandal to those of the lowest order; for we feel that theft is even more inexcusable in a rich man than in a poor one. We dare not, however, be silent, for here we are posterity, and must be just, as we hope that posterity will some day be just to us. Therefore, as a third example, I will add to these cases that the fundamental thoughts of the metamorphosis of plants by Goethe
were already expressed by Caspar Wolff in 1764 in his theory of generation, p. 148, 229, 243, &c. Indeed, is it otherwise with the system of gravitation, the discovery of which is on the continent of Europe always ascribed to Newton, while in England the learned at least know very well that it belongs to Robert Hooke, who in the year 1666, in a communication to the Royal Society, expounds it quite distinctly, although only as an hypothesis and without proof. The principal passage of this communication is quoted in Dugald Stewart's "Philosophy of the Human Mind," and is probably taken for Robert Hooke's posthumous works. The history of the matter, and how Newton got into difficulty by it, is also to be found in the "Biographie Universelle," article Newton. Hooke's priority is treated as an established fact in a short history of astronomy (Quarterly Review, August 1828). Further details on this subject are to be found in my Parerga, vol. ii. § 86, second edition, § 88. The story of the fall of an apple is a fable as groundless as it is popular, and is quite without authority. Note 2. To number 18 of matter. The quantity of a motion, quantitas motus, already in Descartes, is the product of the mass into the velocity. This law is the basis not only of the doctrine of impact in mechanics, but also of that of equilibrium in statics. From the force of impact which two bodies with the same velocity exert, the relation of their masses to each other may be determined. Thus of two hammers striking with the same velocity, the one which has the greater mass will drive the nail deeper into the wall, or the post deeper into the earth. For example, a hammer weighing 6 pounds, with a velocity equalling 6, effects as much as a hammer weighing 3 pounds, with a velocity equalling 12, for in both cases the quantity of motion or the momentum equals 36. Of two balls rolling at the same pace, the one which has the greater mass will impel a third ball at rest to a greater distance than the ball of less mass can. For the mass of the first, multiplied by the same velocity, gives a greater quantity of motion, or a greater momentum. The cannon carries further than the gun, because an equal velocity communicated to a much greater mass gives a much greater quantity of motion, which resists longer the retarding effect of gravity. For the same reason, the same arm will throw a lead bullet further than a stone one of equal magnitude, or a large stone further than quite a small one. And therefore also a case shot does not carry so far as a ball shot. The same law lies at the foundation of the theory of the lever and of the balance. For here also the smaller mass, on the longer arm of the lever or beam of the balance, has a greater velocity in falling, and multiplied by this it may be equal to, or indeed exceed the quantity of motion or the momentum of the greater mass at the shorter arm of the lever. In the state of rest brought about by equilibrium, this velocity exists merely in intention or virtually, potentia, not actu, but it acts just as well as actu, which is very remarkable. The following explanation will be more easily understood now that these truths have been called to mind. The quantity of a given matter can only be estimated in general according to its force, and its force can only be known in its expression. Now when we are considering matter only as regards its quantity, not its quality, this expression can only be mechanical, that is, it can only consist in motion which it imparts to other matter; for only in motion does the force of matter become, so to speak, alive. Hence the expression vis viva for the manifestation of force of matter in motion. Accordingly the only measure of the quantity of a given matter is the quantity of its motion, or its momentum. In this, however, if it is given, the quantity of matter still appears in conjunction and amalgamated with its other factor, velocity. Therefore, if we want to know the quantity of matter, the mass, this other factor must be eliminated. Now the velocity is known directly, for it is s/t. But the other factor, which remains when this is eliminated, can always be known only relatively in comparison with other masses, which again can only be known themselves by means of the quantity of their motion, or their momentum, thus in their combination with velocity. We must therefore compare one quantity of motion with the other, and then subtract the velocity from both, in order to see how much each of them owed to its mass. This is done by weighing the masses against each other, in which that quantity of motion is compared which, in each of the two masses, calls forth the attractive power of the earth that acts upon both only in proportion to their quantity. Therefore there are two kinds of weighing. Either we impart to the two masses to be compared equal velocity, in order to find out which of the two now communicates motion to the other, thus itself has a greater quantity of motion, which, since the velocity is the same on both sides, is to be ascribed to the other factor of the quantity of motion, or the momentum, thus to the mass (common balance), or we weigh by investigating how much more velocity the one mass must receive than the other has, in order to be equal to the latter in quantity of motion or momentum, and therefore allow no more motion to be communicated to itself by the other, for then in proportion as its velocity must exceed that of the other, its mass, that is, the quantity of its matter, is less than that of the other (steelyard). This estimation of masses by weighing depends upon the favourable circumstance that the moving force in itself acts upon both quite equally, and each of the two is in a position to communicate to the other directly its surplus quantity of motion or momentum, so that it becomes visible. The substance of these doctrines has long ago been expressed by Newton and Kant, but through the connection and the clearness of this exposition I believe I have made it more intelligible, so that that insight is possible for all which I regarded as necessary for the justification of proposition number 18. End of chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5 on the Irrational Intellect. It must be possible to arrive at a complete knowledge of the consciousness of the brutes, for we can construct it by abstracting certain properties of our own consciousness. On the other hand, there enters into the consciousness of the brute instinct, which is much more developed in all of them than in man, and in some of them extends to what we call mechanical instinct. The brutes have understanding without having reason, and therefore they have knowledge of perception, but no abstract knowledge. They apprehend correctly, and also grasp the immediate causal connection, in the case of the higher species even through several links of its chain, but they do not, properly speaking, think, for they lack conceptions, that is, abstract ideas. The first consequence of this, however, is the want of a proper memory, which applies even to the most sagacious of the brutes, and it is just this which constitutes the principal difference between their consciousness and that of men. Perfect intelligence depends upon the distinct consciousness of the past and of the eventual future, as such and in connection with the present. The special memory which this demands is therefore an orderly, connected, and thinking retrospective recollection. This, however, is only possible by means of general conceptions, the assistance of which is required by what is entirely individual, in order that it may be recalled in its order and connection. For the boundless multitude of things and events of the same and similar kinds in the course of our life does not admit directly of a perceptible and individual recollection of each particular, for which neither the powers of the most comprehensive memory nor our time would be sufficient. Therefore all this can only be preserved by subsuming it under general conceptions, and the consequent reference to relatively few principles, by means of which we then have always at command an orderly and adequate survey of our past. We can only present to ourselves in perception particular scenes of the past, but the time that has passed since then and its content we are conscious of only in the abstract, by means of conceptions of things and numbers which now represent days and years, together with their content. The memory of the brutes, on the contrary, like their whole intellect, is confined to what they perceive, and primarily consists merely in the fact that a recurring impression presents itself as having already been experienced, for the present perception revivifies the traces of an earlier one. Their memory is therefore always dependent upon what is now actually present. Just on this account, however, this excites anew the sensation and the mood which the earlier phenomenon produced. Thus the dog recognises acquaintances, distinguishes friends from enemies, easily finds again the path it has once travelled, the houses it has once visited, and at the sight of a plate or a stick is at once put into the mood associated with them. All kinds of training depend upon the use of this perceptive memory, and on the force of habit, which in the case of animals is specially strong. It is therefore just as different from human education as perception is from thinking. We ourselves are in certain cases, in which memory proper refuses us its service, confined to that merely perceptive recollection, and thus we can measure the difference between the two from our own experience. For example, at the sight of a person whom it appears to us we know, although we are not able to remember when or where we saw him, or again, when we visit a place where we once were in early childhood, that is, while our reason was yet undeveloped, and which we have therefore entirely forgotten, and yet feel that the present impression is one which we have already experienced. This is the nature of all the recollections of the brutes. We have only to add that in the case of the most sagacious this merely perceptive memory rises to a certain degree of phantasy, which again assists it, and by virtue of which, for example, the image of its absent master floats before the mind of the dog and excites a longing after him, so that when he remains away long, it seeks for him everywhere. Its dreams also depend upon this phantasy. The consciousness of the brutes is accordingly a mere succession of presents, none of which, however, exist as future before they appear, nor as past after they have vanished, which is the specific difference of human consciousness. Hence the brutes have infinitely less to suffer than we have, because they know no other pains but those which the present directly brings. But the present is without extension, while the future and the past, which contain most of the causes of our suffering, are widely extended, and to their actual content there is added that which is merely possible, which opens up an unlimited field for desire and aversion. The brutes, on the contrary, undisturbed by these, enjoy quietly and peacefully each present moment, even if it is only bearable. Human beings of very limited capacity perhaps approach them in this. Further, the sufferings which belong purely to the present can only be physical. Indeed, the brutes do not, properly speaking, feel death; they can only know it when it appears, and then they are already no more. Thus then the life of the brute is a continuous present. It lives on without reflection, and exists wholly in the present. Even the great majority of men live with very little reflection. Another consequence of the special nature of the intellect of the brutes, which we have explained, is the perfect accordance of their consciousness with their environment. Between the brute and the external world there is nothing, but between us and the external world there is always our thought about it, which makes us often inapproachable to it, and it to us. Only in the case of children and very primitive men is this wall of partition so thin that in order to see what goes on in them we only need to see what goes on round about them. Therefore the brutes are incapable alike of purpose and dissimulation; they reserve nothing. In this respect the dog stands to the man in the same relation as a glass goblet to a metal one, and this helps greatly to endear the dog so much to us, for it affords us great pleasure to see all those inclinations and emotions which we so often conceal displayed simply and openly in him. In general, the brutes always play, as it were, with their hand exposed, and therefore we contemplate with so much pleasure their behaviour towards each other, both when they belong to the same and to different species. It is characterised by a certain stamp of innocence, in contrast to the conduct of men, which is withdrawn from the innocence of nature by the entrance of reason, and with it of prudence or deliberation. Hence human conduct has throughout the stamp of intention or deliberate purpose, the absence of which, and the consequent determination by the impulse of the moment, is the fundamental characteristic of all the action of the brutes. No brute is capable of a purpose properly so called. To conceive and follow out a purpose is the prerogative of man, and it is a prerogative which is rich in consequences. Certainly an instinct like that of the bird of passage or the bee, still more a permanent persistent desire, a longing like that of the dog for its absent master, may present the appearance of a purpose, with which, however, it must not be confounded. Now all this has its ultimate ground in the relation between the human and the brute intellect, which may also be thus expressed: the brutes have only direct knowledge, while we, in addition to this, have indirect knowledge, and the advantage which in many things, for example, in trigonometry and analysis, in machine work instead of hand work, &c., indirect has over direct knowledge appears here also. Thus again we may say, the brutes have only a single intellect, we a double intellect, both perceptive and thinking, and the operation of the two often go on independently of each other. We perceive one thing and we think another; often again they act upon each other. This way of putting the matter enables us specially to understand that natural openness and naïveté of the brutes referred to above, as contrasted with the concealment of man. However, the law, natura non facit saltus, is not entirely suspended even with regard to the intellect of the brutes, though certainly the step from the brute to the human intelligence is the greatest which nature has made in the production of her creatures. In the most favoured individuals of the highest species of the brutes there certainly sometimes appears, always to our astonishment, a faint trace of reflection, reason, the comprehension of words, of thought, purpose, and deliberation. The most striking indications of this kind are afforded by the elephant, whose highly developed intelligence is heightened and supported by an experience of a lifetime which sometimes extends to 200 years. He has often given unmistakable signs, recorded in well‐known anecdotes, of premeditation, which, in the case of brutes, always astonishes us more than anything else. Such, for instance, is the story of the tailor on whom an elephant revenged himself for pricking him with a needle. I wish, however, to rescue from oblivion a parallel case to this, because it has the advantage of being authenticated by judicial investigation. On the 27th of August, 1830, there was held at Morpeth in England a coroner's inquest on the keeper, Baptiste Bernhardt, who was killed by his elephant. It appeared from the evidence that 2 years before he had offended the elephant grossly, and now, without any occasion, but on a favourable opportunity, the elephant had seized him and crushed him. See The Spectator and other English papers of that day. For special information on the intelligence of brutes, I recommend Leroy's excellent book, Sur l'intelligence des animaux, new edition, 1802. End of chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 6. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 6. On the Doctrine of Abstract or Rational Knowledge. The outward impression upon the senses, together with the mood which it alone awakens in us, vanishes with the presence of the thing. Therefore these two cannot of themselves constitute experience proper, whose teaching is to guide our conduct for the future. The image of that impression which the imagination preserves is originally weaker than the impression itself, and becomes weaker and weaker daily, until in time it disappears altogether. There is only one thing which is not subject either to the instantaneous vanishing of the impression or to the gradual disappearance of its image, and is therefore free from the power of time. This is the conception. In it, then, the teaching of experience must be stored up, and it alone is suited to be a safe guide to our steps in life. Therefore Seneca says rightly: "Si vis tibi omnia subjicere, te subjice ratione" (Ep. 37). And I add to this that the essential condition of surpassing others in actual life is that we should reflect or deliberate. Such an important tool of the intellect as the concept evidently cannot be identical with the word, this mere sound, which as an impression of sense passes with the moment, or as a phantasm of hearing dies away with time. Yet the concept is an idea, the distinct consciousness and preservation of which are bound up with the word. Hence the Greeks called word, concept, relation, thought, and reason by the name of the first, ὁ λογος. Yet the concept is perfectly different both from the word, to which it is joined, and from the perceptions, from which it has originated. It is of an entirely different nature from these impressions of the senses. Yet it is able to take up into itself all the results of perception, and give them back again unchanged and undiminished after the longest period of time. Thus alone does experience arise. But the concept preserves, not what is perceived nor what is then felt, but only what is essential in these in an entirely altered form, and yet as an adequate representative of them. Just as flowers cannot be preserved, but their ethereal oil, their essence, with the same smell and the same virtues, can be. The action that has been guided by correct conceptions will, in the result, coincide with the real object aimed at. We may judge of the inestimable value of conceptions, and consequently of the reason, if we glance for a moment at the infinite multitude and variety of the things and conditions that coexist and succeed each other, and then consider that speech and writing, the signs of conceptions, are capable of affording us accurate information as to everything and every relation, when and wherever it may have been. For comparatively few conceptions can contain and represent an infinite number of things and conditions. In our own reflection, abstraction is a throwing off of useless baggage for the sake of more easily handling the knowledge which is to be compared, and has therefore to be turned about in all directions. We allow much that is unessential, and therefore only confusing, to fall away from the real things, and work with few but essential determinations thought in the abstract. But just because general conceptions are only formed by thinking away and leaving out existing qualities, and are therefore the emptier the more general they are, the use of this procedure is confined to the working up of knowledge which we have already acquired. This working up includes the drawing of conclusions from premises contained in our knowledge. New insight, on the contrary, can only be obtained by the help of the faculty of judgment, from perception, which alone is complete and rich knowledge. Further, because the content and the extent of the concept stand in inverse relation to each other, and thus the more is thought under a concept, the less is thought in it. Concepts form a graduated series, a hierarchy, from the most special to the most general, at the lower end of which scholastic realism is almost right, and at the upper end nominalism. For the most special conception is almost the individual, thus almost real, and the most general conception, for example, being, that is, the infinitive of the copula, is scarcely anything but a word. Therefore, philosophical systems which confine themselves to such very general conceptions, without going down to the real, are little more than mere juggling with words. For since all abstraction consists in thinking away, the further we push it the less we have left over. Therefore, if I read those modern philosophemes which move constantly in the widest abstractions, I am soon quite unable, in spite of all attention, to think almost anything more in connection with them; for I receive no material for thought, but am supposed to work with mere empty shells, which gives me a feeling like that which we experience when we try to throw very light bodies. The strength and also the exertion are there, but there is no object to receive them, so as to supply the other moment of motion. If any one wants to experience this, let him read the writings of the disciples of Schelling, or still better, of the Hegelians. Simple conceptions would necessarily be such as could not be broken up. Accordingly, they could never be the subject of an analytical judgment. This I hold to be impossible, for if we think a conception, we must also be able to give its content. What are commonly adduced as examples of simple conceptions are really not conceptions at all, but partly mere sensations, as for instance those of some special colour, partly the forms of perception which are known to us a priori, thus properly the ultimate elements of perceptive knowledge. But this itself is for the whole system of our thought what granite is for geology, the ultimate firm basis which supports all, and beyond which we cannot go. The distinctness of a conception demands not only that we should be able to separate its predicates, but also that we should be able to analyse these, even if they are abstractions, and so on until we reach knowledge of perception, and thus refer to concrete things, through the distinct perception of which the final abstractions are verified and reality guaranteed to them, as well as to all the higher abstractions which rest upon them. Therefore, the ordinary explanation that the conception is distinct as soon as we can give its predicates is not sufficient. For the separating of these predicates may lead perhaps to more conceptions, and so on again without there being that ultimate basis of perceptions which imparts reality to all those conceptions. Take, for example, the conception spirit, and analyse it into its predicates: a thinking, willing, immaterial, simple, indestructible being that does not occupy space. Nothing is yet distinctly thought about it, because the elements of these conceptions cannot be verified by means of perceptions, for a thinking being without a brain is like a digesting being without a stomach. Only perceptions are, properly speaking, clear, not conceptions; these at the most can only be distinct. Hence also, absurd as it was, clear and confused were coupled together and used as synonymous when knowledge of perception was explained as merely a confused abstract knowledge, because the latter kind of knowledge alone was distinct. This was first done by Duns Scotus, but Leibnitz has substantially the same view, upon which his identitas indiscernibilium depends. See Kant's refutation of this, p. 275 of the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. The close connection of the conception with the word, thus of speech with reason, which was touched on above, rests ultimately upon the following ground. Time is throughout the form of our whole consciousness, with its inward and outward apprehension. Conceptions, on the other hand, which originate through abstraction and are perfectly general ideas, different from all particular things, have in this property indeed a certain measure of objective existence, which does not, however, belong to any series of events in time. Therefore, in order to enter the immediate present of an individual consciousness, and thus to admit of being introduced into a series of events in time, they must to a certain extent be reduced again to the nature of individual things, individualised, and therefore linked to an idea of sense. Such an idea is the word. It is accordingly the sensible sign of the conception, and as such the necessary means of fixing it, that is, of presenting it to the consciousness, which is bound up with the form of time, and thus establishing a connection between the reason, whose objects are merely general universals, knowing neither place nor time, and consciousness, which is bound up with time, is sensuous, and so far purely animal. Only by this means is the reproduction at pleasure, thus the recollection and preservation of conceptions, possible and open to us, and only by means of this again are the operations which are undertaken with conceptions possible, judgment, inference, comparison, limitation, &c. It is true it sometimes happens that conceptions occupy consciousness without their signs, as when we run through a train of reasoning so rapidly that we could not think the words in the time. But such cases are exceptions, which presuppose great exercise of the reason, which it could only have obtained by means of language. How much the use of reason is bound up with speech we see in the case of the deaf and dumb, who, if they have learnt no kind of language, show scarcely more intelligence than the orang‐outang or the elephant, for their reason is almost entirely potential, not actual. Words and speech are thus the indispensable means of distinct thought. But as every means, every machine, at once burdens and hinders, so also does language; for it forces the fluid and modifiable thoughts, with their infinitely fine distinctions of difference, into certain rigid permanent forms, and thus in fixing also fetters them. This hindrance is to some extent got rid of by learning several languages. For in these the thought is poured from one mould into another, and somewhat alters its form in each, so that it becomes more and more freed from all form and clothing, and thus its own proper nature comes more distinctly into consciousness, and it recovers again its original capacity for modification. The ancient languages render this service very much better than the modern, because, on account of their great difference from the latter, the same thoughts are expressed in them in quite another way, and must thus assume a very different form. Besides which, the more perfect grammar of the ancient languages renders a more artistic and more perfect construction of the thoughts and their connection possible. Thus a Greek or a Roman might perhaps content himself with his own language, but he who understands nothing but some single modern patois will soon betray this poverty in writing and speaking, for his thoughts, firmly bound to such narrow stereotyped forms, must appear awkward and monotonous. Genius certainly makes up for this as for everything else, for example, in Shakespeare. Burke, in his "Inquiry into the Sublime and Beautiful," p. 5, §§ 4 and 5, has given a perfectly correct and very elaborate exposition of what I laid down in § 9 of the first volume, that the words of a speech are perfectly understood without calling up ideas of perception, pictures in our heads; but he draws from this the entirely false conclusion that we hear, apprehend, and make use of words without connecting with them any idea whatever, whereas he ought to have drawn the conclusion that all ideas are not perceptible images, but that precisely those ideas which must be expressed by means of words are abstract notions or conceptions, and these from their very nature are not perceptible. Just because words impart only general conceptions, which are perfectly different from ideas of perception, when, for example, an event is recounted all the hearers will receive the same conceptions; but if afterwards they wish to make the incident clear to themselves, each of them will call up in his imagination a different image of it, which differs considerably from the correct image that is possessed only by the eye‐witness. This is the primary reason, which, however, is accompanied by others, why every fact is necessarily distorted by being repeatedly told. The second recounter communicates conceptions which he has abstracted from the image of his own imagination, and from these conceptions the third now forms another image differing still more widely from the truth, and this again he translates into conceptions, and so the process goes on. Whoever is sufficiently matter of fact to stick to the conceptions imparted to him and repeat them, will prove the most truthful reporter. The best and most intelligent exposition of the essence and nature of conceptions which I have been able to find is in Thomas Reid's "Essays on the Powers of Human Mind," vol. ii. essay 5, chapter 6. This was afterwards condemned by Dugald Stewart in his "Philosophy of the Human Mind." Not to waste paper, I will only briefly remark with regard to the latter that he belongs to that large class who have obtained an undeserved reputation through favour and friends, and therefore I can only advise that not an hour should be wasted over the scribbling of this shallow writer. The princely scholastic, Pico de Mirandola, already saw that reason is the faculty of abstract ideas, and understanding the faculty of ideas of perception. For in his book De Imaginatione, chapter 11, he carefully distinguishes understanding and reason, and explains the latter as the discursive faculty peculiar to man, and the former as the intuitive faculty, allied to the kind of knowledge which is proper to the angels, and indeed to God. Spinoza also characterises reason quite correctly as the faculty of framing general conceptions. Such facts would not need to be mentioned if it were not for the tricks that have been played in the last 50 years by the whole of the philosophasters of Germany with the conception reason, for they have tried with shameless audacity to smuggle in under this name an entirely spurious faculty of immediate metaphysical, so‐called supersensuous knowledge. The reason proper, on the other hand, they call understanding, and the understanding proper, as something quite strange to them, they overlook altogether, and ascribe its intuitive functions to sensibility. In the case of all things in this world, new drawbacks or disadvantages cleave to every source of aid, to every gain, to every advantage, and thus reason also, which gives to man such great advantages over the brutes, carries with it its special disadvantages, and opens for him paths of error into which the brutes can never stray. Through it, a new species of motives, to which the brute is not accessible, obtains power over his will. These are the abstract motives, the mere thoughts, which are by no means always drawn from his own experience, but often come to him only through the talk and example of others, through tradition and literature. Having become accessible to thought, he is at once exposed to error. But every error must sooner or later do harm, and the greater the error, the greater the harm it will do. The individual error must be atoned for by him who cherishes it, and often he has to pay dearly for it. And the same thing holds good on a large scale of the common errors of whole nations. Therefore it cannot too often be repeated that every error, wherever we meet it, is to be pursued and rooted out as an enemy of mankind, and that there can be no such thing as privileged or sanctioned error. The thinker ought to attack it, even if humanity should cry out with pain, like a sick man whose ulcer the physician touches. The brute can never stray far from the path of nature, for its motives lie only in the world of perception, where only the possible, indeed only the actual, finds room. On the other hand, all that is only imaginable, and therefore also the false, the impossible, the absurd, and senseless, enters into abstract conceptions, into thoughts and words. Since now all partake of reason, but few of judgment, the consequence is that man is exposed to delusion, for he is abandoned to every conceivable chimera which every one talks him into, and which, acting on his will as a motive, may influence him to perversities and follies of every kind, to the most unheard of extravagances, and also to actions most contrary to his animal nature. True culture, in which knowledge and judgment go hand in hand, can only be brought to bear on a few, and still fewer are capable of receiving it. For the great mass of men a kind of training everywhere takes its place. It is effected by example, custom, and the very early and firm impression of certain conceptions before any experience, understanding, or judgment were there to disturb the work. Thus thoughts are implanted which afterward cling as firmly and are as incapable of being shaken by any instruction as if they were inborn; and indeed they have often been regarded, even by philosophers, as such. In this way we can with the same trouble imbue men with what is right and rational or with what is most absurd. For example, we can accustom them to approach this or that idol with holy dread, and at the mention of its name to prostrate in the dust not only their bodies but their whole spirit, to sacrifice their property and their lives willingly to words, to names, to the defence of the strangest whims, to attach arbitrarily the greatest honour or the deepest disgrace to this or that, and to prize highly or disdain everything accordingly with full inward conviction, to renounce all animal food, as in Hindustan, or to devour still warm and quivering pieces cut from the living animal, as in Abyssinia, to eat men, as in New Zealand, or to sacrifice their children to Moloch, to castrate themselves, to fling themselves voluntarily on the funeral piles of the dead, in a word, to do anything we please. Hence the Crusades, the extravagances of fanatical sects; hence chiliasts and flagellants, persecutions, autos da fe, and all that is offered by the long register of human perversities. Lest it should be thought that only the Dark Ages afford such examples, I shall add a couple of more modern instances. In the year 1818 there went from Würtemberg 7,000 Chiliasts to the neighbourhood of Ararat, because the new kingdom of God, specially announced by Jung Stilling, was to appear there. Gall relates that in his time a mother killed her child and roasted it in order to cure her husband's rheumatism with its fat. The tragical side of error lies in the practical; the comical is reserved for the theoretical. For example, if we could firmly persuade three men that the sun is not the cause of daylight, we might hope to see it soon established as the general conviction. In Germany it was possible to proclaim as the greatest philosopher of all ages Hegel a repulsive, mindless charlatan, an unparalleled scribbler of nonsense, and for 20 years many thousands have believed it stubbornly and firmly. And indeed, outside Germany, the Danish Academy entered the lists against myself for his fame, and sought to have him regarded as a summus philosophus. Upon this see the preface to my Grundproblemen der Ethik. These, then, are the disadvantages which, on account of the rarity of judgment, attach to the existence of reason. We must add to them the possibility of madness. The brutes do not go mad, although the carnivora are subject to fury, and the ruminants to a sort of delirium. End of chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7, on the relation of the concrete knowledge of perception to abstract knowledge. Part 1. It has been shown that conceptions derive their material from knowledge of perception, and therefore the entire structure of our world of thought rests upon the world of perception. We must therefore be able to go back from every conception, even if only indirectly through intermediate conceptions, to the perceptions from which it is either itself directly derived, or those conceptions are derived of which it is again an abstraction. That is to say, we must be able to support it with perceptions which stand to the abstractions in the relation of examples. These perceptions thus afford the real content of all our thought, and whenever they are wanting, we have not had conceptions, but mere words in our heads. In this respect our intellect is like a bank, which, if it is to be sound, must have cash in its safe, so as to be able to meet all the notes it has issued in case of demand. The perceptions are the cash, the conceptions are the notes. In this sense the perceptions might very appropriately be called primary, and the conceptions, on the other hand, secondary ideas. Not quite so aptly, the schoolmen, following the example of Aristotle, Metaph. vi. 11 and 11.1, called real things substantiæ primæ, and the conceptions substantiæ secundæ. Books impart only secondary ideas. Mere conceptions of a thing without perception give only a general knowledge of it. We only have a thorough understanding of things and their relations so far as we are able to represent them to ourselves in pure, distinct perceptions, without the aid of words. To explain words by words, to compare concepts with concepts, in which most philosophizing consists, is a trivial shifting about of the concept spheres, in order to see which goes into the other and which does not. At the best we can in this way only arrive at conclusions, but even conclusions give no really new knowledge, but only show us all that lay in the knowledge we already possessed, and what part of it perhaps might be applicable to the particular case. On the other hand, to perceive, to allow the things themselves to speak to us, to apprehend new relations of them, and then to take up and deposit all this in conceptions, in order to possess it with certainty, that gives new knowledge. But while almost every one is capable of comparing conceptions with conceptions, to compare conceptions with perceptions is a gift of the select few. It is the condition, according to the degree of its perfection, of wit, judgment, ingenuity, genius. The former faculty, on the contrary, results in little more than possibly rational reflections. The inmost kernel of all genuine and actual knowledge is a perception, and every new truth is the profit or gain yielded by a perception. All original thinking takes place in images, and this is why imagination is so necessary an instrument of thought, and minds that lack imagination will never accomplish much, unless it be in mathematics. On the other hand, merely abstract thoughts, which have no kernel of perception, are like cloud structures without reality. Even writing and speaking, whether didactic or poetical, has for its final aim to guide the reader to the same concrete knowledge from which the author started. If it has not this aim, it is bad. This is why the contemplation and observing of every real thing, as soon as it presents something new to the observer, is more instructive than any reading or hearing. For indeed, if we go to the bottom of the matter, all truth and wisdom, nay, the ultimate secret of things, is contained in each real object, yet certainly only in concreto, just as gold lies hidden in the ore; the difficulty is to extract it. From a book, on the contrary, at the best we only receive the truth at second hand, and oftener not at all. In most books, putting out of account those that are thoroughly bad, the author, when their content is not altogether empirical, has certainly thought but not perceived. He has written from reflection, not from intuition, and it is this that makes them commonplace and tedious. For what the author has thought could always have been thought by the reader also, if he had taken the same trouble. Indeed, it consists simply of intelligent thought, full exposition of what is implicite contained in the theme. But no actually new knowledge comes in this way into the world. This is only created in the moment of perception, of direct comprehension of a new side of the thing. When, therefore, on the contrary, sight has formed the foundation of an author's thought, it is as if he wrote from a land where the reader has never been. For all is fresh and new, because it is drawn directly from the original source of all knowledge. Let me illustrate the distinction here touched upon by a perfectly easy and simple example. Any commonplace writer might easily describe profound contemplation or petrifying astonishment by saying, "He stood like a statue." But Cervantes says, "Like a clothed statue, for the wind moved his garments." (Don Quixote, Book VI, Chapter 19). It is thus that all great minds have ever thought in presence of the perception, and kept their gaze steadfastly upon it in their thought. We recognise this from this fact, among others, that even the most opposite of them so often agree and coincide in some particular, because they all speak of the same thing, which they all had before their eyes, the world, the perceived reality. Indeed, in a certain degree they all say the same thing, and others never believe them. We recognise it further in the appropriateness and originality of the expression, which is always perfectly adapted to the subject, because it has been inspired by perception, in the naïveté of the language, the freshness of the imagery, and the impressiveness of the similes, all of which qualities, without exception, distinguish the works of great minds, and, on the contrary, are always wanting in the works of others. Accordingly, only commonplace forms of expression and trite figures are at the service of the latter, and they never dare to allow themselves to be natural, under penalty of displaying their vulgarity in all its dreary barrenness. Instead of this they are affected mannerists. Hence Buffon says, "Le style est l'homme même." If men of commonplace mind write poetry, they have certain traditional, conventional opinions, passions, noble sentiments, &c., which they have received in the abstract, and attribute to the heroes of their poems, who are in this way reduced to mere personifications of those opinions, and are thus themselves to a certain extent abstractions, and therefore insipid and tiresome. If they philosophize, they have taken in a few wide abstract conceptions, which they turn about in all directions as if they had to do with algebraical equations, and hope that something will come of it. At the most we see that they have all read the same things. Such a tossing to and fro of abstract conceptions, after the manner of algebraical equations, which is nowadays called dialectic, does not, like real algebra, afford certain results. For here the conception which is represented by the word is not a fixed and perfectly definite quality, such as are symbolized by the letters in algebra, but is wavering and ambiguous and capable of extension and contraction. Strictly speaking, all thinking, that is, combining of abstract conceptions, has at the most the recollections of earlier perceptions for its material, and this only indirectly, so far as it constitutes the foundation of all conceptions. Real knowledge, on the contrary, that is, immediate knowledge, is perception alone, new, fresh perception itself. Now the concepts which the reason has framed and the memory has preserved cannot all be present to consciousness at once, but only a very small number of them at a time. On the other hand, the energy with which we apprehend what is present in perception, in which really all that is essential in all things generally is virtually contained and represented, is apprehended, fills the consciousness in one moment with its whole power. Upon this depends the infinite superiority of genius to learning. They stand to each other as the text of an ancient classic to its commentary. All truth and all wisdom really lies ultimately in perception. But this unfortunately can neither be retained nor communicated. The objective conditions of such communication can certainly be presented to others purified and illustrated through plastic and pictorial art, and even much more directly through poetry. But it depends so much upon subjective conditions, which are not at the command of every one and of no one at all times, nay, indeed in the higher degrees of perfection are only the gift of the favoured few. Only the worst knowledge, abstract secondary knowledge, the conception, the mere shadow of true knowledge, is unconditionally communicable. If perceptions were communicable, that would be a communication worth the trouble; but at last every one must remain in his own skin and skull, and no one can help another. To enrich the conception from perception is the unceasing endeavour of poetry and philosophy. However, the aims of man are essentially practical, and for these it is sufficient that what he has apprehended through perception should leave traces in him, by virtue of which he will recognise it in the next similar case. Thus he becomes possessed of worldly wisdom. Thus, as a rule, the man of the world cannot teach his accumulated truth and wisdom, but only make use of it. He rightly comprehends each event as it happens, and determines what is in conformity with it. That books will not take the place of experience nor learning of genius are two kindred phenomena. Their common ground is that the abstract can never take the place of the concrete. Books, therefore, do not take the place of experience, because conceptions always remain general, and consequently do not get down to the particular, which, however, is just what has to be dealt with in life. And besides this, all conceptions are abstracted from what is particular and perceived in experience, and therefore one must have come to know these in order adequately to understand even the general conceptions which the books communicate. Learning cannot take the place of genius, because it also affords merely conceptions; but the knowledge of genius consists in the apprehension of the Platonic Ideas of things, and therefore is essentially intuitive. Thus in the first of these phenomena the objective condition of perceptive or intuitive knowledge is wanting; in the second the subjective; the former may be attained, the latter cannot. Wisdom and genius, these two summits of the Parnassus of human knowledge, have their foundation not in the abstract and discursive, but in the perceptive faculty. Wisdom proper is something intuitive, not something abstract. It does not consist in principles and thoughts, which one can carry about ready in his mind as results of his own research or that of others. but it is the whole manner in which the world presents itself in his mind. This varies so much that on account of it the wise man lives in another world from the fool, and the genius sees another world from the blockhead. That the works of the man of genius immeasurably surpass those of all others arises simply from the fact that the world which he sees, and from which he takes his utterances, is so much clearer, as it were more profoundly worked out than that in the minds of others, which certainly contains the same objects, but is to the world of the man of genius as the Chinese picture without shading and perspective is to the finished oil painting. The material is in all minds the same, but the difference lies in the perfection of the form which it assumes in each, upon which the numerous grades of intelligence ultimately depend. These grades thus exist in the root, in the perceptive or intuitive apprehension, and do not first appear in the abstract. Hence original mental superiority shows itself so easily when the occasion arises, and is at once felt and hated by others. In practical life, the intuitive knowledge of the understanding is able to guide our action and behaviour directly, while the abstract knowledge of the reason can only do so by means of the memory. Hence arises the superiority of intuitive knowledge in all cases which admit of no time for reflection, thus for daily intercourse, in which, just on this account, women excel. Only those who intuitively know the nature of men as they are, as a rule, and thus comprehend the individuality of the person before them, will understand how to manage him with certainty and rightly. Another may know by heart all the 300 maxims of Gratian, but this will not save him from stupid mistakes and misconceptions if he lacks that intuitive knowledge. For all abstract knowledge affords us primarily mere general principles and rules, but the particular case is almost never to be carried out exactly according to the rule. Then the rule itself has to be presented to us at the right time by the memory, which seldom punctually happens. Then the propositio minor has to be formed out of the present case, and finally the conclusion drawn. Before all this is done, the opportunity has generally turned its back upon us, and then those excellent principles and rules serve at the most to enable us to measure the magnitude of the error we have committed. Certainly with time we gain in this way experience and practice, which slowly grows to knowledge of the world, and thus, in connection with this, the abstract rules may certainly become fruitful. On the other hand, the intuitive knowledge, which always apprehends only the particular, stands in immediate relation to the present case. Rule, case, and application are for it one, and action follows immediately upon it. This explains why in real life the scholar, whose pre‐eminence lies in the province of abstract knowledge, is so far surpassed by the man of the world, whose pre‐eminence consists in perfect intuitive knowledge, which original disposition conferred on him and a rich experience has developed. The two kinds of knowledge always stand to each other in the relation of paper money and hard cash, and as there are many cases and circumstances in which the former is to be preferred to the latter, so there are also things and situations for which abstract knowledge is more useful than intuitive. If, for example, it is a conception that in some cases guides our action, when it is once grasped it has the advantage of being unalterable, and therefore under its guidance we go to work with perfect certainty and consistency. But this certainty which the conception confers on the subjective side is outweighed by the uncertainty which accompanies it on the objective side. The whole conception may be false and groundless, or the object to be dealt with may not come under it, for it may be either not at all or not altogether of the kind which belongs to it. Now, if in the particular case we suddenly become conscious of something of this sort, we are put out altogether. If we do not become conscious of it, the result brings it to light. Therefore Vauvenargues says, "Personne n'est sujet à plus de fautes que ceux qui n'agissent que par réflexion." If, on the contrary, it is direct perception of the objects to be dealt with and their relations that guides our action, we easily hesitate at every step, for the perception is always modifiable, is ambiguous, has inexhaustible details in itself, and shows many sides in succession. We act, therefore, without full confidence. But the subjective uncertainty is compensated by the objective certainty, for here there is no conception between the object and us, we never lose sight of it. If therefore we only see correctly what we have before us and what we do, we shall hit the mark. Our action, then, is perfectly sure only when it is guided by a conception, the right ground of which, its completeness and applicability to the given cause, is perfectly certain. Action in accordance with conceptions may pass into pedantry, action in accordance with a perceived impression into levity and folly. End of chapter 7, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 7, Part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R. B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7. On the relation of the concrete knowledge of perception to abstract knowledge. Part 2. Perception is not only the source of all knowledge, but is itself knowledge κατ' εξοχην, is the only unconditionally true, genuine knowledge completely worthy of the name. For it alone imparts insight properly so called. It alone is actually assimilated by man, passes into his nature, and can with full reason be called his, while the conceptions merely cling to him. In the fourth book we see indeed that true virtue proceeds from knowledge of perception or intuitive knowledge, for only those actions which are directly called forth by this, and therefore are performed purely from the impulse of our own nature, are properly symptoms of our true and unalterable character. Not so those which, resulting from reflection and its dogmas, are often extorted from the character, and therefore have no unalterable ground in us. But wisdom also, the true view of life, the correct eye, and the searching judgment, proceeds from the way in which the man apprehends the perceptible world, but not from his mere abstract knowledge, i.e., not from abstract conceptions. The basis or ultimate content of every science consists not in proofs, nor in what is proved, but in the unproved foundation of the proofs, which can finally be apprehended only through perception. So also the basis of the true wisdom and real insight of each man does not consist in conceptions and in abstract rational knowledge, but in what is perceived, and in the degree of acuteness, accuracy, and profundity with which he has apprehended it. He who excels here knows the Platonic ideas of the world and life. Every case he has seen represents for him innumerable cases. He always apprehends each being according to its true nature, and his action, like his judgment, corresponds to his insight. By degrees also his countenance assumes the expression of penetration, of true intelligence, and, if it goes far enough, of wisdom. For it is pre‐eminence in knowledge of perception alone that stamps its impression upon the features also, while pre‐eminence in abstract knowledge cannot do this. In accordance with what has been said, we find in all classes men of intellectual superiority, and often quite without learning. Natural understanding can take the place of almost every degree of culture, but no culture can take the place of natural understanding. The scholar has the advantage of such men in the possession of a wealth of cases and facts, historical knowledge, and of causal determinations, natural science, all in well‐ordered connection, easily surveyed. But yet with all this he has not a more accurate and profound insight into what is truly essential in all these cases, facts, and causations. The unlearned man of acuteness and penetration knows how to dispense with this wealth. We can make use of much, we can do with little. One case in his own experience teaches him more than many a scholar is taught by 1,000 cases which he knows, but does not, properly speaking, understand. For the little knowledge of that unlearned man is living, because every fact that is known to him is supported by accurate and well apprehended perception, and thus represents for him 1,000 similar facts. On the contrary, the much knowledge of the ordinary scholar is dead, because even if it does not consist, as is often the case, in mere words, it consists entirely in abstract knowledge. This, however, receives its value only through the perceptive knowledge of the individual with which it must connect itself, and which must ultimately realise all the conceptions. If now this perceptive knowledge is very scanty, such a mind is like a bank with liabilities tenfold in excess of its cash reserve, whereby in the end it becomes bankrupt. Therefore, while the right apprehension of the perceptible world has impressed the stamp of insight and wisdom on the brow of many an unlearned man, the face of many a scholar bears no other trace of his much study than that of exhaustion and weariness from excessive and forced straining of the memory in the unnatural accumulation of dead conceptions. Moreover, the insight of such a man is often so puerile, so weak and silly, that we must suppose that the excessive strain upon the faculty of indirect knowledge, which is concerned with abstractions, directly weakens the power of immediate perceptive knowledge, and the natural and clear vision is more and more blinded by the light of books. At any rate, the constant streaming in of the thoughts of others must confine and suppress our own, and indeed, in the long run, paralyse the power of thought, if it has not that high degree of elasticity which is able to withstand that unnatural stream. Therefore ceaseless reading and study directly injures the mind. The more so that completeness and constant connection of the system of our own thought and knowledge must pay the penalty if we so often arbitrarily interrupt it in order to gain room for a line of thought entirely strange to us. To banish my own thought in order to make room for that of a book would seem to me like what Shakespeare censures in the tourists of his time, that they sold their own land to see that of others. Yet the inclination for reading of most scholars is a kind of fuga vacui from the poverty of their own minds, which forcibly draws in the thoughts of others. In order to have thoughts they must read something, just as lifeless bodies are only moved from without, while the man who thinks for himself is like a living body that moves of itself. Indeed, it is dangerous to read about a subject before we have thought about it ourselves. For along with the new material, the old point of view and treatment of it creeps into the mind, all the more so as laziness and apathy counsel us to accept what has already been thought, and allow it to pass for truth. This now insinuates itself, and henceforward our thought on the subject always takes the accustomed path, like brooks that are guided by ditches. To find a thought of our own, a new thought, is then doubly difficult. This contributes much to the want of originality on the part of scholars. Add to this that they suppose that, like other people, they must divide their time between pleasure and work. Now they regard reading as their work and special calling, and therefore they gorge themselves with it beyond what they can digest. Then reading no longer plays the part of the mere initiator of thought, but takes its place altogether, for they think of the subject just as long as they are reading about it, thus with the mind of another, not with their own. But when the book is laid aside, entirely different things make much more lively claims upon their interest: their private affairs, and then the theatre, card playing, skittles, the news of the day, and gossip. The man of thought is so because such things have no interest for him. He is interested only in his problems, with which therefore he is always occupied by himself and without a book. To give ourselves this interest, if we have not got it, is impossible. This is the crucial point, and upon this also depends the fact that the former always speak only of what they have read, while the latter, on the contrary, speaks of what he has thought, and that they are, as Pope says, for ever reading, never to be read. The mind is naturally free, not a slave; only what it does willingly, of its own accord, succeeds. On the other hand, the compulsory exertion of a mind in studies for which it is not qualified, or when it has become tired, or in general too continuously and in vita Minerva dulls the brain, just as reading by moonlight dulls the eyes. This is especially the case with the straining of the immature brain in the earlier years of childhood. I believe that the learning of Latin and Greek grammar from the 6th to the 12th year lays the foundation of the subsequent stupidity of most scholars. At any rate, the mind requires the nourishment of materials from without. All that we eat is not at once incorporated in the organism, but only so much of it as is digested, so that only a small part of it is assimilated, and the remainder passes away. And thus to eat more than we can assimilate is useless and injurious. It is precisely the same with what we read. Only so far as it gives food for thought does it increase our insight and true knowledge. Therefore Heraclitus says, "Polymathia nun udidasque, motiscitia non dat intellectum." It seems, however, to me that learning may be compared to a heavy suit of armour, which certainly makes a strong man quite invincible, but to the weak man is a burden under which he sinks altogether. The exposition given in our third book of the knowledge of the Platonic Ideas as the highest attainable by man, and at the same time entirely perceptive or intuitive knowledge, is a proof that the source of true wisdom does not lie in abstract rational knowledge, but in the clear and profound apprehension of the world in perception. Therefore wise men may live in any age, and those of the past remain wise men for all succeeding generations. Learning, on the contrary, is relative. The learned men of the past are for the most part children as compared with us, and require indulgence. But to him who studies in order to gain insight, books and studies are only steps of the ladder by which he climbs to the summit of knowledge. As soon as a round of the ladder has raised him a step, he leaves it behind him. The many, on the other hand, who study in order to fill their memory, do not use the rounds of the ladder to mount by, but take them off and load themselves with them to carry them away, rejoicing at the increasing weight of the burden. They remain always below, because they bear what ought to have borne them. Upon the truth set forth here, that the kernel of all knowledge is the perceptive or intuitive apprehension, depends the true and profound remark of Helvetius, that the really characteristic and original views of which a gifted individual is capable, and the working up, development, and manifold application of which is the material of all his works, even if written much later, can arise in him only up to the 35th or at the latest the 40th year of his life, and are really the result of combinations he has made in his early youth. For they are not mere connections of abstract conceptions, but his own intuitive comprehension of the objective world and the nature of things. Now, that this intuitive apprehension must have completed its work by the age mentioned above depends partly on the fact that by that time the ectypes of all Platonic Ideas must have presented themselves to the man, and therefore cannot appear later with the strength of the first impression; partly on this, that the highest energy of brain activity is demanded for this quintessence of all knowledge, for this proof before the letter of the apprehension, and this highest energy of the brain is dependent on the freshness and flexibility of its fibres and the rapidity with which the arterial blood flows to the brain. But this again is at its strongest only as long as the arterial system has a decided predominance over the venous system, which begins to decline after the 30th year, until at last, after the 42nd year, the venous system obtains the upper hand, as Cabanis has admirably and instructively explained. Therefore the years between 20 and 30, and the first few years after 30, are for the intellect what May is for the trees. Only then do the blossoms appear of which all the later fruits are the development. The world of perception has made its impression, and thereby laid the foundation of all the subsequent thoughts of the individual. He may by reflection make clearer what he has apprehended; he may yet acquire much knowledge as nourishment for the fruit which has once set; he may extend his views, correct his conceptions and judgments; it may be only through endless combinations that he becomes completely master of the materials he has gained; indeed, he will generally produce his best works much later, as the greatest heat begins with the decline of the day. but he can no longer hope for new original knowledge from the one living fountain of perception. It is this that Byron feels when he breaks forth into his wonderfully beautiful lament: "No more, no more, oh, never more on me the freshness of the heart can fall like dew, which out of all the lovely things we see extracts emotions beautiful and new. Hived in our bosoms like the bag of a bee, think'st thou the honey with those objects grew? Alas! 'twas not in them, but in thy power to double even the sweetness of a flower." Through all that I have said hitherto, I hope I have placed in a clear light the important truth that since all abstract knowledge springs from knowledge of perception, it obtains its whole value from its relation to the latter, thus from the fact that its conceptions, or the abstractions which they denote, can be realised, i.e., proved, through perceptions, and, moreover, that most depends upon the quality of these perceptions. Conceptions and abstractions which do not ultimately refer to perceptions are like paths in the wood that end without leading out of it. The great value of conceptions lies in the fact that by means of them the original material of knowledge is more easily handled, surveyed, and arranged. But although many kinds of logical and dialectical operations are possible with them, yet no entirely original and new knowledge will result from these; that is to say, no knowledge whose material neither lay already in perception, nor was drawn from self‐consciousness. This is the true meaning of the doctrine attributed to Aristotle: nihil est in intellectu, nisi quod antea fuerit in sensu. It is also the meaning of the Lockeian philosophy, which made for ever an epoch in philosophy, because it commenced at last the serious discussion of the question as to the origin of our knowledge. It is also principally what the "Critique of Pure Reason" teaches. It also desires that we should not remain at the conceptions, but go back to their source, thus to perception, only with the true and important addition that what holds good of the perception also extends to its subjective conditions, thus to the forms which lie predisposed in the perceiving and thinking brain as its natural functions, although these at least virtualiter precede the actual sense perception, i.e., are a priori, and therefore do not depend upon sense perception, but it upon them. For these forms themselves have indeed no other end nor service than to produce the empirical perception on the nerves of sense being excited, as other forms are determined afterwards to construct thoughts in the abstract from the material of perception. The "Critique of Pure Reason" is therefore related to the Lockeian philosophy as the analysis of the infinite to elementary geometry, but is yet throughout to be regarded as the continuation of the Lockeian philosophy. The given material of every philosophy is accordingly nothing else than the empirical consciousness which divides itself into the consciousness of one's own self, self‐consciousness, and the consciousness of other things, external perception. For this alone is what is immediately and actually given. Every philosophy which, instead of starting from this, takes for its starting point arbitrarily chosen abstract conceptions, such as, for example, absolute, absolute substance, God, infinity, finitude, absolute identity, being, essence, &c., &c., moves in the air without support, and can therefore never lead to a real result. Yet in all ages philosophers have attempted it with such materials, and hence even Kant sometimes, according to the common usage and more from custom than consistency, defines philosophy as a science of mere conceptions. That such a science would really undertake to extract from the partial ideas, for that is what the abstractions are, what is not to be found in the complete ideas, the perceptions, from which the former were drawn by abstraction. The possibility of the syllogism leads to this mistake, because here the combination of the judgments gives a new result, although more apparent than real, for the syllogism only brings out what already lay in the given judgments. For it is true the conclusion cannot contain more than the premises. Conceptions are certainly the material of philosophy, but only as marble is the material of the sculptor. It is not to work out of them, but in them; that is to say, it is to deposit its results in them, but not to start from them as what is given.
Whoever wishes to see a glaring example of such a false procedure from mere conceptions may look at the Institutio Theologica of Proclus in order to convince himself of the vanity of that whole method. There abstractions such as εν, πληθος, agathon, paragon kai paragamenon, autarkes, aition, kreton, kiniton, akiniton, kinumenon, i.e., unum, multa, bonum, producens et productum, sibi sufficiens, causa, melius, mobile, immobile, motum, etc., are indiscriminately collected, but the perceptions to which alone they owe their origin and content ignored and contemptuously disregarded. A theology is then constructed from these conceptions, but its goal, the θεος, is kept concealed. Thus the whole procedure is apparently unprejudiced, as if the reader did not know at the first page just as well as the author what it is all to end in. I have already quoted a fragment of this above. End of chapter 7, part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 7, part 3. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7. On the relation of the concrete knowledge of perception to abstract knowledge. Part 3. This production of Proclus is really quite peculiarly adapted to make clear how utterly useless and illusory such combinations of abstract conceptions are, for we can make of them whatever we will, especially if we further take advantage of the ambiguity of many words, such, for example, as κρατων. If such an architect of conceptions were present in person, we would only have to ask naively where all the things are of which he has so much to tell us, and whence he knows the laws from which he draws his conclusions concerning them. He would then soon be obliged to turn to empirical perception, in which alone the real world exhibits itself, from which those conceptions are drawn. Then we would only have to ask further why he did not honestly start from the given perception of such a world, so that at every step his assertions could be proved by it, instead of operating with conceptions which are yet drawn from perception alone, and therefore can have no further validity than that which it imparts to them. But of course this is just his trick. Through such conceptions, in which, by virtue of abstraction, what is inseparable is thought as separate, and what cannot be united as united, he goes far beyond the perception which was their source, and thus beyond the limits of their applicability, to an entirely different world from that which supplied the material for building, but just on this account to a world of chimeras. I have here referred to Proclus because in him this procedure becomes specially clear through the frank audacity with which he carries it out. But in Plato also we find some examples of this kind, though not so glaring, and in general the philosophical literature of all ages affords a multitude of instances of the same thing. That of our own time is rich in them. Consider, for example, the writings of the school of Schelling, and observe the constructions that are built up out of abstractions like finite and infinite, being, non-being, other being, activity, hindrance, product, determining being determined, determinateness, limit, limiting being limited, unity, plurality, multiplicity, identity, diversity, indifference, thinking, being, essence, etc. Not only does all that has been said above hold good of constructions out of such materials, but because an infinite amount can be thought through such wide abstractions, only very little indeed can be thought in them; they are empty husks. But thus the matter of the whole philosophising becomes astonishingly trifling and paltry, and hence arises that unutterable and excruciating tediousness which is characteristic of all such writings. If indeed I now chose to call to mind the way in which Hegel and his companions have abused such wide and empty abstractions, I should have to fear that both the reader and I myself would be ill, for the most nauseous tediousness hangs over the empty word juggling of this loathsome philophaster. That in practical philosophy also no wisdom is brought to light from mere abstract conceptions is the one thing to be learnt from the ethical dissertations of the theologian Schleiermacher, with the delivery of which he has wearied the Berlin Academy for a number of years, and which are shortly to appear in a collected form. In them only abstract conceptions, such as duty, virtue, highest good, moral law, &c., are taken as the starting point, without further introduction than that they commonly occur in ethical systems, and are now treated as given realities. He then discusses these from all sides with great subtlety, but, on the other hand, never makes for the source of these conceptions, for the thing itself, the actual human life, to which alone they are related, from which they ought to be drawn, and with which morality has, properly speaking, to do. On this account these diatribes are just as unfruitful and useless as they are tedious, which is saying a great deal. At all times we find persons like this theologian, who is too fond of philosophising, famous while they are alive, afterwards soon forgotten. My advice is rather to read those whose fate has been the opposite of this, for time is short and valuable. Now, although, in accordance with all that has been said, wide abstract conceptions, which can be realised in no perception, must never be the source of knowledge, the starting point or the proper material of philosophy, yet sometimes particular results of philosophy are such as can only be thought in the abstract, and cannot be proved by any perception. Knowledge of this kind will certainly only be half knowledge; it will, as it were, only point out the place where what is to be known lies, but this remains concealed. Therefore we should only be satisfied with such conceptions in the most extreme case, and when we have reached the limit of the knowledge possible to our faculties. An example of this might perhaps be the conception of a being out of time, such as the proposition, "The indestructibility of our true being by death is not a continued existence of it." With conceptions of this sort, the firm ground which supports our whole knowledge, the perceptible, seems to waver. Therefore philosophy may certainly at times, and in case of necessity, extend to such knowledge, but it must never begin with it. The working with wide abstractions, which is condemned above, to the entire neglect of the perceptive knowledge from which they are drawn, and which is therefore their permanent and natural controller, was at all times the principal source of the errors of dogmatic philosophy. A science constructed from the mere comparison of conceptions, that is, from general principles, could only be certain if all its principles were synthetical a priori, as is the case in mathematics, for only such admit of no exceptions. If, on the other hand, the principles have any empirical content, we must keep this constantly at hand, to control the general principles. For no truths which are in any way drawn from experience are ever unconditionally true. They have therefore only an approximately universal validity, for here there is no rule without an exception. If now I link these principles together by means of the intersection of their concept spheres, one conception might very easily touch the other precisely where the exception lies. But if this happens even only once in the course of a long train of reasoning, the whole structure is loosed from its foundation and moves in the air. If, for example, I say, "The ruminants have no front incisors," and apply this and what follows from it to the camel, it all becomes false, for it only holds good of horned ruminants. What Kant calls das Vernünfteln, mere abstract reasoning, and so often condemns, is just of this sort, for it consists simply in subsuming conceptions under conceptions, without reference to their origin, and without proof of the correctness and exclusiveness of such subsumption, a method whereby we can arrive by longer or shorter circuits at almost any result we choose to set before us as our goal. Hence this mere abstract reasoning differs only in degree from sophistication strictly so called. But sophistication is in the theoretical sphere exactly what chicanery is in the practical. Yet even Plato himself has very frequently permitted such mere abstract reasoning. And Proclus, as we have already mentioned, has, after the manner of all imitators, carried this fault of his model much further. Dionysius the Areopagite, De Divinis Nominibus, is also strongly affected with this. But even in the fragments of the Eleatic Melissus we already find distinct examples of such mere abstract reasoning, especially §§ 2-5 in Brandis' Comment Eleaticus. His procedure with the conceptions, which never touch the reality from which they have their content, but, moving in the atmosphere of abstract universality, pass away beyond it, resembles blows which never hit the mark. A good pattern of such mere abstract reasoning is the De Diis et Mundo of the philosopher Sallustius Büchelchen, especially chapters 7, 12, and 17. But a perfect gem of philosophical mere abstract reasoning passing into decided sophistication is the following reasoning of the Platonist Maximus of Tyre, which I shall quote as it is short. Every injustice is the taking away of a good. There is no other good than virtue, but virtue cannot be taken away, thus it is not possible that the virtuous can suffer injustice from the wicked. It now remains either that no injustice can be suffered, or that it is suffered by the wicked from the wicked. But the wicked man possesses no good at all, for only virtue is a good, therefore none can be taken from him. Thus he also can suffer no injustice. Thus injustice is an impossible thing. The original, which is less concise through repetitions, runs thus: Adikia esti aphaeresis agathou, to de agathon ti an ei allo I areti, ide areti anaphaireton, uk adikisetai toinun otin aretin exon, I uk estin adikia aphaeresis agathou, uden gar agathon aphaireton ud kapobliton, ud eleton ude lysiston, eien un ud adiketai o Christos, ud upo tu mokthiru, anaphairetas gar, lepetai toinun imidena adikesthai kathapax, iton makthiron upo tu omoiu, alato mokthiro udenas metestin agathou, ide adikia in agathou aphaeresis ode mi echon o ti aphaeresthi ude es o ti adikisthi eche. Sermon 2. I shall add further a modern example of such proofs from abstract conceptions, by means of which an obviously absurd proposition is set up as the truth. And I shall take it from the works of a great man, Giordano Bruno. In his book Del Infinito Universo e Mondi, p. 87 of the edition of A. Wagner, he makes an Aristotelian proof, with the assistance and exaggeration of the passage of Aristotle's De Kilo, 1.5, that there can be no space beyond the world. The world is enclosed by the 8 spheres of Aristotle, and beyond these there can be no space. For if beyond these there were still a body, it must be either simple or compound. It is now proved sophistically, from principles which are obviously begged, that no simple body could be there, and therefore also no compound body, for it would necessarily be composed of simple ones. Thus in general there can be no body there, but if not, then no space. For space is defined as that in which bodies can be, and it has just been proved that no body can be there. Thus there is also there no space. This last is the final stroke of this proof from abstract conceptions. It ultimately rests on the fact that the proposition where no space is there can be no body is taken as a universal negative, and therefore converted simply, where no body can be there is no space. But the former proposition, when properly regarded, is a universal affirmative. Everything that has no space has no body; thus it must not be converted simply. Yet it is not every proof from abstract conceptions, with a conclusion which clearly contradicts perception, as here the finiteness of space, that can thus be referred to a logical error. For the sophistry does not always lie in the form, but often in the matter, in the premisses, and in the indefiniteness of the conceptions and their extension. We find numerous examples of this in Spinoza, whose method indeed it is to prove from conceptions. See, for example, the miserable sophisms in his Ethics, p. 4, prop. 29 31, by means of the ambiguity of the uncertain conceptions convenere and commune habere. Yet this does not prevent the neo‐Spinozists of our own day from taking all that he has said for gospel. Of these, the Hegelians, of whom there are actually still a few, are especially amusing on account of their traditional reverence for his principle, omnis determinatio est negatio, at which, according to the charlatan spirit of the school, they put on a face as if it was able to unhinge the world, whereas it is of no use at all; for even the simplest can see for himself that if I limit anything by determinations, I thereby exclude and thus negate what lies beyond these limits. Thus in all mere reasonings of the above kind it becomes very apparent that what errors that algebra with mere conceptions, uncontrolled by perception, is exposed to, and that therefore perception is for our intellect what the firm ground upon which it stands is for our body. If we forsake perception, everything is instabilis tellus, inabilis unda. The reader will pardon the fulness of these expositions and examples on account of their instructiveness. I have sought by means of them to bring forward and support the difference, indeed the opposition, between perceptive and abstract or reflected knowledge, which has hitherto been too little regarded, and the establishment of which is a fundamental characteristic of my philosophy. For many phenomena of our mental life are only explicable through this distinction. The connecting link between these two such different kinds of knowledge is the faculty of judgment, as I have shown in § 14 of the first volume. This faculty is certainly also active in the province of mere abstract knowledge, in which it compares conceptions only with conceptions. Therefore every judgment, in the logical sense of the word, is certainly a work of the faculty of judgment, for it always consists in the subsumption of a narrower conception under a wider one. Yet this activity of the faculty of judgment, in which it merely compares conceptions with each other, is a simpler and easier task than when it makes the transition from what is quite particular, the perception, to the essentially general, the conception. For by the analysis of conceptions into their essential predicates, it must be possible to decide upon purely logical grounds whether they are capable of being united or not, and for this the mere reason which every one possesses is sufficient. The faculty of judgment is therefore only active here in shortening this process, for he who is gifted with it sees at a glance what others only arrive at through a series of reflections. But its activity in the narrower sense really only appears when what is known through perception, thus the real experience, has to be carried over into distinct abstract knowledge, subsumed under accurately corresponding conceptions, and thus translated into reflected rational knowledge. It is therefore this faculty which has to establish the firm basis of all sciences, which always consists of what is known directly and cannot be further denied. Therefore here, in the fundamental judgments, lies the difficulty of the sciences, not in the inferences from these. To infer is easy, to judge is difficult. False inferences are rare, false judgments are always the order of the day. Not less in practical life has the faculty of judgment to give the decision in all fundamental conclusions and important determinations. Its office is in the main like that of the judicial sentence. As the burning glass brings to a focus all the sun's rays, so when the understanding works, the intellect has to bring together all the data which it has upon the subject so closely that the understanding comprehends them at a glance, which it now rightly fixes, and then carefully makes the result distinct to itself. Further, the great difficulty of judging in most cases depends upon the fact that we have to proceed from the consequent to the reason, a path which is always uncertain. Indeed, I have shown that the source of all error lies here. Yet in all the empirical sciences, and also in the affairs of real life, this way is for the most part the only one open to us. The experiment is an attempt to get over it again the other way. Therefore it is decisive, and at least brings out error clearly, provided always that it is rightly chosen and honestly carried out, not like Newton's experiments in connection with a theory of colours. But the experiment itself must also again be judged. The complete certainty of the a priori sciences, logic and mathematics, depends principally upon the fact that in them the path from the reason to the consequent is open to us, and it is always certain. This gives them the character of purely objective sciences, that is, sciences with regard to whose truths all who understand them must judge alike; and this is all the more remarkable as they are the very sciences which rest on the subjective forms of the intellect, while the empirical sciences alone have to do with what is palpably objective. Wit and ingenuity are also manifestations of the faculty of judgment. In the former its activity is reflective, in the latter subsuming. In most men the faculty of judgment is only nominally present. It is a kind of irony that it is reckoned with the normal faculties of the mind, instead of being only attributed to the monstris per excessum. Ordinary men show even in the smallest affairs want of confidence in their own judgment, just because they know from experience that it is of no service. With them prejudice and imitation take its place, and thus they are kept in a state of continual nonage, from which scarcely one in many hundreds is delivered. Certainly this is not avowed, for even to themselves they appear to judge; but all the time they are glancing stealthily at the opinion of others, which is their secret standard. While each one would be ashamed to go about in a borrowed coat, hat, or mantle, they all have nothing but borrowed opinions, which they eagerly collect wherever they can find them, and then strut about giving them out as their own. Others borrow them again from them and do the same thing. This explains the rapid and wide spread of errors, and also the fame of what is bad. For the professional purveyors of opinion, such as journalists and the like, give as a rule only false wares, as those who hire out masquerading dresses give only false jewels. End of chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 8, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 8, on the Theory of the Ludicrous, Part 1. My theory of the ludicrous also depends upon the opposition explained in the preceding chapters between perceptible and abstract ideas, which I have brought into such marked prominence. Therefore what has still to be said in explanation of this theory finds its proper place here, although according to the order of the text it would have to come later. The problem of the origin, which is everywhere the same, and hence of the peculiar significance of laughter, was already known to Cicero, but only to be at once dismissed as insoluble. The oldest attempt known to me at a psychological explanation of laughter is to be found in Hutcheson's Introduction into Moral Philosophy, Book I, Chapter 1, Section 14. A somewhat later anonymous work, Traité des causes physiques et morales du rire, 1768, is not without merit as a ventilation of the subject. Plattner, in his Anthropology, § 894, has collected the opinions of the philosophers from Hume to Kant, who have attempted an explanation of this phenomenon peculiar to human nature. Kant's and Jean Paul's theories of the ludicrous are well known. I regard it as unnecessary to prove their incorrectness, for whoever tries to refer given cases of the ludicrous to them will in the great majority of instances be at once convinced of their insufficiency. According to my explanation given in the first volume, the source of the ludicrous is always the paradoxical, and therefore unexpected, subsumption of an object under a conception which in other respects is different from it, and accordingly the phenomenon of laughter always signifies the sudden apprehension of an incongruity between such a conception and the real object thought under it, thus between the abstract and the concrete object of perception. The greater and more unexpected, in the apprehension of the laughter, this incongruity is, the more violent will be his laughter. Therefore in everything that excites laughter it must always be possible to show a conception and a particular, i.e., a thing or event which certainly can be subsumed under that conception, and therefore thought through it, yet in another and more predominating aspect does not belong to it at all, but is strikingly different from everything else that is thought through that conception. If, as often occurs, especially in witticisms, instead of such a real object of perception, the conception of a subordinate species is brought under the higher conception of the genus, it will yet excite laughter only through the fact that the imagination realises it, i.e., makes a perceptible representative stand for it, and thus the conflict between what is thought and what is perceived takes place. Indeed, if we wish to understand this perfectly explicitly, it is possible to trace everything ludicrous to a syllogism in the first figure, with an undisputed major and an unexpected minor, which to a certain extent is only sophistically valid, in consequence of which connection the conclusion partakes of the quality of the ludicrous. In the first volume I regarded it as superfluous to illustrate this theory by examples, for every one can do this for himself by a little reflection upon cases of the ludicrous which he remembers. Yet, in order to come to the assistance of the mental inertness of those readers who prefer always to remain in a passive condition, I will accommodate myself to them. Indeed, in this third edition I wish to multiply and accumulate examples, so that it may be indisputable that here, after so many fruitless earlier attempts, the true theory of the ludicrous is given, and the problem which was proposed and also given up by Cicero is definitely solved. If we consider that an angle requires two lines meeting, so that if they are produced they will intersect each other, on the other hand that the tangent of a circle only touches it at one point, but at this point is really parallel to it, and accordingly have present to our minds the abstract conviction of the impossibility of an angle between the circumference of a circle and its tangent, and if now such an angle lies visibly before us upon paper, this will easily excite a smile. The ludicrousness in this case is exceedingly weak, but yet the source of it in the incongruity of what is thought and perceived appears in it with exceptional distinctness. When we discover such an incongruity, the occasion for laughter that thereby arises is, according as we pass from the real, i.e., the perceptible, to the conception, or conversely from the conception to the real, either a witticism or an absurdity, which in a higher degree, and especially in the practical sphere, is folly, as was explained in the text. Now to consider examples of the first case, thus of wit, we shall first of all take the familiar anecdote of the Gascon at whom the king laughed when he saw him in light summer clothing in the depth of winter, and who thereupon said to the king, "If your Majesty had put on what I have, you would find it very warm," and on being asked what he had put on, replied, "My whole wardrobe." Under this last conception we have to think both the unlimited wardrobe of a king and the single summer coat of a poor devil, the sight of which upon his freezing body shows its great incongruity with the conception. The audience in a theatre in Paris once called for the "Marseillaise" to be played, and as this was not done, began shrieking and howling, so that at last a commissary of police in uniform came upon the stage and explained that it was not allowed that anything should be given in the theatre except what was in the play‐bill. Upon this a voice cried, "Et vous, monsieur, êtes-vous aussi sur l'affiche?" a hit which was received with universal laughter. For here the subsumption of what is heterogeneous is at once distinct and unforced. The epigram, "Bav is the true shepherd of whom the Bible spake; though his flock be all asleep, he alone remains awake," subsumes under the conception of a sleeping flock and a waking shepherd the tedious preacher who still bellows on unheard when he has sent all the people to sleep. Analogous to this is the epitaph on a doctor: "Here lies he like a hero, and those he has slain lie around him." It subsumes under the conception honourable to the hero of lying surrounded by dead bodies the doctor who is supposed to preserve life. Very commonly the witticism consists in a single expression, through which only the conception is given, under which the case presented can be subsumed, though it is very different from everything else that is thought under it. So is it in Romeo when the vivacious Mercutio
answers his friends who promise to visit him on the morrow: "Ask for me to‐morrow, and you shall find me a grave man." Under this conception a dead man is here subsumed, but in English there is also a play upon the words, for a grave man means both a serious man and a man of the grave. Of this kind is also the well‐known anecdote of the actor Unzelmann. In the Berlin theatre he was strictly forbidden to improvise. Soon afterwards he had to appear on the stage as horseback, and just as he came on the stage the horse dunged, at which the audience began to laugh, but laughed much more when Unzelmann said to the horse, "What are you doing? Don't you know we are forbidden to improvise?" Here the subsumption of the heterogeneous under the more general conception is very distinct, but the witticism is exceedingly happy, and the ludicrous effect produced by it excessively strong. To this class also belongs the following announcement from Hall in a newspaper of March 1851: "The band of Jewish swindlers to which we have referred were again delivered over to us with obbligato accompaniment." This subsuming of a police escort under a musical term is very happy, though it approaches the mere play upon words. On the other hand, it is exactly a case of the kind we are considering when Saphir, in a paper war with the actor Angeli, describes him as Angeli, who is equally great in mind and body. The small stature of the actor was known to the whole town, and thus under the conception great, unusual smallness was presented to the mind. Also, when the same Saphir calls the airs of a new opera "good old friends," and so brings the quality which is most to be condemned under a conception which is usually employed to commend. Also, if we should say of a lady whose favour could be influenced by presents, that she knew how to combine the utile with the dolci, for here we bring the moral life under the conception of a rule which Horace has recommended in an æsthetical reference. Also, if to signify a brothel, we should call it the modest abode of quiet joys. Good society, in order to be thoroughly insipid, has forbidden all decided utterances, and therefore all strong expressions. Therefore it is wont, when it has to signify scandalous or in any way indecent things, to mitigate or extenuate them by expressing them through general conceptions. But in this way it happens that they are more or less incongruously subsumed, and in a corresponding degree the effect of the ludicrous is produced. To this class belongs the use of utili dulci referred to above, and also such expressions as the following: "He had unpleasantness at the ball," when he was thrashed and kicked out, or "He has done too well," when he is drunk, and also "The woman has weak moments" if she is unfaithful to her husband, &c. Equivocal sayings also belong to the same class. They are conceptions which in themselves contain nothing improper, but yet the case brought under them leads to an improper idea. They are very common in society, but a perfect example of a full and magnificent equivocation is Shenstone's incomparable epitaph on a justice of the peace, which in its high‐flown lapidary style seems to speak of noble and sublime things, while under each of their conceptions something quite different is to be subsumed, which only appears in the very last word as the unexpected key to the whole, and the reader discovers with loud laughter that he has only read a very obscene equivocation. In this smooth‐combed age it is altogether impossible to quote this here, not to speak of translating it. It will be found in Shenstone's poetical works under the title "Inscription." Equivocations sometimes pass over into mere puns, about which all that is necessary has been said in the text. Further, the ultimate subsumption, ludicrous to all, of what in one respect is heterogeneous, under a conception which in other respects agrees with it, may take place contrary to our intention. For example, one of the free negroes in North America, who take pains to imitate the whites in everything, quite recently placed an epitaph over his dead child which begins, "Lovely early broken lily." If, on the contrary, something real and perceptible is, with direct intention, brought under the conception of its opposite, the result is plain, common irony. For example, if when it is raining hard we say, "Nice weather we are having to‐day," Or if we say of an ugly bride, "That man has found a charming treasure," or of a knave, "This honest man," etc., etc. Only children and quite uneducated people will laugh at such things, for here the incongruity between what is thought and what is perceived is total. Yet just in this direct exaggeration in the production of the ludicrous, its fundamental character, incongruity, appears very distinctly. This species of the ludicrous is, on account of its exaggeration and distinct intention, in some respects related to parody. The procedure of the latter consists in this: it substitutes for the incidents and words of a serious poem or drama insignificant low persons or trifling motives and actions. It thus subsumes the commonplace realities which it sets forth under the lofty conceptions given in the theme, under which in a certain respect they must come, while in other respects they are very incongruous, and thereby the contrast between what is perceived and what is thought appears very glaring. There is no lack of familiar examples of this, and therefore I shall only give one, from the Zobeide of Carlo Gozzi, Act iv. Scene 3, where the famous stanza of Ariosto (Orlando Furioso, 122), "O gran bontà dei cavalieri antichi," etc., is put word for word into the mouth of two clowns who have just been thrashing each other, and tired with this lie quietly side by side. This is also the nature of the application so popular in Germany of serious verses, especially of Schiller, to trivial events, which clearly contains a subsumption of heterogeneous things under the general conception which the verse expresses. Thus, for example, when any one has displayed a very characteristic trait, there will rarely be wanting some one to say, "From that I know with whom I have to do." But it was original and very witty of a man who was in love with a young bride to quote to the newly married couple, I know not how loudly, the concluding words of Schiller's ballad, "The Surety": "Let me be, I pray you, in your bond the third." The effect of the ludicrous is here strong and inevitable, because under the conceptions through which Schiller presents to the mind a moral and noble relation, a forbidden and immoral relation is subsumed, and yet correctly and without change, thus is thought through it. In all the examples of wit given here we find that under a conception, or in general an abstract thought, a real thing is directly or by means of a narrower conception subsumed, which indeed, strictly speaking, comes under it, and yet is as different as possible from the proper and original intention and tendency of the thought. Accordingly wit, as a mental capacity, consists entirely in a facility for finding for every object that appears a conception under which it certainly can be thought, though it is very different from all the other objects which come under this conception. End of chapter 8, part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8, part 2. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 8. On the Theory of the Ludicrous. Part 2. The second species of the ludicrous follows, as we have mentioned, the opposite path from the abstract conception to the real or perceptible things thought through it. But this now brings to light any incongruity with the conception which was overlooked, and hence arises an absurdity, and therefore in the practical sphere a foolish action. Since the play requires action, this species of the ludicrous is essential to comedy. Upon this depends the observation of Voltaire: "J'ai cru remarquer au spectacle qu'il ne se lève presque jamais de ces éclats de rire universels, qu'à l'occasion d'une méprise." Preface de l'Enfant Prodigue. The following may serve as examples of this species of the ludicrous. When some one had declared that he was fond of walking alone, An Austrian said to him, "You like walking alone. So do I. Therefore we can go together." He starts from the conception, a pleasure which two love they can enjoy in common, and subsumes under it the very case which excludes community. Further, the servant who rubbed a worn sealskin in his master's box with Macassar oil, so that it might become covered with hair again, in doing which he started from the conception, Macassar oil makes hair grow. The soldiers in the guard room who allowed a prisoner who was brought in to join in their game of cards, then quarrelled with him for cheating and turned him out. They let themselves be led by the general conception, bad companions are turned out, and forget that he is also a prisoner, that is, one whom they ought to hold fast. Two young peasants had loaded their gun with coarse shot, which they wished to extract in order to substitute fine without losing the powder. So one of them put the mouth of the barrel in his hat, which he took between his legs, and said to the other, "Now you pull the trigger slowly, 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 then the shot will come first." He starts from the conception, prolonging the cause prolongs the effect. Most of the actions of Don Quixote are also cases in point, for he subsumes the realities he encounters under conceptions drawn from the romances of chivalry, from which they are very different. For example, in order to support the oppressed, he frees the galley slaves. Properly, all Münchhausenisms are also of this nature, only they are not actions which are performed, but impossibilities, which are passed off upon the hearer as having really happened. In them the fact is always so conceived that when it is thought merely in the abstract, and therefore comparatively a priori, it appears possible and plausible. But afterwards, if we come down to the perception of the particular case, thus a posteriori, the impossibility of the thing, indeed the absurdity of the assumption, is brought into prominence, and excites laughter through the evident incongruity of what is perceived and what is thought. For example, when the melodies frozen up in the post horn are thawed in the warm room, when Munchausen, sitting upon a tree during a hard frost, draws up his knife which has dropped to the ground by the frozen jet of his own water, etc. Such is also the story of the two lions who broke down the partition between them during the night and devoured each other in their rage, so that in the morning there was nothing to be found but the two tails. There are also cases of the ludicrous, where the conception under which the perceptible facts are brought does not require to be expressed or signified, but comes into consciousness itself through the association of ideas. The laughter into which Garrick burst in the middle of playing tragedy, because a butcher in front of the pit, who had taken off his wig to wipe the sweat from his head, placed the wig for a while upon his large dog, who stood facing the stage with his forepaws resting on the pit railings, was occasioned by the fact that Garrick started from the conception of a spectator which was added in his own mind. This is the reason why certain animal forms, such as apes, kangaroos, jumping hares, etc., sometimes appear to us ludicrous, because something about them resembling man leads us to subsume them under the conception of the human form, and starting from this we perceive their incongruity with it. Now the conceptions whose observed incongruity with the perception moves us to laughter are either those of others or our own. In the first case we laugh at others, in the second we feel a surprise, often agreeable, at the least amusing. Therefore children and uneducated people laugh at the most trifling things, even at misfortunes, if they were unexpected, and thus convicted their preconceived conception of error. As a rule, laughing is a pleasant condition. Accordingly, the apprehension of the incongruity between what is thought and what is perceived, that is, the real, gives us pleasure, and we give ourselves up gladly to the spasmodic convulsions which this apprehension excites. The reason of this is as follows. In every suddenly appearing conflict between what is perceived and what is thought, what is perceived is always unquestionably right, for it is not subject to error at all, requires no confirmation from without, but answers for itself. Its conflict with what is thought springs ultimately from the fact that the latter with its abstract conceptions cannot get down to the infinite multifariousness and fine shades of difference of the concrete. This victory of knowledge of perception over thought affords us pleasure. For perception is the original kind of knowledge inseparable from animal nature, in which everything that gives direct satisfaction to the will presents itself. It is the medium of the present, of enjoyment and gaiety; moreover, it is attended with no exertion. With thinking the opposite is the case. It is the second power of knowledge, the exercise of which always demands some, and often considerable, exertion. Besides, it is the conceptions of thought that often oppose the gratification of our immediate desires. For, as the medium of the past, the future, and of seriousness, they are the vehicles of our fears, our repentance, and all our cares. It must therefore be diverting to us to see this strict, untiring, troublesome governess, the reason, for once convicted of insufficiency. On this account, then, the mean or appearance of laughter is very closely related to that of joy. On account of the want of reason, thus of general conceptions, the brute is incapable of laughter, as of speech. This is therefore a prerogative and characteristic mark of man. Yet it may be remarked in passing that his one friend the dog has an analogous characteristic action peculiar to him alone in distinction from all other brutes, the very expressive, kindly, and thoroughly honest fawning and wagging of its tail. But how favourably does this salutation given him by nature compare with the bows and simpering civilities of men! At least for the present, it is 1,000 times more reliable than their assurance of inward friendship and devotion. The opposite of laughing and joking is seriousness. Accordingly it consists in the consciousness of the perfect agreement and congruity of the conception or thought with what is perceived, or the reality. The serious man is convinced that he thinks the things as they are, and that they are as he thinks them. This is just why the transition from profound seriousness to laughter is so easy, and can be effected by trifles. For the more perfect that agreement assumed by seriousness may seem to be, the more easily is it destroyed by the unexpected discovery of even a slight incongruity. Therefore the more a man is capable of entire seriousness, the more heartily can he laugh. Men whose laughter is always affected and forced are intellectually and morally of little worth, and in general the way of laughing and, on the other hand, the occasions of it, are very characteristic of the person. That the relations of the sexes afford the easiest materials for jokes, always ready to hand and within the reach of the weakest wit, as is proved by the abundance of obscene jests, could not be if it were not that the deepest seriousness lies at their foundation. That the laughter of others at what we do or say seriously offends us so keenly depends on the fact that it asserts that there is a great incongruity between our conceptions and the objective realities. For the same reason the predicate ludicrous or absurd is insulting. The laugh of scorn announces with triumph to the baffled adversary how incongruous were the conceptions he cherished with the reality which is now revealing itself to him. Our own bitter laughter at the fearful disclosure of the truth through which our firmly cherished expectations are proved to be delusive is the active expression of the discovery now made of the incongruity between the thoughts which, in our foolish confidence in man or fate, we entertained, and the truth which is now unveiled. The intentionally ludicrous is the joke. It is the effort to bring about a discrepancy between the conceptions of another and the reality by disarranging one of the two, while its opposite, seriousness, consists in the exact conformity of the two to each other, which is at least aimed at. But if now the joke is concealed behind seriousness, then we have irony. For example, if with apparent seriousness we acquiesce in the opinions of another, which are the opposite of our own, and pretend to share them with him, till at last the result perplexes him both as to us and them. This is the attitude of Socrates as opposed to Hippias, Protagoras, Gorgias, and other sophists, and indeed often to his collocutors in general. The converse of irony is accordingly seriousness concealed behind a joke, and this is humour. It might be called the double counterpoint of irony. Explanations such as humour is the interpenetration of the finite in the infinite express nothing more than the entire incapacity for thought of those who are satisfied with such empty phrases. Irony is objective, that is, intended for another, but humour is subjective, that is, it primarily exists only for one's own self. Accordingly we find the masterpieces of irony among the ancients, but those of humour among the moderns. For, more closely considered, humour depends upon a subjective, yet serious and sublime mood, which is involuntarily in conflict with a common external world very different from itself, which it cannot escape from, and to which it will not give itself up. Therefore, as an accommodation, it tries to think its own point of view and that external world through the same conceptions. And thus a double incongruity arises, sometimes on the one side, sometimes on the other, between these concepts and the realities thought through them. Hence the impression of the intentionally ludicrous, thus of the joke, is produced, behind which, however, the deepest seriousness is concealed and shines through. Irony begins with a serious air and ends with a smile; with humour the order is reversed. The words of Mercutio, quoted above, may serve as an example of humour. Also in Hamlet, Polonius: "My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you." Hamlet: "You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal, except my life, except my life, except my life." Again, before the introduction of the play at court, Hamlet says to Ophelia: "What should a man do but be merry? For, look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within these 2 hours." Ophelia: "Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord." Hamlet: "So long? Nay, then let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables." Again, in Jean Paul's "Titan," when Chope, melancholy and now brooding over himself, frequently looking at his hands, says to himself, "There sits a lord in bodily reality, and I in him; but who is such?" Heinrich Heine appears as a true humorist in his "Romancero." Beyond all his jokes and drollery we discern a profound seriousness, which is ashamed to appear unveiled. Accordingly, humour depends upon a special kind of mood or temper (German Laune, probably from Luna), through which conception in all its modifications, a decided predominance of the subjective over the objective in the apprehension of the external world, is thought. Moreover, every poetical or artistic presentation of a comical, or indeed even a farcical scene, through which a serious thought yet glimmers as its concealed background, is a production of humour, thus is humorous. Such, for example, is a coloured drawing of Tischbein's, which represents an empty room lighted only by the blazing fire in the grate. Before the fire stands a man with his coat off, in such a position that his shadow, going out from his feet, stretches across the whole room. Tischbein comments thus on the drawing: "This is a man who has succeeded in nothing in the world, and who has made nothing of it. Now he rejoices that he can throw such a large shadow." Now, if I had to express the seriousness that lies concealed behind this jest, I could best do so by means of the following verse, taken from the Persian poem of Anwari Sohaili: "If thou hast lost possession of a world, be not distressed, for it is not. Or hast thou gained possession of a world, be not o'erjoyed, for it is not. Our pains, our gains all pass away, get thee beyond the world, for it is not." That at the present day the word humorous is generally used in German literature in the sense of comical, arises from the miserable desire to give things a more distinguished name than belongs to them, the name of a class that stands above them. Thus, every inn must be called a hotel, every money changer a banker, every concert a musical academy, the merchant's counting house a bureau, the potter an artist in clay, and therefore also every clown a humorist. The word humour is borrowed from the English to denote a quite peculiar species of the ludicrous, which, indeed, as was said above, is related to the sublime, and which was first remarked by them. But it is not intended to be used as the title for all kinds of jokes and buffoonery, as is now universally the case in Germany, without opposition from men of letters and scholars. For the true conception of that modification, that tendency of the mind, that child of the sublime and the ridiculous, would be too subtle and too high for their public, to please which they take pains to make everything flat and vulgar. Well, high words and a low meaning is in general the model of the noble present, and accordingly nowadays he is called a humorist who was formerly called a buffoon. End of chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 9 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. Chapter 9. On Logic in General. Logic, dialectic, and rhetoric go together, because they make up the whole of a technique of reason, and under this title they ought also to be taught: logic as the technique of our own thinking, dialectic of disputing with others, and rhetoric of speaking to many, concionatio, thus corresponding to the singular, dual, and plural, and to the monologue, the dialogue, and the panegyric. Under dialectic I understand, in agreement with Aristotle (Metaphysics iii. 2 and Analytica Posteriora i. 11), the art of conversation directed to the mutual investigation of truth, especially philosophical truth. But a conversation of this kind necessarily passes more or less into controversy. Therefore dialectic may also be explained as the art of disputation. We have examples and patterns of dialectic in the Platonic dialogues, but for the special theory of it, thus for the technical rules of disputation, eristics, very little has hitherto been accomplished. I have worked out an attempt of the kind, and given an example of it, in the second volume of the Parerga; therefore I shall pass over the exposition of this science altogether here. In rhetoric the rhetorical figures are very much what the syllogistic figures are in logic; at all events they are worth considering. In Aristotle's time they seem to have not yet become the object of theoretical investigation, for he does not treat of them in any of his rhetorics, and in this reference we are referred to Rutilius Lupus, the epitomizer of a later Gorgias. All the three sciences have this in common, that without having learned them we follow their rules, which indeed are themselves first abstracted from this natural employment of them. Therefore, although they are of great theoretical interest, they are of little practical use, partly because, though they certainly give the rule, they do not give the case of its application, partly because in practice there is generally no time to recollect the rules. Thus they teach only what every one already knows and practises of his own accord, but yet the abstract knowledge of this is interesting and important. Logic will not easily have a practical value, at least for our own thinking; for the errors of our own reasoning scarcely ever lie in the inferences nor otherwise in the form, but in the judgments, thus in the matter of thought. In controversy, on the other hand, we can sometimes derive some practical use from logic, by taking the more or less intentionally deceptive argument of our opponent, which he advances under the garb and cover of continuous speech, and referring it to the strict form of regular syllogisms, and thus convicting it of logical errors. For example, simple conversion of universal affirmative judgments, syllogisms with four terms, inferences from the consequent to the reason, syllogisms in the second figure, with merely affirmative premises, and many such. It seems to me that the doctrine of the laws of thought might be simplified if we were only to set up two, the law of excluded middle and that of sufficient reason. The former thus: every predicate can either be affirmed or denied of every subject. Here it is already contained in the either or,
that both cannot occur at once, and consequently just what is expressed by the laws of identity and contradiction. Thus these would be added as corollaries of that principle which really says that every two concept spheres must be thought either as united or as separated, but never as both at once. And therefore, even although words are brought together which express the latter, these words assert a process of thought which cannot be carried out. The consciousness of this infeasibility is the feeling of contradiction. The second law of thought, the principle of sufficient reason, would affirm that the above attributing or denying must be determined by something different from the judgment itself, which may be a pure or empirical perception, or merely another judgment. This other and different thing is then called the ground or reason of the judgment. So far as a judgment satisfies the first law of thought, it is thinkable; so far as it satisfies the second, it is true, or at least in the case in which the ground of a judgment is only another judgment, it is logically or formally true. But finally, material or absolute truth is always the relation between a judgment and a perception, thus between the abstract and the concrete or perceptible idea. This is either an immediate relation, or it is brought about by means of other judgments, that is, through other abstract ideas. From this it is easy to see that one truth can never overthrow another, but all must ultimately agree, because in the concrete or perceptible, which is their common foundation, no contradiction is possible. Therefore no truth has anything to fear from other truths. Illusion and error have to fear every truth, because through the logical connection of all truths, even the most distant must sometimes strike its blow at every error. This second law of thought is therefore the connecting link between logic and what is no longer logic, but the matter of thought. Consequently the agreement of the conceptions, thus of the abstract idea with what is given in the perceptible idea, is on the side of the object truth, and on the side of the subject knowledge. To express the union or separation of two concept spheres referred to above is the work of the copula is not. Through this every verb can be expressed by means of its participle. Therefore all judging consists in the use of a verb, and vice versa. Accordingly the significance of the copula is that the predicate is to be thought in the subject, nothing more. Now consider what the content of the infinitive of the copula to be amounts to. But this is a principal theme of the professors of philosophy of the present time. However, we must not be too strict with them. Most of them wish to express by it nothing but material things, the corporeal world, to which, as perfectly innocent realists at the bottom of their hearts, they attribute the highest reality. To speak, however, of the bodies so directly appears to them too vulgar, and therefore they say being, which they think sounds better, and think in connection with it the tables and chairs standing before them. For, because, why, therefore, thus, since, although, indeed, yet, but, if, then, either, or, and more like these, are properly logical particles, for their only end is to express the form of the thought processes. They are therefore a valuable possession of a language, and do not belong to all in equal numbers. Thus zwar, the contracted es ist wahr, seems to belong exclusively to the German language. It is always connected with an aber, which follows or is added in thought, as if is connected with then. The logical rule that, as regards quantity, singular judgments, that is, judgments which have a singular conception, notio singularis, for their subject, are to be treated as universal judgments, depends upon the circumstance that they are in fact universal judgments, which have merely the peculiarity that their subject is a conception which can only be supported by a single real object, and therefore only contains a single real object under it, as when the conception is denoted by a proper name. This, however, has really only to be considered when we proceed from the abstract idea to the concrete or perceptible, thus seek to realise the conceptions. In thinking itself, in operating with judgments, this makes no difference. simply because between singular and universal conceptions there is no logical difference. Immanuel Kant signifies logically all Immanuel Kant. Accordingly, the quantity of judgments is really only of two kinds, universal and particular. An individual idea cannot be the subject of a judgment, because it is not an abstraction; it is not something thought, but something perceived. Every conception, on the other hand, is essentially universal, and every judgment must have a conception as its subject. The difference between particular judgments (propositiones particulares) and universal judgments often depends merely on the external and contingent circumstance that the language has no word to express by itself the part that is here to be separated from the general conception which forms the subject of such a judgment. If there were such a word, many a particular judgment would be universal. For example, the particular judgment "some trees bear gall nuts" becomes a universal judgment, because for this part of the conception "tree" we have a special word: "all oaks bear gall nuts." In the same way is the judgment "some men are black" related to the judgment "all negroes are black;" or else this difference depends upon the fact that in the mind of him who judges the conception which he makes the subject of the particular judgment has not become clearly separated from the general conception as a part of which he defines it. Otherwise he could have expressed a universal instead of a particular judgment. For example, instead of the judgment "some ruminants have upper incisors," this: "all unhorned ruminants have upper incisors." The hypothetical and disjunctive judgments are assertions as to the relation of two, in the case of the disjunctive judgment even several, categorical judgments to each other. The hypothetical judgment asserts that the truth of the second of the two categorical judgments here linked together depends upon the truth of the first, and the falseness of the first depends upon the falseness of the second; thus that these two propositions stand in direct community as regards truth and falseness. The disjunctive judgment, on the other hand, asserts that upon the truth of one of the categorical judgments here linked together depends the falseness of the others, and conversely; thus that these propositions are in conflict as regards truth and falseness. The question is a judgment, one of whose three parts is left open. Thus either the copula is Caius a Roman or not, or the predicate is Caius a Roman or something else, or the subject is Caius a Roman or is it some one else who is a Roman. The place of the conception which is left open may also remain quite empty. For example, what is Caius? Who is a Roman? The επαγωγη (inductio) is with Aristotle the opposite of the απαγωγη. The latter proves a proposition to be false by showing that what would follow from it is not true, thus by the instantia in contrarium. The επαγωγη, on the other hand, proves the truth of a proposition by showing that what would follow from it is true. Thus it leads by means of examples to our accepting something, while the απαγωγη leads to our rejecting it. Therefore the επαγωγη, or induction, is an inference from the consequents to the reason, and indeed modo ponente; for from many cases it establishes the rule, from which these cases then in their turn follow. On this account it is never perfectly certain, but at the most arrives at very great probability. However, this formal uncertainty may yet leave room for material certainty through the number of the sequences observed. In the same way as in mathematics the irrational relations are brought infinitely near to rationality by means of decimal fractions. The απαγωγη, on the contrary, is primarily an inference from the reason to the consequents, though it is afterwards carried out modo tollente, in that it proves the non-existence of a necessary consequent, and thereby destroys the truth of the assumed reason. On this account it is always perfectly certain, and accomplishes more by a single example in contrarium than the induction does by innumerable examples in favour of the proposition propounded. So much easier is it to refute than to prove, to overthrow than to establish. End of chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 10 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 10. On the Syllogism. Although it is very hard to establish a new and correct view of a subject which for more than 2000 years has been handled by innumerable writers, and which, moreover, does not receive additions through the growth of experience, yet this must not deter me from presenting to the thinker for examination the following attempt of this kind. An inference is that operation of our reason by virtue of which through the comparison of two judgments a third judgment arises, without the assistance of any knowledge otherwise obtained. The condition of this is, that these two judgments have one conception in common, for otherwise they are foreign to each other and have no community. But under this condition they become the father and mother of a child that contains in itself something of both. Moreover, this operation is no arbitrary act, but an act of the reason, which, when it has considered such judgments, performs it of itself according to its own laws. So far it is objective, not subjective, and therefore subject to the strictest rules. We may ask in passing whether he who draws an inference really learns something new from the new proposition, something previously unknown to him. Not absolutely, but yet to a certain extent he does. What he learns lay in what he knew. Thus he knew it also, but he did not know that he knew it, which is as if he had something but did not know that he had it, and this is just the same as if he had it not. He knew it only implicite, now he knows it explicite, but this distinction may be so great that the conclusion appears to him a new truth. For example, all diamonds are stones, all diamonds are combustible, therefore some stones are combustible. The nature of inference consequently consists in this, that we bring it to distinct consciousness that we have already thought in the premises what is asserted in the conclusion. It is therefore a means of becoming more distinctly conscious of one's own knowledge, of learning more fully or becoming aware of what one knows. The knowledge which is afforded by the conclusion was latent, and therefore had just as little effect as latent heat has on the thermometer. Whoever has salt has also chlorine, but it is as if he had it not, for it can only act as chlorine if it is chemically evolved; thus only then does he really possess it. It is the same with the gain which a mere conclusion from already known premises affords. A previously bound or latent knowledge is thereby set free. These comparisons may indeed seem to be somewhat strained, but yet they really are not. For because we draw many of the possible inferences from our knowledge very soon, very rapidly, and without formality, and therefore have no distinct recollection of them, it seems to us as if no premises for possible conclusions remained long stored up unused, but as if we already had also conclusions prepared for all the premises within reach of our knowledge. But this is not always the case. On the contrary, two premises may have for a long time an isolated existence in the same mind, till at last some occasion brings them together, and then the conclusion suddenly appears, as the spark comes from the steel and the stone only when they are struck together. In reality, the premises assumed from without, both for theoretical insight and for motives, which bring about resolves, often lie for a long time in us, and become, partly through half‐conscious and even inarticulate processes of thought, compared with the rest of our stock of knowledge, reflect upon, and, as it were, shaken up together, till at last the right major finds the right minor, and these immediately take up their proper places, and at once the conclusion exists as a light that has suddenly arisen for us without any action on our part, as if it were an inspiration.
for we cannot comprehend how we and others have so long been in ignorance of it. It is true that in a happily organised mind this process goes on more quickly and easily than in ordinary minds, and just because it is carried on spontaneously and without distinct consciousness it cannot be learned. Therefore Goethe says, "How easy anything is he knows who has discovered it, he knows who has attained to it." As an illustration of the process of thought here described, we may compare it to those padlocks which consist of rings with letters. Hanging on the box of a travelling carriage, they are shaken so long that at last the letters of the word come together in their order, and the lock opens. For the rest, we must also remember that the syllogism consists in the process of thought itself, and the words and propositions through which it is expressed only indicate the traces it has left behind it. They are related to it as the sound figures of sand are related to the notes whose vibrations they express. When we reflect upon something, we collect our data, reduce them to judgments, which are all quickly brought together and compared, and thereby the conclusions which it is possible to draw from them are instantly arrived at by means of the use of all the three syllogistic figures. Yet on account of the great rapidity of this operation only a few words are used, and sometimes none at all, and only the conclusion is formally expressed. Thus it sometimes happens that because in this way, or even merely intuitively, that is, by a happy aperçu, we have brought some new truth to consciousness, we now treat it as a conclusion and seek premisses for it, that is, we desire to prove it, for as a rule knowledge exists earlier than its proofs. We then go through our stock of knowledge in order to see whether we can find some truth in it in which the newly discovered truth was already implicitly contained, or two propositions which would give this as a result if they were brought together according to rule. On the other hand, every judicial proceeding affords a most complete and imposing syllogism, a syllogism in the first figure. The civil or criminal transgression complained of is the minor; it is established by the prosecutor. The law applicable to the case is the major. The judgment is the conclusion, which therefore, as something necessary, is merely recognised by the judge. But now I shall attempt to give the simplest and most correct exposition of the peculiar mechanism of inference. Judging, this elementary and most important process of thought, consists in the comparison of two conceptions, inference in the comparison of two judgments. Yet ordinarily in text‐books inference is also referred to the comparison of conceptions, though of three, because from the relation which two of these conceptions have to a third, their relation to each other may be known. Truth cannot be denied to this view also, and since it affords opportunity for the perceptible demonstration of syllogistic relations by means of drawn concept spheres, a method approved of by me in the text, it has the advantage of making the matter easily comprehensible. But it seems to me that here, as in so many cases, comprehensibility is attained at the cost of thoroughness. The real process of thought in inference, with which the three syllogistic figures and their necessity precisely agree, is not thus recognised. In inference we operate not with mere conceptions, but with whole judgments, to which quality, which lies only in the copula and not in the conceptions, and also quantity are absolutely essential, and indeed we have further to add modality. That exposition of inference as a relation of three conceptions fails in this, that it at once resolves the judgments into their ultimate elements, the conceptions, and thus the means of combining these is lost, and that which is peculiar to the judgments as such and in their completeness, which is just what constitutes the necessity of the conclusion which follows from them, is lost sight of. It thus falls into an error analogous to that which organic chemistry would commit if, for example, in the analysis of plants it were at once to reduce them to their ultimate elements, when it would find in all plants carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, but would lose the specific differences, to obtain which it is necessary to stop at their more special elements, the so‐called alkaloids, and to take care to analyse these in their turn.
From three given conceptions to no conclusion can as yet be drawn. It may certainly be said, the relation of two of them to the third must be given with them. But it is just the judgments which combine these conceptions that are the expression of this relation. Thus judgments, not mere conceptions, are the material of the inference. Accordingly, inference is essentially a comparison of two judgments. The process of thought in our mind is concerned with these and the thoughts expressed by them, not merely with three conceptions. This is the case even when this process is imperfectly or not at all expressed in words, and it is as such, as a bringing together of the complete and unanalysed judgments, that we must consider it in order properly to understand the technical procedure of inference. From this there will then also follow the necessity for three really rational syllogistic figures. As in the exposition of syllogistic reasoning, by means of concept spheres, these are presented to the mind under the form of circles, so in the exposition by means of entire judgments we have to think these under the form of rods, which, for the purpose of comparison, are held together now by one end, now by the other. The different ways in which this can take place give the three figures. Since now every premise contains its subject and its predicate, these two conceptions are to be imagined as situated at the two ends of each rod. The two judgments are now compared with reference to the two different conceptions in them. For, as has already been said, the third conception must be the same in both, and is therefore subject to no comparison, but is that with which, that is, in reference to which, the other two are compared; it is the middle. The latter is accordingly always only the means and not the chief concern. The two different conceptions, on the other hand, are the subject of reflection, and to find out their relation to each other by means of the judgments in which they are contained is the aim of the syllogism. Therefore the conclusion speaks only of them, not of the middle, which was only a means, a measuring rod, which we let fall as soon as it has served its end. Now if this conception, which is identical in both propositions, thus the middle, is the subject of one premise, the conception to be compared with it must be the predicate, and conversely. Here at once is established a priori the possibility of three cases: either the subject of one premise is compared with the predicate of the other, or the subject of the one with the subject of the other, or, finally, the predicate of the one with the predicate of the other. Hence arise the three syllogistic figures of Aristotle. The fourth, which was added somewhat impertinently, is ungenuine and a spurious form. It is attributed to Galenus, but this rests only on Arabian authority. Each of the three figures exhibits a perfectly different, correct, and natural thought process of the reason in inference. If in the two judgments to be compared the relation between the predicate of the one and the subject of the other is the object of the comparison, the first figure appears. This figure alone has the advantage that the conceptions which in the conclusion are subject and predicate both appear already in the same character in the premises, while in the two other figures one of them must always change its rôle in the conclusion. But thus in the first figure the result is always less novel and surprising than in the other two. Now this advantage in the first figure is obtained by the fact that the predicate of the major is compared with the subject of the minor, but not conversely, which is therefore here essential, and involves that the middle should assume both the positions, that is, it is the subject in the major and the predicate in the minor. And from this again arises its subordinate significance, for it appears as a mere weight which we lay at pleasure now in one scale and now in the other. The course of thought in this figure is, that the predicate of the major is attributed to the subject of the minor, because the subject of the major is the predicate of the minor, or, in the negative case, the converse holds for the same reason. Thus here a property is attributed to the things thought through a conception, because it depends upon another property which we already know they possess, or conversely. Therefore here the guiding principle is nota notae est nota rei ipsius, et repugnans notae repugnat rei ipsi. If, on the other hand, we compare two judgments
with the intention of bringing out the relation which the subjects of both may have to each other, we must take as the common measure their predicate. This will accordingly be here the middle, and must therefore be the same in both judgments. Hence arises the second figure. In it the relation of two subjects to each other is determined by that which they have as their common predicate. But this relation can only have significance if the same predicate is attributed to the one subject and denied of the other, for thus it becomes an essential ground of distinction between the two. For if it were attributed to both the subjects, this could decide nothing as to their relation to each other, for almost every predicate belongs to innumerable subjects. Still less would it decide this relation if the predicate were denied of both the subjects. From this follows the fundamental characteristic of the second figure, that the premisses must be of opposite quality; the one must affirm and the other deny. Therefore here the principal rule is sit altera negans, the corollary of which is e meris affirmativis nihil sequitur, a rule which is sometimes transgressed in a loose argument, obscured by many parenthetical propositions. The course of thought which this figure exhibits distinctly appears from what has been said. It is the investigation of two kinds of things with the view of distinguishing them, thus of establishing that they are not of the same species, which is here decided by showing that a certain property is essential to the one kind which the other lacks. That this course of thought assumes the second figure of its own accord, and expresses itself clearly only in it, will be shown by an example. All fishes have cold blood. No whale has cold blood; thus no whale is a fish. In the first figure, on the other hand, this thought exhibits itself in a weak, forced, and ultimately patched up form. Nothing that has cold blood is a whale. All fishes have cold blood; thus no fish is a whale, and consequently no whale is a fish. Take also an example with an affirmative minor. No Mohammedan is a Jew. Some Turks are Jews; therefore some Turks are not Mohammedans. As a guiding principle for this figure I therefore give, for the mood with a negative minor, qui repugnat nota, etiam repugnat notatum, and for the mood with the affirmative minor, notato repugnat, id qui nota repugnat. Translated, these may be thus combined: two subjects which stand in opposite relations to one predicate have a negative relation to each other. The third case is that in which we place two judgments together in order to investigate the relation of their predicates. Hence arises the third figure, in which accordingly the middle appears in both premises as the subject. It is also here the tertium comparationis, the measure which is applied to both the conceptions which are to be investigated, or, as it were, a chemical reagent, with which we test them both in order to learn from their relation to it what relation exists between themselves. Thus, then, the conclusion declares whether a relation of subject and predicate exists between the two, and to what extent this is the case. Accordingly, what exhibits itself in this figure is reflection concerning two properties, which we are inclined to regard either as incompatible or else as inseparable, and in order to decide this we attempt to make them the predicates of one subject in two judgments. From this it results either that both properties belong to the same thing, consequently their compatibility, or else that a thing has the one but not the other, consequently their separableness. The former in all moods with two affirmative premises, the latter in all moods with one negative. For example, some brutes can speak; all brutes are irrational; therefore some irrational beings can speak. According to Kant, Die falsche Spitzfindigkeit, § 4, this inference would only be conclusive if we added in thought, therefore some irrational beings are brutes; but this seems to be here quite superfluous, and by no means the natural process of thought. But in order to carry out the same process of thought directly by means of the first figure, I must say, all brutes are irrational, some beings that can speak are brutes; which is clearly not the natural course of thought; indeed the conclusion which would then follow, some beings that can speak are irrational,
would have to be converted in order to preserve the conclusion which the third figure gives of itself, and at which the whole course of thought has aimed. Let us take another example. All alkalis float in water. All alkalis are metals. Therefore some metals float in water. When this is transposed into the first figure, the minor must be converted, and thus runs: "Some metals are alkalis." It therefore merely asserts that some metals lie in the sphere alkalis; thus, while our actual knowledge is that all alkalis lie in the sphere metals, thus. It follows that if the first figure is to be regarded as the only normal one, in order to think naturally we would have to think less than we know, and to think indefinitely while we know definitely. This assumption has too much against it. Thus in general it must be denied that when we draw inferences in the second and third figures we tacitly convert a proposition. On the contrary, the third and also the second figure exhibits just as rational a process of thought as the first. Let us now consider another example of the other class of the third figure, in which the separableness of two predicates is the result, on account of which one premise must here be negative. No Buddhist believes in a God. Some Buddhists are rational. Therefore some rational beings do not believe in a God. As in the examples given above, the compatibility of two properties is the problem of reflection; now their separableness is its problem, which here also must be decided by comparing them with one subject and showing that one of them is present in it without the other. Thus the end is directly attained, while by means of the first figure it could only be attained indirectly. For in order to reduce the syllogism to the first figure we must convert the minor, and therefore say: "Some rational beings are Buddhists," which would be only a faulty expression of its meaning, which really is: "Some Buddhists are yet certainly rational." As the guiding principle of this figure I therefore give, for the affirmative moods: ejusdem rei notae, modo sit altera universalis, sibi invicem sunt notae particulares; and for the negative moods: nota rei competens, notae eidem repugnanti, particulariter repugnat, modo sit altera universalis. Translated: if two predicates are affirmed of one subject, and at least one of them universally, they are also affirmed of each other particularly; and, on the contrary, they are denied of each other particularly whenever one of them contradicts the subject of which the other is affirmed, provided always that either the contradiction or the affirmation be universal. In the fourth figure the subject of the major has to be compared with the predicate of the minor, but in the conclusion they must both exchange their value and position, so that what was the subject of the major appears as the predicate of the conclusion, and what was the predicate of the minor appears as the subject of the conclusion. By this it becomes apparent that this figure is merely the first wilfully turned upside down, and by no means the expression of a real process of thought natural to the reason. On the other hand, the first three figures are the ectypes of three real and essentially different operations of thought. They have this in common, that they consist in the comparison of two judgments; but such a comparison only becomes fruitful when these judgments have one conception in common. If we present the premises to our imagination under the sensible form of two rods, we can think of this conception as a clasp that links them to each other. Indeed, in lecturing one might provide oneself with such rods. On the other hand, the three figures are distinguished by this, that those judgments are compared either with reference to the subjects of both, or to the predicates of both, or lastly with reference to the subject of the one and the predicate of the other. Since now every conception has the property of being subject or predicate only because it is already part of a judgment, this confirms my view that in the syllogism only judgments are primarily compared, and conceptions only because they are parts of judgments. In the comparison of two judgments, however, the essential question is, in respect of what are they compared, not by what means are they compared. The former consists of the concepts which are different in the two judgments, the latter consists of the middle, that is, the conception which is identical in both. It is therefore not the right point of view which Lambert, and indeed really Aristotle, and almost all the moderns have taken in starting from the middle, in the analysis of syllogisms, and making it the principal matter, and its position the essential characteristic of the syllogisms. On the contrary, its role is only secondary, and its position a consequence of the logical value of the conceptions, which are really to be compared in the syllogism. These may be compared to two substances which are to be chemically tested, and the middle to the reagent by which they are tested. It therefore always takes the place which the conceptions to be compared leave vacant, and does not appear again in the conclusion. It is selected according to our knowledge of its relation to both the conceptions and its suitableness for the place it has to take up. Therefore in many cases we can change it at pleasure for another without affecting the syllogism. For example, in the syllogism, "All men are mortal," Caius is a man, I can exchange the middle man for animal existence. In the syllogism, "All diamonds are stones," "All diamonds are combustible," I can exchange the middle diamond for anthracite. As an external mark by which we can recognise at once the figure of a syllogism, the middle is certainly very useful; but as the fundamental characteristic of a thing which is to be explained, we must take what is essential to it, and what is essential here is, whether we place two propositions together in order to compare their predicates or their subjects, or the predicate of the one and the subject of the other. Therefore, in order as premisses to yield a conclusion, two judgments must have a conception in common; further, they must not both be negative, nor both particular; and lastly, in the case in which the conceptions to be compared are the subjects of both, they must not both be affirmative. The voltaic pile may be regarded as a sensible image of the syllogism. Its point of indifference, at the centre, represents the middle, which holds together the two premisses, and by virtue of which they have the power of yielding a conclusion. The two different conceptions, on the other hand, which are really what is to be compared, are represented by the two opposite poles of the pile. Only because these are brought together by means of their two conducting wires, which represent the copulas of the two judgments, is the spark emitted upon their contact, the new light of the conclusion. End of chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 11. On Rhetoric. Eloquence is the faculty of awakening in others our view of a thing, or our opinion about it, of kindling in them our feeling concerning it, and thus putting them in sympathy with us. And all this by conducting the stream of our thought into their minds through the medium of words, with such force as to carry their thought from the direction it has already taken, and sweep it along with ours in its course. The more their previous course of thought differs from ours, the greater is this achievement. From this it is easily understood how personal conviction and passion make a man eloquent, and in general eloquence is more the gift of nature than the work of art. Yet here also art will support nature. In order to convince another of a truth which conflicts with an error he firmly holds, the first rule to be observed is an easy and natural one. Let the premisses come first, and the conclusion follow. Yet this rule is seldom observed, but reversed; for zeal, eagerness, and dogmatic positiveness urge us to proclaim the conclusion loudly and noisily against him who adheres to the opposed error. This easily makes him shy, and now he opposes his will to all reasons and premisses, knowing already to what conclusion they lead. Therefore we ought rather to keep the conclusion completely concealed, and only advance the premisses distinctly, fully, and in different lights. Indeed, if possible, we ought not to express the conclusion at all. It will come necessarily and regularly of its own accord into the reason of the hearers, and the conviction thus born in themselves will be all the more genuine,
and will also be accompanied by self‐esteem instead of shame. In difficult cases we may even assume the air of desiring to arrive at a quite opposite conclusion from that which we really have in view. An example of this is the famous speech of Antony in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. In defending a thing many persons err by confidently advancing everything imaginable that can be said for it, mixing up together what is true, half true, and merely plausible. But the false is soon recognised, or at any rate felt, and throws suspicion also upon the cogent and true arguments which were brought forward along with it. Give then the true and weighty pure and alone, and beware of defending a truth with inadequate, and therefore, since they are set up as adequate, sophistical reasons. For the opponent upsets these, and thereby gains the appearance of having upset the truth itself which was supported by them, that is, he makes argumenta ad hominem hold good as argumenta ad rem. The Chinese go, perhaps, too far the other way, for they have the saying, "He who is eloquent and has a sharp tongue may always leave half of a sentence unspoken, and he who has right on his side may confidently yield 3/10 of his assertion." End of chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.